In a private room of a high-end tea house in Jiangbei City, a voice rang out. Zhou, it's true that you and Yunyao have an engagement, but you are merely an apprentice police officer. Search your own heart. Do you really believe you are worthy of our Yunyao? Can you give her happiness? A woman in her 40s, dripping with gold and jewelry, and exuding an air of wealth, pointed at the handsome young man before her and demanded coldly. The young man was named Zhou, an apprentice officer at the Qiaobei police station. He had neither father nor mother. His grandfather had raised him single-handedly. Before passing away, his grandfather took out a yellowed marriage contract and told him to go to the Chu family and marry Chu Yunyao. Zhou had been stunned. The Chu family was renowned throughout Jiangbei, one of the 4 great wealthy clans with assets worth billions. Their only daughter Chu Yunyao was famed as a peerless beauty of city-toppling grace, the dream goddess of all the young people in Jiangbei. The 2 families were worlds apart, whether in wealth or in social standing. Yet his grandfather had insisted that for the Chu family to marry into Zhou's line was as if ancestral graves were smoking with good fortune, no, as if the ancestral graves had caught fire with blessings. Zhou had thought his grandfather was rambling nonsense. He had no idea how the old man had even obtained that marriage contract. Before he could ask, the old man drew his last breath. After handling his grandfather's funeral affairs, Zhou followed the phone number written on the contract and called the Chu family. The Chu family arranged to meet him at the Jiqing tea house. Chu Yunyao and her parents all came. When Zhou presented the marriage contract, Chu Yunyao's mother exploded on the spot, leading to the scene at the beginning. Hearing Mother Chu's words, Zhou could only shake his head with a bitter smile. The Chu family were influential figures in Jiangbei, and Chu Yunyao was born into wealth and blessed with devastating beauty. As a mere apprentice policeman, he truly found it hard to imagine himself climbing to such an exalted branch of the Chu family tree. Mom, aren't your words a bit too harsh? Beside her, upon hearing her mother, Chu Yunyao's fair and delicate face revealed a trace of reluctance and compassion. Warmth stirred in Zhou's heart. Not only was Chu Yunyao beautiful, her heart was kind as well. To marry her would indeed be a wonderful choice, if only there were not an unbridgeable chasm between them. Suddenly, Chu Yunyao's father spoke. Zhou, this engagement between you and Yunyao was arranged by the elders. Strictly speaking, our Chu family should not go back on our word. However, you also know that the gap in status between our families is enormous. As the saying goes, your doors are not of equal standing. I think it is best to let this marriage matter end here. I will not let you suffer a loss. There are 5 million in this card. Consider it compensation from the Chu family. After speaking, Father Chu laid a gold card on the tea table and slowly pushed it toward Zhou. Uncle Chu. Zhou did not so much as glance at the card. Maintaining calm without arrogance or servility, he said, I will not take this 5 million. Father Chu's expression changed. He assumed Zhou found the sum too small. Enunciating each word, he said, Zhou, young man, do not be insatiably greedy. 5 million is no small amount for a policeman whose monthly salary is only a few thousand. Uncle Chu, I think you have misunderstood. Zhou rose to his feet and said solemnly, I did not come here to force your Chu family to marry off your daughter to me. I only wish to give my grandfather an answer. Since the Chu family is unwilling to accept this marriage, then let it end here. With a ripping sound, Zhou gripped the marriage contract in both hands and tore it into shreds. He clapped the dust from his palms, turned on his heel, and walked away. Although Zhou's actions violated proper decorum, Father and Mother Chu could not help the joy that flashed across their faces when they saw him take the initiative to withdraw from the engagement. Wait! Suddenly Chu Yunyao called out behind him, stopping Zhou in his tracks. He turned back, his face filled with confusion. What is it? Does Miss Chu still have something to say to a pauper like me? Chu Yunyao pointed at Zhou, feigning anger as she said, Zhou, my name is also on that marriage contract. Did you tear it up without asking my consent? Zhou was dumbfounded. Wasn't dissolving the engagement exactly what the Chu family wanted? What on earth was Chu Yunyao playing at now? Yao, don't make trouble. After finally forcing Zhou to annul the engagement, Mother Chu saw her daughter about to stir up more trouble and hurriedly shot her a warning look. Chu Yunyao pretended not to notice. Dad, Mom, this engagement between me and Zhou was arranged by Grandma back then. Although she is now a vegetable and can no longer decide, you as elders cannot force Zhou to withdraw from the marriage, can you? With that single sentence, Father and Mother Chu's faces flushed red with embarrassment. They too realized that 2 elders bullying a junior so aggressively was indeed going too far. Even so, there was no way they could allow their daughter to marry this penniless boy. Pushing up the tortoiseshell glasses on the bridge of his nose, Father Chu said, Yao, this engagement was arranged many years ago by your grandmother and Zhou's grandfather. But this is a new era. Arranged marriages are a thing of the past. Your mother and I are only thinking of your future happiness. Zhou chose of his own accord to withdraw. Why must you stir up trouble again? Let this marriage end here. No. Chu Yunyao's firm refusal burst out without hesitation. Grandma loved me most. Though she has now lost consciousness, I will never betray the promise she once made. Yao Yao, you're being unreasonable. Zhou Zheng is just an apprentice officer who can barely support himself. How could he possibly give you happiness? Father Chu's face darkened like a brewing storm, and he roared. Chu Yunyao met him heated. I don't care. Grandma taught me from childhood that a person must value integrity and keep their promises. Even if Zhou Zheng were a beggar, I would not go back on my word. You. Father Chu's face turned ashen green with anger, and for a moment he was at a loss for words. Mother Chu hurried forward, soothing his chest with her hand, and whispering a few words into his ear. Hearing her, Father Chu's eyes flickered, then he nodded. His attitude suddenly spun around in a complete 180-degree turn. Yao Yao, you're right. One must honor promises. Your mother and I will not oppose this marriage any longer. Really? Chu Yunyao looked at her father with half-doubtful eyes. Really, he replied. However, Father Chu continued, Zhou Zheng is still only an apprentice officer without the foundation to start a family and career. How about this? Let us set a 3-year term. If within 3 years he can attain the rank of police superintendent, then you may marry. If he cannot, then it only proves that Zhou Zheng lacks the ability to give you happiness. Hearing this, Zhou Zheng's face dimmed. Was this not pure nonsense? As someone within the police system, how could he not understand? An apprentice officer would normally be promoted 1 grade per year up to first-class inspector. From first-class inspector to third-class superintendent, normal advancement required 18 years. For most people, reaching third-class superintendent was the end of the road. But superintendent rank was that of the legendary white-clad big shots. At that level, advancement was no longer automatic. 3 years. He would not dare claim to reach superintendent even in 30. It was obvious that Father and Mother Chu were digging a pit and setting a snare using a seemingly tactful method to tear up the engagement. Though well-endowed, Chu Yunyao was by no means brainless. She quickly saw through her parents' ploy. Her face turned cold as frost as she huffed angrily. Zhou Zheng, did you bring your household registration booklet? Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and get our marriage certificate right now. After speaking, she cast her parents a defiant look. Don't you dare. Father Chu roared in fury. If you dare register your marriage with Zhou Zheng, I will sever our father-daughter relationship. As you wish. Tossing down these words, Chu Yunyao seized Zhou Zheng by the hand and strode straight toward the exit of the tea house without looking back. Yao Yao, Yao Yao. Mother Chu beside them stomped her feet in anxiety. Old Chu, how could you say something so heartless? Father Chu too was fuming, his face mottled in blotches of green and purple. Watching his daughter and Zhou Zheng's figures vanish from sight, he instead sat down, poured himself a cup of tea, and drank it in one go. Your daughter's run off? Shouldn't you be hurrying after her instead of sitting here drinking tea? What are you panicking for? Father Chu was in no hurry at all as he rebuked his wife. Yao Yao has been spoiled by you. She's acting on impulse right now. If we try to interfere forcefully, it will only backfire. Then what should we do? Just watch them go get a marriage certificate and do nothing. I clearly saw that Yao Yao was holding the household registration booklet. It doesn't matter. Even if they really get the certificate, I'm not afraid. Any marriage the Chu family does not acknowledge does not count. I'll notify the bank right away to freeze Yao Yao's supplementary card. She was born into wealth and has never known what it is to be without money. After a period of hardship, she will obediently come home. But what if Zhou Zheng takes advantage of our Yao Yao? He won't. Father Chu waved his hand. Zhou Zheng looks upright and decent. He doesn't strike me as a reckless scoundrel. You shouldn't sit idle either. Call our daughters close friends. No one is allowed to help her during this period. At this moment, Father Chu was brimming with confidence. He simply did not believe his daughter could truly endure a life of poverty and never return home. Outside the tea house, a faintly cool breeze woke the bewildered Zhou Zheng from his daze. Chu Yunyao, do you really want to register our marriage with me? Of course. Chu Yunyao nodded, then realized a jade-like hand was still tightly clasping Zhou Zheng's. She hurriedly let go, 2 rosy patches blooming across her fair, delicate face. The smooth, cool sensation on Zhou Zheng's palm vanished, leaving him faintly disappointed. But this is our first time meeting today, and we barely know each other. If you're acting on impulse, then forget it. Chu Yunyao raised a hand to smooth the silken hair that the wind had tousled. I'm not acting on impulse. I even prepared the household registration book in advance. I told you one must keep one's word. I want to give my grandmother an explanation. As for your situation, my father had someone look into it immediately. You have a good character. You've been diligent and studious since childhood, grew up with your grandfather, and with excellent grades were admitted to the police university. Now you're an intern officer at the Qiaobei police station with a monthly salary of 5,200 yuan. Most importantly, you don't have a girlfriend. The last sentence stabbed right at Zhou Zheng's heart. Still, the Chu family truly had means to have dug up every detail about him in such a short time. Let me talk about my situation too. Chu Yunyao fixed her beautiful eyes on Zhou Zheng as she spoke. I graduated from Qingbei University with a major in business administration. I didn't choose to study abroad, but directly entered the management of my family's company. Now that I've had a complete falling out with my family, I won't be going back to the family company, which basically makes me unemployed. However, I still have a supplementary bank card with over $1 million on it. That should be enough to support the two of us for a while. Of course, I won't just sit around and burn through it. Next, I'll look for a job as well. Zhou Zheng, cancel the lease on your current rental. Later, we'll rent an apartment in an upscale community. Zhou Zheng pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. He hadn't planned on living in some high-end complex, but Chu Yunyao was born into wealth. He didn't want her to suffer because of him. All right, Chu Yunyao, I'm very happy to have a wife like you. Don't be happy too soon. Chu Yunyao continued, I also have a 3-year agreement. Zhou Zheng looked up at her. What, you also want me to be promoted to superintendent within 3 years? No. If you really could become a superintendent in 3 years, of course, I'd be happy for you, though we both know that's impossible. What I mean is we'll live together for 3 years. If within those 3 years we feel we're not suitable for each other, then we'll go our separate ways. That way we won't break the promise between our elders, and we won't wrong ourselves either. Zhou Zheng thought it over. It was essentially marrying first, and falling in love later. If it worked, they would stay together, if not, they would part. To live under the same roof as such a stunning goddess for 3 years. Even if they did not end up together in the end, it would still be worth it. Of course, there was also a chance they might actually reach a happy ending. Chu Yunyao, what you said makes sense. I agree. And also, during these 3 years I can fulfill a wife's duties like doing housework and so on, but I won't share a bed with you. We can only attempt a platonic kind of love. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Zheng asked in return, what about holding hands, hugging, and things like that? Chu Yunyao hesitated, then nodded. Small affectionate gestures are fine. After all, we're husband and wife. I won't refuse. If you have no objections, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the certificate now. Zhou Zheng naturally had no objections. He got into the white Panamera that Chu Yunyao was driving, and with a roar of the engine, they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Please stand a bit closer and smile. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao's heads leaned together, smiles appearing on their faces at the same time. Click. After the wedding photo was taken and pasted onto the little red booklets, the staff members stamped them with a steel seal. Just like that, they became a legally married couple. Holding the marriage certificate as they walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Zhou Zheng glanced at the beautiful, captivating Chu Yunyao at his side and felt as if he were dreaming. Chu Yunyao, why does this all feel just like a dream? Zhou Zheng, we're legally married now. From now on, just call me. Chu Yunyao lowered her head to search for listings in upscale communities on her phone. Suddenly her expression shifted slightly, as if something had just occurred to her. Zhou Zheng, get in the car quick. My dad might cut off my last retreat and freeze my supplementary card. The Panamera roared off toward the nearest bank. When they checked, they were already too late. Chu Yunyao's supplementary card had been frozen. Damn, Dad is really trying to drive me into a corner. What a ruthless move, cutting off my last source. Remorse washed over Chu Yunyao. Then, schooling her features, she said seriously to Zhou Zheng, I don't have a cent to my name now, and I've broken with my family. I'll just live in your rental place. You'll have to support me from now on. Yunyao? Guilt pricked at Zhou Zheng's heart. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Then Chu Yunyao suddenly broke into a radiant smile. I'm teasing you. Why are you taking it so seriously? Yunyao, don't worry, I'll work hard and support you. I'll make sure you live a better life. The words burst from Zhou Zheng in a fit of masculine pride. The moment they left his mouth, he felt a pang of regret and shame. After arranging his grandfather's funeral, the savings in his hand were almost exhausted. A 6-digit password guarded a 2-digit balance. It was truly bitterly ironic. His monthly salary, at most 5,000 yuan, barely left anything after rent, food, and daily expenses. As someone who lived paycheck to paycheck, how was he supposed to support a wealthy family's daughter like Chu Yunyao? At the moment, even figuring out how to get by was already a tricky problem. Hearing his concerns, Chu Yunyao gave Zhou Zheng a knowing smile. She naturally understood Zhou Zheng's financial situation, but his willingness alone was enough. Zhou Zheng, when the cart reaches the mountain, there will be a way through. Besides, it's not like I won't work. Our days will definitely get better. Speaking with cheerful optimism, Chu Yunyao suddenly rubbed her stomach. I'm getting a bit hungry. What shall we have for lunch? Since it was his first meal with Chu Yunyao, Zhou Zheng naturally wanted to take her somewhere a bit more upscale. But with his wallet so tight, he said somewhat embarrassedly, why don't we go back to my rental and cook for ourselves? You can settle in at the same time. Sure. Not a trace of displeasure appeared on Chu Yunyao's face. She was long since tired of restaurant food. Simple home-cooked dishes were far more appealing to her. They arrived at Zhou Zheng's rented place, an 80-square-meter apartment with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. The place wasn't big and the furniture was old, but everything was neatly arranged and spotless. Chu Yunyao nodded to herself, thinking that Zhou Zheng was clearly not a sloppy guy, and that pleased her very much. Yunyao, the second bedroom is your room. It's a bit smaller than the master bedroom. If you don't like it, you can take the master, and I'll move into the second bedroom. No need, it's perfectly fine. Having long been used to empty, spacious houses, Chu Yunyao found the small apartment cozier and more secure. All right then, Yunyao, take a rest. I'll go cook. Zhou Zheng, let's cook together. A wealthy family's daughter knows how to cook. Of course. I learned from my grandma when I was little, and even if I hadn't, I've at least seen how it's done. They went into the kitchen together. As it turned out, Chu Yunyao really did know how to cook, but compared to Zhou Zheng, she was still a bit lacking. Before long, she had been reduced to acting as his helper. Before long, the food was ready. 4 dishes and a soup. Though all simple home-style fare, they looked appealing and filled the room with a rich aroma. Wow, it smells amazing. It's bound to taste great. Zhou Zheng handed her a brimming bowl of white rice. Yunyao, you must be starving. Eat up. So much. Staring at the large heaping bowl of rice, Chu Yunyao asked in exaggerated disbelief, Zhou Zheng, are you planning to raise me like a pig? If you can't finish it, just leave some. It only looks like a lot, it's not that much really. The aroma drifting over the table stirred her appetite. Without putting on airs, Chu Yunyao accepted the rice bowl. A bite of vegetables first, then a mouthful of rice. Delicious. Surprise filled Chu Yunyao's eyes. Compared to restaurant food, Zhou Zheng's cooking was much lighter, yet incredibly tasty. Zhou Zheng, I didn't expect your cooking to be this good. Who taught you? I taught myself. Oh. Before long, Chu Yunyao had eaten more than half a bowl of rice. Reason told her she shouldn't eat any more, yet desire tugged strongly at her heart. What should she do if she still wanted more? I'm doomed. I'll definitely gain 3 gene today. Zhou Zheng laughed. If it tastes good, have some more. I like my wife soft and nicely plump. You're awful. Just then, as they were eating, Zhou Zheng suddenly saw a white 5-point star appear above Chu Yunyao's head, glittering softly. What was that? Startled, he instinctively reached out and tapped at the empty air. The star flashed and vanished. Immediately, a voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding! Reward system bound. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 1-star reward. Luck value permanently increased 2-fold. Beginner's gift pack issued. Congratulations on obtaining 10-fold critical bonus. Host luck value temporarily increased 20-fold. The voice echoing in his mind left Zhou Zheng stunned for a moment. System. As someone who often read tomato web novels, he naturally knew what a system was. That was a cheat, something that defied the heavens and rewrote fate. After he and Chu Yunyao registered their marriage and moved in together, he actually obtained a system. Excitement surged in his heart, and at the same time his body was suffused with an indescribable sense of comfort. His luck value would temporarily be increased 20-fold. Wouldn't that mean his luck was off the charts? Finding money on the street, winning the lottery with a scratch card, even pies falling from the sky would no longer be a dream. Zhou Zheng's heart stirred. He was already impatient to experience for himself what 20-fold luck would feel like. Meanwhile, Chu Yunyao set down her chopsticks and touched her round little belly, feeling both stuffed and a bit embarrassed. After all, it was her first time eating with Zhou Zheng, and it seemed rather unladylike of her to have eaten until she was overly full. Yunyao, are you full? I'm full. Then rest for a while, I'll clear the dishes. Zhou Zheng spoke as he began gathering the bowls and chopsticks. Let me do it instead. Chu Yunyao quickly snatched the bowls and chopsticks from his hands. Zhou Zheng, you cook the meal. Leave the clearing and washing to me. Looking at Chu Yunyao's well-maintained slender jade-like hands, Zhou Zheng thought to himself that this rich family's daughter had most likely never done such chores before. Yunyao, are you sure you can handle it? What kind of question is that? Of course I can. Chu Yunyao's face was full of confidence, and her words were firm and assured. Carrying the dishes, she walked into the kitchen, set them in the sink, rolled up her sleeves, and began to wash. Bending at the waist, her back formed a graceful curve as she busied herself amid the rushing sound of running water. Suddenly, a sharp crack, a startled cry. Hearing the sounds, Zhou Zheng dashed into the kitchen in a few strides. Shards of a porcelain bowl were scattered across the floor. Chu Yunyao looked both embarrassed and ill at ease. Zhou Zheng, I accidentally broke a bowl. Zhou Zheng deliberately pretended to be unconcerned. I thought it was something serious. It's just a broken bowl, isn't it? Shattered pieces mean peace. The omen is actually quite good. Knowing that Zhou Zheng was trying to comfort her, Chu Yunyao wiped droplets of water from her face with a fingertip and said in frustration, but I'm so clumsy. Zhou Zheng waved his hand dismissively. To tell the truth, I've disliked that bowl since yesterday. I'd already wanted to smash it and just never found the time. You've done it for me. I ought to be thanking you. A laugh escaped her. Zhou Zheng's words made Chu Yunyao burst into giggles. Her fair face bloomed with dimples like flowers, and her mood improved considerably. Zhou Zheng, I didn't expect you to be so funny, ha ha ha. Looks like we should work together. As the saying goes, when men and women work in tandem, the work is never tiring. Rolling up his sleeves, Zhou Zheng joined in washing the dishes. Soon they finished tidying up. The kitchen was spotlessly clean, and the dishes and chopsticks were neatly arranged. Looking at the neatly arranged dishes, Chu Yunyao felt a small sense of accomplishment. Normally, every aspect of her daily life was attended to by a housekeeper. She had never before experienced this simple joy that came after doing manual work. Yunyao, you must be tired. Come sit down. Zhou Zheng was quite satisfied with her. As the treasured daughter of the Chu family, she showed not the slightest trace of a princess syndrome. Zhou Zheng, I'm not tired. If you're tired, go rest. I still need to submit resumes online and try to find a job as soon as possible. This home can't rely solely on your salary to get by. All right. Zhou Zheng nodded. At that moment, Chu Yunyao noticed a yellowish-brown leather suitcase placed in the corner against the wall. The suitcase was old-fashioned in style, clearly from many years ago. Faded red lettering was printed on it, most of it peeled away, making it impossible to tell what it once said. Zhou Zheng, you have a suitcase like this too. Could it be a relic from your grandfather? Zhou Zheng nodded, then his expression turned quizzical. Why, have you seen a suitcase like this before? Yes. My grandma has a similar one. It was an award given to her for meritorious service during the war. Zhou Zheng's interest was suddenly piqued. Yunyao, do you know how my grandfather met your grandmother, and how they came to arrange the marriage between the two of us? When I was little, my grandfather never mentioned this matter. It was only on his deathbed that he told me there was such a marriage agreement. I know a little. My grandma mentioned it to me a few times in the past. It's a long story. Sitting on a chair and gazing at the white clouds outside the window, Chu Yunyao began to tell it at length. Decades ago, during the war years, Zhou Zheng's grandfather served as the bodyguard of a certain commander. In one battle, he was gravely wounded and sent to a field hospital in the rear for treatment. The commander ordered the hospital director to spare no effort and no cost in saving his bodyguard. Chu Yunyao's grandmother was a medical orderly and was assigned to stay by Zhou Zheng's grandfather's side, caring for him day and night. In the end, Zhou Zheng's grandfather pulled through and escaped death. The two of them developed feelings for each other. They promised that when the war ended, they would marry. Once his wounds healed, Zhou Zheng's grandfather returned to his unit and continued to fight alongside the commander. Chu Yunyao's grandmother waited for the war to end, and even through demobilization, she never saw him return. Later, due to special circumstances, that commander was sent down to a farm in the remote northwest for re-education, and his family, and those close to him, were implicated as well. From then on, there was no word at all from Zhou Zheng's grandfather. Believing him dead and unable to withstand her family's urging, Chu Yunyao's grandmother married Chu Yunyao's grandfather. Later still, Zhou Zheng's grandfather suddenly found her again. When they met once more, there was endless sighing and emotion between them. Zhou Zheng's grandfather did not dwell on the past. He simply said that he knew the Chu family had a granddaughter and that he himself had a grandson, so he wished to form a marriage tie between their families. Chu Yunyao's grandmother agreed without the slightest hesitation. Thus that marriage contract came into existence. After hearing all of this, Zhou Zheng could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. So his grandfather and Chu Yunyao's grandmother had once shared such a love story, yet his grandfather had never spoken a single word of it while he was alive. When helping his grandfather bathe, he had seen the countless scars on the old man's body and once asked how he had come by so many wounds, but his grandfather had always refused to answer. Only now did he realize that his grandfather had been a soldier who had endured the baptism of war. Along with the solemn respect rising within him, a new thought stirred in his heart. In his memory from the time he could remember, there had only ever been his grandfather at his side. As for his parents, he had never seen them at all. His grandfather had told him they were dead. No matter how he asked after that, he could get nothing more. Yunyao, did your grandmother ever mention my grandfather's next generation? My parents? Chu Yunyao shook her head and said, No. All I know is what I've just told you. Strangely, when my father tried to inquire about your family, he couldn't find any information at all on your parents or your grandfather. In fact, I'm quite curious about uncle and aunt myself. Zhou Zheng let out a bitter laugh. I've never even seen my parents. Now that grandfather is gone, there may be no one left who knows anything about them. An idea flashed through Chu Yunyao's mind. Pointing at the suitcase, she said, Why don't we open that suitcase? There might be information about your parents inside. Zhou Zheng shook his head. That suitcase has a combination lock. I don't know the code, and I absolutely won't damage it by force. Besides, grandfather told me that after his death, I must bury his ashes along with this suitcase in our hometown. Since Zhou Zheng refused to force the box open with violence, Chu Yunyao naturally did not insist. After the two of them chatted idly for a while, Chu Yunyao opened her laptop, searching online for recruiting companies and sending out her resume to them one by one. She had fallen out with her parents and left home with nothing aside from a few thousand yuan left in her WeChat account. She had not even brought a change of clothes. Zhou Zheng was not well off either, so she naturally could not sit around consuming his resources. Finding a job as soon as possible was the truly important matter. Meanwhile, Zhou Zheng returned to his own room, intending to rest for a while, since he still had a night shift later at the Qiaobei police station. Lying on the bed, he found not a trace of drowsiness. Fragmented images kept flashing through his mind, tumbling over one another in utter chaos. His heart was filled with questions. At one moment, he wondered what on earth his grandfather's box contained. The next, his thoughts turned to the mystery of his own origins. Then he pondered what use a 20-fold increase in luck truly had, and where it would take effect. By 4 in the afternoon, he could no longer lie still. With a sudden movement, he rolled off the bed and walked out of the bedroom. As for who his parents were and the riddle of his birth, that was not something that had to be solved in a single moment. What mattered most right now was how to use the system to live a better life. In the living room, Chu Yunyao was still seated before the computer, clicking through web pages and submitting resumes. "Yunyao, I'm on duty at the station tonight," Zhou said. "I don't know if you'll be scared staying at home alone in the evening." Chu Yunyao turned and replied, "I won't be. Back when I lived at home, my parents often stayed out all night for social engagements. I've long since grown used to it." "That's good then," Zhou nodded. "Come, let me add your WeChat and phone number. If anything happens, contact me." As he pulled out his phone, Zhou suddenly chuckled at himself. "We've already got our marriage certificate, and yet we don't even have each other's contact information. How amusing is that?" Chu Yunyao also found it amusing and could not help bursting into hearty laughter. She took out her own phone, and the two of them added each other on WeChat and exchanged phone numbers. "By the way, Yunyao, what will you eat tonight?" he asked. "We'll talk about it when I'm hungry," she said. "I usually just have a little fruit or some vegetables in the evening." "Oh, there's fruit in the fridge. Help yourself if you want some." "Got it, Zhou. Don't treat me like a guest. We're legally married in this home. I'm the hostess as well." "All right, then I'll get going first." "Wait a moment." Chu Yunyao stood up, took out the car keys to the Panamera, and handed them to Zhou. "Zhou, take my car to work. I won't be going out this afternoon or tonight anyway." Looking at the streamlined key to the Panamera, Zhou was genuinely tempted. After a moment's thought, he still shook his head. No need. Driving something that fancy to work would draw too much attention and leave a bad impression. I'll just ride my electric scooter. "All right, then just be careful on the road," Chu Yunyao said, not pressing the matter. Zhou left the rental apartment, mounted his beloved little electric scooter downstairs, and set off. However, his destination was not the Qiaobei police station, but a lottery shop not far from the neighborhood. He had deliberately left home 2 hours early just to stop by the shop and test his luck. He had just obtained the system and was still exploring how it worked. On top of that, he was rather short of money, so scratch-off lottery tickets seemed like a decent option. When he stepped into the lottery shop, there was not a single other customer inside. These days, ordinary people were becoming harder and harder to fool. The shop owner lounged in a chair, playing idly on his phone, but when he saw a customer walk in, he hurriedly stood up to greet him. "Hey there, young man, you're here," the owner called. "Yeah, I'm here. Boss, give me 10 scratch-off tickets," Zhou said. "You got it." Zhou scanned a payment of 100 yuan and took the 10 yuan scratch-offs that the owner handed over. The moment of truth for testing his luck had arrived. Zhou sat down at a table, picked up the small metal spoon the owner had thoughtfully provided for lottery enthusiasts, and began scratching the tickets. Very soon he finished scratching the first ticket. No prize. "That can't be right. Is this what 20-fold luck looks like?" he muttered inwardly, and started on the second ticket. "I hit it." When he finished scratching the second one, his heart gave a slight jolt. The second ticket had won 200 yuan. Not only had he recovered his cost, he had already made 100 yuan profit. He kept scratching. The third ticket won 500 yuan. The fourth brought in 1,000. The fifth another 500. The sixth yet another 1,000. Before long, he had finished all 10 scratch-offs. Aside from the first one, every single ticket had won a prize. Zhou could not help feeling a surge of delight. The 20-fold luck really was formidable. The winning rate was simply outrageous. "Boss, I'd like to claim my prizes," Zhou said, placing the 9 winning tickets on the counter. The lottery shop owner looked up and saw the pile of scratch-offs, disbelief flickering in his eyes. "No way. Kid, you bought 10 scratch-offs, and they all won." "Not all of them. Just 9, Zhou replied. "Just 9. The words hardly sounded human, even to the owner's own ears. Inwardly, the owner grumbled. The odds of winning on scratch-offs were not high at all. Buying 10 and hitting on 1 was already decent, and that was usually only a tiny prize of 10 or 20 yuan. He ran the tickets through the machine one by one. The total came to 6,700 yuan. "Damn, that much." The lottery shop owner was secretly alarmed. "Not bad at all, kid, your luck is through the roof. 10 scratch-offs and 9 winners, and half of them 1,000 yuan prizes. Impressive, impressive." He kept showering compliments on Zhou, his tone tinged with envy. He promptly counted out 6,700 yuan and handed it over. "Kid, want to play a few more rounds?" Zhou glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. There was still plenty of time. "Then give me another 10 scratch-offs," he said. "You got it." The owner pulled 100 yuan from the stack of winnings, and together with another 10 scratch-offs, handed them to Zhou. Soon he finished scratching the second batch of 10 tickets. This time, 8 of them were winners, and every winning ticket was for 1,000 yuan. "Boss, time to cash these in," he called. "My goodness, you've hit this many again," the owner exclaimed. He counted them. Exactly 8,000 yuan. "Kid, you're the luckiest person I've ever seen playing scratch-off since I opened this shop. Want to go for a few more?" This time Zhou waved his hand in refusal. He had no idea whether the 20-fold luck had been used up or not. Besides, scratch-offs were practically a form of gambling. They could be highly addictive, and once you fell into that trap, things would go very wrong. He had put in 200 yuan and already won 14,700, which was more than satisfactory. That money would be enough to get by for quite some time. I'm done with scratch-offs, boss. Give me 100 yuan's worth of double color ball, one machine-generated set multiplied 50 times. So you're aiming for the big haul now, huh? The owner chuckled, printing out a double color ball ticket and handing it over. Zhou Zheng took it, slipped it into his pocket, and turned to leave. Watching Zhou Zheng's departing back, the lottery shop owner raised his thumb. That young man has some real willpower. If I had luck like his, I'd clear out every last scratch-off ticket in the shop. Riding his little electric scooter along the side path, Zhou Zheng was in excellent spirits. If he could have 20-fold luck every day, he could support Chu Yunyao just by scratching lottery tickets. Unfortunately, that boost in luck was only temporary. Although Chu Yunyao was a girl with a very strong sense of independence, it would still be painfully awkward to live with a goddess-like woman without any money. There was still an hour and a half before his shift started. Zhou Zheng had deliberately left home 2 hours early to avoid any unexpected issues cropping up while he was testing out the 20-fold luck. Fortunately, everything had gone smoothly so far. Just then he noticed a crowd gathered on the curb of the road up ahead. As a police officer, he was highly sensitive to such scenes and immediately realized that something must have happened. He quickly sped up and hurried over. After setting his scooter down, he squeezed through the crowd and saw an elderly man with white hair lying on the ground. The old man was having a heart attack, his face contorted in agony, white foam at the corners of his mouth. Not a single bystander stepped forward to help, let alone attempt to save him. Most of them were afraid of being falsely accused afterward. Zhou Zheng did not hesitate for even a second. He rushed up to render aid. Sir, how are you feeling?" Zhou Zheng crouched in front of the elderly man and asked softly. The old man was already in such discomfort that he could not speak. His left hand barely lifted a little, then fell back down in helpless weakness. The old man's breathing suddenly turned rapid, and the white foam at the corner of his mouth grew thicker. Does anyone have quick-acting heart pills on them?" Zhou Zheng shouted toward the surrounding crowd. Everyone shook their heads. A kind-looking middle-aged man reminded Zhou Zheng. "Kid, I just saw someone call an ambulance. You'd better not meddle too much. What if this old man later accuses you falsely?" Zhou Zheng replied. "Thanks, brother, but since I've run into this, I can't just walk away. A person shouldn't be so cold-hearted, right?" The middle-aged man curled his lips and sighed. "I used to think the same way. I'm not cold-hearted either. I've already helped 3 people like this. Guess what happened? Not a single one of them didn't try to extort me. I used to drive a Benz and now I can only take the bus." His words left Zhou Zheng momentarily stunned. He thought to himself that surely he wouldn't be as unlucky as this man, would he? After all, he had 20 times the luck value. He was a police officer. Even without that so-called 20-fold luck protecting him, even at the risk of being falsely accused, he absolutely could not stand by and watch someone die. Seeing the old man's complexion grow worse and worse, an idea flashed through Zhou Zheng's mind. In his anxiety, heart disease patients usually carried their own medicine. He quickly searched the old man's pockets and sure enough, found a small bottle of quick-acting heart pills. He poured out a few pills and tucked them beneath the old man's tongue. Then he loosened the old man's collar and belt and began performing cardiopulmonary resuscitation and mouth-to-mouth resuscitation for him. He placed the heel of one hand over the old man's heart, fingers raised, locked the fingers of his other hand tightly over it, arms straight and vertical, and pressed down with force. "This young man really is kind-hearted," someone murmured. "In times like these, good deeds rarely bring good rewards. Just wait, if the old man or his family decide to blame him, he'll be in tears." "Hey, if you're not going to save him, then stop making snide remarks," someone retorted. "If you're so capable, you go save him. I've got elderly parents and young kids to support. The less trouble, the better." As the nearby pedestrians kept up their chatter, Zhou Zheng turned a deaf ear, fully concentrating on the CPR. His efforts truly had an effect. The old man's face looked much better, and the foam at his mouth had stopped. Wayu. An ambulance, lights flashing, roared toward them. The onlookers, knowing what was appropriate, hurriedly cleared a path. 2 male orderlies came over carrying a stretcher, followed by a middle-aged doctor in a white coat. The doctor stepped forward and quickly examined the old man. "Load him into the ambulance and get him to the hospital immediately." "Doctor, how is he?" Zhou Zheng asked with deep concern. "It's quite serious, but thanks to your timely rescue, as his son, his life isn't in immediate danger for now. Come, let's go to the hospital together." Black lines seemed to fall across Zhou Zheng's face. How had he suddenly become this old man's son? "Doctor, I think you've misunderstood. I'm not his son," he protested. "Not his real son." The doctor tucked the end of his stethoscope into his white coat pocket and asked, "Then are you his godson?" Nowadays, aside from relatives, very few people are willing to help a stranger, especially an elderly person suddenly struck by illness like this. "As long as you're some kind of family, it's fine. Get in." Without giving him a chance to refuse, the doctor urged Zhou Zheng into the ambulance. The well-meaning middle-aged man from earlier kept winking at Zhou Zheng, clearly telling him not to go. Ignoring the man's kindness, Zhou Zheng still climbed into the ambulance. If he was going to save someone, he would see it through to the end. The siren wailed again as the ambulance lights flashing sped toward Jiangbei City, First Central Hospital. Just after they set off, a black Benz pulled in front of the ambulance and crawled forward at a snail's pace. The ambulance driver blared the horn and siren furiously, but not only did the Benz refuse to give way, it even began to weave deliberately and in shape, blocking the ambulance for a full half-minute before finally speeding off smugly. Inside the vehicle, the middle-aged doctor in the white coat fitted an oxygen mask over the old man's face and checked him again, then turned to ask Zhou Zheng, "Young man, how old is your father? How many years has he had heart disease?" "Doctor, I don't know," Zhou Zheng replied. The doctor's tone grew somewhat sharp. "How can you as his son know nothing at all?" Dark lines once again crossed Zhou Zheng's face. "Doctor, I've already said it. I really am not his son, nor his godson. I don't even know this old gentleman." The middle-aged doctor looked utterly puzzled. "You don't know him, so why were you rescuing him on the street? Without you performing CPR, he probably wouldn't still be alive." Zhou Zheng waved a hand dismissively. "I just happened to come across him on the road. I couldn't just watch and let him die." Hearing this, the doctor couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. "Young man, your sense of duty is truly extraordinary. But I advise you to find a way to contact the old man's family as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary disputes." Zhou Zheng thought that made sense, but he did not know this old man at all. How was he supposed to notify the family? Seeing his troubled expression, the experienced middle-aged doctor offered a solution. "Check whether the old gentleman has any identification in his pockets." Zhou Zheng nodded, searched the old man's clothes, and found an ID card and a mobile phone. The phone wasn't locked. Zhou Zheng opened the call log, found a number that had contacted the old man recently, and dialed it. In the small conference room of the Jiangbei City government, the place was packed, heads crowded together. Most of the attendees wore uniforms, some from the police bureau, some from the court, and others from the procuratorate. At the center of the rostrum, the deputy mayor in charge of political and legal affairs, Yang Zishan, sat in his chair, speaking confidently. Beside him sat several leading cadres of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee, along with high-ranking figures from the police bureau in white shirts and the heads of the procuratorate and the court. The meeting was not even halfway through when Yang Zishan's secretary hurried up onto the rostrum with a mobile phone in hand. "Deputy Mayor Yang, it's your phone." Yang Zishan immediately frowned. When he was holding a meeting, he most despised being interrupted, even by his own chief secretary. He switched off the microphone, lowered his voice, and said sternly, "You take it. Whatever it is can wait until I finish." Seeing the displeasure on Yang Zishan's face, the secretary broke into a cold sweat down his back. "But this call had to be taken. It's from the old master," he stammered. Yang Zishan hesitated for a moment, then decided to interrupt the meeting after all. The old man was advanced in years and lived alone. Though his health was still fairly strong, one could never be sure when something serious might happen. He stepped down from the rostrum, walked out to the doorway, and answered the call. "Hello, Dad." But a stranger's voice came through the receiver instead. "Hello, is the owner of this phone number your father?" Zhou Zheng asked. Frowning, Yang Zishan did not answer directly. Instead, he asked, "Who are you? Where's the old master?" "I'm just a passerby." "The old master suddenly suffered a heart attack and collapsed on the street," Zhou Zheng replied. Yang Zishan's heart leapt into his throat. "How is he? Is it serious?" "His life isn't in danger for the moment. We're on the way to First Central Hospital right now. You should come quickly." "All right, thank you." Yang Zishan instructed his secretary to tell his daughter to go to the hospital first to see her grandfather, while he would wrap up the meeting briefly before heading over. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Zhou Zheng arrived at the first municipal hospital. He helped the orderlies wheel the old man into the emergency room. The hospital staff urged him to handle admission and payment. Zhou Zheng did not hesitate. He completed the admission procedures for the old man, put down a 10th yuan deposit, and ran back and forth taking care of various formalities. Catching his breath at last, he saw that it was getting late. He still had to go back to the spot where the old man had collapsed to retrieve his electric scooter, or he would be late for work. Without waiting for the old man's family, Zhou Zheng left the hospital, hailed a taxi, and disappeared into the flow of traffic. A pink BMW Mini sped to a halt at the entrance of the hospital. In the driver's seat sat an elegant, capable woman with ear-length short hair and light makeup on her face, her expression filled with anxious urgency. Just moments ago, her father's secretary had called to say that her grandfather had suffered a sudden heart attack and had been taken by a kind passerby to Jiangbei First Hospital. Yang Tingting, a supervisor in the design and R&D department of a lingerie company, had not even taken the time to request leave. She had bolted straight out of the office, taken the elevator down to the underground parking lot, and rushed to drive out. Her grandfather had doted on her since she was a child, so worry churned in Yang Tingting's heart. She was so distraught that she even forgot to change her high heels for flats before driving. In a state of constant dread, she finally arrived at the hospital. After parking the car, she ran toward the emergency room in a daze. Her high heels slipped on her feet, and she nearly twisted her ankle. When she reached the resuscitation room, she found it empty. She located a doctor and asked about it. The doctor told her that the elderly man who had been brought in had been saved in time by a passerby, had now passed the critical stage, and had been transferred to the ICU for observation. Only then did Yang Tingting finally breathe a sigh of relief. She collapsed onto a bench in the corridor, feeling as if all the strength had drained from her body. At that moment, Yang Zishan finally arrived with his secretary carrying a briefcase, hurrying along behind him. Tingting, have you seen your grandfather? How is the old man's condition right now? The composure and spirited confidence Yang Zishan had shown in his meeting were gone. His face was filled only with boundless worry. Yang Tingting shook her head. Yang Zishan's heart gave a sudden lurch, a vague sense of foreboding rising within him. Dad, Grandpa is not in any danger. He's been sent to the ICU for observation, that's what the doctor told me. Yang Zishan glared at his daughter. This child, speaking in half-finished sentences, had almost frightened him out of his wits. Yang Tingting continued, the doctor also said that if that passerby hadn't treated Grandpa in time, the outcome might have been very grim. A passerby. The word stirred Yang Zishan's memory of that unfamiliar voice on the phone. The caller had sounded very young. Had his father been saved by a young man? Dad, we still don't know who saved Grandpa. He already left. The doctor said that kind-hearted man even put down a 10,000 yuan deposit for Grandpa's hospitalization. He really is a good person. Dad, we must properly thank him. Yang Zishan nodded. Of course we should thank him. When I meet him, I'll definitely express my gratitude in person, and also, we'll return that 10,000 yuan hospital deposit to him as well. The latter words were directed at his secretary. Yes, Vice Mayor Yang, the secretary quickly replied. But what if he did a good deed without leaving his name and never appears again? Yang Tingting voiced her concern. Yang Zishan chuckled softly. No, that won't happen. If that kind-hearted person doesn't show up tomorrow, then I'll find a way to track him down. Not only will I thank him face to face, I'll also present him with a silk banner in appreciation. Tingting, come on, let's go wait outside the ICU. Meanwhile, Zhou Zheng had taken a taxi back to the spot where the old man had collapsed to retrieve the electric scooter he had left by the curb. After paying the taxi fare, he was relieved to see that the scooter was still parked by the curb. It seemed that the surveillance camera towering nearby had discouraged would-be thieves from making a move. Just then his phone rang. He took it out and saw that the caller ID showed his mentor from the police station, Lu Jianjun. Zhou Zheng answered the call. Hello, Master. Xiao Zhou, do you realize you're on duty tonight? I know. Then why aren't you here yet? There are only 10 minutes left before your shift starts. Master, I'm on my way. I'll be there soon. Alright, got it. Hurry up, don't miss out on participating in the Master, aren't I just on duty tonight? What operation are you talking about? Beep, beep, beep. Lu Jianjun had already hung up the phone. Bewildered, Zhou Zheng mounted his electric scooter and headed toward the Qiaobei police station. Luck was on his side. Along the way there was no traffic, and all 4 intersections he passed were green lights. Dusty and travel-worn, he arrived at the Qiaobei police station. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw a dozen or so officers gathered in small groups chatting together. Zhou Zheng thought to himself that since his mentor Lu Jianjun had mentioned a mission, judging from this scene, it was no small operation. Just as he parked his scooter, Lu Jianjun spotted him from afar, shouting and waving him over. Xiao Zhou, Zhou Zheng, over here, over here. Zhou Zheng trotted over eagerly. Master, I'm here. You brat, you're usually so proactive. How come you were almost late today? I ran into a bit of a situation on the way. Zhou Zheng did not mention rescuing the old man. Lu Jianjun did not press him. His mind was fixed on joining that night's operation. Xiao Zhou, want to go and witness a big operation. What kind of big operation? Master, I saw a lot of colleagues gathered in the courtyard. Is there some major action tonight? Lu Jianjun rubbed his nose, speaking in a mysterious tone. According to the information we have, Huang Jie is likely to sneak back into Jiangbei tonight. Or he might already be in Jiangbei. Zhou Zheng was briefly stunned. Master, who is Huang Jie? Xiao Zhou, you haven't been at the station for long, so you may not have heard of Huang Jie. Still, you should sometimes look up wanted fugitives online when you have nothing to do. Huang Jie is a wanted criminal on the internet, classified as grade A with a reward of 100,000 yuan on his head. 4 years ago, he killed a man in a brawl and fled. He's been missing ever since. Enlightenment dawned on Zhou Zheng. Master, so tonight's operation is to set up an ambush and arrest the A-level fugitive Huang Jie. That's right. Lu Jianjun nodded. Xiao Zhou, do you want to take part? You've been at Qiaobei Station for several months now, always on duty or handling neighborhood disputes. It's time you saw a broader world. A thought stirred in Zhou Zheng's heart. Now that he possessed 20-fold luck, if he joined the operation, he might very well personally capture the A-level fugitive. At that time, he would not only earn merit, but also receive a reward. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Master, of course I want to go, but we're assigned to the night shift tonight. It's fine, come with me to talk to the station chief. Lu Jianjun led Zhou Zheng to the door of the chief's office, and Station Chief Hao Aigua and Deputy Chief Wu Tian were still refining the evening's operation plan. Hearing the knock, Hao called out, "Come in." "Chief Hao, Chief Wu He." Lu Jianjun entered the room with a silly grin. Hao Aigua shot him a glare. "Jianjun, if you've got something to say it quickly. Can't you see we're busy?" "Chief, please let me and Zhou Zheng take part in tonight's task as well." Hao Aigua said, "Aren't you two on duty tonight? Let the female colleagues in the household registration section handle the duty, all right. Steel of our quality ought to be used on the blade's edge, shouldn't it?" But Hao Aigua was unmoved. "Don't the female colleagues in the household registration section get to go off duty? And if something really happens, can they handle it? Jianjun, just stay in the station honestly and stop hatching schemes." Lu Jianjun's eyes rolled as he said, "Chief, how about this? Leave Xiao Zhou here and let me join the operation, all right." In a tone of earnest admonition, Hao Aigua said, "Jianjun, you're a veteran officer. Zhou Zheng is only a probationary officer without law enforcement authority. Besides, you're his mentor. What would it look like to leave him at the station alone?" "But Chief, enough, say no more. Wherever you are, you're still serving the people. I'll assign 2 more auxiliary officers to stay with you and Zhou Zheng. Guard the station well for me." Stepping out of the director's office, Lu Jianjun's expression was far from good. Just moments ago, no matter how he pleaded, Hao Aigua refused to allow him and Zhou Zheng to participate in tonight's operation. Sighing, Lu Jianjun lamented, "The director is truly unyielding. I almost knelt down to beg him, yet he still wouldn't let us go. He keeps insisting that we look after the family at the Northbridge station, but what is there to look at?" Lu Jianjun added, "It's just too hard to achieve merit. Such a rare opportunity is slipping away." Feeling frustrated, Lu Jianjun lit a cigarette and turned to see Zhou Zheng's calm demeanor, prompting him to ask, "Hey Zhou, why are you so composed? Don't you want to participate in tonight's operation? Don't you want to achieve merit?" Lu Jianjun pressed, "I tell you, if we can catch Wang Jie tonight, there's a high chance we'll receive a collective third-class merit award from above." "Oh my, isn't that just a guaranteed win? It's so tempting," Lu Jianjun exclaimed. "Zhou, aren't you excited?" Zhou Zheng smiled slightly. "Master, it would be a lie to say I'm not tempted. I also want to participate, but who made us work the night shift tonight?" Zhou Zheng explained. "The director also said, isn't it all about serving the people wherever we are? I think you should stop overthinking it. We will hold down the fort here. Who knows, we might still receive a call to catch a criminal or something." Lu Jianjun exhaled a heavy cloud of smoke, his face momentarily obscured by it. "Hey Zhou, at your young age you seem to take things lightly. Is catching an 11 wanted criminal not the same as being on duty here? The former is about taking the initiative, while the latter is merely waiting for something to happen. As a grassroots officer, what kind of criminals do you expect to encounter while on duty? I've been on night shifts countless times. I've never even caught a whiff of merit. Seeing others achieve merit is more painful than receiving a punishment myself." Lu Jianjun grumbled. At that moment, Director Hao Aigua and Wu Tian emerged from the office. "Director, it's nothing. I was just trying to reason with Zhou Zheng. Since he won't let us participate in the operation, I'm worried he might not handle it well." Hao Aigua glared at Lu Jianjun with a fierce look. "I think it's you who can't handle it. You think I'm not aware of what you've been saying. You've been complaining for quite a while. I heard everything clearly. Jianjun, I'm not saying you're not experienced, but you're not as perceptive as the newcomer Zhou Zheng. What's with your bad attitude? Zhou, let me tell you, your master is fine in many ways, but he is petty and loves to complain. Don't learn this from him." Zhou Zheng quickly tried to smooth things over. "Director, actually my master didn't say much. He likes to talk." Zhou Zheng started, but the director interrupted him. "All right, you two go do your jobs now. Wu and I need to lead the operation. Let me see you off." Lu Jianjun said, still not giving up. Hao Aigua ignored him and instructed Deputy Director Wu Tian to gather the officers for tonight's operation. The officers were eager and wore relaxed expressions. With so many going on the operation, as long as they could find Huang Jie, catching him would be a piece of cake. Moreover, the criminal investigation team would also send personnel to assist with the operation. After discussing the plan and dividing into groups, the team departed in 2 civilian vans, leaving Lu Jianjun enviously watching them go. The courtyard of the Northbridge police station fell silent. Zhou Zheng, Lu Jianjun, and 2 auxiliary officers exchanged glances. Aside from Zhou Zheng, everyone else bore a gloomy expression. "All right, let's stop staring at each other. Let's get on with our tasks. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, go wait in the office." Lu Jianjun instructed. "Zhou Zheng, come with me to the dispatch room. We're stuck here for the night." As Lu Jianjun grumbled, he led Zhou Zheng into the dispatch room and slumped into an office chair. Zhou Zheng sat upright in his chair, staring at the phone on the desk. "Xiao Zhou, there's no need to stare at the phone. Our Northbridge jurisdiction isn't large and the public order is relatively good. Generally, nothing much happens," Lu Jianjun advised before pulling out some cold medicine and swallowing it with water. After taking the medicine, Lu Jianjun felt drowsy. He had initially wanted to participate in the evening's operation, but since he no longer needed to go, he didn't have to worry about anything. Zhou Zheng opened his computer. With nothing to do, he started browsing the profiles of fugitives on the internal. Lu Feng, male, 36 years old, ID number. Wanted for breaking and entering, brutally killing the owner and his family. Currently on the run with a reward of 1,000 yuan. Zhou Zheng read. Wei Gang, male, 40 years old, killed a woman in the Beilepu community. A Wei Gang is a suspect with a reward of 5,000 yuan. He continued. Huang Jie, male, 35 years old, involved in a fight that resulted in 1 death and several injuries. A reward of 1,000 yuan. Zhou Zheng felt a spark. If he could catch these fugitives, it would not only rid the community of harm, but also earn a reward. Talk about hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. A moment later, Zhou Zheng shook his head. Nationwide, there were countless fugitives, but if they were so easy to catch, they wouldn't be on the wanted list. As the night deepened, Zhou Zheng continued to browse the profiles of fugitives on the computer. Meanwhile, Lu Jianjun was already so sleepy, he could barely keep his eyes open. Xiao Zhou, this cold medicine is really potent now. I can't take it anymore. I'm about to fall asleep. I'm going to catch a nap in the office. If anything comes up, just call me. Sure thing, master, you go ahead. Lu Jianjun stood up and wobbled out. Just then, Zhou Zheng's phone rang. The screen showed that the call was from Chu Yunyao. Zhou Zheng's heart jumped. Could something have happened to Chu Yunyao? He quickly answered the call. Yunyao. Hey Zhou Zheng, are you busy? I'm on night duty, not busy. Yunyao, why are you still awake this late? I'm about to sleep. Zhou Zheng, I have good news for you. A decent company in the city looked at my resume and informed me to go for an interview tomorrow. Really? Congratulations. Hehe, it's not a big deal. If all goes well, I should start working in the next few days, but I won't get paid until next month. Yunyao, it's alright. I still have some money here, enough for our living expenses for now. Zhou Zheng, I feel bad for always spending your money. What's there to feel bad about? We are husband and wife. Isn't it natural for a wife to spend her husband's money? If you really feel bad, how about giving me some rewards? What kind of rewards, eh? Like kisses, hugs, and being lifted up high. Huang Jie had gotten into a fight over trivial matters on the street years ago, stabbing several people before fleeing. He escaped to a remote mine in another province, a secluded place far removed from the emperor's reach, making it an excellent hiding spot. Huang Jie spent 5 years in the mine, too afraid to leave or contact his family and friends. He had no idea whether the people he stabbed were alive or dead. All he knew was that he was in trouble, and being caught by the police would certainly land him in prison. At first, he lived in constant fear, always imagining that one day the police would come knocking at his door. 5 years passed, and Huang Jie remained safe and sound. Gradually, he felt that his troubles should have settled by now. In recent days, he could no longer hold back. With a deep breath, he returned to Jiangbei. On a whim, he decided to visit the police station to inquire whether he had a criminal record. Zhou Zheng looked at the man's face, momentarily stunned. It seemed familiar. In a flash, he recalled the wanted fugitive he had just seen online. This person resembled the A-level wanted criminal Huang Jie. Didn't Director Hao take people to capture this guy? How did he end up at the police station turning himself in? Did he have such audacity? It was a bit hard to believe. Could it be that the person in front of him was not Huang Jie, but merely someone who looked very much like him? Zhou Zheng's mind raced, unable to comprehend. He decided to keep him calm and ascertain his true identity. Officer. Huang Jie sat in the chair looking around anxiously. Seeing Zhou Zheng ignore him, he repeated himself. Comrade, please tell me what you need. Officer, it's like this. A friend of mine asked me to come to the police station to check if he has a criminal record. Your friend sent you to the police station to check if he has a criminal record. Zhou Zheng recounted the story again, finding it somewhat unbelievable. In his few months on the job, it was the first time he had encountered someone inquiring about a friend's criminal record. Of course, the authenticity of this friend's existence was debatable. Zhou Zheng maintained a smile on his face. Oh, I see, that's easy to handle. Just tell me your friend's ID number, and we can find out quickly. Okay, my friend's ID number is 130. Huang Jie provided his ID number. Zhou Zheng entered it into the internal search system, and soon the information appeared. Huang Jie, male, 35 years old, resides at. ID number. Involved in a fight that resulted in 1 death and multiple injuries. Classified as an A-level wanted criminal. After carefully comparing the photo, Zhou Zheng's heart skipped a beat. It's this kid, it really is. A level wanted criminal has come to us voluntarily. It seems that 20 times the luck is indeed no joke. While on duty at the police station, such a golden opportunity fell into their lap. Truly remarkable. Officer, so what did you find out? Huang Jie still felt a bit nervous. After all, this was a police station, and the oppressive atmosphere made him feel anxious and uneasy. Zhou Zheng calmly said, We found out that your friend is named Huang Jie, right? Yes, that's right. No problem, he has no criminal record. Really, officer? Huang Jie's face was filled with joy. Of course it's true. As a police officer, how could I possibly lie to you? Zhou Zheng maintained a straight face, telling this fib with utmost seriousness. He needed Huang Jie to let his guard down, After all, a criminal responsible for one death and multiple injuries could be dangerous and might be carrying a weapon. Huang Jie felt an overwhelming wave of relief wash over him. After 5 years of living in fear and enduring countless hardships, it turned out he had no criminal record. All that suffering was for nothing. However, without a criminal record, he could live like a normal person. Thank you. Huang Jie stood up preparing to leave the police station. Wait a moment. Zhou Zheng stood up holding a notebook. Comrade, if there's nothing else, please sign here. We hope for your continued support of our police work. Sure. No problem. Zhou Zheng approached him with the notebook, taking a detour. This move seemed unnecessary as Zhou Zheng could have handed the notebook to Huang Jie from across the table. Huang Jie was lost in his joy, completely oblivious to these details. He took the notebook, bent his head, and was about to sign. Suddenly Zhou Zheng sprang into action, locking one arm around Huang Jie's neck and tripping him with his foot. Thud! He brought him crashing to the ground. Zhou Zheng had excelled in his police academy classes and mastered various combat skills, and with Huang Jie caught off guard, he managed to take him down with one swift move. By the time Huang Jie realized what was happening, he found himself pinned down by Zhou Zheng. Officer, what are you doing? Don't move him, just playing a little joke on you. Zhou Zheng continued to distract Huang Jie with words. The naive Huang Jie didn't struggle much at all. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Zheng pulled out handcuffs and cuffed Huang Jie behind his back. Click, click, it was done. Although the process didn't seem particularly thrilling, if Huang Jie had noticed Zhou Zheng's intentions earlier, whether he had resisted or attempted to flee, Zhou Zheng would not have captured him so easily. Zhou Zheng searched Huang Jie and found a 6-inch spring knife. He couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Luckily, he had caught this kid off guard, who otherwise dealing with him if he had drawn the knife would have been quite difficult. Hey officer, what's going on? Didn't you say you were just joking? Why have you cuffed me? Huang Jie, don't you know why you're being cuffed? Zhou Zheng questioned, holding the spring knife. Why are you carrying such a long knife? It's for self-defense. Carrying a knife is an illegal right. Well then. Zhou Zheng nodded, his gaze suddenly sharp. 5 years ago you were involved in a fight, repeatedly stabbing several people, resulting in 1 death and 3 serious injuries. You have the wrong person. Huang Jie is my friend, not me. Huang Jie desperately tried to argue, his face a mix of emotions. Zhou Zheng obviously did not believe his nonsense. Huang Jie, I see you were just fabricating a friend. Stop trying to argue. I know everything about you. I recognized you the moment you walked in the door. At this moment, Huang Jie regretted banging his head against the wall. He muttered to himself, if I had known, I wouldn't have come to the police station to inquire. I'm such an idiot. Huang Jie, do you think you could escape just because you didn't come to the police station? Our director personally led a team to stake out near your home. In short, now that you're back in Zhangbei, there's no way for you to fly away. After saying this, Zhou Zheng lifted Huang Jie from the ground. Let's go. Huang Jie's emotions were complicated, his eyes empty like a walking corpse. Zhou Zheng took him to the detention center and then returned to the office. In the office, Lu Jianjun had already fallen asleep, snoring lightly, while 2 auxiliary officers, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, chatted idly. Master. Zhou Zheng approached Lu Jianjun, shaking his arm to wake him up. What's wrong? What's happening? Master, I just caught Huang Jie while on duty. Who did you catch? The 11 wanted criminal Huang Jie. Lu Jianjun looked utterly incredulous. Xiao Zhou, you're not dreaming, are you? Upon hearing Zhou Zheng mention the capture of the 11 wanted criminal Huang Jie, Lu Jianjun's mind struggled to comprehend. Could it be true? How could they capture an 11 wanted criminal while on duty at the police station? Lu Jianjun clearly did not believe it. Xiao Zhou, are you feverish? Why are you talking nonsense? The director personally led the team to set up an operation in Huang Jie's Wang to apprehend Huang Jie. How could he possibly come to the Qiaobei station? Zhou Zheng understood that no matter how he explained, Lu Jianjun wouldn't believe him. After all, this matter seemed too fantastical. However, facts speak louder than words. Only by letting Lu Jianjun see Huang Jie caught with his own eyes would he believe it. Master, Huang Jie is handcuffed and detained in the holding cell. Oh, just take a look, and you will know if it's him. All right, we'll go take a look. Lu Jianjun replied, half convinced, then said to the 2 auxiliary police officers, Xiao Li, Xiao Wang, you 2 go to the alarm hall. It must not be left unattended. Lu Gu, we also want to see. The 2 auxiliary police officers were also surprised to hear that an 11 wanted criminal had been captured by Zhou Zheng. They also wanted to know if Zhou Zheng had indeed caught Huang Jie. You 2 don't need to rush, we'll tell you later whether it's Huang Jie or not. Xiao Zhou, let's go. Lu Jianjun insisted, pulling Zhou Zheng toward the holding cell. They arrived at the door of the holding cell, and Zhou Zheng swiped his card. The door opened automatically. They passed through another iron door and entered a room. Huang Jie had his hands behind his back, his wrists tightly restrained by handcuffs, and a sharp pain made him feel extremely uncomfortable. However, what was even more unbearable was the turmoil within his heart. He had walked into the trap himself, knowing that he would soon be serving a long sentence. Lu Jianjun stepped forward and asked, what is your name? At that moment Huang Jie was filled with despair and had no desire to respond to Lu Jianjun. He didn't even lift his head. Wow, this kid is pretty tough. Lu Jianjun didn't indulge him. He grabbed Huang Jie by the hair and yanked it upward, forcing Huang Jie to raise his head, revealing a pale face. Upon seeing Huang Jie's face, clearly Lu Jianjun instantly lost his composure. He had heard that there would be an operation tonight to capture the A-level wanted criminal Huang Jie and had done his homework memorizing Huang Jie's appearance. Thus he recognized him at a glance. This kid in front of him was indeed the A-level wanted criminal Huang Jie. I'm asking you, what's your name? Lu Jianjun shouted excitedly. Huang Jie, feeling hopeless, was resigned to his fate. He knew that even if he didn't answer, the police would eventually figure out his identity. My name is Huang Jie. What crime did you commit? 5 years ago I got into a fight and stabbed someone with a knife. Lu Jianjun released Huang Jie's hair. His face showed a mixture of surprise and confusion. Xiaozhou, this kid is indeed the A-level wanted criminal Huang Jie. However, how did you manage to capture him? Weren't you on duty at the alarm hall all this time? Master, it's like this. Zhou Zheng recounted what had just happened, leaving Lu Jianjun even more astonished, unable to close his mouth. Are you saying Huang Jie walked right into your hands? Yes, Master, Zhou Zheng nodded. Wow. Lu Jianjun was at a loss for words, feeling that this was utterly unbelievable. A wanted criminal on the run asking police officers if he had committed a crime. Not even a novel would dare to write it like this. Yet this situation occurred, and coincidentally, it happened to Zhou Zheng. One could only say that Zhou Zheng was truly lucky, as if the heavens were spoon-feeding him. At this moment, besides excitement, Lu Jianjun also felt a tinge of envy and regret. Just now he had been on duty at the alarm hall with Zhou Zheng. He had taken cold medicine and, feeling lazy, went back to the office to nap for a while, and the criminal suspect had come knocking. If he hadn't gone to the office, he too would have a share of the credit for capturing the A-level wanted criminal Huang Jie. Lu Jianjun shook his head, regretting it was too late. However, even though he hadn't contributed, Zhou Zheng was still his disciple, so he had to admit some credit. Xiaozhou, your luck is off the charts. I'm truly impressed. Let's go. We need to step outside and call the director to inform them not to stake out in Huang Jiazhuang anymore for the suspect. The director will be astonished to hear that you captured the A-level wanted criminal Huang Jie. Huang Jiazhuang, not far from Huang Jie's home. Xiaobei Police Station Chief Hao Aigua and the captain of the Municipal Criminal Police Team Meng Weiguang were hiding behind a large pile of firewood. All the police officers and detectives had spread out, lying in ambush around Huang Jie's home, ready to report to the two of them at the slightest hint of movement. Both of them were wearing earpieces, constantly monitoring the situation. However, 2 hours passed with no sign of movement. Hey, old, how is the information you received accurate? Why has there been no sign of Huang Jie after so long? Meng Weiguang couldn't help but ask. It should be accurate, right? The news about Huang Jie returning to Jiangbei City came from a street thug who wasn't exactly a good person, often drinking and gambling, and was a regular at the police station. He reported that Huang Jie had returned to Jiangbei City not out of a sense of justice, but for the reward of 100,000 yuan, thinking that, by telling the police this news, the reward would be his. Hao Aigua was moved by the thug's confident tone and believed him impulsively. However, as Huang Jie failed to show up for a long time, Hao Aigua was starting to lose confidence. Old Hao, who provided you with this information? Is it reliable? A concerned citizen. This kid used to play cards with Huang Jie often, so he shouldn't have mistaken him. Hao Aigua felt embarrassed to say that the information came from a street thug. Now he was in a bind, having to stick to Meng team. Let's wait a bit longer. Meng Weiguang nodded. Waiting is fine, but I'm afraid that kid might sense danger and not return home. Old Hao, how about this? I'll take 2 people to Huang Jie's house and talk to his parents to see if we can get any information. I think if Huang Jie returns home, he would contact his parents first, right? Hao Aigua felt this might not be a good idea. Meng team, wouldn't this alert the snake? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as the two were discussing, Hao Aiguo's phone set to vibrate rang. He took out his phone and glanced at the caller ID. His heart stirred. Why was Lu Jianjun calling? Could something have happened at Xiaobei Station? Meng team, wait a moment. I need to take this call. He quickly answered the phone. Hello, Jianjun. Director, Zhou Zheng. He. Lu Jianjun shouted excitedly on the phone, his voice sounding urgent and sharp. Hao Aigua's heart sank. Jianjun, take it slow. What happened to Zhou Zheng? Director Zhou Zheng caught a criminal suspect, and it is Huang Jie. Oh, thank goodness Zhou Zheng is fine, and he captured a criminal suspect. Only then did Hao Aigua feel a weight lift off his shoulders. What did you say? Hao Aigua suddenly reacted, losing his composure and shouting loudly. Zhou Zheng caught Huang Jie. Which Huang Jie? The A-level wanted criminal Huang Jie you wanted to capture tonight. Hao Aigua was stunned upon hearing over the phone that Zhou Zheng had captured the A-level wanted criminal Huang Jie. How could this be possible? He, along with Captain Meng Weiguang of the criminal police team, had deployed over 20 officers around Huang Jie's house, But after half the night, they hadn't seen a single trace of him. Zhou Zheng was on duty at the police station. How did he capture Huang Jie? Hao Aiguo was full of questions. Jianjun, you must be joking, right? Did you drink during your shift, you rascal? I tell you. Director. Lu Jianjun interrupted Hao Aiguo. What kind of drink could I have had? I've been a police officer for over 10 years, I wouldn't make such a rookie mistake. I know you don't believe me, I didn't believe it at first either. But Huang Jie was really captured by Zhou Zheng and is currently detained in our Qiao Bei police station's holding cell. Is that true? Hao Aiguo still couldn't believe it. I guarantee it's true. If you don't believe me, come back and see for yourself whether Lu Jianjun is fooling you. That's it, him hanging up. Hao Aiguo stared at the hung-up phone, hesitating, momentarily filled with doubt. Logically, Lu Jianjun wouldn't joke about such a matter. However, Zhou Zheng, a rookie officer capturing a level-wanted criminal during his shift, was absurd. Could it be that Huang Jie had undergone a spiritual awakening filled with remorse for his past misdeeds and voluntarily turned himself in at the police station? That would at least make some sense. If that were truly the case, then Zhou Zheng was really lucky. Old Hao, what are you daydreaming about? What should we do next? Why don't you share your thoughts? Beside him, Meng Weiguang, seeing Hao Aiguo lost in thought, urged him on. Meng, Huang Jie has already been apprehended. What did you just say? A look of surprise appeared on Meng Weiguang's face. Huang Jie has been captured. Old Hao, you and I have been here for half the night with the boys, and we haven't seen a single hair of Huang Jie. How can he have been caught? It's true, Captain Meng. I just received a call from Lu Jianjun at our Qiao Bei station. He was on duty with his apprentice, Zhou Zheng, tonight. He said that while on duty, Zhou Zheng caught Huang Jie. Meng Weiguang was both angry and amused after hearing this. Who is Zhou Zheng? Is he really that capable? Does he have some kind of duplication technique or something? How can a level-wanted criminal be caught during a shift at the police station? Could it be that Huang Jie has lost his mind and turned himself in at the police station? Old Hao, what time is it? And you're still making jokes with me? Hao Aiguo's expression was serious. Captain Meng, I'm not joking. I believe Jianjun wouldn't deceive me, he has no reason to do so. Then can you tell me how the level-wanted criminal Huang Jie was captured by the duty personnel of our Qiao Bei? Hao Aiguo shook his head. I don't know, Jianjun didn't elaborate before hanging up. How about this, let's head back to Qiao Bei station first, and see whether it was really Huang Jie that was captured. Meng Weiguang pointed towards Huang Jie's house, and asked, what about here? Are we just going to disband? What if we leave, and Huang Jie shows up? Wouldn't that be a missed opportunity? At this moment, Meng Weiguang still didn't believe that the duty personnel of Qiao Bei station had captured Huang Jie. How about we leave some brothers behind to keep watch here, and you and I return to Qiao Bei station? Meng Weiguang hesitated for a moment and nodded. All right, old Hao, will trust you this time. Then let's go. Hao Aiguo and Meng Weiguang each gave their subordinates some instructions. The two of them took a car and hurried back to the Qiao Bei station. Upon arrival, the main gate was already wide open. Lu Jianjun was waiting with a cheerful demeanor. Meanwhile, Zhou Zheng had an expression that was calm and unperturbed. The car drove straight into the courtyard, and Hao Aiguo and Meng Weiguang simultaneously jumped out. Lu Jianjun approached them. Director, you're back. Oh, isn't this Captain Meng? Hao Aiguo had a stern expression. You rascal have made some progress. You dare to hang up on me without explaining yourself. Where is he? Where is the so-called wanted criminal Huang Jie? If it's not Huang Jie, just wait and see. Lu Jianjun pretended to look aggrieved. Oh, Director, if you're going to say that, it really hurts my feelings. Why don't you trust me? Enough with the nonsense, hurry up. Don't you see that even Captain Meng is losing his patience? All right, Xiao Zhou, lead the way. Zhou Zheng nodded. Director, how? Captain Meng, follow me. Zhou Zheng led them to the holding cell. Pointing at Huang Jie, who was squatting in the corner with his head down, he said, Director Captain Meng, this is Huang Jie. Hao Aiguo stepped forward and said, lift your head. At this moment, Huang Jie had become numb and looked up at Hao Aiguo in a daze. Hao Aiguo was particularly attentive to the capture operation. He remembered exactly what Huang Jie looked like. With just one glance, he confirmed that the person in front of him was indeed the level-wanted criminal Huang Jie. Wow, it really is Huang Jie. Hao Aiguo was astonished, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. Captain Meng, did you see that? This person is indeed the level-wanted criminal Huang Jie. Meng Weiguang naturally saw it, as well, his face full of surprise. Old Hao, why do I feel like I'm dreaming? You have some talented people in your station. Without a sound, you managed to capture Huang Jie. The mission is complete. Notify the brothers stationed at Huangjiazhuang to withdraw. Although this operation turned out to be a wild goose chase without encountering Huang Jie. However, with the east not shining the west, did a Zhou Zheng from the Qiao Bei station had captured Huang Jie, so the mission wasn't a failure. Jianjun, you truly weren't joking with me. This kid is Huang Jie, you've made a contribution. Lu Jianjun waved his hand, feeling shy, and said, Director, you're overpraising me. Huang Jie was not captured by me, it was all done by Xiao Zhou alone. Huh. Weren't you both on duty together? Right, tell us, how did you capture Huang Jia? It's a long story, or I think we should go to the office to discuss it. The group arrived at the office and Lu Jianjun said, Huang Jia was captured by Zhou Zheng alone. Let Xiao Zhou explain it himself. Zhou Zheng, facing Hao Aigua and Meng Weiguang, didn't show any signs of timidity and calmly narrated the process of capturing Huang Jia. After hearing it, everyone was momentarily speechless. In their hearts they praised Zhou Zheng's cleverness and envied his luck. Good heavens! It was as if the heavens were sending him accolades. Xiao Zhou, well done. You're still in your probation period, yet you've captured a level-wanted criminal in just 3 months at the police station. I've been in the force for so many years and have never seen an apprentice officer as outstanding as you. Zhou Zheng waved his hand and humbly said, Director, how I just happened to be lucky, that's all. Hey, you shouldn't say. Nearby Meng Weiguang couldn't help but speak up. A great man once said, whether a cat is black or white, it's a good cat as long as it catches mice. Similarly, regardless of the method used, a police officer who captures criminals is a good police officer. Luck is also a part of strength. Captain Meng is right. Hao Aigua was particularly happy Zhou Zheng had made a contribution, and this honor also belonged to the Qiaobei station. Xiao Zhou, you've achieved such a great feat. Barring any surprises, you'll likely be promoted from probationary officer early. Moreover, I think Zhou Zheng deserves at least a second-class merit. Meng Weiguang also said enviously. Meng Weiguang said to Hao Aigua with envy, Old Hao, Zhou Zheng has captured a level-wanted criminal and achieved merit. The performance assessment for the Qiao police station this quarter has been exceeded. Your position in the hearts of the leaders in Qiao North will also rise. Having a fortunate figure like Zhou Zheng is truly enviable. Hao Aigua felt a bloom of joy in his heart, yet maintained a tense exterior as he waved his hand, saying, Captain Meng, you flatter me, you flatter me. Meng Weiguang glanced at the wall clock. It was already past 2 in the morning. He stood up and said, All right, I won't say much more about congratulations. Please hand over Huang Jia to our criminal investigation team. They'll take him back to the station for an overnight interrogation. Hao Aigua thought for a moment. Huang Jia would have to be handed over to the criminal investigation team sooner or later. Since Meng Weiguang was present, it was fine to transfer the suspect now. All right. He also stood up. So Jianjun and Xiao Zhou go handle the transfer procedures. Sure thing. Zhou Zheng handed Meng Weiguang a spring knife packed in a transparent evidence bag. Captain Meng, this spring knife was found on Huang Jia. I suspect it is the weapon he used 5 years ago to Meng Weiguang took the spring knife, and his eyes lit up. Good. If this knife truly is the weapon he used, it will save our criminal investigation team a lot of work. What the? Lu Jianjun saw such a long spring knife hidden on Huang Jia and couldn't help but change his expression, asking with concern, Xiao Zhou, are you hurt? No. Zhou Zheng waved his hand confidently and said, Huang Jia didn't have the chance to draw the knife before I subdued him. Not hurt? How could it be that you weren't hurt? It's impossible that you aren't hurt. Hao Aigua was suddenly raised. The suspect Huang Jia is extremely vicious, carrying such a long spring knife. Xiao Zhou fought him alone and subdued him. The process was too dangerous. Jianjun, take Xiao Zhou to the hospital for a checkup after this. If he needs to be hospitalized, then arrange for that. I really have no problem, Chief, no need to go. Zhou Zheng's words were cut short as Lu Jianjun tugged at his arm and gestured for him to stop talking. Sure, got it, Chief. You can rest assured. Lu Jianjun flashed a knowing expression at Hao Aigua. Meng Weiguang acted as if he hadn't heard anything, signed the transfer form, and looked up to say, Old how the transfer procedures are completed. They'll take the person away now, see you. All right then, Captain Meng, let me see you off. No need. Hey, Captain Meng, there's no need for form. Hao Aigua insisted on escorting Meng Weiguang to the yard with Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun following behind. At that moment, the sound of a car roaring in the distance grew closer, and the police and criminal investigators stationed at Huangjia village returned. Cars couldn't enter the yard, so they parked outside the gate of the Qiao North police station. The police and criminal investigators got out, gathering in small groups, discussing as they walked. Hey, I heard that the level-wanted criminal Huang Jia has been captured. Is that true? Really? Who did you hear it from? Lu Jianjun from our station said it in the group. What? Was the suspect caught by him? No, it was his apprentice, Zhou Zheng, who caught him. Who is Zhou? I've never heard of him. Zhou Zheng is a probationary officer who just joined our Qiao North station not long ago. What the? A rookie caught in a level-wanted criminal. Is he that capable? Jianjun said in the group that during Zhou Zheng's shift, the level-wanted criminal Huang Jia came to the police station to inquire about his criminal record, and Zhou Zheng recognized him, and that's how he got caught. What the? Isn't Zhou Zheng just lucky? The level-wanted criminal just walked in during his shift. That's incredible luck. Sigh. Comparing people can be infuriating. We've been lurking in Huangjia village all night without seeing anyone, and Zhou Zheng just sat in the station and earned this credit. How can we compare? Isn't it just luck? A probationary officer who hasn't even fully matured, what's the big deal? Look at you being so sour. If you have the ability, why don't you catch a level wanted criminal? The last time our Chiao North Station caught a level wanted criminal was over a year ago. Let me tell you, Zhou Zheng has achieved great merit. He will soon skip the probation period and be promoted to a formal officer, and a second-class merit is in the bag. Who knows, he might even get first-class merit. If I had known, I wouldn't have participated in the operation today. I should have stayed at the police station with Zhou Zheng. Maybe I could have earned merit with him. You're thinking too much. Jianjun was on duty with Zhou Zheng. He took cold medicine and couldn't keep his eyes open, so he went to the office for a nap. Just in that moment, the suspect showed up. I say this credit was a gift from the heavens to Zhou Zheng. Others can't even share it. Alright, stop talking. The chief is in the yard. Everyone entered the yard and stood properly in front of Hao Aigua and Meng Weiguang. Meng Weiguang said, "Old Hao, it's getting late, and we need to interrogate Huang Jie overnight. I'll take my brothers back to the station now." "Alright, take care on the way." Meng Weiguang waved his hand, instructing someone to remove Huang Jie's handcuffs and return them to Zhou Zheng, then replace them with new handcuffs and leg chains before escorting him into the police car. After watching Meng Weiguang leave, Hao Aigua turned to the officers in the yard and said, "Thank you all for your hard work today. Although we made a fruitless trip to Huangjia village, Huang Jie was still captured. It's late, everyone can disperse and go rest now." After Hao Aigua finished speaking, he turned to leave. "Hey chief, did Huang Jie really get caught by Zhou Zheng?" a police officer asked. Before Hao Aigua could speak, Lu Jianjun couldn't help but say, "Of course it was my apprentice, Zhou Zheng, who caught him. Didn't you see Captain Meng from the criminal investigation team take Huang Jie away just now, eh? Jianjun, is everything you said in the group true?" "Of course, do you think Lu Jianjun would joke about such matters? If you don't believe it, let the team leader say it." Hao Aigua nodded. Huang Jie was indeed captured solely by Xiao Zhou. I also saw the message Jianjun sent in the group, or it was roughly like that. Tomorrow morning I will report to the city bureau and commend Zhou Zheng. What the? Zhou Zheng's luck is indeed remarkable. I'm really impressed. Is that how easy it is to achieve merit? How does it feel like earning merit is as simple as drinking water? The police officers began whispering to each other, filled with envy. "Jianjun." Hao Aigua waved at Lu Jianjun. "Take Xiao Zhou to the hospital for a checkup." "Sure thing, Chief Master, really no need. I'm fine." Zhou Zheng tried to decline. He was lively and had no issues, so why go to a hospital? Xiao Zhou, stop being stubborn. Listen to the chief. Lu Jianjun unceremoniously pulled Zhou Zheng into a car heading straight for Jiangbei City First Hospital. In the morning, as the sun began to rise, it cast a warm glow over the land, its gentle rays caressing the earth like the hand of a beloved. The sound of the phone alarm rang out, and Chu Yunyao opened her drowsy eyes, vaguely observing her surroundings, which felt both strange and familiar. She had set the alarm for her interview at a company that morning. Hurriedly, she got up to wash up. Unlike before, when she would sleep until naturally waking, she was still unaccustomed to being awakened by the alarm. After washing up, she took out some eggs, sausages, and slices of bread from the refrigerator, prepared them a bit, and made 2 breakfasts. She ate one and left the other for Zhou Zheng, thinking he would be finishing work soon. After finishing her breakfast, Chu Yunyao applied a light touch of makeup, rushed downstairs, and drove her Porsche Panamera to the Fanhai International Trading Company for her interview. Fanhai International Trading Company belongs to the Fanhai International Group, which is considered a mid-sized family business in Jiangbei, but it pales in comparison to the Chu family's enterprises. Under normal circumstances, Chu Yunyao would not have looked at such a company, but now, feeling financially constrained, she was willing to work for work's sake, and was no longer picky. The interview went smoothly. The interviewer from Fanhai International appreciated graduates from Qingbei University. "Miss Chu, you are impressive. We will report to the general manager, and if all goes well, you can start tomorrow." "Thank you." Chu Yunyao politely thanked the interviewer, and then walked out of the office. A small thrill of joy surged in her heart. She had finally found a job. At the same time, she found it somewhat amusing. The esteemed daughter of the Chu family was neglecting her own family business to apply for a minor department deputy manager position at a mid-sized company. "Yunyao." A familiar voice reached her ears as she waited for the elevator. Turning her head, she saw a man with slicked-back hair, dressed in a well-fitted suit, looking at her. With surprise, a golden Hermes belt buckle glinting at his waist. Wang Feng. Chu Yunyao furrowed her brow upon seeing the man. Wang Feng was a classmate from her high school days, and Fanhai International Group was his family's business. As a rich second-generation, Wang Feng had long coveted Chu Yunyao. After all, she was the school beauty, and more importantly, she came from a wealthy family and was an only child. If he could marry Chu Yunyao, it would be akin to climbing to greater heights, and her vast fortune would eventually be his. Although Wang Feng's family was rich, they could not compare to the Chu family. They were simply not on the same level. Objectively speaking, Wang Feng was not unattractive, and his family's wealth made him fairly popular among girls, yet Chu Yunyao simply did not like him. especially since Wang Feng had persistently pursued her since high school, which made her quite averse to him. Later, when Chu Yunyao attended university in the capital, Wang Feng had tried to contact her several times, but each time it was like a warm face meeting a cold shoulder. She had never given him any favor. This time, encountering Wang Feng at Fanhai International, Chu Yunyao, as usual, frowned and turned her face away. Yunyao? Yunyao. Wang Feng clearly did not care about Chu Yunyao's attitude. He called out to her twice and quickly walked over. Even when an employee nearby greeted him, he paid no attention. At that moment, his eyes were solely on Chu Yunyao. Yunyao, what are you doing here? Looking at Chu Yunyao's delicate face brimming with youthful collagen, Wang Feng nodded inwardly. His goddess was still as beautiful as ever, and he adored her. What? Is it not allowed? Chu Yunyao was quite displeased with Wang Feng, so her attitude naturally wasn't good. However, Wang Feng didn't mind. After all, he was used to being ignored by her, and he awkwardly smiled. It's fine, of course. Yunyao, meeting you is fate. Do you have time tonight to grab dinner together? A new Western restaurant opened on Taidong Road, and the food is quite good. They'll treat you to a French feast. Just then the elevator arrived. Thank you, but no. Without a second thought, Chu Yunyao coldly replied and walked straight into the elevator. Hey, Yunyao. Wang Feng was left dumbfounded watching the elevator doors close as the goddess vanished from sight, unable to help but smile wryly. She treated him just as coldly as before, showing no hint of warmth. However, this only fueled Wang Feng's competitive spirit. Despite having been with numerous girls, he still felt quite confident in himself. Chu Yunyao, no matter how much you try to avoid me, I refuse to believe I can't catch up to you, he murmured to himself. Back in the general manager's office, seated in the spacious and comfortable executive chair with his legs propped on the desk, Wang Feng could not help but envision Chu Yunyao's stunning face once again. Fanhai International Trading Company was a part of the Wang Group, and Wang Feng's father had entrusted this company to him to manage. Although he was the company's boss, he felt powerless regarding Chu Yunyao, leaving him somewhat frustrated. He could only fantasize in his mind. Just then there was a knock on the office door. Wang Feng jolted from his reverie, frowned, and said, "Come in." The door opened, and the head of the Human Resources Department entered the office. Mr. Wang, among the applicants this morning there is a very outstanding girl who graduated from Qingbei. Here is her resume for you to take a look. Wang Feng casually took the resume, glanced at it, and was taken aback to see the name, Chu Yunyao, prominently displayed. Chu Yunyao applying for a job at her family's company. This seemed unreasonable, right? The Chu family's business was much larger than the Wang family's. There was no need for her to take the trouble to work at Fanhai International Trading Company. Could it be a case of sharing the same name? Wang Feng looked at the resume again, confirmed it was indeed Chu Yunyao, and was left utterly perplexed. The princess of the Chu family would never work at a medium-sized enterprise. What was Chu Yunyao thinking? Mr. Wang, what do you think of this applicant? Should you interview her yourself? Wang Feng hesitated for a moment. No need. You inform this interviewee that she can start work at any time. She applied for the deputy manager position and her salary will be at the manager's level. Mr. Wang, this doesn't seem to comply with regulations, right? Regulations? Wang Feng stood up, clearly annoyed. I am the boss and my word is the rule. Understood, Mr. Wang. The head of human resources exited the office, and Wang Feng pondered for a moment before picking up his phone to dial a friend's number. His friend Hong Hao was a private investigator and was well informed about social matters. Hello, how's he? Help me find out something. Has anything happened with the Chu family recently? What? Which Chu family? There can only be one, and that's the Chu family of the girl I've been pursuing, Chu Yunyao. Hurry up, I'm anxious for the news. In the first hospital of Jiangbei City, in a single patient room, Zhou Zheng lay bare-chested, as Lu Jianjun wrapped bandages around him, circling and circling. Lu Jianjun brought Zhou Zheng to the hospital for a checkup, and he was in good health. However, there were several bloody marks on his back, which looked quite alarming. Thus he arranged for Zhou Zheng to be hospitalized. Master, those bloody marks on my back are from Guasha 2 days ago. They are not injuries from capturing Huangjia. Besides, the doctor said I'm fine, so please don't wrap me up with bandages anymore. Lu Jianjun waved his hand. The director said that if you can be hospitalized, then you should. Besides, you captured a vicious, level wanted criminal. How could you not have sustained any injuries? I think these bloody marks on your back are quite appropriate. No, master, even if I am injured, you don't need to wrap me up so tightly like a mummy. Ooh, I can hardly breathe. Zhou Zheng looked down at himself, all wrapped up like a zongzi, while Lu Jianjun continued to wrap him with enthusiasm, causing him to frown in exasperation. Just endure it. The director will report your capture of the level wanted criminal to the city bureau early this morning, and perhaps the leaders from the bureau will personally visit you in the hospital. Lu Jianjun drooled with envy. Little Zhou, this is both a merit and a reward. You can't complain about a little hardship now, can you? If it were me, I would be happy even if I were wrapped up like a mummy. All right, master, I can endure it, but please don't wrap my neck. You're even wrapping my mouth. Woo woo woo. Lu Jianjun chuckled awkwardly. Didn't I accidentally wrap your head too? I'll unwrap it for you. After finishing, the two of them, having not slept all night, grew somewhat tired, and each fell asleep. Uncertain how much time had passed, Zhou Zheng was awakened by the ringtone of his phone. He opened his eyes and looked at the wall clock. It was already past 9 in the morning. Groggily, he picked up the phone on the bedside and saw it was a video call from Chu Yunyao. He quickly rubbed his eyes and pressed the answer button. On the phone screen, the stunningly beautiful face of Chu Yunyao instantly appeared. Zhou Zheng, I have good news. I went for an interview at a company today, and the HR manager asked me to start work tomorrow. I found a job. Although it's not a big company, the pay is quite good. Really? Then I have to congratulate you. Yunyao, you really don't need to rush to work. I told you I can support you. Chu Yunyao brushed her hair back and replied with satisfaction. Zhou Zheng, I understand your intentions, but I can't just rely on your salary to live. Moreover, Chu Yunyao hesitated to say the rest. Zhou Zheng also understood that a monthly salary of 5,000 would barely support 2 people, but the quality of life would be very low. However, now that he had a system, he believed that living expenses wouldn't be a problem in the future. Yunyao, I had incredible luck yesterday. Oh, I won 16,000 in the lottery. Huh, is that true? Chu Yunyao looked surprised. Normally more than 10,000 would just be pocket change to her, but things were different now, especially since it was Zhou Zheng who won. Of course it's true. So how much did you spend on the lottery? 200. 200 for more than 10,000. Zhou Zheng, it seems you really are on a lucky streak. That's nothing. Zhou Zheng waved his hand, a hint of pride on his face. Last night while on duty, I captured a level 1 criminal. Not only did I earn merit, but I can also receive a reward of 100,000. Upon hearing Zhou Zheng's words, Chu Yunyao's face did not show joy, but rather concern. In her mind, all wanted criminals were brutal villains, and capturing them would naturally involve great danger. She asked with concern, Zhou Zheng, are you hurt? No. Then where are you now? No, I'm in the hospital. You say you're not injured? How could you be in the hospital if you're not hurt? Chu Yunyao complained, her fair face revealing a worried expression. Zhou Zheng, which hospital are you in? Which floor and bed? First hospital of Zhongbei, 6th floor. Yunyao, I really am not hurt, don't worry. I'm hospitalized because... Wait for me. I'll be there soon. Zhou Zheng suddenly noticed that 2 little stars appeared above Chu Yunyao's head in the video. When he tried to look closely, Chu Yunyao hung up the video call. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The first time he received a reward, a star appeared above Chu Yunyao's head. This time, however, there were 2 stars. Could it be that rewards also have levels? He wondered what kind of reward 2 stars could bring. But thinking about it, 2 stars must be more generous than 1 star, right? At this moment, Lu Jianjun also woke up. After sleeping against the wall in a chair for a few hours, he felt sore all over. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and patted his shoulders. Hey little Zhou, who were you on the phone with just now? I was talking to my wife. Oh. Lu Jianjun looked incredulous. Little Zhou, when did you get a wife? I remember when you first came to the Qiaobei police station, you didn't even have a girlfriend. Zhou Zheng smiled, but didn't explain. No wonder the beautiful officer in the household registration department, Jia, has been showing you favor. You were indifferent to her, because you were already married. You kid are quite the hidden gem. So is your younger sibling beautiful and reluctant to let us know? Lu Jianjun was very gossiping, chattering away. Zhou Zheng only smiled without saying a word. Little Zhou, look at you, you don't say anything about your wife, just silly smiling. Lu Jianjun found it boring since Zhou Zheng didn't engage in the conversation. He looked at the wall clock. Oh no, is it that time already? You must be hungry. I'll go buy something to eat. What do you want? Let's have some pancakes. Master, I can go, Zhou Zheng said as he sat up on the bed. You lie down properly. Little Zhou, you are an injured patient now. The director also said you shouldn't do any work. Lu Jianjun said as he walked straight out of the patient room. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Zhou Zheng thought Lu Jianjun had returned, thinking that master was being too polite by knocking. Creak. The door opened, and a charming figure walked in. It was Chu Yunyao. Yunyao, you're here, Zhou Zheng said, and wanted to get out of bed. Don't move, lie down quickly. Chu Yunyao placed the fruits she was holding on the table and hurriedly came forward, squatting in front of the hospital bed. Seeing Zhou Zheng's upper body wrapped in bandages, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but mist over. Zhou Zheng, how are you? Are your injuries serious? Yunyao, don't look at all these bandages on me. Actually, I'm fine. I just got a little hurt, and I'll be fine in a couple of days. Zhou Zheng anticipated that Chu Yunyao wouldn't believe him if he said he wasn't hurt, so he told a white lie. Really? I wouldn't lie to anyone but you. Look at me, I'm really fine. Zhou Zheng stood up and twisted his body a few times, looking like a big monkey. Chu Yunyao rolled her eyes. All right, I believe you. I'll lie down quickly. Zhou Zheng lay back down and said, Yunyao, don't squat, it's tiring. There's a chair beside you. Seeing that Zhou Zheng seemed to be fine, Chu Yunyao felt a little relieved and sat down in the chair. Zhou Zheng looked at the two green stars hovering above Chu Yunyao's head and couldn't help but want to receive a reward. Zhou Zheng extended his finger about to point at the stars hovering above Chu Yunyao's head. Suddenly a thought crossed his mind. Since multiple stars could appear above her, could 2 stars possibly upgrade to 3? Zhou Zheng's finger hovered in the air. Chu Yunyao asked in confusion, "Zhou Zheng, what are you doing?" Well, you have some dust on your face," Zhou Zheng said, gently rubbing his finger across Chu Yunyao's plump face full of collagen. He wiped away the imaginary dust. His fingertip felt smooth and delicate, as if he had touched a freshly boiled peeled egg. Chu Yunyao was suddenly touched by Zhou Zheng, causing her scalp to tingle and goosebumps to rise all. It seemed as if Zhou Zheng's fingertip was electrified, sending a tingling sensation through her, and 2 rosy blushes appeared on her fair face. Heavens! Zhou Zheng touched my face. Chu Yunyao felt a bit shy, even daring not to meet Zhou Zheng's gaze. As long as you're fine, I was worried about you for quite a while. What fruit do you want to eat? I can get it for you." Chu Yunyao's heart raced as she quickly turned away, pointing at the various fruits on the table. "Yunyao, why did you buy so many fruits? Where am I supposed to finish them all on my own? I usually buy fruits by the basket, and I can't change that habit overnight. Zhou Zheng, I've actually been trying to save money. All these fruits were bought from roadside stalls, not expensive at all." Zhou Zheng waved his hand. "Yunyao, that's not what I meant. Fruits will spoil if not eaten in time. It's better to buy only as much as you can eat." Got it, Zhou Zheng. "What fruit do you want to eat? Hurry and tell me." Zhou Zheng glanced at the fruits Chu Yunyao brought. There were quite a few varieties, including apples, pears, bananas, cherries, and more. "Are the bananas sweet?" Zhou Zheng asked. "They should be sweet." "Are the pears crisp?" "Yes, they are. This is a Corla fragrant pear." "Well, then I'll have an apple." Zhou Zheng blinked, his mischievous eyes a smile on his face. Chu Yunyao nearly stumbled at his roundabout words and shook her head. "You really are hard to deal with." However, having such a humorous husband made their time together much less dull. Chu Yunyao picked out the largest apple, took a fruit knife, and began peeling it. Her knife skills were excellent, peeling the apple skin thinly and evenly without breaking it. Zhou Zheng was also surprised. Chu Yunyao, a pampered rich girl, could actually peel an apple so perfectly. His eyes widened. As if sensing Zhou Zheng's confusion, Chu Yunyao explained while peeling the apple, "When I was young, my parents were very busy with their business and often didn't come home. Most of my childhood was spent with my grandmother. My grandmother was a very strong and simple person. She liked to do everything herself and disliked a life where a maid served her. I learned to cook and do housework with her from a young age, so peeling apples was naturally no trouble at all. Sadly, my strong-willed grandmother eventually ended up lying in the ICU, completely unaware, relying on various machines to sustain her life. Now that I've fallen out with my family, if my grandmother knew, she would probably worry about me." As Chu Yunyao spoke, she became a bit sad, her fair face full of grievance with tears welling in her eyes. Zhou Zheng was also moved. He silently vowed to cherish his relationship with Chu Yunyao and to strive to rise to the rank of police supervisor within 3 years, so that her parents would have no reason to stop them from being together. Of course, promoting from the bottom of the police force to a police supervisor in 3 years was akin to chasing a dream. It was nearly impossible. However, with the system backing him now, if he worked hard for merit, rising to the rank of police supervisor in 3 years was not just a dream. "Yunyao, don't be sad," Zhou Zheng said as he handed Chu Yunyao a tissue. "I think your grandmother wouldn't want to see you sad and in tears. I wonder where she is hospitalized. We should visit her when we have the chance." Zhou Zheng thought that Chu Yunyao's grandmother was also his grandmother, and since she was an old comrade of his grandfather, it was only right to visit her. "Thank you." Chu Yunyao took the tissue and wiped her wet eyes. "I'm sorry, Zhou Zheng, I lost my grandmother is in the ICU at the Beijing and Xia hospital. The medical conditions there are quite good, but it's not very convenient to get there." Zhou Zheng waved his hand. "What's inconvenient about that? With transportation being so advanced now, we can reach Beijing in just a few hours by high-speed train. How about this? Once I'm discharged, we'll go to Beijing together, and I'll accompany you to visit your grandmother." "Really? Of course it's true. Your grandmother is my grandmother too, and besides, she was very close to my grandfather, almost getting married. We're not strangers. Even without the relation to you, I should visit her." Zhou Zheng patted his chest as a guarantee. Upon hearing Zhou Zheng's words, Chu Yunyao showed a look of... Although she often went to Beijing and Xia Hospital to visit her grandmother, she usually went alone. Her parents always said they had business to manage and could only go twice a year. Perhaps they thought that spending money to keep her grandmother alive was enough to fulfill their filial duties. Chu Yunyao felt a much deeper bond with her grandmother than her parents. Zhou Zheng's willingness to accompany her to visit her grandmother made her feel both gratified and moved. "But I have to go to work tomorrow. Is it inappropriate to ask for leave so soon after starting?" Chu Yunyao suddenly had concerns. Zhou Zheng said seriously, "What's inappropriate? Family ties are more important than anything. If it comes to it, I can quit my job. Yunyao, when I said I would support you, it wasn't just a fleeting thought, it's the truth. Moreover, I now have the ability. I caught a level wanted criminal last night, and can earn a reward of 100,000 yuan. In the future, if I work hard and catch more wanted criminals, the rewards alone will be enough for us to live a quality life. Don't. Chu Yunyao suddenly felt a bit touched. Zhou, I understand your feelings for me, but catching wanted criminals is too dangerous. I don't want you to risk your life just to earn money for the family. Promise me you'll prioritize your safety first, okay? Seeing Chu Yunyao's anxious expression, Zhou comforted her. Yunyao, don't worry. I will act within my capabilities. Chu Yunyao nodded. Zhou, come, let's eat some apple. She cut a piece of apple that was neither too big nor too small and held it out to Zhou's mouth. Zhou didn't hold back and took a bite, chewing twice and then licking his lips. The apple fed by my wife tastes so good. Chu Yunyao's face turned red, but then she smiled brightly, seemingly enjoying Zhou's cheesy compliment. If it's delicious, eat more. Suddenly Zhou noticed that the 2 green stars above Chu Yunyao's head had turned into 3 blue. A star had appeared, one more, and its hue had shifted from green to blue. Could that mean the reward had just upgraded by 1 tier? Interacting with Chu Yunyao grants rewards if he did not claim them, and continued to engage with the reward level itself rise. The display seemed no different from a game's way of denoting item tiers by color. The novice rank was white with 1 star, a step higher was green with 2 stars, then blue with 3, perhaps the next tier would be yellow with 4 stars. Of course, these were only Zhou's deductions, yet he was almost certain of them. He munched the apple Chu Yunyao fed him, and pondered whether to claim the 3-star reward now, or wait and see if the reward could rise to 4 stars. At that moment, the ward door was flung open and a rough voice filled every corner of the room. Zhou, you must be starving. The roadside pancake stall near the hospital was driven off by the damn urban management. I had to walk miles to get these. Lu Jianjun, carrying 2 pancakes, looked up, saw Chu Yunyao feeding Zhou an apple, and swallowed the rest of his sentence. Zhou, who is this? In truth, Lu Jianjun had already guessed the identity of the elegant woman before him, but to ease the awkwardness, he asked, as if he did not know. Master, you're back? Let me introduce her. This is my wife, Chu Yunyao. Yunyao, Zhou pointed to Lu and explained, this is my colleague, and also my master Lu Jianjun. You can just call him Brother Jianjun. Chu Yunyao rose and extended her right hand with calm composure. Hello, Brother Jianjun. I am Zhou's wife. I've heard him speak of you often. Thank you for looking after him. Though Chu Yunyao neither knew nor understood Lu Jianjun, while she offered the customary pleasantries. No. Sister-in-law, please don't be formal. Don't stand on ceremony with me. The burly Lu Jianjun found himself flustered in the presence of such graceful poise. He grasped her hand briefly, then awkwardly withdrew it. He could never have imagined that Zhou would have such a beautiful wife. Clearly not an ordinary woman. Sister-in-law, would you like a pancake? He offered. Thank you, I'm not hungry. Would you like some water? Brother Jianjun, please don't be so formal with me. You are Zhou's master, we are not strangers. Lu Jianjun chuckled, trying to regain his composure. Yes. Lu muttered. Zhou has hidden this well. He's been with me for months, and I didn't know he was married. Zhou thought to himself, we only registered yesterday, but he kept that to himself. Chu Yunyao smiled lightly. Brother Jianjun, we only registered our marriage, we haven't held a ceremony. Perhaps he planned to tell you when we held the ceremony. Right, I understand. Lu grinned broadly, inwardly perplexed that Zhou and Chu had only registered without a ceremony, and feeling the need to let his disciple show off a little in front of his wife. He wondered whether their marriage was not very solid, and decided it was necessary to let his apprentice make an appearance in front of Chu Yunyao. Zhou Director Hao called earlier. He reported your capture last night of a level-wanted criminal Huang Jie to Bureau Chief Ma. Chief Ma was going to discuss with the leadership whether to award you first-class or second-class merit. When he learned you were injured in the arrest, he ultimately decided on a first-class merit. The Bureau is awarding you 20,000 yuan plus the 100,000 yuan bounty. My God, that reward is like 2 years' salary for you. Lu Jianjun had intended to boast to make his disciple look good before his wife, but as he spoke he found himself a little envious. Licking his lips unconsciously, Lu added, putting the money aside, the honor of a first-class merit is extraordinary. I've worked at Xiaobei police station for over 10 years and never seen anyone receive a first-class merit. This is truly unique to you. Moreover, you moved directly from probation to full status and became a third-level police inspector, skipping more than half a year of the usual path. Tomorrow at 10, Bureau Chief Ma will personally visit the hospital to present your first-class merit certificate and hold a rank bestowal ceremony. Zhou, as your master, I am truly proud of you. Lu Jianjun's effusive praise even moved Chu Yunyao, though she understood that a first-class merit was an honor no amount of money could buy. They joked that third-class merits were received standing, second-class lying down, and first-class by the family. Though that was a soldier's just first-class accolades in the police force were equally rare. Zhou Zheng was exceptional. What woman could fail to be enamored of such a man? If Chu Yunyao had only registered and lived with Zhou for the sake of a promise, since she had not known him well and thought him an ordinary probationary officer. Now her understanding of him had ascended a level. This young man was upright, sunny, and so competent that even his master felt envy. Most importantly, he treated her very well. Perhaps it had not been wrong to impulsively register with Zhou. He was, she mused, a stock with great potential. Zhou Zheng did not know the thoughts racing through Chu Yunyao's mind. He only blushed under Liu's praise and waved it off, saying, "Master, catching in a level fugitive like Huang Jie was actually just luck." Liu replied, "Xiaozhou, luck is part of strength." Director Hao and Officer Meng from the criminal squad led over 20 colleagues to stake out Huang Jie village, and they couldn't even glimpse him. That kid Huang Jie practically ran straight into your hands. I'd say heaven itself was feeding you. This credit was meant for you. It was impossible to avoid. Liu regretted and envied that if he had not dozed off while on duty, he might have shared half the credit. The thought left him a little rueful. Don't say another word. On duty from now on, I'm sticking to you like glue. If anything good happens, let me bask in the glow too. Alright, you two Chado, I won't bother you. We'll step outside for a smoke. After Liu left, Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao continued talking for a while. The stars above Chu Yunyao's head did not increase. They remained 3 in number. Zhou Zheng wondered whether a 4-star reward even existed. If it did, climbing from 3 to 4 would be no small feat. He decided to secure the prize for now. While Chu Yunyao was not paying attention, he reached out and made an invisible tap above her head. The 3 blue stars hovering there vanished. A system voice rang in Zhou Zheng's mind. Host has activated the 3-star reward. Congratulations, you have acquired the master-level acupuncture technique. Zhou Zheng activated the 3-star reward and obtained the master-level acupuncture technique. Instantly, fragments of knowledge about acupuncture surged into his mind like a burst dam. The overwhelming amount of information made Zhou Zheng's mind momentarily struggle to adapt, causing his facial muscles to twitch involuntarily. Zhou Zheng, what's wrong? Where do you feel uncomfortable? Chu Yunyao noticed the slight change in Zhou Zheng's expression and asked with concern. Zhou Zheng waved his hand. I'm fine, Yunyao. I just feel a bit dizzy, but might be due to insufficient rest. How about you close your eyes and take a nap? I'll stay here with you. No need for that, Yunyao. My master is here with me. You go ahead and do your own thing. Alright, then I'll go buy some ingredients to make you a ginseng and goji berry chicken soup to replenish your energy. I'll bring it to you in the evening. No need to go through that trouble. I can just order takeout. No way, takeout is too greasy and it's not healthy. In the evening I'll bring the chicken soup to you. That's settled. Chu Yunyao stood up without giving him a chance to argue. Zhou Zheng, that's it. I'm leaving now. Zhou Zheng turned and said, I won't see you off, but take care on the way. Chu Yunyao waved goodbye and exited the ward. Zhou Zheng only turned back after Chu Yunyao's graceful figure vanished from sight. At this moment, he had fully grasped the master-level acupuncture technique, and his mind felt much clearer. Various ingenious acupuncture methods, even lost skills, were all integrated, and he gained a certain understanding of human anatomy and diagnosis. Zhou Zheng studied it carefully. He discovered that the master-level acupuncture technique was not the highest rank. Above it was the grandmaster-level acupuncture technique. The master-level acupuncture technique could utilize 7-inch needles, while the grandmaster level could use 9-inch needles. Once one reached the grandmaster level, they were at the pinnacle. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng's heart stirred with some regret. If Chu Yunyao's 3-star reward had upgraded to 4 stars, would she have obtained the grandmaster level acupuncture technique? However, the reward had already been activated, and it was too late to regret now. In fact, Zhou Zheng's ability to master the master-level acupuncture technique was already at the top nationally. There were only a handful of practitioners in the country who could rival him in acupuncture. The few remaining were all renowned traditional medicine masters, elderly men with bushy beards who had dedicated decades to acupuncture and could barely use 7-inch needles. A young master-level figure like Zhou Zheng had no peer apart from himself. Zhou Zheng felt he should be content. Moreover, as a police officer, he didn't have an urgent need for the grandmaster-level acupuncture technique. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng discovered that the master-level acupuncture technique could be upgraded to the highest grandmaster-level acupuncture technique, but it required treating a certain number of people to qualify for the upgrade. Zhou Zheng turned over feeling a bit tired, yawned, and dozed off. Chu Yunyao left the ward, took the elevator, and pondered what other ingredients to buy to help Zhou Zheng recover. The elevator stopped, and Chu Yunyao followed the crowd out only to realize she had gone the wrong way, arriving at the top floor's ward area. She shook her head and was about to return to the elevator when suddenly an arm wrapped around her neck. Off. Chu Yunyao paused, her face showing a hint of annoyance, reflexively pushing the person beside her. What she touched was something soft. Then an exaggerated yet familiar voice came. You little rascal, how dare you attack this young lad's chest? Chu Yunyao focused her gaze and realized it was her good friend Yang Tingting who had her arm around her. She couldn't help but respond irritably. Tingting, how can you call me a rascal? You suddenly hugged my neck and scared me. I thought I encountered a rogue. Oomph. Yang Tingting rolled her eyes at her. Yunyao, I only hugged your neck. How can you say I attacked your chest? Are you jealous that I'm older than you? Oh dear, keep your voice down. Don't you worry about others laughing at you. Chu Yunyao knew Yang Tingting was always blunt in front of her and didn't intend to tease her back. She asked seriously, Hey Tingting, why are you at the hospital? Are you feeling unwell? Upon hearing Chu Yunyao's words, Yang Tingting's mood instantly soured. Don't mention it, my grandfather had a heart attack while taking a walk and almost. Is it that serious? Chu Yunyao was particularly close to Yang Tingting, and she had seen Yang Tingting's grandfather several times. That old man was quite amiable. Hearing that the old man was hospitalized for a heart condition, Chu Yunyao couldn't help but feel worried. Tingting, how is your grandfather now? Is he alright? He is out of danger now. He just got transferred from the ICU to a special care ward. It is fortunate that a kind-hearted person saved him yesterday and took him to the hospital on time, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chu Yunyao nodded internally, exclaiming, what a stroke of luck. In this day and age there are too few people willing to help strangers in need. Life is tough, and everyone fears being taken advantage of. For Yang Tingting's grandfather to encounter a kind-hearted person's assistance during his illness was indeed fortunate. Tingting, a kind-hearted person saved your grandfather. You must thank them properly. Of course, our Yang family will not forget their kindness. It's just. Yang Tingting's face showed. The kind-hearted person left before I arrived at the hospital. He even paid a deposit of 10,000 yuan for my grandfather's hospitalization. I'm really touched in this day and age. Such extreme good people are truly rare. Is that so? Chu Yunyao, upon hearing this, also displayed an expression of disbelief. Tingting, I think the kind-hearted person must have something to attend to. He wouldn't miss the chance to see you all again at the hospital, especially after paying a deposit of 10,000 yuan. Yang Tingting nodded. My dad said if the kind-hearted person doesn't show up today, he will find a way to locate him and express his gratitude in person and even present him with a banner. Chu Yunyao smiled and said, there aren't many who can make Deputy Mayor Yang personally present a banner, and the kind-hearted person will probably be quite excited when that happens. That's what they call good deeds being rewarded. By the way, which ward is your grandfather in? Take me to see him. Over there, Yunyao, follow me. Chu Yunyao followed Yang Tingting to a single patient room. Upon opening the door, a middle-aged female nurse quickly stood up. Aunt Lu, you keep doing your thing. I'm just bringing my friend to visit grandfather. The nurse nodded and quietly said, just keep your voices down. The old man just fell asleep. Chu Yunyao focused her gaze and saw Yang Tingting's grandfather lying on the bed, his pale face showing a hint of color. At that moment a figure moved and Yang Zishan entered. Tingting, how's your grandfather doing? Yang Tingting looked up at Yang Zishan and said, Dad, grandfather just fell asleep. Oh, let's go outside to talk. Yang Zishan cast a concerned glance at his elderly father lying on the hospital bed. Although the old man's complexion was still poor, his breathing was steady, and he seemed to be sleeping well. With a nod, Yang Zishan turned and walked out. Yang Tingting said to the nurse, Aunt Lu, please take care of Grandpa. My dad and I will be right outside. Call me if you need anything. Okay. Don't worry, Grandpa is in my care. Yang Tingting nodded and gestured for Chu Yunyao to leave the hospital room with her, gently closing the door behind them. Hello, Uncle Yang. Chu Yunyao greeted Yang Zishan as she stepped out. The Chu family, being one of the wealthy families in Jiangbei City, naturally had interactions with Deputy Mayor Yang Zishan. Moreover, since Chu Yunyao and Yang Tingting were good friends, the two families were quite close and familiar with each other. Yunyao, why are you at the hospital? Did Tingting ask you to come keep her company? Dad, what do you mean by that? Yang Tingting pouted, looking unhappy. I didn't call Yunyao. I ran into her by chance just now. Uncle Yang, what Tingting said is correct. I came to the hospital to visit a patient and ran into Tingting, which is how I found out that Grandpa is hospitalized. I heard from Tingting that Grandpa had a heart attack and was brought to the hospital by a good Samaritan, receiving timely treatment, and is now out of danger. Yes. Yang Zishan nodded. If it weren't for that good Samaritan, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He then looked at Yang Tingting. Tingting, has that good Samaritan arrived yet? Yang Tingting shook her head. No. Since yesterday when we came to the hospital, I have been keeping watch over Grandpa, and have not seen that good Samaritan. Yang Zishan frowned. This good Samaritan is truly selfless, doing good deeds without asking for anything in return. A whole day and night have passed. Logically speaking, even if he doesn't seek compensation, he would still want the 1,000 yuan deposit for Grandpa's hospitalization, as 1,000 yuan is not a small amount. Secretary Xiao Wu, seeing the boss frowning, wanted to alleviate his worries. Deputy Mayor Yang, how about I go to the Jiangbei daily newspaper and place a missing person notice on the front page, then notify the media to promote it online. Perhaps we can find this good Samaritan. Yang Zishan pondered for a moment and then shook his head. No, it's better not to make this too public. After all, my identity is sensitive, and finding the Good Samaritan this way might not be welcomed by him. How about this, Xiao? Will you go retrieve the hospital surveillance footage to find the image of that Good Samaritan and then find a way to locate him? I leave this matter to you. Can you handle it? Don't worry, Deputy Mayor Yang. I will definitely find the Good Samaritan as soon as possible. Secretary Xiao Wu nearly patted his chest in assurance. Regardless of whether there was confidence in completing the task assigned by the leader, one must not hesitate. They could always think of a way later, and perhaps the Good Samaritan would appear in half a day. At this moment, a doctor in a white coat approached. Is there a family member of bed 16? I am. Yang Tingting raised her hand to indicate. Doctor, when can my grandpa be discharged? The doctor couldn't help but chuckle. Miss, what are you thinking? The old man is only out of immediate danger, but his condition is not optimistic. What? The usually stoic Yang Zishan's face slightly changed. Doctor, what exactly is my father's Can you explain in detail? The doctor looked at the man before him, who was dressed unusually and vaguely familiar, and his eyes lit up. He excitedly asked, You are Deputy Mayor Yang. I am Yang Zishan. Yang Zishan waved his hand, signaling the doctor to be more discreet. Oh, I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor Yang. I've only seen you on TV before. This is my first time meeting you in person, and I lost my composure. My name is Yang Xing, and I am the Associate Chief Physician of the Cardiology Department at Jiangbei First Central Hospital. It seems we share the same surname. Perhaps we were from the same family 500 years ago. Yang Xing eagerly tried to get closer to Yang Zishan. Yang Zishan nodded slightly. Dr. Yang, can you tell me about my father's condition? Oh, yes. Should we go to my office? It's too crowded and noisy here to talk. No need, we can talk. Seeing a hint of impatience on Yang Zishan's face, Yang Xing dared not continue trying to get close, and hurriedly said, Your father has heart issues. Fortunately, he was treated promptly, and our hospital has managed to stabilize his condition. However, from the examination results, I found that your father has 2 blocked blood vessels in his heart. Although medication has opened a small gap, this is still a hidden danger, a significant one. Yang Zishan listened to Yang Xing's words, and his face gradually grew serious. Dr. Yang, do you mean those 2 blood vessels will block again in the future? Will my father still be in danger? Yes. Yang Xing nodded. Then, how can my father be complete? Dr. Yang, you are the Associate Chief Physician, you must have a way. With his father's life at stake, Yang Zishan could no longer remain calm. Deputy Mayor Yang, I really can't guarantee a complete cure. For now, the only option is to do a heart bypass surgery. But what? Dr. Yang, please speak. Yang Tingting, who was beside him, could not hold back any longer and urged him to speak. The old man is quite elderly, and his bodily functions have severely declined. Moreover, he has symptoms of hypertension. The risks of heart bypass surgery are too high, and I fear the old man may not survive until the end of the surgery. Yang Xing's words were quite clear. To eliminate the hidden dangers, a heart bypass surgery was necessary, but whether the old man could endure it was uncertain. Perhaps without surgery he could live for another year or so, but with surgery there's a possibility he might not make it off the operating table. Dr. Yang, is there really no other way besides surgery? Yang Tingting asked. Yang Xing thought for a moment. It's not just surgery, there is another method that could save the old man, but it's quite difficult. Then please tell us quickly. What method? Acupuncture. Using acupuncture to remove the blockages in the old man's blood vessels and clear them. Yang Tingting, being impatient, hurriedly urged, then arrange it quickly, Dr. Yang. Yang Xing sighed with a wry smile. Miss Yang, it's not that simple. If we want to treat the old man with acupuncture, the practitioner must be able to perform a 7-inch needle technique. Even the best doctors in traditional Chinese medicine can only manage a 4-inch needle. Dr. Yang, do you know any traditional Chinese doctors who can perform a 7-inch needle technique? Please recommend one to us. Yang Xing thought to himself that doctors capable of performing a 7-inch needle technique are incredibly rare, making them hard to find. Deputy Mayor Yang, to be honest, there are only a few doctors nationwide who can perform a 7-inch needle technique. However, they are all at the National Health Commission serving high-ranking officials. Yang Xing's words plunged Yang Zishan into deep thought. Performing a heart bypass surgery for his father carried too much risk. It was highly likely that the old man would not survive this ordeal. Only acupuncture could eliminate the blockages in the blood vessels without surgery. However, doctors skilled enough to perform the 7-inch needle technique were rare and considered national medical treasures. Only the health bureau in the capital could find such a master, but they served the high-ranking officials. Although Yang Zishan was a deputy mayor and held some influence in Jiangbei City, he was insignificant in the capital, a mere nobody. It is often said that one does not realize their low rank until they reach the capital. The national medical treasures who served high-ranking officials were not of a lower status than Yang Zishan. To seek such a person to treat his father was no easy task. To be honest, he didn't even have a connection. Yang Zishan couldn't help but grit his teeth in frustration. His father's heart disease weighed heavily on him like a mountain pressing down, making it hard to breathe. In a moment of desperation, Yang Tingting asked Yang Xing, "Dr. Yang, do you know any national medical treasures who can perform the 7-inch needle technique?" Before Yang Tingting could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Yang Xing, who repeatedly shook his head. "Miss Yang, you flatter me. As the deputy chief physician of a local hospital, I have no connections to such national medical treasures. To be honest, I've never even met one. Doctors of the level of national medical treasures are extremely valuable, ordinary people rarely get to interact with them." Yang Tingting felt somewhat deflated, her hands spread wide. "Then what are we to do?" Yang Zishan said earnestly, "Dr. Yang, is there any way to get in touch with a national medical treasure? If you can help me connect, I would be immensely grateful." Hearing such words from the deputy mayor, Yang Xing also wished he had a way to connect with the national medical treasure, but he lacked the capability and was equally anxious. Suddenly an idea struck him. Deputy Mayor Yang, our director Zhang, has attended seminars with by Xin Yin, who is a personal physician for a certain high-ranking official and is skilled at the 7-inch needle technique. How about I ask our director to see if he can reach out to Bai Lao? Upon hearing Yang Xing's words, Yang Zishan's eyes lit up as he urgently replied, "Where is your director? I want to speak with him personally." "Director Zhang is on a business trip, let me call him." Yang Xing took out his phone, called the director, and after a brief conversation hung up. "How did it go, Dr. Yang? What did Director Zhang say?" Director Zhang is aware that Deputy Mayor Yang's father needs the help of a national medical treasure. He is quite concerned and said he would contact Bai Lao immediately, but he cannot guarantee that Bai Lao will be available for treatment. Yang Zishan nodded. "Dr. Yang, regardless of the outcome, I appreciate the goodwill shown by you and Before long, Director Zhang returned the call. After hanging up, Yang Xing's expression turned grim. Yang Zishan's heart sank with a bad premonition. Sure enough, Yang Xing regretfully said, "Deputy Mayor Yang, I'm afraid it's unfortunate. Bai Lao, as a personal physician, has gone abroad with the official." "When will Bai Lao be back?" Yang Zishan asked. "At least a week, but according to Director Zhang, there are many people queuing for Bai Lao's treatment, including numerous influential figures in the capital." Deputy Mayor Yang, it seems that it will be quite difficult to arrange a meeting with Bai Lao. Perhaps we should think of another approach. Yang Zishan sighed and nodded dejectedly. "Understood, I will think of other ways. But thank you for your assistance." Yang Xing quickly waved his hand. "I can't take credit. I haven't helped at all. I feel quite ashamed, really." Deputy Mayor Yang, "There's a meeting coming up soon. What do you think?" The secretary Wu glanced at the clock and quietly reminded him. Yang Zishan nodded. Although he was worried about his father's condition, he could not let it interfere with his work. "Tingting, I need to return to work now. You take care of Grandpa. Don't stay up too late. There's a nurse here." "But what about Grandpa's heart disease? If not treated in time, it will be a hidden danger sooner or later." Yang Zishan pondered for a moment. "Dad will think of something. Yunyao, goodbye. Dr. Yang, goodbye." "Oh, Deputy Mayor Yang, take care." Yang Xing was taken aback. Chu Yunyao waved her hand and said goodbye to Yang Zishan. Yang Zishan, accompanied by Secretary Xiao Wu, vanished into the corridor of the hospital. Yang Xing also took the opportunity to leave. Only Chu Yunyao and Yang Tingting remained in the corridor. Yang Tingting, in low spirits, slumped onto a chair placed in the corridor. "Sai, how are we going to treat Grandpa's illness?" Chu Yunyao approached and sat beside her, patting her back. "Tingting, don't worry too much. Where there's a will, there's a way. Grandpa's illness will surely be cured." "I hope so." Yang Tingting knew that worrying was futile and could only comfort herself. Chu Yunyao chatted with Yang Tingting for a while. Being an optimistic person, Yang Tingting's heavy heart was somewhat lightened. "Hey Yunyao, you haven't said why you came to the hospital. Didn't I tell you? I came to visit someone." "Who are you visiting?" I'm visiting my husband." "What? Husband?" Yang Tingting's eyes widened in disbelief. "Yunyao, you must be joking. When did you get married? Aren't you the one without a boyfriend?" "Wow, Yunyao, how could you hide such a big thing from me, your good friend? Looks like I need to reevaluate our friendship." Chu Yunyao suddenly felt a bit shy. "Tingting, I only registered the marriage yesterday." "You registered yesterday? Was it that urgent? You can't be expecting." "Right," Yang Tingting said as she reached to touch Chu Yunyao's belly. Chu Yunyao twisted her body, dodging Yang Tingting's hand, and pouted. "You're the one who's expecting. Then why did you suddenly get married without even telling me? Isn't that a marriage of convenience?" "Oh, come on, Tingting, why are you saying such awful things?" "It's a long story." Chu Yunyao briefly recounted the circumstances to Yang Tingting. After listening, Yang Tingting's mouth dropped open in disbelief. "Yao Yao, oh my God. You married a complete stranger just for a promise. You even risked a fallout with your family and left with nothing." "Yes, that's exactly how it is." Chu Yunyao nodded in agreement. "You mean, you're actually living together? Did he take advantage of you? Have you two slept together?" Chu Yunyao gave Yang Tingting a hard shove. "Stinky Tingting, why are your words getting more and more inappropriate? We have an agreement, although we live together we sleep in separate beds. If we don't develop feelings in 3 years we'll go our separate ways. Yang Tingting gave a thumbs up, unsure if she was admiring or mocking. Yang Tingting was astonished to learn that her good friend Chu Yunyao had rushed into a marriage with Zhou Zheng to fulfill a promise. She had 1,000 words to say in her heart, but given that things had come to this point there was no use in saying anything, and she could only swallow her words. Yao Yao, no wonder your mother called me and asked me not to support you recently. I was baffled at the time and didn't have a chance to ask before she hung up the phone. Now I understand, it turns out you've fallen out with your family. Yao Yao, is it worth it to marry that guy Zhou Zheng for the sake? Looking at Yang Tingting's puzzled expression, Chu Yunyao smiled. It's not about worth, it's my principle in life. My parents froze my supplementary card to force me to change my mind, and don't want my friends to support me, all to put pressure on me to turn back. In fact, I didn't want to ask my friends for help at all. Oh, I have hands and feet, and can earn a living myself, and Zhou Zheng has a formal job. Alright. Yang Tingting nodded, and suddenly became curious. How old is that Zhou Zheng? What does he look like? Is he handsome? Chu Yunyao generously took out a photo from her bag, which was one left over from when they applied for their marriage certificate. Here, take a look. He is actually 3 years younger than me. Yang Tingting took the photo and saw Zhou Zheng's appearance. He was a sunny and handsome boy, without any beautification, yet he was on par with the stars on TV. In an instant Yang Tingting felt a flutter in her heart. No wonder Yao Yao was willing to fall out with her family to marry Zhou Zheng. This guy was exceptionally handsome. Yang Tingting actually wanted to act as a gatekeeper for her good friend. Oh, however, regarding appearance, she had nothing to criticize. Girls 3 years older can hold gold bricks. From the photo you two seem quite compatible. Yang Tingting said sincerely. Hee hee, he's alright. Hee hee, Yao Yao, you're out of breath just from me saying you're fat. Yang Tingting chuckled, and then asked what does he do for a living. Zhou Zheng is a police officer. Wow, a police officer. That sounds good, but I heard police salaries aren't high. Oh, I wonder if he can support you. Chu Yunyao rolled her eyes at her. Police salaries are indeed not high. I've said it before, I can work and earn money myself. I actually found a job, and will start working tomorrow. My goodness. Yang Tingting looked astonished. You really went to work. I'm impressed. Seems like your police husband can't support you after all. Who said that? Chu Yunyao suddenly showed a proud and happy expression. Last night, Zhou Zheng caught in a level fugitive. I heard he's getting at least a second-class merit and a bonus of 100 yuan. My husband is no ordinary person. Looking at Chu Yunyao's animated expression, she genuinely praised. Yang Tingting suddenly felt a pang of jealousy. Alright, as your good friend, I can only wish you happiness. Tingting, thank you for your blessing. Chu Yunyao said as she stood up. It's getting late, I should be going. Yao Yao, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Stay with me for a while. I need to go home and cook for Zhou Zheng, make some chicken soup to nourish him. Yang Tingting asked earlier, you said you came to the hospital to see Zhou Zheng. He's not injured, is he? Yang Tingting nodded. Last night Zhou Zheng caught some criminals and got a bit injured, but it's nothing serious. Then I won't delay you. Yang Tingting also stood up. By the way, which room is Zhou Zheng in? I'd like to visit him sometime and get to know him. After all, we are such good friends, and I don't even know your husband, otherwise people might think we are fake friends. Chu Yunyao told Yang Tingting Zhou Zheng's bed number. Tingting, I'll bring Zhou Zheng some food later. I'll contact you then to introduce him to you. Sounds good. Then I'm off. Yang Tingting watched Chu Yunyao get on the elevator, then turned and walked back to her grandfather's single-patient room. Nurse Aunt Lu sat in a chair watching the old gentleman in the bed, without blinking, showing great diligence. The old man was still asleep, his face slightly more colorful than before, indicating that his condition was temporarily under control. Seeing Yang Tingting come in, Nurse Aunt Lu hurriedly stood up. Yang Tingting waved her hand, signaling her not to make a sound, so as not to wake her grandfather. Seeing her grandfather safe, and even improving, Yang Tingting finally felt relieved. In the general manager's office of the Hanhai International Trading Company, Wang Feng was seated in a large and soft boss chair, leaning back with his feet on the solid wood desk. Holding a cigar in his hand, he took a puff and exhaled a large cloud of smoke that slowly dissipated in the air. Cough, cough, cough. A young man sitting across from him was choking on the smoke, coughing incessantly. Hee, Wang Feng chuckled, putting his legs down and tossing a Cuban cigar over. How's he try this? If you don't smoke, the smell can be quite irritating. Hong Hao took the cigar, but put it back on the table. Brother Feng, this thing is too strong. I can't get used to it. If I inhale it, I might as well ascend to heaven in one puff. Damn it, Wang Feng laughed and scolded. Who said smoking this thing means inhaling? Hillbilly. Hong Hao, feeling annoyed, waved his hand and took out a pack of Furong Wang from his pocket and lit it up. This one is much smoother. Wang Feng didn't press him further and took another puff of the cigar, asking, have you found out about the matter I asked you to check? Of course. Hong Hao exhaled a cloud of smoke and began to boast. Brother Feng, don't you know what I do? My nickname in the rivers and lakes is the all-knowing one. There's nothing that can escape my knowledge. Before he finished speaking, he was roughly interrupted by Wang Feng. Damn it. Why do you have so much nonsense? Get to the point already. Hey. I heard that Chu Yunyao had a falling out with her family, and her father threatened to sever their father-daughter relationship. Chu Yunyao left with nothing. What the hell? Is that true? Wang Feng was quite shocked by this news. However, thinking about it, the news should be true, otherwise Chu Yunyao, the young lady of a wealthy family, wouldn't have come to interview for a deputy manager position at his company. Howsy, do you know why Chu Yunyao did this? Brother Feng, I heard it's because she was willful and insisted on marrying a young police officer. It seems she really went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the certificate. What? Chu Yunyao married a young police officer. As Chu Yunyao's admirer, Wang Feng was struck by this news, his face darkening like water. After a moment, Howsy, help me investigate the situation of that young police officer who married Chu Yunyao. Brother Feng, you don't need to say that, I've already found out. That kid is named Zhou Zheng, a probationary police officer at the Qiaobei police station. The beloved goddess marrying a mere rookie police officer is something Wang Feng cannot accept. His chest heaved with anger, and he felt a desire to kill Zhou Zheng. Damn, how can anyone swallow the bitterness of their goddess being tainted by a small trainee cop? Howsy, help me find a few people from the underworld to beat that rookie police officer up at the hospital. Money is not a problem. In a fit of rage, Wang Feng made an irrational decision. Hong Hao, being the sensible one, advised, Brother Feng, calm down. That kid may be just a trainee officer, but he is still a police officer, right? People from the underworld only bully the common folk. Who would dare to attack a police officer? Wang Feng waved his hand confidently. A generous reward will surely attract brave men. They'll offer more money. I don't believe we can't find some desperate individuals. Hong Hao replied, Brother Feng, even if someone dares to do it, what happens after they beat Zhou Zheng? Beating up a police officer is no small matter. The higher-ups will definitely investigate. If things go wrong, it could lead back to us, and then no amount of money will settle it. Then what should I do? I'm suffocating here, don't you know? Wang Feng paced back and forth in the office, feeling irritated. Hong Hao thought for a moment and said, Brother Feng, your ultimate goal is to win over the eldest daughter of the Chu family, Chu Yunyao. Why not spend the money on Zhou Zheng, give him some cash, threaten, and entice him to leave Chu Yunyao? Moreover, there's an added benefit: you'll gain the gratitude of Chu Yunyao's parents. How so? Wang Feng looked up and inquired. Brother Feng, think about it. Chu Yunyao leaving the Chu family is largely due to Zhou Zheng, right? Her parents look down on Zhou Zheng and would love to see them separated. If you can accomplish this, the Chu family might actually support your pursuit of Chu Yunyao. Wang Feng pondered and thought, yes. The Chu family opposes the marriage between Chu Yunyao and Zhou Zheng because they look down on Zhou Zheng's status. After all, they come from different backgrounds. But I'm different. Although my family's business is much weaker than the Chu family, it is still quite significant in Jiangbei City, at least much better than Zhou Zheng, a mere police officer. If I can separate Chu Yunyao from Zhou Zheng, I might really have a chance to become the Chu family's son-in-law. With the alliance of the Chu and Wang families, once Chu Yunyao's parents pass away, everything will be mine. I would have both the beauty and the vast family fortune. Wow, just thinking about it makes me feel exhilarated. Wang Feng fantasized for a moment, his mouth watering. Howsy, you're right. Let's do this. Go investigate where Zhou Zheng is, and I'll talk to him personally. Once I become the son-in-law of the Chu family, Howsy, I'll make you the vice president. Brother Feng, does being a vice president look good? Is it flashy? I don't like older ones. Wang Feng was taken aback and then scolded. Are you filled with romantic films in your head? I'm making you the vice president, not telling you to act like one, you idiot. Hurry up and go, you won't miss out on the best. Thanks, Brother Feng. They'll go find out right away, you just wait here. Hong Hao agreed and happily walked out of the... He found a buddy who worked as an auxiliary police officer. He asked this auxiliary officer if he knew Zhou Zheng, the trainee from the Qiaobei police station. The auxiliary officer was taken aback and asked Hong Hao why he wanted to know about Zhou Zheng. Hong Hao replied, It's nothing, just fulfilling a request. Do you know him or not? The auxiliary officer said, Of course I know him. Zhou Zheng is famous now, in all the police stations in Jiangbei City, everyone knows him. Hong Hao was surprised and asked, For such a small trainee officer, what's his background? Why is he famous? The auxiliary officer said enviously, Zhou Zheng was lucky while on duty and captured in a level 1 criminal. The total reward and bonuses add up to over 120,000. If everything goes well, he might even receive a first-class merit. This, Hong Hao gasped. He thought, I didn't expect Zhou Zheng, this trainee officer, to be this impressive. He hasn't even been officially appointed yet, and might receive a first-class merit. He then asked the auxiliary officer if he knew where Zhou Zheng was. The auxiliary officer replied, Zhou Zheng got injured while fighting with the wanted criminal and is currently hospitalized at Jiangbei First Hospital. As for which bed he's in, I don't know. Hong Hao got the information he wanted, handed the auxiliary officer a box of hard cigarettes, and quickly rushed back to Fanhai International Trading Company. In the general manager's office, Wang Feng frowned as he puffed on a cigar. Hong Hao burst through the door, and Wang Feng was in a bad mood, and someone entering without knocking was about to make him lose his temper. However, upon seeing it was Hong Hao, he suppressed his anger. "Howsy, how come you're back so soon? Did you manage to get everything done?" Hong Hao nodded, closed the office door, and plopped down in front of Wang Feng, pretending to be out of breath. "Brother Feng, I've found out." "Found out?" Puff puff. "Wow, let me have a sip of water first." Wang Feng tossed him a bottle of mineral water, and then threw him 2 packs of soft cigarettes. "Howsy, don't rush, have some water, smoke a cigarette, and take your time to explain." Although Wang Feng was anxious inside, and wanted to know Zhou Zheng's whereabouts immediately, he still had to maintain a facade. Hong Hao drank some water, lit a cigarette, took a few puffs, and then leisurely said, "Brother Feng, Zhou Zheng is hospitalized at Jiangbei First Central Hospital." "Hospitalized? Is he sick?" "Cancer." Wang Feng was taken aback, and then a joyful expression surfaced on his face. The fact that his rival was sick and hospitalized filled him with a strange excitement. "He's not sick." Hong Hao waved his hand. "He was injured. That kid just got lucky. I heard he caught in a level-wanted criminal while on duty and got injured, which is why he's hospitalized. This kid is now famous in the police community, and he might even receive a first-class merit. Brother Feng, we're lucky we didn't send someone from the underworld after him, otherwise it would have been like seeking death." "Wow." Upon hearing this, Wang Feng shook his head, feeling even more depressed. His rival being excellent made him unhappy, very unhappy. Seeing the expression on Wang Feng's face, Hong Hao tried to comfort him from the side. "Brother Feng, don't be too downcast. This society values wealth and money. No matter how many first-class merits that kid gets, it won't fill his stomach. His monthly salary isn't that much. In terms of wealth, you outstrip him by 8 streets." Wang Feng thought for a moment and realized his strategy is to coerce and entice. He plans to use money to tempt Zhou Zheng, offering him 1 or 2 million to make him leave Chu Yunyao. If the other party refuses, then he'll think of another plan. He stood up. "Howsy, let's head out to Jiangbei First Hospital to meet that kid Zhou Zheng. I have plenty of money, and I don't believe I can't solve this with cash." The two of them took the elevator down to the underground parking lot, got into a white Range Rover, and headed to Jiangbei First Hospital. Wang Feng stormed into the First Central Hospital of Jiangbei City, accompanied by Hong Hao. To display his elegance, he asked Hong Hao to buy 2 boxes of nearing expiration milk from a nearby shop. It's a matter of courtesy before aggression. He needed to put on a show. He believed that Zhou Zheng, a mere intern police officer, was only worthy of drinking nearing expiration milk, and buying anything else would be a waste. After parking the car and carrying the 2 boxes of nearing expiration milk, the two inquired around and arrived outside Zhou Zheng's hospital room. Through the glass window, they saw a man lying on the hospital bed. Due to the angle, they couldn't see what he looked like. It must be his rival Zhou Zheng. "Zhou Zheng." Wang Feng couldn't help but grit his teeth. "Brother Feng, calm down. This guy is a police officer. Make sure not to get into a conflict with him later." "I know." Wang Feng took a few deep breaths, barely suppressing the anger within him. "Howsy, let's go in." "All right." Hong Hao, showing no courtesy, pushed open the door to the hospital room. Zhou Zheng, lying on the bed, heard the noise and looked up to see 2 uninvited guests frowning in confusion. He initially thought these 2 had entered the wrong room, as he didn't recognize either of them. Hong Hao put down the 2 boxes of nearing expiration milk and asked, "You are Zhou Zheng, Officer Zhou?" "Yes." Zhou Zheng replied. "And you are?" "Let me introduce this person beside me. He is Wang Feng, the CEO of Panhai International Trade Company." Wang Feng. Zhou Zheng's mind raced, but despite thinking for a long time, he couldn't recall who this person. "I don't think I know you too." "Not knowing is fine, you will know soon." Wang Feng ran his hand through his slicked back hair and pulled up a chair, sitting down facing Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng had thick eyebrows and big eyes with sharp facial features, a quintessential handsome man. Wang Feng felt he had dressed well enough, but still felt overshadowed by Zhou Zheng in a hospital gown, which only added to his frustration. To maintain his composure, he forced a smile. "Officer Zhou, we came to visit you because we heard you captured a wanted criminal and got injured. Also, I have some personal matters I'd like to discuss with you." Zhou Zheng's heart stirred, sensing that the man before him had ill intentions. He sat up in bed. "What do you want to discuss?" "Mr. Wang, please speak directly." Wang Feng suddenly felt a powerful aura, and his confidence waned. "Well, it's about Chu Yunyao." Zhou Zheng asked. "Yunyao? What about her?" Wang Feng enunciated each word. "Do you know that Chu Yunyao is the goddess I admire?" Haha, Zhou Zheng suddenly laughed. He understood that this man was here for Chu Yunyao, perhaps even a sycophant. With a pointed question, he replied, "Do you know that Chu Yunyao is my wife? We are legally married." "Zhou Zheng, if you are a man, then leave Chu Yunyao. You, a poor police officer, cannot give her happiness." Zhou Zheng thought to himself, is Wang Feng out of his mind? You must be dreaming. You think I would just leave her because you say so? I can't be bothered to engage with Wang Feng further, and laid back down. "Gentlemen, if there's nothing else, please leave." "Damn." Wang Feng, seeing Zhou Zheng unperturbed, was fuming. He shot Zhou Zheng a fierce glare. 1 million, I will give you 1 million to leave Chu Yunyao." Zhou Zheng thought the Chu family offered me 5 million and I didn't take it. What is 1 million? Do you really think everyone is out for money? He shot Wang Feng a disdainful glance. Zhou Zheng 2 million is quite a lot. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Are you done? Zhou Zheng turned over facing away from Wang Feng. If you're done, just leave. Even if it's 200 billion, I will not leave. Chu Yunyao. Damn. Hong Hao stepped forward pointing at Zhou Zheng and said, Zhou Zheng, do you know who you're talking to? The young master in front of you is the son of Wang Dong from Panhai International Group. If you agree to his request, your future will be smoother. With money, what kind of woman wouldn't you be able to find? Offending the young master will leave you with nothing. What? Are you threatening me? Zhou Zheng suddenly turned around. Threatening a police officer? Do you believe I can detain you for 5 days? Hong Hao felt Zhou Zheng was serious, and he instantly shrank his neck, afraid to speak. Wang Feng's face turned ashen. Zhou Zheng was unyielding. He was truly difficult to deal with. 3 million. Scram. Zhou Zheng no longer wanted to argue with Wang Feng, finding him exceedingly annoying. You? Wang Feng, being the son of the Wang family, had lived a life of privilege. Everything had gone smoothly for him, and no one had ever dared to yell at him like that, making him feel embarrassed. At that moment, a charming figure walked in. Zhou Zheng, are you hungry? Look what I brought for you. It was none other than Chu Yunyao. Seeing Wang Feng in Zhou Zheng's hospital room, she paused for a moment. Wang Feng, who let you come here? Wang Feng had a terrible temper towards others, but facing Chu Yunyao, the sycophant, had no temper left. Instantly a smile appeared on his face. Yunyao, it's good to see you again. Oh, what a fateful encounter. Chu Yunyao's expression darkened. Fateful encounter? I have no fate with you at all. Are you here to threaten Zhou Zheng? Let me tell you, Wang Feng, if you dare harm Zhou Zheng, I will immediately tell my father to ruin your family's company. Do you believe me? Chu Yunyao's words were not mere threats. With the Chu family's power, it wouldn't be impossible to bring down the Wang family if they didn't care about the cost. Yunyao, please stop saying angry words. Zhou Zheng is not your ideal partner. As a daughter of a prominent family, you understand the principle of strong alliances, don't you? I am your ideal husband. Chu Yunyao felt nauseous from Wang Feng's words. I don't need you to teach me what is right or wrong, just get out of my sight. Faced with Chu Yunyao's aggressive words, Wang Feng was momentarily speechless. Chu Yunyao, you have severed ties with your family, so don't try to scare me with threats about bringing down the Wang family. Oh really? A smile appeared on Chu Yunyao's face. Want to give it a try? Even if I have severed ties with my family, I am still the only daughter of the Chu family. Wang Feng was left without words and suddenly felt deflated. Even if she had a falling out with her parents, she was still a daughter of the Chu family. Chu Yunyao ignored Wang Feng any further. Zhou Zheng, it's time to eat. She opened the thermos, revealing a fragrant ginseng chicken soup filling the air with a delightful aroma. It smells amazing. Zhou Zheng exclaimed. Come, let me feed you. Chu Yunyao took a small spoon, scooped up a spoonful of chicken soup, blew on it, tested the temperature with her tongue, and then brought it to Zhou Zheng's mouth. Zhou Zheng opened his mouth, drinking a spoonful of chicken soup, which was extremely comforting both psychologically and physiologically. The two were showing their affection, completely ignoring Wang Feng's frustration. He was so furious that he felt like his temples were thumping. He realized that staying here was like a cow drinking milk, inviting humiliation. Let's go. Wang Feng called to Hong Hao as they left, feeling defeated. Wang Feng arrived at the parking lot with a sullen face and got into the driver's seat of the Range Rover. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he couldn't help but pound the steering wheel with his fist. Beep, beep, beep. The horn began to honk, its sound echoing far in the empty parking lot. Hong Hao dared not intervene beside him. He realized that Wang Feng was genuinely angry. He feared that Wang, the young master, would vent his anger on him. How's he hurry and find someone on the road for me? Ooh, I must kill Zhou Zheng. The furious Wang Feng had lost his rationality. He only wanted to solve the problem with violence, as that was the only way he could vent his anger. Brother Feng, that's not possible. Zhou Zheng is a police officer and has made achievements. Not to mention killing him, even hitting him would mean we both end up in jail. Then what should we do? Should I just let Zhou Zheng drive me to death? Brother Feng, we were polite just now. Zhou Zheng refused to drink when we offered him, so we can't be courteous to him now. Damn it. I said to find someone to deal with him. You're scared of trouble, and now you're saying we shouldn't be polite to Zhou Zheng. One moment, that are you sick? Hong Hao replied. Brother Feng, what I mean is let's think of a way to scheme against Zhou Zheng next. We don't have to find someone to beat him. That's a last resort. Although we can't bribe Zhou Zheng with money, he must have his own weaknesses. We can think in that direction, and once we figure it out, we'll know how to handle it. Wang Feng nodded thought for a moment and said, as a police officer, he fears losing his job and not being able to advance. He must cherish this job since he has worked hard to enter the system and is likely thinking about promotion. Hong Hao replied, then let's think carefully about who can influence his job. Is that even worth thinking about? Wang Feng shot Hong Hao a glance. Zhou Zheng's superior and that person's superior can all influence his work and promotion. Hong Hao continued. Then let's threaten his superior. Wang Feng curled his lip. Howsy, it's easy for you to say, do you think the police station is my family business? Suddenly an idea struck Wang Feng, and he slapped his thigh hard. That's right. I have a distant cousin who is the deputy director of the political department at the police station. The political department is responsible for the composition of police officers' personnel appointments, commendations, and rewards, so the power is quite substantial. Hong Hao's eyes lit up. Brother Feng, why don't we ask your cousin for help? Let him subtly pressure Zhou Zheng, and I'm not afraid he won't yield. That's a good idea, but... Wang Feng pondered for a moment, and said, that distant cousin of mine isn't very close to our family, and besides he's quite greedy. Brother Feng, anything that can be solved with money isn't a problem. If you don't let go of the child, you can't catch the wolf. Isn't giving money to anyone the same? Alright, I'll arrange to meet him tonight, have some fun, and settle this matter. In the ward of the First Central Hospital of Jiangbei, Chu Yunyao was meticulously feeding Zhou Zheng. The chicken soup was delicious, and Chu Yunyao in front of him was even more enchanting. Yunyao, you should drink some too, it's really good. If it's good, you should drink more. Zhou Zheng, you are the patient now. Oh, I can't steal food from a patient. Besides, I've already had some. Zhou Zheng swallowed a mouthful of chicken soup and said, but I can see that you're dying to have some. I saw you secretly licking your lips. Really? Chu Yunyao feigned ignorance, her fair face flushing with two rosy hues. Stop it, Zhou Zheng, if you say another word, I won't feed you anymore. That's fine, I anyway am already full. Zhou Zheng replied smugly, while Chu Yunyao was annoyed this guy was taking advantage and acting coy. Suddenly Zhou Zheng took out the thermos and snatched the spoon from Chu Yunyao's hand. Alright, now it's my turn to feed you. He scooped up a spoonful of chicken soup. Hurry, open your mouth. He coaxed Chu Yunyao like a child, talking and gesturing. Chu Yunyao really wanted to drink the chicken soup. Oh, after all, she was hungry too. However, Zhou Zheng feeding her chicken soup in this manner made her feel a bit embarrassed. Hurry, Yunyao, or the chicken soup will get cold. Chu Yunyao, unable to resist, closed her eyes and opened her mouth. A spoonful of delicious chicken soup entered her mouth, and the flavor bloomed on her taste buds, causing Chu Yunyao to relax her brow. Wow, so delicious, she didn't expect her cooking to be this good. Another one, Yunyao, open your mouth. Zhou Zheng deliberately filled a spoon and poured it into Chu Yunyao's mouth at once. Chu Yunyao was caught off guard, nearly spilling the soup, and quickly covered her mouth. Zhou Zheng, you gave me too much, and it almost spilled out. Sorry, Yunyao will be careful next time. He clearly did it on purpose. What do you mean next time? Chu Yunyao thought angrily. Zhou Zheng sent another spoonful of chicken soup, but the spoon wouldn't come out. Chu Yunyao retaliatorily bit the spoon, while looking at Zhou Zheng with a challenging gaze. Zhou Zheng moved his wrist, but didn't dare to pull the spoon out too forcefully, fearing he would hurt Chu Yunyao. But Chu Yunyao deliberately held on, and the two were in a standoff. Eventually Zhou Zheng couldn't hold back. Yunyao, you're biting so tightly that I can't pull it out. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt something was off, which sounded strange upon reflection. He couldn't help but grin. Chu Yunyao quickly caught on her ears, turning red. Damn, Zhou Zheng, you dare to say anything. It's so embarrassing. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't drink anymore. Alright, I won't say anything. The two were happily feeding and drinking when Lu Jianjun arrived. He had gone out for a while due to some business, and seeing it was mealtime, he hurried back. Before he arrived, his voice was heard first. Xiaozhou, what do you want to eat tonight? Upon entering, he saw a scene of lovebirds. Chu Yunyao was opening her dainty mouth, while Zhou Zheng was feeding her chicken soup with a spoon. My eyes! Lu Jianjun let out a cry. As a married man, he also couldn't resist the sweet display of affection from the golden boy and jade girl. I didn't see anything. You both continue. These two were too sweet, almost triggering his diet. Lu Jianjun covered his eyes and ran outside the ward to stand guard. After a while, a beautiful woman in black stockings and high heels approached. She reached out to push the ward's door. Lu Jianjun quickly stopped her. Hey, who are you looking for? Hello, my name is Yang Tingting, and Zhou Zheng is in this ward, right? Yes. Do you know Zhou Zheng? Lu Jianjun thought, why is another beauty looking for Zhou Zheng? Has this guy hit the jackpot with romance? If Chu Yunyao is inside and Yang Tingting goes in, wouldn't he be in trouble? I don't know Zhou Zheng, I'm a good friend of Chu Yunyao. She just texted me saying she came to the hospital, so I came over. Well, that's fine. Please come in. Thank you. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao finished feeding each other chicken soup. Zhou Zheng noticed some chicken soup grease lingering at the corner of Chu Yunyao's mouth and couldn't help but say, Yunyao, you have something at the corner of your mouth. Chu Yunyao, who was very concerned about her appearance, asked, where? What is it? As she spoke, she instinctively reached up to wipe it away. Don't move, I'll help you wipe it. Zhou Zheng took a piece of tissue from the box. Lift your head, don't move, okay? Carefully helping Chu Yunyao wipe the corner of her mouth, he laughed and said, You're so grown up, yet eating like a child, spilling chicken soup all over your chin. Chu Yunyao shot him an annoyed glance. Isn't it because you gave me so much at once? How could I finish it in, alright, it's all my fault. Next time I'll feed you little by little to ensure not a single drop is wasted. At that moment the door opened, and Yang Tingting walked in. Hearing Zhou Zheng's last remark and seeing the scene before her, Yang Tingting couldn't help but let her imagination run wild, and unhealthy thoughts began to swirl in her mind. What? What are you two doing? Oh my goodness. Yunyao, you actually. Yang Tingting couldn't continue, covering her face, feeling embarrassed. Zhou Zheng's expression darkened. He didn't recognize this beautiful woman and had no idea what she was talking about, feeling utterly perplexed. Chu Yunyao understood what Yang Tingting meant, and her face flushed red as she angrily said, Tingting, what are you talking about? It's not what you think. Cut it out, no need to explain, when explanation is just a cover-up. I didn't expect Yunyao, who always presents herself as a refined lady, to be so open-minded. I'm impressed. You? Tingting, Zhou Zheng just fed me chicken soup, and it spilled on my mouth, and he's helping me wipe it. What are you thinking? Huh? Yang Tingting was momentarily taken aback. Looking at the two of them both neatly dressed, especially Zhou Zheng, who appeared completely at ease, he didn't look like someone who had just been caught in a bad situation. Could it be that she misunderstood Yunyao? It made sense. Yunyao was not a casual person. Yang Tingting couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. Well, I thought you choked on milk. She quickly deflected. Chu Yunyao glared at Yang Tingting, not wanting to say much in front of Zhou Zheng. Taking a tissue from Zhou Zheng, she wiped the corner of her mouth and said, Tingting, let me introduce you. This is Zhou Zheng, my husband. Zhou Zheng, this is Yang Tingting, my close girlfriend. Yang Tingting looked Zhou Zheng up and down. He had sharp brows and bright eyes with distinct facial features. A total handsome guy. She couldn't help but not understanding why Chu Yunyao would choose to get married to Zhou Zheng, even if it meant severing ties with her family. Hello, Miss Yang. Zhou Zheng greeted her while sizing her up. Yang Tingting looked good, especially her enchanting peach blossom eyes, alluring and captivating, with a curvy figure complemented by her long legs and black stockings. Beautiful and sexy. However, compared to Chu Yunyao, she still fell a little short, not just in figure, but also in temperament. Hello, Zhou Zheng. Yang Tingting nodded in acknowledgement, and then said, since you are Yunyao's husband, there's no need for formality. You just call me Yang Tingting or Tingting. Okay. Zhou Zheng smiled and nodded. Tingting, please have a seat. Would you like some fruit? Chu Yunyao helped her move a chair and handed her a banana. Yang Tingting accepted without hesitation, peeled the banana, took a bite, and said with her mouth full, Yunyao, Zhou Zheng is quite handsome. No wonder you fell for him. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm mainly doing it for the sake of the promise to my grandmother. Alright, my Yunyao is not just a pretty face, that's good enough. By the way, Yang Tingting looked at Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng, I need to remind you a few things. My Yunyao has been pampered since childhood, living in a honey jar, so you mustn't let her suffer, even a little bit. And I don't know if you can afford to support my Yunyao with a salary of a few thousand a month. Before Zhou Zheng could respond, Chu Yunyao angrily interjected, Yang Tingting, what are you talking about? Why should I rely on Zhou Zheng to support me just because I'm a girl and the daughter of the Chu family? I'm not someone who doesn't work. I can work and contribute to this household. Yang Tingting didn't expect Chu Yunyao to react so strongly, looking disappointed as she said, Alright, you can be self-reliant and strong, I'll just consider my good intentions wasted. Seeing Yang Tingting's expression, Chu Yunyao couldn't help but poke her in the arm. You little brat. Are you still going to give me attitude? Yang Tingting immediately dodged, while giggling, squirming with laughter. Yunyao, stop it. Stop it. Huh. I'm so ticklish. Zhou Zheng couldn't get a word in, and could only shake his head. However, Chu Yunyao always stood up for him, afraid his pride would be hurt, which Zhou Zheng was very grateful for. At that moment, he noticed a white star appearing above Chu Yunyao's head, and his heart stirred. Another reward was coming. 1-star reward. Should he collect it now or wait for an upgrade? Upgrading to 2 stars would yield a higher reward. However, Zhou Zheng couldn't resist, looking at the reward made him greedy. No matter if it was high-level or not, picking it up was what mattered. He reached out and lightly tapped the white star above Chu Yunyao's head. Ding! The host has activated the 1-star reward. Congratulations, the host has obtained 3 lost ancient prescriptions. Lost ancient prescriptions. Zhou Zheng's expression darkened. He was a police officer. He thought he would receive rewards like grappling techniques or combat skills, but ancient prescriptions. What on earth? Was the system trying to train him in the ways of an old Chinese physician? However, having rewards was already good. What more could he ask for? In his mind, 3 golden yellow prescriptions flickered like animated images, gleaming with golden light. They quickly vanished, but Zhou Zheng remembered all the contents of the prescriptions. The first prescription was an ancient recipe for medicinal wine. Older people could drink a small cup daily to promote circulation and longevity, and even those who couldn't drink due to illness could consume it. The second prescription was for treating stomach ailments. No matter how stubborn the stomach issue, 3 doses would cure it immediately. The third was a beauty treatment prescription used by empresses throughout history, and everyone claimed it worked wonders. Zhou Zheng's heart stirred. With these ancient prescriptions, why would Chu Yunyao need to look for a job? Wouldn't it be better to start a business and become her own boss? He must discuss this with Chu Yunyao when the opportunity arises. He would provide the recipes, and she could handle the rest. Chu Yunyao severed ties with her family for him, and every time he thought of it, Zhou Zheng felt somewhat guilty. While Zhou Zheng was lost in thought, Yang Tingting received a phone call and suddenly stood up. Yunyao, I can't chat with you right now. The caregiver just called and said Grandpa has woken up. I need to hurry over. Chu Yunyao said, Tingting, let me go with you. Wang Feng arrived at the parking lot with a sullen face and got into the driver's seat of the Range Rover. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and Chu Yunyao turned to Zhou Zheng and said, Zhou Zheng, I'm going to check on Tingting's grandfather with her. Is he hospitalized too? Yes, he has heart disease. Is it serious? Fortunately, he was sent to the hospital in time, and it has been controlled. His life is not in danger now. Oh, that's good. Do you need me to accompany you? No, you also have an injury, but it's better for you to rest in the ward. All right then. After Chu Yunyao and Yang Tingting left, Zhou Zheng suddenly remembered that he saved an elderly man who had a heart attack yesterday, and he was also sent to Jiangbei Hospital. I wonder if that old man has turned from danger to safety. Speaking of which, I even paid a deposit of 10,000 yuan for his hospitalization, or I will definitely get that money back since I'm not wealthy, but I'm not in a rush for it right now. Chu Yunyao and Yang Tingting arrived at the special care ward. On the hospital bed, the old man had taken a nap and woke up leisurely, looking in decent spirits as he leaned against the head of the bed. Yang Tingting approached. Grandpa, you're awake. How do you feel? The old man replied, I'm all right, just a... Grandpa, what do you want to eat? Tingting, and I can go buy it for you, said Chu Yunyao. The old man tilted his head and recognized Chu Yunyao. Oh, it's Yunyao. How did you know I was sick and in the hospital? Chu Yunyao nodded. I was visiting someone in the hospital and happened to run into Tingting. She said you were hospitalized, so I came to see you. At that time you were sleeping. Sigh. The old man sighed. I'm getting old and my body is falling apart. This heart disease almost took me away. Fortunately, I encountered a kind person and managed to escape with my life. By the way, Yao Yao, did you see that kind young man? We must thank him properly. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't be able... Yang Tingting thought to herself, so it was a young man who saved Grandpa. Grandpa, by the time I arrived, that kind person had already left. He hasn't shown up since, but he also paid a deposit of 10,000 yuan for your hospitalization. Really? Upon hearing Yang Tingting's words, the old man felt very grateful and sighed. Sigh. Nowadays there are really not many young people like that. We can't be ungrateful. Tingting, you must find him. Grandpa, don't worry about this. My dad said he would find a way to locate that kind person. The old man nodded. That's good, that's good. Your father is busy with work, so you must remind him not to forget. Got it, Grandpa, don't worry. Yang Tingting continued, Grandpa, aren't you hungry? What do you want to eat? There are so many things I want to eat. The old man blinked. I want braised pork, and bring me a bottle of wine. That would be perfect. Good granddaughter, hurry and prepare it for me. Upon hearing this, Yang Tingting's eyes widened in disbelief as she said seriously, Comrade Yang Zhixiong, you just escaped a life-threatening situation and you want to eat meat and drink wine. How can that be allowed? Tingting, you know my preferences. If I don't eat some braised pork and drink 2 liang of wine at every meal, I feel uncomfortable all over. Hurry up. No way. Yang Tingting shook her head resolutely in disagreement. Grandpa, the doctor said you should eat light food and you must completely quit smoking and drinking. What nonsense, doctors. They are all quacks, and don't listen to them. Anyway, that's not going to happen. You have heart disease, you just bear with it, okay? Bear with it. That's easy for you to say. If I can't drink or eat meat, I'd rather die. The old man looked grimly resigned. Yang Tingting insisted on following the doctor's advice. After all, this concerns Grandpa's health, and even life and death, it must not be taken lightly. If I can't eat meat or drink wine, then I won't eat anything at all. I might as well starve to death. The old man was throwing a childish tantrum. Yang Tingting knew that when Grandpa got angry, he could be extremely stubborn. Normally, it wouldn't matter if he drank a little less. But now that his heart disease was serious, Yang Tingting couldn't give in. Seeing Grandpa's stubbornness, he wouldn't budge either. The two were at an impasse. Yang Tingting felt helpless and looked to Chu Yunyao for help. Chu Yunyao tried to persuade him a few times, but the old man wouldn't listen at all, and she had no way to intervene. At that moment, Chu Yunyao received a message on her phone from Zhou Zheng. He asked her why she had been gone for so long and when she would return. Chu Yunyao briefly explained the situation to Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but chuckle. As a heart disease patient, Yang Tingting's grandfather definitely needed to refrain from drinking. Old people can be like children. They can't be refused outright. They need to be coaxed. Suddenly he remembered that he had just obtained 3 ancient prescriptions, one of which was for making a medicinal wine that could help regulate the body and prolong life. The medicinal wine brewed from this lost ancient recipe is safe for heart disease patients and also has the effect of strengthening the body and extending life. Why not? With that thought, Zhou Zheng sent a message on WeChat. Yunyao, how about I try to persuade the old man? Chu Yunyao quickly replied, Zhou Zheng, can you do it? You don't even know the old man. I'll give it a try, you just tell me the bed number. After thinking for a moment, Chu Yunyao figured men often understand men better, so she decided to let Zhou Zheng give it a shot, and she told him the old man's bed number. Zhou Zheng stood up, put on his shoes, and walked out of the ward. Outside, Lu Jianjun was fiddling with his phone. When he saw Zhou Zheng come out, he couldn't help but ask, Xiao Zhou, where are you going? I'm going to visit a patient, he's on the top floor of this building. Oh, do you have a friend hospitalized here? It's Yang Tingting's grandfather. Never mind, it's hard to explain to you, master, they'll be back soon. Hey, wait for me. Lu Jianjun said as he followed him. The director said he must take good care of Zhou Zheng, so he couldn't be half-hearted. In the special care ward on the top floor, Yang Tingting and her grandfather were still at an impasse. Grandpa, even if I'm begging you, please don't drink, eat something light. Stop right there, Tingting. You know my temper, even your dad can't persuade me. The old man waved his hand. You give me a pound of braised pork and a bottle of wine, oh I won't drink much, just 3 liang at most. ITLL, fill me up and be satisfying. You just have to go against me, ooh I shouldn't have spoiled you. Yang Tingting felt both amused and a bit wronged. Just then there was a knock at the door. Yang Tingting sighed and personally opened the door. Oh Zhou Zheng. Her eyes widened in surprise. Why is he here instead of resting in bed? Zhou Zheng smiled, I'm here to see the old man. What? Not welcome? Welcome. Please come in. Yang Tingting invited Zhou Zheng in, and Lu Jianjun followed him inside. Zhou Zheng winked at Chu Yunyao and walked to the bedside. Old man, how are you feeling now? HM. Why does this old man look a bit familiar? The old man on the bed looked up and became excited. It's you, young man. Thank you for saving my life. The old man's words left everyone in shock. Chu Yunyao suddenly felt that the world was very small. Zhou Zheng had saved an elderly man who turned out to be her best friend's grandfather. Moreover, Zhou Zheng's selfless act of kindness made her even more convinced that choosing to get a marriage certificate with him was not a wrong decision. Young man, what is your name? Quick, sit down, sit down. Ting Ting, hurry, and bring a chair for my savior. Zhou Zheng hurriedly waved his hand. Old man, my name is Zhou Zheng, please don't be so polite. Yang Tingting stood there in shock, woodenly holding a chair as she approached. Grandpa, are you saying that it was Zhou Zheng who saved you? That's right. The old man held Zhou Zheng's hand tightly, as if letting go would make him disappear. Yesterday I was out for a walk and had a heart attack, collapsing on the ground. Not a single person around helped me. It was this young man Zhou Zheng who stepped forward. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be able to talk with you now. The old man sighed. Zhou Zheng held the old man's hand and replied, Old man, I just happened to pass by and saw you lying on the ground, oh I instinctively came to your aid, really, it was nothing special. Oh Zhou Zheng, the doctor said if you hadn't performed CPR on me, I probably wouldn't have made it to the hospital. So please don't be modest. Yang Tingting stood to the side, feeling a mix of emotions. Initially she thought her best friend marrying Zhou Zheng was a bit of a pity. To put it bluntly, she felt Zhou Zheng was not worthy of Chu Yunyao. Unexpectedly, this handsome guy she had looked down upon saved her grandfather. His heart was simply too good. Zhou Zheng, thank you for saving my grandpa. The usually carefree Yang Tingting suddenly felt shy. Zhou Zheng repeatedly waved his hand. No need to thank me, really. The old man seemed to have picked up on something. What? Do you two know each other? Zhou Zheng replied boldly. Well, we just got to know each other a little while ago. The old man noticed Yang Tingting looking down in silence, her face slightly flushed, and thought to himself, could it be that Tingting has feelings for Zhou Zheng? This young man is kind-hearted and seems to be a good match for my granddaughter. If they end up together, it would be a wonderful marriage. With this thought, the old man began to play matchmaker. How old are you, Xiao Zhou? 24. Just the right age. The old man said something inexplicable and then asked, what do you do for a living? Old man, I am a police officer at the Qiao Bay police station. A police officer? I thought so. It's great. You combat crime and maintain the safety of the people. You're kind-hearted, so you must be a good policeman. Do you have a girlfriend? Old man, I'm already married. Off. The old man was taken aback, thinking to himself, what a pity. He cast a pitying glance at his granddaughter Yang Tingting, thinking, Tingting's such a good man, it seems you are going to miss out on him. What a shame you don't have such luck. Yang Tingting seemed to understand her grandfather's meaning, and her fair face suddenly flushed with two roses. Stamping her foot, she anxiously and shyly exclaimed, Oh, Grandpa, Zhou Zheng is Yao Yao's husband. They just got their marriage certificate yesterday. Oh, fine then. The old man had nothing more to say, his face showing a look of regret, as if he had missed out. Zhou Zheng sensed the old man's intentions, while Chu Yunyao's eyes fixed on him made him feel a bit awkward, so he quickly changed the subject. Old man, I heard you just woke up. Are you hungry? Not just hungry, but very hungry. But my dear granddaughter doesn't listen to me. Oh, when I want to eat something, she won't buy it for me. The old man deliberately spoke in a pitiful tone. Yang Tingting felt a wave of frustration upon hearing this. Grandpa, I'm doing this for your own good. The doctor said you can't eat greasy food, and you can't drink alcohol. You just woke up and want to eat braised pork and drink wine. That makes it hard for me. Hard for you. The old man lay back on the hospital bed. Then he'll just starve. Zhou Zheng said, Old man, braised pork is too greasy, let's skip it and eat something lighter, okay? The old man replied, then it's better not to eat at all. How about some fried peanuts? Zhou Zheng knew that people who like to drink didn't necessarily have to eat big fish and meat, peanuts would suffice. Great. The old man's eyes lit up. This works, but unfortunately there's no wine. Peanuts are not as fragrant without it. Who said you can't drink? Today I'll accompany you for a couple of drinks, but you can't drink too much, just 1 or 2 at most. And you have to eat something too. No problem. As long as I can have a sip, I agree to any condition. The old man was immediately delighted, sitting up from the bed. Xiao Zhou, you're even better to me than my own granddaughter. Yang Tingting was instantly furious. She thought, isn't Zhou Zheng pushing her grandfather towards a dangerous path? Zhou Zheng, Zhou Zheng whispered, I'll explain to you later. Chu Yunyao knew that Zhou Zheng was definitely not reckless. When he said this, he must have his own intentions. However, this was the father of the deputy mayor. If anything went wrong, it would be hard to resolve. She looked at Zhou Zheng with her beautiful eyes filled with questioning. Zhou Zheng winked at her, signaling her to remain calm. Old man, let me make some arrangements. I guarantee you'll be able to drink fine wine shortly. All right, Xiao Zhou, you take care of it. Meeting you has truly been a blessing for this old man. Zhou Zheng called Yang Tingting and Chu Yunyao outside, with Lu Jianjun the outsider following them. She naturally understood Zhou Zheng's financial situation, but his willingness alone was enough. Zhou Zheng, when the cart reaches the mountain, there will be a way through. Besides, it's not like, calm down and listen to me. The wine I mentioned is not the ordinary kind you find on the market, but medicinal wine made from herbs. It will only benefit your grandpa's health. Yang Tingting was half convinced. Is that true? Why do I find it hard to believe? Yang Tingting, I saved your grandpa. Do you think I would harm him? Yang Tingting fell silent. Indeed, Zhou Zheng had no reason to harm her grandpa, and her heart began to soften. But Zhou Zheng, where can we find the medicinal wine? At a place that sells alcohol. The ancient recipe Zhou Zheng obtained had long been lost, so it couldn't be bought on the market. Moreover, it was too late to buy the herbs and brew them, but this was not a problem for him. He had his own ideas. Yang Tingting, don't worry, I can handle it. You and Yunyao talk with grandpa for a bit, and I'll be back soon with my master. Chu Yunyao said worriedly. Zhou Zheng, are your injuries serious? If not, you shouldn't go. Oh, just tell me what to buy, and he'll go out with Jianjun. Zhou Zheng shook his head. It's nothing. I told you, it's just a minor injury, not a problem at all. Let's go. Zhou Zheng, wait a moment. Yang Tingting suddenly called out to Zhou Zheng and took out her phone. Zhou Zheng, you paid 1,000 for my grandpa. Add me on WeChat, and he'll transfer it to you. Zhou Zheng pointed at Chu Yunyao. Just give the money to Yunyao. Okay, Yao Yao will transfer it to you. No, it's better to transfer it to Zhou Zheng. This is his money. Chu Yunyao insisted. Zhou Zheng waved his hand. Yunyao, my money is your money, similarly yours is mine, so don't refuse any further. All right then. Chu Yunyao reluctantly agreed, but her heart was filled with joy. Lu Tingting observed their closeness and couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun arrived at the parking lot to drive. The two got into the car with Lu Jianjun sitting in the driver's seat, asking, Zhou Zheng, little Zhou, did you really let Yang Tingting's grandfather drink? He is a heart disease patient. Zhou Zheng nodded. Yes. Aren't you afraid of harming the old man? Little Zhou, this is no joke. Zhou Zheng smiled confidently and said, Master, heart disease patients definitely cannot drink alcohol, but the wine I mentioned is not ordinary wine. I know you were talking about medicinal wine made with herbs. I've had that before and it is indeed good for health, but isn't medicinal wine still wine? Zhou Zheng waved his hand. Master, the wine you drink is the ordinary medicinal wine available on the market, while the medicinal wine formula I provide for the old man is an ancient recipe different from ordinary medicinal wine, you can rest assured. But, Master, I have a plan, just drive. All right. Lu Jianjun nodded helplessly. It seemed that Zhou Zheng would not take a risk without confidence, so Lu Jianjun decided not to persuade him further. Little Zhou, where are we going? Master, take me to the street of precious Chinese medicinal materials, then you can go to the restaurant to pack some food. No one has eaten, yet just enough for us few people. The food should be light and nutritious like stir-fried shrimp. Oh, and don't forget to add some fried peanuts. All right, I got it. Master will transfer you 500 yuan, let me know if it's not enough. Zhou Zheng said as he took out his phone ready for Lu Jianjun to send a red envelope. Lu Jianjun blocked Zhou Zheng's phone screen with his hand. Little Zhou, are you scolding me? Although my sister-in-law is quite strict with me, I still have enough for a meal. Okay, Master, I will treat you to a drink when we have time. I love to hear that it's settled. Lu Jianjun started the car and headed towards the street of precious Chinese medicinal materials. When they arrived, Zhou Zheng opened the passenger door and got out. Master, after you buy the food, just head back to the hospital. No need to pick me up, I will manage to take a taxi back. All right, little Zhou, then I will leave first. Zhou Zheng waved his hand, watching Lu Jianjun leave before diving into the street of precious Chinese medicinal materials. The street of precious Chinese medicinal materials is not long, just over 200 meters. As the name suggests, all the shops on this street deal in medicinal materials, and they are all expensive medicinal materials. People in the industry refer to precious medicinal materials as fine medicines. For example, ginseng, deer, antler, ox gall, musk, tiger bone, rhinoceros horn, cordyceps, and so on. Of course, some of these medicinal materials are considered contraband and are prohibited from being bought and sold, but whether there are private transactions is unknown. Zhou Zheng's purpose for coming here is very simple. He wants to buy every kind of medicinal material from the secret recipe to make the wine. Then he will mix them together in proportion. The concocted medicinal wine will be equivalent to the medicinal wine brewed from the secret recipe. In the secret recipe, the first medicinal material is ginseng, with a note stating that wild ginseng over 100 years old is best, and at least 30 years old wild ginseng is acceptable. Zhou Zheng strolled into a shop specializing in ginseng and saw that the interior was lavishly decorated. On the counter, there were high-end gift boxes, their lids transparent, containing ginseng, with lush roots, looking very impressive. Hello, the plump, middle-aged proprietress greeted Zhou Zheng with a beaming smile, then suddenly froze. Officer Zhou, do you remember me? A month ago, my son who was in junior high ran away from home out of anger, and it was you and Officer Lu who helped me find him. Oh, I remember you are Lu Li. Zhou Zheng finally recalled that there was indeed such an incident. A month ago, someone reported that their son had run away from home, and he and Master Lu Jianjun responded to the call. They went through a lot of trouble to find Lu Li's son in an internet cafe, and after much persuasion, the kid finally returned home, promising not to run away again. Yes, I am Lu Li. Officer Zhou, thanks to you and Officer Lu last time. Zhou Zheng waved his hand. No need to be polite, this is what we should do. By the way, how is your child now? Lu Li said he has become much more obedient, he doesn't skip classes anymore, he knows to study, and he said he wants to be a police officer when he grows up. Ah, that's great. I'm glad the kid has come to his senses. Officer Zhou, what are you here to buy? Ginseng. I'm not buying ginseng, I want to buy some ginseng wine. Do you have it in your store? Of course. Lu Li pointed to a shelf inside. On it were several large glass jars containing wine. The glass jars seemed to have magnifying functions, and the ginseng soaked inside was as thick as a baby's arm. Lu Li, is this wild ginseng? Lu Li smiled. Officer Zhou, you are not in this line of work, so you must not know these days wild ginseng is very rare and is extremely precious. Nowadays, ginseng is mostly artificially cultivated. Even if one occasionally appears on the market, it will be sold at sky-high prices. Not long ago, a friend of mine bought 100-year-old ginseng for a whopping 1 million. Zhou Zheng scratched his head. Wild ginseng is so hard to find. Moreover, the price is astonishingly high. Zhou Zheng has already given up hope of getting 100-year-old ginseng wine. Even being able to acquire wine made from several decades of wild ginseng would be a great achievement. Lu Li, you are in this line of work, you must know where to get wine made from 100-year-old wild ginseng, at least 30 years old, I need it urgently. Officer Zhou, how much do you need? Zhou Zheng saw an opportunity and quickly replied, not much, just 1 or 2. This stuff is so hard to get, and the price is definitely not low. Zhou Zheng didn't plan to get too much, after all he doesn't have much money on him. Officer Zhou, come with me. Lu Li said, leading the way to a suite inside. Opening one of the cabinet doors, he saw several large glass jars with a 5-pound capacity. The jars naturally contained medicinal wine, some were soaked with cordyceps, some with deer antler, and others with other medicinal materials, but Zhou Zheng didn't recognize them. In the center jar there was ginseng soak that was as thick as a small finger, which looked somewhat comical compared to the larger ginseng outside. Officer Zhou, the ginseng in this jar has been soaked for over 50 years. It was passed down from my husband's grandfather's generation. The wine is for our own use and has never been sold to outsiders. I'll get you 1 or 2 jars, I hope that's enough. That's enough, that's enough. Zhou Zheng knew that this thing is very precious. If it weren't for helping Lu Li find her child, she certainly wouldn't help him with this. Lu Li, thank you. How much is it? Officer Zhou, you are being too polite. I don't want money. If I wanted money, I wouldn't have brought this up. No, I have to pay you. I also want 2 more jars of cordyceps wine, 1 jar of deer antler wine in this. No problem. Cordyceps and deer antler wines are evidently not as precious as the 100-year-old ginseng wine. Since Lu Li was willing to give Zhou Zheng the ginseng wine, she naturally wouldn't be stingy with other medicinal wines. Soon Lu Li filled the requested medicinal wines into several glass bottles. Zhou Zheng discovered that he had already collected more than half of the medicinal materials required in the secret recipe. After much negotiation, Zhou Zheng managed to pay Lu Li 1,000 yuan, and Lu Li exclaimed that it was too much. How could she take Officer Zhou's money? Zhou Zheng waved his hand and went to find the remaining medicinal wines in other shops. After visiting over a dozen shops, as night fell, he finally completed the collection. Although the standards were still quite different from those required in the secret recipe, the effects would definitely be there. Zhou Zheng carried a plastic bag filled with glass bottles of medicinal wine and hailed a taxi on the side of the road, heading towards Jiangbei City First Hospital. The taxi arrived at the entrance of Jiangbei City's First Central Hospital, and Zhou Zheng paid with his mobile phone and got out of the taxi. He did not enter the hospital, but went to a shop next to the hospital, where he bought a 2-liter glass bottle, filled it with hot water from the store, rinsed it several times, and then poured various medicinal wines from small glass bottles into the large glass bottle one by one. His meticulous demeanor resembled that of a master distiller crafting a potent brew. Leaving the shop staff, after pouring the medicinal wine, he capped the bottle and shook it a few times. The medicinal wine was purchased in the right proportions, and now it was complete. He tossed all the small glass bottles into the trash, carrying the large glass bottle filled with the complete medicinal wine as he walked into the hospital. Lu Jianjun found a restaurant relatively close to the hospital, ordered food, and returned to the hospital earlier. Yang Tingting rented a table and a few small chairs from the shop below the inpatient building. Everyone began to unpack the food, and suddenly a delicious aroma filled the air. Yang Tingting glanced over and noticed that apart from the fried peanuts, the other dishes were quite light, and she nodded in approval. "Grandpa, you must be hungry. Why don't you eat first?" The old man tilted his head to glance, and saw there was no wine, and no Zhou Zheng, rolling his eyes. "Where is that kid Zhou Zheng? He said he would get me some wine, and now that the food is on the table, why isn't he back yet?" Yang Tingting said, "Grandpa, you eat a bit first to hold you over. Zhou Zheng might come back soon." The old man stubbornly waved his hand. "I'm not eating. I need to have a drink first to whet my appetite, otherwise I won't have any." Yang Tingting felt a pang of frustration. This old man, completely resistant to anything but wine. Since the old man refused to eat, everyone else felt uncomfortable eating. Chu Yunyao drank half a can of chicken soup and ate a few pieces of chicken, but was not too hungry. Yang Tingting and Lu Jianjun were in a dire situation, both so hungry their stomachs felt empty, staring at the table of relatively light dishes, their mouths watering. Lu Jianjun thought to himself how foolish he was for not eating a little when he bought the food at the restaurant. Just then a knock came from outside the door. It must be Zhou Zheng back. Yang Tingting jumped up her long legs and black stockings, quickly carrying her to the door, where she swung it open. It was indeed Zhou Zheng. "Zhou Zheng, why are you only just back?" Yang Tingting pouted, speaking with an accusatory tone. Zhou Zheng explained with a smile, "This exclusive recipe for medicinal wine isn't so easy to prepare, so it took a bit longer." Exclusive recipe? Yang Tingting clearly remained skeptical of Zhou Zheng's words, thinking he was putting on an act. "Cut it out. Sounds so serious. Is Xiao Zhou back?" The old man on the hospital bed heard the noise and struggled to sit up. "I'm back, Grandpa. I got the wine," Zhou Zheng said, raising the glass bottle in his hand, which contained half a bottle of liquid amber in color, radiating a soft glow under the light. The old man's eyes lit up at the sight of the wine, and he didn't know where he got the strength to jump off the bed. He sat at the table and pulled out some paper cups. Drinking from paper cups may not taste as good as porcelain cups, but in the hospital no one was being picky. "Come on, Xiao Zhou, fill the cups. Tonight, I want to have a good drink with you." Zhou Zheng waved his hand. "Grandpa, didn't we agree? No more than a couple of drinks, and besides, this wine is medicinal. Drinking too much will cause heat and ruin it." All right. A couple is fine, just let me drink." "Come on, Xiao Zhou, sit next to me and pour the wine." Zhou Zheng didn't hesitate, sitting beside the old man, opened the cap of the glass bottle, and instantly a fragrant aroma of wine mixed with the scent of medicinal herbs filled the entire room. "Good wine." The old man couldn't help but exclaim. He had drunk quite a bit of medicinal wine before, but such a complex aroma was something he had never encountered. Even Yang Tingting, who didn't drink, found it somewhat pleasant. "Xiao Zhou, this wine of yours is impressive. Pour it quickly and completely tempt the old man's appetite." "All right." Zhou Zheng took a paper cup. Splash. He poured a small amount into the cup. "This much? It's not even enough for me to drink in one go," the old man complained. "Old man, I poured you about half a cup. You can drink that and still have more. If I pour a whole cup, you'll drink it all in one go and won't have any left for later." "Oh, come on, Xiao Zhou, you talk too much." The old man doesn't care. "Ooh, just pour me one." The old man picked up the paper cup and was about to drink it all in one go. "Grandpa, wait a moment." Yang Tingting suddenly interrupted. The old man glared at her. "What do you mean, Tingting?" Yang Tingting dared not meet the old man's gaze, and instead asked Zhou Zheng, "Is it really okay for Grandpa to drink this medicinal wine?" Zhou Zheng patted his chest and assured, "It's really fine. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility." The old man replied, "Xiao Zhou, if something really happens, it's my issue, not yours. It has nothing to do with you." "Tingting, I heard you, Grandpa." Yang Tingting could only reluctantly agree. The old man drank the medicinal wine in the paper cup and felt a warm current flowing down his throat into his stomach, then spreading throughout his body, warm and particularly comfortable. Moreover, this wine was strong, satisfying to drink, and after finishing he felt a sweet aftertaste with a hint of medicinal aroma. "Good wine. Good wine. Refreshing. Refreshing." The old man beamed, continuously praising it. "Old man, eat some dishes." All right. He knew he could only have one more drink. Such good wine should be savored. After drinking, his appetite indeed increased, and the old man enjoyed peanuts and shrimp with great delight, eating heartily. Seeing her grandpa finally eat, Yang Tingting felt relieved, but it was a shallow relief, as she wasn't entirely sure that after drinking Zhou Zheng's so-called exclusive medicinal wine, her grandpa would be completely fine. Thinking about it, she suddenly sneaked out of the ward. "Xiao Zhou, you eat as well." The old man called out to Zhou Zheng, then looked at Chu Yunyao and Lu Jianjun. "You two don't just stand there. It's not right for me to eat while you watch and for me to sit while you stand." Yunyao Master Cup. Zhou Zheng waved to them. They also didn't hold back and sat down to eat. "Hey, where did Tingting go?" Just as Chu Yunyao picked up her chopsticks, she suddenly noticed Yang Tingting was missing. The old man waved his hand. "That girl probably went to buy drinks. She never allows me to drink wine, yet she loves to drink sodas, which are even more harmful to health." Just then the door opened and Yang Tingting came in, followed by the deputy director Yang Xing, who said with a beaming smile, "Grandpa, are you eating?" "I'm just doing my rounds. Sorry to keep you waiting a bit. Let me check your health." Yang Tingting, fearing that her grandfather might suffer any adverse effects from the medicinal wine, decided to sneak out and find the doctor Yang Xing. She wanted Yang Xing to examine her grandfather's health to see if it was really as Zhou Zheng said, that her grandfather had consumed the medicinal wine he prepared and was perfectly fine. Yang Xing was startled upon hearing that the old man had been drinking. How could a patient with heart disease be allowed to drink? Wasn't that asking for a slow death? "Miss Yang, how could you let this happen? The old man has heart disease, and drinking is strictly forbidden. As family, you should have stopped him." Yang Xing felt that Yang Tingting was being irresponsible. Wasn't this putting her grandfather in danger? However, since the other party was the daughter of the deputy mayor, he hesitated to speak too harshly. He could only shake his head and follow Yang Tingting to the ward to check on the old man. On the way, Yang Tingting advised Yang Xing, saying that her grandfather had a stubborn temperament and preferred softness over harshness, so he should speak gently. Yang Xing nodded, thinking that since the old man was the father of the deputy mayor, he dared not say anything unpleasant. As soon as he entered the room, he put on a smile and introduced himself as the one conducting the examination. The old man knew that Yang Xing was his attending physician and treated him quite courteously. "Dr. Yang, have you eaten yet?" "Old man, I haven't finished work yet. Where would I have eaten?" The old man was also a warm-hearted person and invited Yang Xing. "Then let's eat together." No. Yang Xing repeatedly waved his hands. "Thank you for your kindness, but I'm currently on duty, so it's not convenient." "Old man, once you're better, there will be plenty of opportunities to dine together. Let me first check your health, as I still have several more wards to attend to." Zhou Zheng glanced at Yang Tingting. He guessed that Yang Tingting was worried about her grandfather drinking, which was why she had called for Yang Xing to check on him. Yang Tingting still did not fully trust her own judgment. However, Zhou Zheng did not feel repulsed. After all, the old man was Yang Tingting's grandfather. It was understandable that she was concerned. The old man, who was originally in good spirits and about to ask Zhou Zheng for more wine, became somewhat displeased upon hearing about the health check. However, he understood that this was Yang Xing's job, and since Yang Xing was looking out for him, he could only temporarily leave the dining table. "All right, Dr. Yang, let's make it quick." Yang Xing asked the old man to lie down on the bed and began measuring his blood pressure and heart rate. There was a monitoring device available, but the old man had removed it himself. He insisted on doing things his own way. After a series of procedures, Yang Xing could hardly believe his eyes. "Dr. Yang, how is it?" Yang Tingting asked concernedly from the side. "Just a moment." Yang Xing, unable to believe the readings he just obtained, couldn't help but measure again. Just as impatience began to show on the old man's face, Yang Xing finally spoke, his face filled with, "The old man's heart rate and blood pressure are approaching normal values. This, after all, for a senior heart disease patient who had nearly died from a heart attack yesterday and started drinking as soon as he woke up, it was utterly bizarre that his physiological indicators were now normalizing." Yang Tingting was equally astonished. "Dr. Yang, is this for real? You didn't make a mistake, did you?" "Miss Yang, I measured twice, and there's no mistake. It seems the old man's health has improved significantly. If this continues, he'll be able to leave the hospital in no time." "Really? That's wonderful." While Yang Tingting was delighted, she still harbored doubts. She understood her grandfather's health. It was impossible for him to recover to a normal state immediately after coming out of the ICU. Furthermore, Dr. Yang had mentioned that there were 2 blocked veins in her grandfather's heart. Why was her grandfather recovering so quickly? Could it be that drinking the medicinal wine provided by Zhou Zheng was the reason? Did drinking the medicinal wine truly have health benefits? "Old man, your recovery is excellent. Just a few more days of care, and I'll conduct a thorough examination for you." "Ha ha ha." The old man suddenly laughed. "I think that's unnecessary. I know my own body. After just one sip of wine, I feel invigorated. The medicinal wine that Xiao Zhou gave me is like a miraculous elixir that cured my ailment." Yang Xing was left speechless. Wasn't the old man's statement absurd? How could a patient drink alcohol and feel better? Yet he could not explain why the old man's health had improved so much in such a short time. All he could do was say cautiously, "Old man, even if the medicinal wine is effective, we must not overindulge." I know. The old man waved his hand impatiently. "Well then, Xiao Zhou, pour me some more. The medicinal wine you prepared is a cure for me." I understand, oh, I'll listen to you, old man." Zhou Zheng stood up and poured a bit more medicinal wine into a paper cup, filling the room. I understand, oh, I'll listen to you, old man." Zhou Zheng stood up and poured a bit more medicinal wine into a paper cup, filling the room with an even richer fragrance. Yangxing couldn't help but twitch his nose a few times. No wonder it smelled so good. It was the scent of the medicinal wine. Could it be that this stuff really works? "What do you call this, young man, and what do you do for a living?" Yangxing asked Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng stood up. "Hello, Dr. Yang, my name is Zhou Zheng, and I am a police officer." "Oh, hello, Officer Zhou. Could you let me have a taste of the medicinal wine you prepared?" Yangxing looked at the amber-colored medicinal wine in the glass bottle, filled with strong curiosity. Of course. Zhou Zheng poured a little into a paper cup and handed it to Yangxing. Yangxing took it first, inhaling deeply, and a rich aroma of alcohol blended with medicinal scent filled his nostrils, instantly lifting his spirits. Unable to resist, he tilted his head back and drank it all in one go. Immediately a warmth spread from his belly throughout his body, opening all his pores, providing an indescribable comfort. After drinking the medicinal wine, the fatigue from a long day's work vanished, and he felt incredibly rejuvenated and light. He was secretly amazed. This was no medicinal wine, it was a miraculous elixir. If even a heart disease patient could drink it packaged and marketed, it would surely earn a fortune. Excitedly he asked, "Xiao Zhou, where did you get this medicinal wine?" "I made it myself. Oh, it's a family recipe." "Oh. Well then you all eat first, I'll go check on other wards." After Yangxing left, Yang Tingting turned around. She was both curious and astonished about the medicinal liquor prepared by Zhou Zheng. "Zhou Zheng, did my grandfather's sudden improvement in health result from the effects of the medicinal liquor? Is the effect of the medicinal liquor you prepared really that significant?" Zhou Zheng nodded. Just now he too took a sip of the medicinal liquor, feeling invigorated, as if the damaged cells in his body had been restored, leaving him completely at ease. The recipe for the medicinal liquor provided by the system was indeed of exceptional quality. This was merely made with ordinary herbs. If it were crafted according to the standard recipe, wouldn't the effects be even more remarkable? Thus Zhou Zheng felt very confident now. "Zhou Zheng, could I have a sip of the medicinal liquor?" Yang Tingting's eyes were filled with anticipation and curiosity. She also wanted to try and see what it felt like to drink the medicinal liquor. "Sure. Yunyao master, let me pour a little for you too. This stuff is very beneficial for the body." Lu Jianjun had actually been craving it for a while. However, he had been holding back. First, it was still his working hours, and he couldn't drink. Secondly, this was the medicinal liquor Zhou Zheng prepared for the old man, and he felt it was inappropriate to ask. "Little Zhou, am currently on the clock. Drinking would be a mistake." Zhou Zheng chuckled. "Master, it's nearly 8 o'clock. You've long since finished work. Go ahead and drink, it's fine." Saying this, he poured a little medicinal liquor into 3 paper cups. "Zhou Zheng, I can't drink alcohol. Oh, I won't have any, okay?" Chu Yunyao tugged at Zhou Zheng's sleeve. She was naturally sensitive to alcohol. Oh, just a sip would make her flush, so she rarely drank. "Yunyao, this liquor won't get you drunk. Besides, just a small sip is fine." "All right then." Chu Yunyao. Naturally, he trusted Zhou Zheng completely. The old man was very pleased. After all, so many people were accompanying him for a drink, though it was a pity he could only have a small amount. "Come on, everyone, raise your glasses, and let's drink together." Zhou Zheng stood up and said, "This cup of liquor is to wish the old man a speedy recovery." Everyone stood up together and said in unison, "Wishing the old man a speedy recovery." "Great. Then I thank you all. Let's drink to show our respect." The old man had long been eager and seized the opportunity to down his drink in one go. The others followed suit. Zhou Zheng poured only a small amount. Even Chu Yunyao, who couldn't drink, managed to finish it in one go. Refreshing. After the medicinal liquor went down, the old man's face showed a look of satisfaction. Yang Tingting, Chu Yunyao, and Lu Jianjun were all astonished. They could feel the effects of the medicinal liquor on their bodies. Especially Yang Tingting, who had been somewhat worried about her grandfather, was now completely at ease. After all, she had personally tasted it and felt the changes in her body. "Zhou Zheng, this is truly amazing. I only had a sip of the medicinal liquor and felt completely comfortable and revitalized." Yang Tingting said sincerely. "Now do you believe in the effects of the medicinal liquor I prepared?" "I apologize, Zhou Zheng. I had some doubts about you earlier." "Huh, it's nothing." Zhou Zheng waved his hand with a smile. "Well, Zhou Zheng, I have an unreasonable request. I hope you can share the recipe for the medicinal liquor with me, so that I can prepare it for my grandfather in the future." Tingting. Before Zhou Zheng could respond, the old man spoke up sternly. Since the effects of the medicinal liquor are so miraculous, I believe this must be a closely guarded secret of Xiao Zhou's. To ask him for the recipe like this is putting him in a difficult position, isn't it? Yang Tingting argued, Grandpa, I'm doing this for your sake too. Then she looked at Chu Yunyao with a pleading Yunyao Zhou Zheng is your husband, why don't you talk to him and see if he can give me the recipe? Chu Yunyao, Tingting, even though Zhou Zheng and I are married, the recipe for the medicinal liquor belongs to him. It's his decision whether to share it or not. I won't pressure him, and what you said earlier was indeed somewhat inappropriate. Hearing Chu Yunyao's words warmed Zhou Zheng's heart. He would absolutely not share the recipe for the medicinal liquor with Yang Tingting. Being a pushover was not the way to go. The recipe for the medicinal liquor was wealth. If Chu Yunyao were to ask him for the recipe for the sake of her good friend Yang Tingting, it would put him in a difficult position. Fortunately, Chu Yunyao did not side with Lu Tingting and refused to ask Zhou Zheng for the recipe. This made him feel relieved. Yang Tingting, the recipe for the medicinal liquor is a family heirloom. Oh, I cannot disclose it to others. However, if the old man wants to drink medicinal liquor, it's quite simple. I will prepare it for him. In the future, I plan to have our Yunyao run a medicinal liquor business and start her own venture as a boss. After all, working for others is too much of a letdown for her. Chu Yunyao felt a wave of emotion as well. Being the daughter of the Chu family, she had been exposed to business acumen from a young age and had a keen sense for commerce. With Zhou Zheng's recipe for the medicinal liquor being so miraculous, it was likely that if it could be produced in bulk and properly packaged and promoted, it would surely be a lucrative venture. A secret recipe is like a goose that lays golden eggs. It is too precious to be shared. All right, Zhou Zheng, I'm sorry. I was too eager and presumptuous. It's fine, it's fine. Zhou Zheng waved his hand. If you need medicinal liquor in the future, you can ask Yunyao for it. Yunyao, what do you think? Chu Yunyao nodded. I think it's fine. Tingting is my close friend. Oh, why don't we prepare some medicinal liquor for the old man to use for free? That won't do. The old man glared. You must pay out. Preparing medicinal liquor incurs costs, right? Grandpa, just charge me the cost price. Chu Yunyao was also not pretentious. Feelings aside, business is business. All right. I'll order 10 pounds for now and promote it to my old buddies once I leave the hospital. This was exactly the effect Chu Yunyao wanted. The old man had previously been a cadre and was the father of the former deputy mayor, so, with his endorsement, the medicinal liquor would sell well. The old man waved his hand grandly. It's settled then. Yunyao, hurry and have your Zhou Zheng prepare the medicinal liquor tomorrow. I can't wait. Tingting, pay Yunyao for the liquor first, and I'll reimburse you later. Yang Tingting said playfully, Grandpa, what are you talking about? I have my own money. Buying medicinal liquor is a way to show filial piety to you. After saying this, she turned to Chu Yunyao. Yao, what is the pricing for the medicinal liquor? How much is it per pound? This question left Chu Yunyao at a loss. She didn't know the cost of preparing the medicinal liquor, nor did she know how much to sell it for. She looked at Zhou Zheng with a pleading expression. Zhou Zheng also didn't know how to price it. After all, the medicinal liquor he prepared for the old man was cobbled together, costing over 1,000. If he could obtain the raw materials, the costs might decrease. Old man, I can't set a price right now. Oh, I'll leave this to Yunyao, and we can discuss it once she figures it out. All right then. The old man nodded. Everyone, let's eat. After a hearty meal, Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun took their leave, and Chu Yunyao followed Zhou Zheng back to his hospital room. In the corridor, they were stopped by Yang Xing. Zhou Zheng, I need to talk to you. He pointed to a man dressed in luxury brands beside him and said, Let me introduce you. This is Wu Di, the owner of Wu's Healthcare Group. The Wu Health Group is a star enterprise that originated in Jiangbei. Its owner Wu Di started from scratch, establishing the company primarily focused on health products, thriving in the health industry with a wealth surpassing that of Wang Feng. Just now, his old classmate Yang Xing called, saying that someone at Jiangbei First Central Hospital had concocted a medicinal liquor with remarkable effects, even suitable for patients with heart disease. Moreover, this medicinal liquor is not yet available on the market. Wu Di, with his keen business sense, immediately sensed a significant opportunity. Without hesitation, he instructed his driver to prepare the car and headed for Jiangbei First Central Hospital. After meeting with Yang Xing and briefly understanding the situation, Wu Di was excited. If the medicinal liquor was indeed as miraculous as Yang Xing claimed, acquiring the formula and promoting it could double his worth at the very least. Wu Di promised Yang Xing that he would reward him handsomely if the plan succeeded. As they chatted, they walked towards the old man's hospital room, only to coincidentally encounter Zhou Zheng and his party in the corridor. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Wu Di extended his hand with a broad smile. Zhou Zheng was taken aback. Although Wu Di was a big boss, Zhou Zheng did not recognize him. Politely shaking hands, he asked, Mr. Were you looking for me? Is there something you need? Mr. Zhou, I won't beat around the bush. I heard that you possess a secret formula for medicinal liquor, and I specifically came to discuss a deal with you. What kind of deal? I want to acquire the formula you have. Zhou Zheng frowned, glancing at Yang Xing, thinking to himself that this Dr. Yang is rather quick to talk. Yangxing lowered his head, not daring to meet Zhou Zheng's gaze. Zhou Zheng shook his head. Mr. Wu, I'm sorry, but this is a family heirloom of mine, and I won't sell it. Wu Di was not surprised by Zhou Zheng's refusal. If the deal had gone through so easily, he would have questioned the authenticity of the formula. Mr. Zhou, everything is negotiable. There's no need to refuse right off the bat. Name your price. Mr. Wu, I've made myself very clear. I won't sell the formula. 200,000. Wu Di pondered for a moment and stated a figure. Mr. Zhou, how about I offer you 200,000 for your formula? Beside him, Lu Jianjun snorted, thinking to himself that this Wu Di is a big boss, yet he thinks he can buy the secret formula from Xiaozhou for just 200,000. This calculation is truly ludicrous. Even someone like him, who doesn't understand business, knows that the value of the secret formula in Zhou Zheng's hands far exceeds 200,000. 200,000 is barely enough for a beggar. Zhou Zheng had no intention of selling the formula anyway. It was a gift for Chu Yunyao, so he just smiled politely. Goodbye, Mr. Wu. Hey, Mr. Zhou, don't go. Wu Di became anxious when he saw Zhou Zheng about to leave. The price is negotiable. How about 300,000? He'll offer 300,000 for your formula. Zhou Zheng walked past Chu Yunyao without even glancing at him. Watching Zhou Zheng's back, Wu Di said, Mr. Zhou, I advise you to consider this carefully. You lack resources. Even if you start your own medicinal liquor business, it will be hard to promote. Furthermore, as a public servant, you cannot engage in business. It would be wise to cash in on the formula. That's the most sensible choice. Zhou Zheng laughed. Turning back, he said, Mr. Wu, you are correct, but I never intended to start a business. He pointed at Chu Yunyao. The business of medicinal liquor will be managed by my wife. Your wife? Can she handle it? Wu Di looked at Chu Yunyao and realized for the first time that Zhou Zheng's wife was a stunning beauty, somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen her before. However, he thought that Zhou Zheng's wife was at best a pretty face and wouldn't be capable of running a business. Whether she can handle it is not for you to judge. Zhou Zheng said confidently, if you think my wife cannot run a business, then that is a huge joke. Wu Di thought to himself, who exactly is this beauty? Why is Zhou Zheng so confident? Excuse me, may I ask what your name is? Chu Yunyao replied generously, Mr. Well, my name is Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao, the daughter of the Chu family. Wu Di was suddenly so surprised he couldn't close his mouth. He was unaware that Chu Yunyao had already severed ties with her family. The daughter of the Chu family actually got married. Moreover, Zhou Zheng entrusted the medicinal liquor business to the daughter of the Chu family, which undoubtedly means she is much more capable than him, considering the resources and connections behind the Chu family far surpass his own. No wonder Zhou Zheng has such confidence. He had just thought about taking advantage of the situation to acquire Zhou Zheng's formula for 30 or so thousand, but now he felt utterly ridiculous, like a clown. With the Chu family involved in the medicinal liquor business, their strength would increase significantly, making it possible for them to become the richest in Jiangbei. Zhou Zheng and his group returned to the hospital room. Chu Yunyao had many things she wanted to say to Zhou Zheng, but it wasn't convenient in front of Lu Jianjun. She glanced at the wall clock. It was nearly 9 o'clock. She said to Lu Jianjun, Jianjun, you've been with Zhou Zheng at the hospital for a long time. Haven't you gone home? Lu Jianjun nodded. As police officers, we often work day and night. I'm used to it. Jianjun, why don't you go home tonight? I can look after Zhou Zheng. Lu Jianjun hesitated. He certainly wanted to go home. After all, he hadn't been home for several days and missed his wife and kids. However, Hao Aigua had ordered him to take care of Zhou Zheng at the hospital. If he went home, it would be equivalent to slacking off. Sister-in-law, that wouldn't be appropriate. Taking care of Zhou Zheng is my job and responsibility. Zhou Zheng said, Master, it's fine as long as Yunyao is here, you can go home. Lu Jianjun still hesitated, frowning as he said, but tomorrow the city bureau leaders will come to the hospital for your award ceremony. I'm sure the director will come early. Oh, if he finds me absent, I'll be in trouble. Zhou Zheng smiled. Master, why are you being so stubborn? Just come early tomorrow morning. That's true. Lu Jianjun scratched his head, feeling a bit foolish. All right, Master, go home. Remember to bring 2 breakfasts for Yunyao and me tomorrow morning. Well, all right, thank you, sister-in-law. I'll take my leave now. Lu Jianjun waved his hand and left the hospital room. At that moment, the hospital room became a world for just Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao took a sip of the medicinal liquor. Although it wouldn't make her drunk, being unable to drink alcohol, her little face turned rosy, adding a touch of color under the light. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but be mesmerized. Chu Yunyao noticed Zhou Zheng's gaze and felt a bit shy. Zhou Zheng, why are you looking at me? Looking at a beauty under the lamp, the more I look, the more spirited I feel. The ancients were not wrong. Yunyao, you are too beautiful. Zhou Zheng said with cheesy lines, making Chu Yunyao even more bashful, and she quickly changed the subject. Zhou Zheng, do you really want me to manage the medicinal liquor business? Zhou Zheng replied seriously, yes. Yunyao, don't go to work anymore. I have the formula. Oh, I will support you to start your own business and become a boss. However, many of the precious medicinal materials needed for the formula, we currently seem to lack the funds to. Chu Yunyao was actually interested in the medicinal liquor business as her family was in trade. She preferred doing business over working. Zhou, how about I try asking my best friend to lend me some money? Zhou supported Chu Yunyao in starting her own business, as she naturally did not wish to work for others. Having severed ties with her family, and with no money in hand, she had no choice but to seek employment. Now that Zhou supported her in entrepreneurship, she aspired to grow strong and successful, wanting to show her parents that even after leaving the Chu family, she could achieve great things and live well. However, Zhou could only provide assistance with the secret formula. Everything else she had to do herself. The most urgent issue was the lack of financial support, as brewing medicinal wine required many precious herbs. She heard that a century-old wild ginseng on the market was being sold for over $1 million. Chu Yunyao only had a few thousand yuan, and with the 10,000 yuan that Yang Tingting gave to Zhou, it was far from enough to proceed with the work. Feeling anxious, Chu Yunyao noticed Zhou taking out his phone and tuning into a certain CCTV channel to watch a program. Frowning, she wondered why Zhou was watching a TV show. What kind of show was so captivating? Hello viewers, it's time for the live drawing of the double chromosphere. It turned out he was watching the lottery drawing. Chu Yunyao couldn't help but shake her head. Yunyao, come quickly to watch the double chromosphere drawing. Zhou, what's going on? Did you buy a lottery ticket? Of course, Yunyao. Didn't I have a stroke of luck yesterday and win over 10,000 yuan from scratch cards? On my way out, I also bought 100 yuan worth of double chromosphere tickets. If I win the first prize, the least I could get is 5 million for one ticket. 50 tickets would be 250 million, and after taxes there would still be 200 million left. If I win the first prize, I will use the money to start a health supplement company for you. With my secret formula for medicinal wine, you will definitely grow strong and achieve great success again. At that time, your parents would see that you are not suffering with me, and perhaps it would ease the relationship between you. Hearing Zhou's words warmed Chu Yunyao's heart. Zhou was indeed considerate of her in every way. Although it was just a hypothesis, it moved Chu Yunyao greatly. However, winning from scratch cards did not guarantee winning the first prize in the double chromosphere. After all, the odds were close to zero. Let alone winning 50 first prizes, even winning one would be like smoke from an ancestral grave. Therefore, Chu Yunyao did not believe Zhou could win the first prize. In fact, she thought he might not win even a minor prize. However, she did not voice her thoughts to avoid dampening Zhou's enthusiasm. She moved closer to him and watched the drawing process together. Zhou stared at the phone screen while pulling out a double chromosphere lottery ticket from his pocket. On the phone screen, the staff started the drawing machine, and a bunch of small balls with numbers were mixed around like fried chestnuts. Soon the first number was drawn, 18. Zhou glanced at his ticket and found that he had that number. The second number was 09. The third number was 25. The third and fourth numbers, the fifth and sixth numbers, were drawn in succession. I won them all. Zhou couldn't help but get excited. Indeed, the 20-fold luck was not to be underestimated. If he won the blue ball, he would have at least 200 million. Yunyao, there's just one more number needed for the jackpot. That's 50 times the first prize. Chu Yunyao was also thrilled. Although she was the daughter of the Chu family, a few billion should not have excited her. However, this was a game of chance that could elevate one's adrenaline, making it impossible not to feel excited. On the phone screen, the staff pressed the machine for the blue ball, and soon the blue ball was blown up. The thrilling moment had arrived. As the basketball rolled out, Zhou saw the number and was stunned. Damn, the blue ball was wrong. He shook his head helplessly. 20-fold luck couldn't compete with the director's will. He was completely defeated. Yunyao, the blue ball is wrong. We didn't win the first prize. Zhou's expression was somewhat dejected. After all, he had gotten the first 6 numbers right and thought the first prize was within reach, but the final step fell through, which was truly disappointing. Chu Yunyao felt a bit disappointed too, but she never had high hopes, so she was not as disappointed as Zhou. Zhou won the second prize, and she felt he was incredibly lucky. She consoled him. Zhou, don't be upset. Even though you didn't win the first prize, you got 6 red balls, which means 50 second prizes. That's already quite good. Zhou thought about it. Although he didn't win the first prize, the second prize was still a prize, which was better than winning nothing at all. On the phone screen, the host began to announce the national winning situation. No one won the first prize, but the second prize was a bonanza with over 80 tickets, winning an average prize of 78,000 yuan per ticket. Zhou had won 50 tickets, which meant 3,900,000. Now after taxes, it was 3,120,000. Although he missed the first prize, winning over 3 million in the second prize was still a consolation. Spending 100 yuan to win over 3 million, what more could one ask for? Yunyao, you were right, of over 3 million is quite a lot. I think it's enough for the initial procurement of raw materials for brewing medicinal wine. Then Zhou Zheng began calculating the raw materials needed for brewing medicinal wine with Chu Yunyao and their approximate prices. To brew the secret medicinal wine, 1-century-old wild ginseng, cordyceps, deer, antler musk, and several precious herbs were needed. After calculating, the initial set of raw materials would require an investment of at least 1,500,000 yuan. The cost of the alcohol was not included in that. The secret formula did not require high-quality wine as long as it was a pure grain distilled strong sauce-flavored liquor. Assuming the cost of pure grain liquor at 50 yuan per gene, it would also require 250,000 yuan. Of course, compared to the precious herbs, this was a small amount. An investment of 1,750,000 yuan could brew about 5,000 gene of wine repeatedly. If 1 gene of wine sold for 1,000 yuan, it could generate around 5 million with a profit of over 3 million, which was quite considerable. Of course, it didn't mean that once 5,000 gene of wine were brewed, the materials could no longer be used. They could still be used for further brewing, although the efficacy would be weakened, but some effects would still be present. Chu Yunyao organized her thoughts and suggested that initially they did not need to invest too much in hardware. Buying a large jar that could hold 100 gene of mash, and as for the venue, they could just use the rental apartment. As for pricing, Chu Yunyao felt Zhou Zheng's pricing was too conservative. The Feitian brand was being sold for 3,000 per bottle. Such a miraculous medicinal wine should be priced higher than Feitian. Zhou Zheng was stunned. Yunyao, do you mean to sell 1 gene of wine for over 3,000? Isn't that too high? Chu Yunyao shook her head. 3,000 is already a generous offer. I plan to first target the high-end market. Those with power and wealth will find your low pricing to be unappealing. I will first create some tasting wines in 1 and 2 liang volumes and give them to influential people in society to drink. Once they understand the efficacy of the medicinal wine, they will actively seek to purchase from us and even endorse us. Yang Tingting's grandfather knows many retired senior officials, and I also know quite a few wealthy individuals. Zhou Zheng, doing this business is actually quite simple. Zhou Zheng thought to himself that it was indeed simple for those with wealth and power to do business as resources were everywhere, but for ordinary people it would be difficult. Zhou Zheng did not want to get involved in the business and decided to leave everything to Chu Yunyao. Yunyao, you take charge of everything. I will tell you the formula for the medicinal wine, and here is this lottery ticket. You take it and claim the prize tomorrow as startup capital. Chu Yunyao did not act coy as she accepted the ticket and jokingly said, Zhou Zheng, aren't you afraid I might run away with the secret formula and the ticket? Hee. Zhou Zheng chuckled and replied, 3 million is just pocket change for someone like you from a wealthy family. If you really ran away with the ticket and the formula, you wouldn't have resolutely married me for a promise, so your argument doesn't hold water. Chu Yunyao thought that Zhou Zheng was indeed clever. Zhou Zheng, if the company really takes off, you can be the chairman, and I will be the general manager, and I will work for you. Zhou Zheng waved his hand. Yunyao, I've said it before, what's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine. I cannot do business within the system, so I will leave all business matters to you. In a luxurious private room of the Kaixing nightclub in Jiangbei City, a girl dressed in a black neck dress knelt in front of a white marble coffee table, her back facing the large screen. She meticulously arranged the fruit platter on the coffee table, pouring dark red matcha into each of the small glass cups arranged in a matrix. After completing these tasks, she looked at the few guests behind the coffee table waiting for their instructions. On the sofa sat 3 men. Hong Hao was on the right, Wang Feng on the left, and in the middle sat a middle-aged man in his 40s wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a dark blue jacket, who appeared refined and cultured. At that moment, the man with gold-rimmed glasses was singing to the large screen. Don't ask me where I come from, my hometown is far away. Despite his mediocre singing, he was completely immersed in it. Meanwhile, Wang Feng was shamelessly flirting with a girl sitting next to him who was dressed revealingly. Her face was flushed and her expression was rich with emotion. Eventually unable to hold back, she said in a flattering tone, Big brother, why don't you sing a song? And handed the microphone to Wang Feng. Damn, can't you see my cousin is singing? Big brother, your voice is nice, I think you would definitely sing well. The girl flattered him desperately to escape his grasp. Wang Feng, knowing his own limitations, replied, with my terrible voice, am not even on the same level as my cousin. The one singing was indeed Wang Feng's distant relative Wei Hui, the deputy director of the political office at the city bureau, a mid-level leader whose position wasn't large, but his power was considerable. Wang Feng had invited Wei Hui to the nightclub not only to strengthen their relationship, but primarily to hope that Wei Hui could help him deal with Zhou Zheng. After finishing his song, Wei Hui received enthusiastic applause from everyone. The accompanying girl beside him said with admiration, Big brother, you sing so well, even better than the stars. Saying this, she leaned closer to him as Wei Hui's refined demeanor naturally exuded an attractive aura, making him far more appealing than Wang Feng. However, Wei Hui subtly dodged the girl leaning towards him and said with a serious expression, Miss, I would like to have a deep conversation with cultured beauties. Wang Feng inwardly despised him, thinking, what's with my cousin pretending to be noble? These girls are paid, they can play however they want to, why flaunt culture? What's with the pretentiousness? Do you want the accompanying girl to admire you and take the initiative? Despite his disdain, Wang Feng didn't dare show it. He glanced at the time on his IWC watch. It was getting late, and it was time to discuss serious matters. Cousin, I need to talk to you about something. Wei Hui glanced at the girl beside him. Fengzi, this isn't a place for conversation. Wang Feng, knowing Wei Hui was usually cautious, waved his hand and said to the three accompanying girls, you all go out first. Sir, you need to keep track of the time, even when you go out. Damn it. Do you think I care about your little money? Get the hell out of here. The three girls, seeing the guest angry, quickly stood up and left. Wei Hui leaned back comfortably on the sofa and asked in confusion, Fengzi, why are you so angry? Who upset you? Cousin, you hit the nail on the head. There's a guy named Zhou Zheng who has been bothering me. I'm about to explode. Zhou Zheng. Wei Hui thought the name sounded familiar and suddenly remembered that all the intern police officers at Xiaobei Police Station were named Zhou Zheng. Of course, he would soon pass the internship period and become a third-level police officer. The higher-ups had already given him the deputy director of the political department a heads-up, and he had helped with the process. Wei Hui felt a bit envious, but then again Zhou Zheng had captured a level-wanted criminal and received first-class merit. Could it be that the Zhou Zheng Wang Feng was talking about was the one from Xiaobei Police Station? However, the world is so big that there are countless people named Zhou Zheng. It didn't necessarily mean they were the same person. Fengzi, what exactly is going on? Don't make me ask, just tell me about it. Cousin, it's like this. Wang Feng briefly explained the conflict he had with Zhou Zheng. After hearing this, Wei Hui furrowed his brows. It was indeed a coincidence that the Zhou Zheng who had a conflict with Wang Feng was the one from Xiaobei Police Station. Cousin, I must marry Chu Yunyao. That guy Zhou Zheng doesn't know what sweet talk he used to deceive Chu Yunyao, so you have to help me. Wei Hui's face darkened. He thought to himself, Wang Feng is getting more and more useless. He fails to pursue a woman and actually wants me to step in. What does he think I am? A matchmaker? Fengzi, there are plenty of women. Oh, why must it be Chu Yunyao? I know you want a strong alliance, but she has already gotten close to Zhou Zheng. Do you want to force her to marry you? The Chu family is wealthy and powerful. They are not something you or I can provoke. Wang Feng took a sip of red wine and said, Cousin, I'm not saying to force Chu Yunyao. I wouldn't dare. I just want you to put pressure on Zhou Zheng to make him leave. Chu Yunyao, you're a leader in the political office. Dealing with a grassroots police officer is like a piece of cake for you. Wei Hui's eyes turned a few times, and he suddenly sighed. Fengzi, theoretically I can handle someone like Zhou Zheng, a small police officer, but do you know that this kid just received first-class merit and is in high spirits? I can't just casually deal with him. Moreover, the Chu family is so powerful. If Chu Yunyao finds out I'm scheming against her, and she holds a grudge against me, wouldn't I be asking for trouble? Wang Feng chuckled, thinking that this cousin of his wanted to have his cake and eat it too. He could do anything for money. Isn't he just waiting for me to offer some benefits? Cousin, don't overthink it. Chu Yunyao's parents would be delighted if she breaks up with Zhou Zheng. You don't need to worry about the Chu family. Also, I'm not letting you do this for nothing. I have a 3-bedroom apartment in Hongju community in the city that I've never lived in since it was renovated. It's close to the police station and convenient for work. How about you move there? Wei Hui's heart stirred. His home was quite far from the police station, and commuting was always troublesome. It was just what he needed to have a place close to the city bureau. The apartment Wang Feng mentioned was worth at least 2 million. Wei Hui couldn't help but feel tempted and patted his chest, saying, Fengzi, since you came to me, I can't just stand by and do nothing. Tomorrow morning, you'll find time to meet Zhou Zheng. Anyone who dares to steal my brother's woman should be prepared. What if he received first-class merit? They'll take care of him. Great. Wang Feng raised his glass. Cousin, you truly care about me. Once this is settled, I'll send you the keys. We're in this together. Haha, Fengzi, we're relatives. Who else would I help if not you? Cheers. Wang Feng downed his drink, a dark smile appearing on his face. Zhou Zheng, I wonder how long you can keep bouncing around. At the first central hospital of Jiangbei City, the old man lay in bed fully content after a hearty meal, exhibiting no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Having consumed the medicinal wine, he felt invigorated. The medicinal wine prescribed by Zhou Zheng is truly remarkable. I am truly fortunate from now on. The old man believed this wine was tailor-made for him, as it not only nourished his body, but also satisfied his craving for alcohol. Ting, make sure to hide the remaining medicinal wine well. I don't want anyone to steal it from me. The old man instructed Yang Ting with concern. When Zhou Zheng and the others left, they did not take the remaining medicinal wine. The old man treasured it dearly, fearing its loss. Yang Ting looked at the glass bottle containing less than 3 taels of wine and couldn't help but feel exasperated. Grandpa, if someone didn't know better, they'd think this was iodine. Who would steal it? Moreover, there's barely any left. Even if I gave it away for free, no one would want it. The old man rolled his eyes. giving it away for free. You're quite generous. Tingting, do you know the value of this medicinal wine Zhou Zheng prepared? What? Grandpa, is this medicinal wine really valuable? The old man nodded. It can't just be measured by its monetary value anymore. As a heart disease patient who nearly lost my life, having narrowly escaped with my life, feeling weakened and drained after drinking a bit of this medicinal wine, can you guess what happened? I felt completely rejuvenated all over. Many of my old friends are also in poor health, spending considerable sums each year for health maintenance, while suffering greatly. If they could drink this medicinal wine, all their suffering would be alleviated. If they knew about it, they would pay any price for it. Money aside, the most important thing is to avoid suffering from illness. Yang Tingting thought to herself that her grandpa made a valid point. She had also seen the old man's friends. As they aged, many of them were confined to wheelchairs, unable to move easily. Daily they suffered from various pains and ailments, appearing frail. If just a couple sips of medicinal wine could rejuvenate them, honestly those people would jump at the chance to buy it. It seemed Zhou Zheng's medicinal wine formula was worth its weight in gold. However, Dr. Yang mentioned that the old man's heart was still blocked and had potential risks which cast a Lying in bed, the old man increasingly felt that Zhou Zheng was his savior, not only saving his life, but also helping him prepare the medicinal wine for his recovery. Tingting, inform your father that I've found my savior, and ask him to personally thank Zhou Zheng. Didn't he say he would make a banner for my lifesaver? Once it's done, he can deliver it to Zhou Zheng. Oh, got it. Yang Tingting took out her phone and called Vice Mayor Yang. In the office of the Deputy Mayor of Jiangbei City, despite it being 9 at night, Yang Zishan was still busy. Dingling. The phone rang and Yang Zi raised his weary eyes to check the caller ID. It was Tingting's call. Yang Zishan's heart skipped a beat. Could something have happened to the old man? He quickly answered the phone. Hello Tingting, why are you calling so late? How's Grandpa doing? Dad, there's no need to worry, Grandpa is doing quite well. He has been sleeping since this afternoon, and after waking up he ate a bit, and even drank some wine. What? Yang Zishan instantly grew anxious. Tingting, how could you let Grandpa drink wine with his heart? Dad, please don't panic, let me explain. Grandpa drank the medicinal wine prepared by Zhou Zheng using a secret recipe. A little bit won't affect his condition, and is actually beneficial to his health. Really? Dad, I wouldn't dare lie about something this serious. It's true, Grandpa is feeling much more spirited now. Dr. Yang has examined him, and all his indicators are approaching normal. That's great. Yang Zishan let out a sigh of relief. Yet he was also puzzled. Can heart disease patients really consume medicinal wine? The effects of this medicinal wine were astonishing, almost unbelievable. Tingting, who exactly is this Zhou Zheng? If his medicinal wine is truly as miraculous as you say, we need to prepare some for your grandpa. Dad, it's quite a coincidence this Zhou Zheng is actually Yao Yao's husband, and he's the kind-hearted person who brought Grandpa to the hospital. Yang Tingting's information was overwhelming for Yang Zishan, causing him to momentarily struggle to process it. Wait a moment, Tingting, you're providing too much information. I need to sort it out. As the deputy mayor, Yang Zishan was quite astute. With some mental gymnastics, he quickly pieced together this. The young man, named Zhou Zheng, saved the old man's life, then quietly did a good deed and left, and he was also the husband of Tingting's friend Chu Yunyao. Yang Zishan was puzzled as to why the daughter of the Chu family suddenly had a husband, but he had no time to ponder. Then, due to the relationship between Chu Yunyao and Yang Tingting, Zhou Zheng reappeared. The old man recognized Zhou Zheng, who provided the miraculous medicinal wine, greatly improving the old man's health. Tingting, since you've met Grandpa's lifesaver, you must express your gratitude properly. I already thanked him. Dad, Grandpa wants you to personally thank Zhou Zheng, and also fulfill your promise to present him with a banner as soon as possible. Yang Zishan nodded. He indeed had mentioned such a thing. However, he had a meeting to attend tomorrow morning, and was too busy to leave. He could only attend to it after the meeting. Tingting, you'll do my best to find time tomorrow morning to complete the task Grandpa assigned, but do you know where this Zhou Zheng lives? Yang Tingting replied. Zhou Zheng is in the hospital. He was injured and admitted there just downstairs from Grandpa's ward. Yang Zishan's eyes widened as he asked, what happened? If Grandpa's lifesaver was injured and hospitalized, Yang Zishan would do everything he could to ensure he received justice. Dad, you probably don't know yet, but I heard from Yao Yao that Zhou Zheng is a police officer who captured an 11 fugitive while on duty last night and got a bit injured. Yang Zishan asked with concern, is it serious? Not serious, just minor injuries. He's bouncing back, just fine. That's good. Tingting, how about this? You go have a banner made on my behalf and Grandpa's for Zhou Zheng. And I will definitely find time to visit Zhou Zheng in the hospital tomorrow morning. Okay. He'll let Grandpa know. Yang Tingting hung up the phone and conveyed Yang Zishan's intentions to the old man. The old man nodded. Tingting, go make the banner now. Yang Tingting felt a bit exasperated. The banner shops were all closed. However, she didn't argue with her grandpa, instead calling someone to find the owner of a banner shop. The other party stated they could deliver it to her in the morning. After negotiating the price, Yang Tingting paid a deposit, finally feeling relieved. Meanwhile, Yang Zishan put down his phone and suddenly remembered that the city bureau had reported today that a trainee police officer named Zhou Zheng from the Qiaobei police station had captured an 11 fugitive and was to be awarded first-class merit. It seemed this Zhou Zheng was indeed the one who saved the old man. Zhou Zheng is a rare talent. I must meet him. Yang Zishan thought to himself. The shrill sound of an alarm clock rang out, jolting Chu Yunyao from her hazy slumber. She turned it off and closed her eyes again, intending to catch a few more moments of sleep. Suddenly panic set in. She sat up, abruptly realizing that she had to go to Fanhai International Trading Company for her first day at work, and she couldn't afford to be late. A second later, Chu Yunyao remembered that she had been discussing with Zhou Zheng for half the night about how to promote medicinal wine. She had already decided to venture into entrepreneurship. Why was she even considering going to work? Shaking her head with a smile, she suddenly noticed someone lying on the floor. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Zhou Zheng. She recalled that she had fallen asleep while chatting with him. The hospital room contained only one bed, indicating that Zhou Zheng had gentlemanly offered it to her while he made do with the floor. Chu Yunyao realized that he had not taken advantage of their shared space while she slept. While feeling touched, Chu Yunyao couldn't help but curse Zhou Zheng for being less than a beast. How could he not have any thoughts with such a beautiful girl in front of him, completely defenseless? In truth, how could Zhou Zheng not have thoughts? With Chu Yunyao's stunning beauty, no man could resist her allure. However, he believed one should have principles. He wanted to let time pass, hoping Chu Yunyao would eventually take the initiative to embrace him and fall in love with him. Yet the feeling of being less than a beast was not pleasant. Zhou Zheng had tossed and turned on the floor for a long time before finally falling asleep. Chu Yunyao felt quite guilty for occupying his hospital bed. With sleep no longer an option, she got out of bed, approached Zhou Zheng, and squatted down beside him. Zhou Zheng go sleep on the bed. Her long, smooth black hair cascaded down, brushing against Zhou Zheng's face and tickling him. As Zhou Zheng opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Chu Yunyao's exquisite face. Yunyao, you're awake. Go sleep on the bed. The floor is hard and cold, which isn't good for your health. What time is it, Yunyao? It's almost 7 o'clock. Oh no, it's so late I can't sleep anymore. Zhou Zheng quickly sat up from the floor. In a little while, the city bureau's leaders would arrive to present him with a first-class merit award, so he needed. Zhou Zheng, there's still time. You can sleep a bit longer. I'm not going to sleep. I think my master should be back soon. Just then Lu Jianjun knocked and entered carrying a bag of hot breakfast. Seeing Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao together, one squatting and the other sitting, Lu Jianjun paused for a moment. I didn't see anything. You two carry on. But hurry up. I think the director is coming. With that, he turned and walked out. Chu Yunyao's face turned red with embarrassment, while Zhou Zheng wore a dark expression. Master, come back. It's not what you think. We've already gotten up. Oh, really? I hope I didn't disturb you too. Lu Jianjun stopped and placed the breakfast he was holding on the table. I brought you steamed buns and soy milk. Eat them while they're hot. I wonder if they'll suit your taste. His last sentence was directed at Chu Yunyao. After all, as Lu Jianjun's disciple, Zhou Zheng would eat whatever breakfast his master brought without hesitation. However, Chu Yunyao was different. Lu Jianjun had no idea if this beauty who looked like a refined young lady liked steamed buns. Steamed buns. I love them. Thank you, brother Jianjun. Chu Yunyao didn't hold back, taking a steamed bun and stuffing it into her mouth with no semblance of ladylike demeanor, savoring it eagerly. She even called over Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun. Brother Jianjun, Zhou Zheng, you guys eat too. They taste pretty good. Zhou Zheng took a cup of soy milk, inserted a straw, and handed it to Chu Yunyao. Yunyao, have some soy milk. Don't choke. Chu Yunyao took the soy milk and offered a steamed bun to Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng, here, have a steamed bun. The two went back and forth, almost feeding each other. Lu Jianjun sighed as he ate on the side, feeling that this wave of dog food was making the salty steamed buns taste sweet. After finishing breakfast and resting for a while, Chu Yunyao decided to bid farewell to Zhou Zheng. And firstly, she had obtained the secret formula for the medicinal wine and had planned the next steps with Zhou Zheng, so she was eager to put the plan into action. Secondly, since the city bureau leaders were about to arrive, she felt it would be somewhat inconvenient for her to stay. Zhou Zheng, brother Jianjun, I'll take my leave. Hey, sister-in-law, why the rush? Stay a little longer. Lu Jianjun wanted Chu Yunyao to witness the glorious moment when Zhou Zheng was awarded first-class merit by the director. This way Zhou Zheng's status in her heart would also rise. Lu Jianjun truly put a lot of thought into Zhou Zheng's position in the family. Brother Jianjun, isn't the city bureau's leadership coming to see Zhou Zheng? I'm not part of the system, so it would be inconvenient, right? Lu Jianjun waved his hand. What's inconvenient about it? You're Zhou Zheng's wife. Oh, as a police wife, you're one of us. Just then Lu Jianjun's phone rang. Seeing it was a call from Haoigua, he quickly answered. Hello, director. Jianjun, Director Ma is about to arrive at the hospital. You all get ready over there. Lu Jianjun was taken aback. Wait, director, where are you? Why aren't you here yet? I'm with Director Ma. I can't leave. No time to chat. The convoy is about to enter the hospital. A lot of city bureau leaders are coming. Tell Zhou Zheng to be alert when he sees the leaders. Got it, Director. Lu Jianjun hung up and said to Zhou Zheng, little Zhou, quickly put on your police uniform and tidy up your appearance. Director Ma is on his way. Zhou Zheng nodded, hurriedly taking off his patient clothes and changing into his police uniform. Chu Yunyao didn't hold back, either helping Zhou Zheng get dressed and even applying a little makeup on him. He looked a bit more spirited than usual. Just then the door opened, and Hao Igua glanced inside, then called to the back, Director Ma, and all the leaders please come in. Director Ma was the first to enter the hospital room, followed by several dignitaries in white coats, their epaulets gleaming with olive branches and cross stars. Seeing the police inspector's uniform, Zhou Zheng couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. This was the height that the Chu family wanted him to reach within 3 years, even though he had never agreed to it. Ma Xiaojun held Zhou Zheng's hand, speaking eloquently. Comrade Zhou Zheng, I heard that you bravely captured a level wanted criminal on your own, sustaining injuries in the process, yet you endured the excruciating pain to keep the suspect pinned down. This spirit of self-sacrifice is something all of us in the police department should learn from. It is a great pride for the Qiao Bei precinct to cultivate such outstanding talent like you. Zhou Zheng felt somewhat bewildered as the capture had not unfolded in that dramatic fashion. Although the appearance of the wanted criminal Yang Jia was quite sudden, the process of capturing him was not thrilling at all. He saw the smile blooming on Hao Iguo's face beside him. Zhou Zheng thought to himself that Director Hao must have exaggerated the situation to Director Ma. Of course he understood Hao Iguo's good intentions. If the capture had been too mundane, it would fail to highlight his achievements. Director Ma, you flatter me. Zhou Zheng began to show off his own eloquence. Capturing criminals is our duty as police officers. If there's danger, should we not act? How can we justify wearing this police uniform under such circumstances? Good. Well said. Ma Xiaojun patted Zhou Zheng's shoulder, a look of approval on his face. Comrade Xiaozhou, how is your recovery going? Ma then inquired kindly about Zhou Zheng's injuries and recovery, conveying the deep concern from all the leaders and colleagues in the municipal bureau, advising him to relax and focus on his healing, to take good care of his body, and to recover soon, encouraging him to strive for further achievements. After listening to Ma's speech, Zhou Zheng felt deeply moved. He expressed his sincere gratitude for the care from the leaders and colleagues and promised to actively undergo treatment, striving to recover quickly and return to work in good health to serve the people, repaying the organization's kindness with action. His eloquence flowed like water, rivaling that of Ma Xiaojun, who had been in leadership positions for many years. Hao Igua nodded in agreement beside him. He thought with such demeanor and eloquence it would be a shame for Xiaozhou not to be a leader. Coupled with such great ability, he is not a mere fish in a pond, and one day he will surely soar high. Though this was Ma Xiaojun's first encounter with Zhou Zheng, he took a liking to the young man and unusually began introducing him to other leaders from the municipal bureau. Xiaozhou, let me introduce you. This is Deputy Director Chen Xiaobo of the Municipal Bureau. This is Group Leader Wang Zhanliang of the Discipline Inspection Commission. This is Director Zhang Hai of the Political Department. And this is... Zhou Zheng saluted and shook hands with each of the Municipal Bureau's big shots. Each of the big shots encouraged Zhou Zheng and inquired about his injuries, making him feel the warm concern. Soon it was time for the most exciting award ceremony. In recognition of Comrade Zhou Zheng's achievements, following discussions among the Municipal Bureau leaders and applications to the higher authorities, we hereby confer upon Comrade Zhou Zheng a first-class merit, a reward of 20,000 yuan. Following this, Ma Xiaojun personally helped Zhou Zheng put on a first-class merit medal and handed him a large red certificate. Zhou Zheng solemnly accepted the certificate, saluting with great respect. Clap, clap, clap. Director Ma initiated the applause, and the leaders of the Municipal Bureau followed suit. Beside him, Lu Jianjun's hands felt as if they would turn red from clapping. Having such an impressive disciple was his pride. Chu Yunyao also extended her fair hand, applauding, while gazing at Zhou Zheng with deep affection. Zhou Zheng was simply outstanding. A probationary police officer receiving a first-class merit, with the director of the Municipal Bureau personally presenting the award alongside several leaders. Chu Yunyao felt a sense of pride and honor herself. Next, the director of the Political Department announced that Zhou Zheng's probationary period was being terminated early and he was officially promoted to a full-fledged police officer. Zhang Hai took out a pair of third-level police shoulder insignias and personally replaced Zhou Zheng's probationary insignia. Ma Xiaojun said, Comrade Xiaozhou, congratulations. You are now an official People's Police Officer. Third-level police 1 stripe and 1 star looked much better than the 2 probationary bars. At this moment, Zhou Zheng was extremely excited. A third-level police officer is the starting point for a full-fledged officer, the first step of a long journey, while his goal is the white-clad big shot before him. Of course, a goal is merely a goal, not an endpoint. The ceremony finally concluded. The leaders of the municipal bureau, busy with countless affairs, took the time to personally come to the hospital to present Zhou Zheng with the first-class medal and stayed for quite a while, which was indeed a significant honor for him. The two reporters from Jiangbei Evening News who accompanied them were still snapping pictures nonstop. Zhou Zheng's capture of the 11 wanted criminal and receiving a first-class merit would surely be the headline on tomorrow's front page. Ma Xiaojun encouraged Zhou Zheng a few more times before leading the municipal bureau's leaders to depart. However, they were immediately surrounded by curious onlookers at the entrance. After all, many police officers had suddenly arrived at the hospital ward, among them a few high-ranking officials in white, which naturally attracted the attention of passers-by. Hao Igua quickly called Lu Jianjun to disperse the crowd. "Comrades, please disperse." The onlookers, seeing the big shots about to leave, made way. At that moment, a charming figure holding a deep red banner entered the ward. The newcomer was Yang Tingting, who had just received a call saying that the banner was delivered to the hospital. She went downstairs to settle the remaining payment, took the banner, and headed straight to Zhou Zheng's ward. Unexpectedly, she ran right into the big shots from the municipal bureau, led by Ma Xiaojun. Seeing Ma Xiaojun in a white shirt, Yang Tingting felt no fear at all and warmly greeted him. It is worth mentioning that Deputy Mayor Yang is Ma Xiaojun's superior, and the two families are quite familiar with each other, so Yang Tingting showed no signs of shyness. "Uncle Ma, what brings you here?" Upon seeing that it was Deputy Mayor Yang's daughter, Yang Tingting, a smile instantly lit up Ma Xiaojun's. "Oh, Tingting, we have an outstanding grassroots police officer in our team who got injured while capturing an 11 wanted criminal. I'm here with the municipal bureau's leaders to pay him a visit and present him with a first-class merit medal." "Uncle Ma, you must be talking about Zhou Zheng, right?" Yang Tingting's expression remained calm and collected, showing no surprise. After all, Chu Yunyao had already informed her that Zhou Zheng might receive the honor of a first-class merit. However, the scale of the municipal bureau's entourage, with most leaders present, surprised her. It seemed that the bureau truly valued Zhou Zheng. Ma Xiaojun displayed a puzzled expression. "Tingting, do you know Zhou Zheng?" "I do." Yang Tingting nodded. "Uncle Ma, you don't know, but Zhou Zheng is my grandfather's lifesaver. Did you see this banner? It was specially customized by my grandfather. Originally, my grandfather wanted my father to personally deliver the banner to Zhou Zheng, but he was too busy, so I took on the task instead." Yang Tingting's words stirred Ma Xiaojun's heart like a tumultuous sea, leaving him unable to calm down for a long time. He didn't understand what Zhou Zheng had done to help the Yang family that warranted a banner from the Deputy Mayor Yang. Did Zhou Zheng save the life of Yang Tingting's grandfather? This. Ma Xiaojun was momentarily taken aback and was about to ask Yang Tingting for more details. To his surprise, Yang Tingting walked over to Zhou Zheng. "Zhou Zheng, I heard that Director Ma from Jiangbei City Bureau awarded you a first-class merit medal. Congratulations." "Thank you, Yang Tingting. Congratulations to you as well." Zhou Zheng smiled. "What does it mean that you are holding a banner?" Yang Tingting replied, "You saved my grandfather's life. I don't have the ability to award you a medal. This banner is a token of gratitude from old Yang to you." As she spoke, Yang Tingting handed the banner to Zhou Zheng. The reporter from Jiangbei Evening News was about to leave, but upon seeing the unfolding event, quickly took out his camera and started snapping photos. The deep red banner bore two large vertical characters, "People's Guardian Acts of Valor." The lower right corner was signed with 6 golden characters gifted by Yang Zishan. The leaders from the city bureau were momentarily taken aback by the name Yang Zishan, feeling it sounded familiar. Old Gao, who is Yang Zishan? Isn't that the name of the boss? How could it not sound familiar? Are you saying this banner was given by Deputy Mayor Yang? The girl holding the banner is Deputy Mayor Yang's daughter. Didn't the director greet her just now? Wow, little Zhou is impressive. Just then an elderly man walked in. Seeing the room full of police officers, he was not intimidated at all, and instead called out, "Tingting, has the banner arrived?" Yang Tingting turned around and saw her grandfather, her expression changing. "Grandfather, why are you out by yourself? The banner has been delivered to Zhou Zheng, so you don't need to keep worrying about it." "That's good." The old man nodded. "I was getting bored alone in the hospital room. Besides, I'm feeling better, so it's nice to get some fresh." Old leader. Ma Xiaojun suddenly walked up to the old man with an expression of joy. The distinguished gentleman in a white shirt slightly bent his straight back in front of the old man. The old man smiled upon seeing Ma Xiaojun. "Oh, I thought it was someone else, little Ma." "Little Ma?" Everyone was taken aback again. To dare to call Director Ma little Ma back, then this old man, seemed to be someone of standing. They wondered what his background was. Soon Ma Xiaojun cleared up the confusion of the leaders. "Colleagues, let me introduce you. This is old Yang. I was once his secretary at the provincial department, and Deputy Mayor Yang is old Yang's son." Wow. No wonder the old man called Director Ma little Ma. It turns out Director Ma had been a secretary to him, probably gotten used to calling him that over the years. Moreover, his son is Deputy Mayor Yang. Goodness. This old man indeed has some background. "Hello, old leader." "Hello, old leader." Everyone hurriedly shook hands and greeted the old man. The old man was very humble, waving his hand. Just call me Old Yang. I'm just an old man, not a leader. I retired long ago. Everyone chuckled, thinking to themselves that while he may be modest, they couldn't be rude. No one dared to call the old man Old Yang. What a joke. Although he was retired, his son was a powerful deputy mayor. The old man turned to Ma Xiaojun and asked, "Little Ma, what's with such a grand occasion? What brings you here?" "Old Yang, we have a grassroots police officer who captured a level wanted criminal and is now hospitalized due to injuries. We're here to express our condolences to this officer and to award him a first-class merit medal." The old man nodded. A first-class merit. Not bad. It's been a long time since I heard of anyone at the city bureau receiving a first-class merit. Ma Xiaojun echoed in agreement. Yes. The key is that this grassroots officer is still in his probation period. He received a first-class merit after just 3 months of work, which is even more admirable. Really, he must be an outstanding talent. Little Ma, you must nurture such talent well in your city bureau. I see he might even become one of the top 10 young police officers in the country. Ma Xiaojun was taken aback. The top 10 young police officers are evaluated once a year, selected from all police forces across the country, and with only 10 spots available, the difficulty is evident. Jiangbei City had not had anyone awarded in 10 years. Ma Xiaojun had been at the Jiangbei City Bureau for 3 years and had never thought about this matter. He had practically given up on it. Hearing the old man say this today, Ma Xiaojun's thoughts became lively. Zhou Zheng was indeed the youngest outstanding officer he had ever seen, with a promising future. Perhaps he should train him according to the standards for the top 10 outstanding young police officers in the future. In fact, the old man had already guessed that Ma Xiaojun was here to award Zhou Zheng a first-class merit, and of course Zhou Zheng was truly excellent. That's why he had spoken a few good words for Zhou Zheng in front of Ma Xiaojun. "Old man, why are you here?" "I had a heart attack while out for a walk some time ago, and fortunately a kind young man saved me and brought me to the hospital. Don't you think I should thank him?" "I originally wanted to have Zishan come personally to thank him, but that kid is always busy, so I could only let Tingting stand in for her father to present a banner to the lifesaver as a token of gratitude." Looking at the banner in Zhou Zheng's hands, Ma Xiaojun finally realized that it was Zhou Zheng who saved Old Yang. This young man not only had solid professional skills, but also a warm heart, which made Ma Xiaojun regard Zhou Zheng with even higher esteem. Moreover, since Zhou Zheng saved Old Yang, his future was undoubtedly bright, and his path ahead was wide open. Although Old Yang had long since retired, his son was a powerful deputy mayor. Not to mention he had many friends and their children who were successful. Did you think Old Yang became a deputy director for nothing? Thinking of this, Ma Xiaojun couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy for Zhou Zheng. Goodness, it seemed like Zhou Zheng would have to take 10 fewer detours. "All right, little Ma, I won't delay you any longer. You should get back to work." This was a polite dismissal. Ma Xiaojun initially wanted to reminisce with the old man about the past, but upon hearing his words, he didn't dare to linger. "Okay, Old Yang, will take our leave now. Little Zhou, take care, and get well soon. Goodbye." Ma Xiaojun for the first time bid farewell to Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng said, "Director Ma, goodbye to all the leaders. I'll see you off." "No need. You should go back." Ma Xiaojun politely declined. However, Zhou Zheng insisted on seeing them off. After all, they were all leaders from the city bureau, and he couldn't act like he didn't care. But unexpectedly, the old man pulled his arm. "If little Ma says there's no need to see them off, then don't. Little Zhou, I have something to say to you." Zhou Zheng was stopped by the old man, and could only smile apologetically at Ma Xiaojun. It seemed that Zhou Zheng was very familiar with Elder Yang, not just casually acquainted. After all, Zhou Zheng had saved Elder Yang. "Old man, what do you want to tell me? Can you let go of me first? I'm not going anywhere." The old man smiled awkwardly and released his grip on Zhou Zheng's distorted sleeve. "Xiao Zhou, when can you prepare that medicinal wine for me?" "The old man can't wait any longer," Zhou Zheng replied. "But old man, didn't we have some medicinal wine left over from last night? If we drink slowly, it should last a few days, right?" However, the old man looked unhappy. "Yes, we had about 3 taels left last night, but even if I save it won't last more than 3 days. What will happen if your medicinal wine isn't ready by then?" "Xiao Zhou, do you know what it means to prepare for a rainy day? Back when there were disasters, if I hadn't prepared in advance, my family would have starved." The old man rambled on, but his meaning was clear. The supply of medicinal wine must not be interrupted. "You need to give me a definite answer on when there will be new medicinal wine." Zhou Zheng also couldn't provide a precise answer. When new medicinal wine would be ready depended on how quickly Chu Yunyao could work. So he turned his gaze to Chu Yunyao. "Yunyao, according to your plan, when is the earliest the first barrel of medicinal wine ready?" Chu Yunyao thought for a moment and said, "According to the recipe, the medicinal herbs need to be soaked to extract their effects, which takes at least 3 days. If we can prepare all the ingredients today, we can drink it in 3 days." Zhou Zheng calculated that if everything went smoothly, it should be feasible. After all, the initial ingredients only required a large vat, the necessary Chinese medicinal materials, and high-quality pure grain liquor. The herbs would be placed in the vat high-quality liquor poured and sealed, and soaked for 3 days before it could be consumed. As for humidity and temperature, the secret recipe didn't mention them, and Chu Yunyao overlooked that. Old man, don't worry, the medicinal wine will definitely be ready on time. Really? Really? Zhou Zheng nodded confidently. I've assigned this task to Yunyao, or shall handle it right away. If everything goes as planned, we will have new medicinal wine in 3 days. Good. The old man said to Chu Yunyao. Yunyao, don't just stand there, hurry up. I'm relying on the medicinal wine to sustain my life, so you need to pay attention. This statement was a bit serious. Chu Yunyao didn't dare to delay, and nodded. Grandpa, I'll prepare right away. That's a good child. When faced with difficult situations, just speak up, and the old man will find a way to resolve it, even if it means going through back channels. Yang Tingting, standing nearby, deliberately said, Grandpa, aren't you the one who dislikes backdoor dealings the most? I remember once when Dad promised a friend to handle a small matter, you scolded him terribly when you found out. The old man frowned, but then smiled. Huh. Tingting, you truly are your father's little cotton-padded jacket. You even remember this matter. I have lived a clean life, and have never used back channels, nor do I allow your father to do so. However, this time is different. For my sake, and for the sake of my old comrades suffering from illness, I will use my power for personal gain this time. Let's see who dares to speak out. The old man exuded an air of authority without being angry. Yang Tingting stuck out her cute little tongue. Grandpa, I was just joking. Besides, Yunyao is just buying the medicinal materials. As long as there's enough money, what difficulty could there be? The old man nodded. Tingting, if you're not busy, help Yunyao prepare her things. Chu Yunyao quickly waved her hand. No need, Grandpa, I can manage on my own, and we'll try to finish soaking the medicinal wine today. Zhou Zheng, I'll take my leave now. Zhou Zheng nodded. Yunyao, if you're buying the medicinal materials, go to the street known for precious Chinese herbs. They have a wide selection there. Okay. Chu Yunyao bid farewell to everyone, then drove off in her Porsche Panamera, heading to the lottery center first. She needed to exchange her lottery ticket for cash before she could go shopping. The old man chatted with Zhou Zheng for a while longer, but it wasn't just casual chit-chat. He imparted many insights about working within the system. These insights were closely guarded secrets. No one would share them with outsiders except for their own people. Lu Jianjun, who was nearby, also benefited from the conversation, eavesdropping intently. Zhou Zheng naturally gained a lot from this, although there were some points he found objectionable, such as not being the early bird, as the tall trees would be blown down by the wind. Now that Zhou Zheng had an advantage, he naturally didn't need to hide his light under a bushel. He wanted to rise to the rank of police supervisor in the shortest time possible, so he couldn't afford to take it slow. Zhou Zheng had his own considerations, but he wouldn't share them with anyone. After chatting for a while, the old man grew tired, and Yang Tingting helped him back to his hospital room to rest. Only Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun remained in the room. Lu Jianjun said enviously, Xiao Zhou, you received a first-class merit award, and Director Ma personally presented it to you. Moreover, you saved Vice Mayor Yang's father. Your future is limitless. I think your achievements are not any less than Director Ma's. 20 years from now, you will definitely wear a white shirt. Zhou Zheng thought that 20 years was too long, if 3 years was the maximum he could accept. On the surface, he remained calm. Master, it might just be my luck. I caught in a level-wanted criminal and happened to save Vice Mayor Yang's father. However, I have always adhered to the motto, do good deeds without asking for the future. Luck is given by the heavens, but whether or not to act is within one's own control. Lu Jianjun nodded. Xiao Zhou, well said. But you're only in your 20s, how come you sound so mature? Zhou Zheng smiled and plopped down on the hospital bed. Master, I just met the leaders from the bureau, and under their influence I started speaking in a formal tone. Oh, it's hard to change back immediately. Lu Jianjun pointed at Zhou Zheng. Xiao Zhou, you can talk to me about it, but make sure no one else hears. If it reaches the leader's ears, it won't be good. Zhou Zheng replied without looking up. Understood, Master. Lu Jianjun knew that Zhou Zheng didn't take his word. If he continued to write like this, he would eventually face trouble. He intended to talk to him seriously, but then he thought that Zhou Zheng had Vice Mayor Yang backing him, and as long as he didn't make any major mistakes, who would dare to do anything to him? So he let it go. At that moment, the door opened, and Hao Igua walked in. Director. The director is back. Hao Igua nodded, his face unable to hide his excitement. Xiao Zhou, I just sent Director Ma off. At the hospital entrance, Director Ma held my hand and chatted for a long. He highly praised your bravery in capturing the level-wanted criminal and your selfless act in saving Elder Yang. He also complimented our Qiaobei police station, and most importantly, he plans to allocate 2 more police cars to our station. Xiao Zhou, you truly are a treasure for our Qiaobei station. What? The bureau is actually providing us with new police cars for the Qiaobei police station. Lu Jianjun exclaimed in surprise. It is known that every police station in the city is short on personnel and police vehicles. While personnel can be adjusted by recruiting a few auxiliary officers, or waiting for recent police academy graduates to join the police vehicles, although the municipal bureau has some reserves are still limited and the average distribution is simply insufficient. The allocation of cars depends on which police station can display its hardships effectively or has made significant contributions. Only in such cases will the bureau consider increasing the number of police vehicles. The Qiaobei police station has a small jurisdiction, few officers, and is severely lacking in vehicles. When things get busy, it severely hampers response times, and sometimes the officers have no choice but to use their own cars for duty. Haoigua has reported this to the municipal bureau many times. However, the municipal bureau often only replies that they must solve their own problems. Every police station is short on resources, and it's not just Qiaobei. If the bureau suddenly allocates vehicles to Qiaobei, what about the other stations? At one point, Haoigua even got into a heated argument with the leaders in charge of logistics. The leader spoke with a degree of finesse. Old Hao, it's not impossible to get police cars, just make some achievements. If your Qiaobei police station can accomplish something significant, I will personally deliver the cars to you. Haoigua was left speechless. He left the bureau covered in dust, grumbling all the way. What significant achievements could a police station like this accomplish? Did they think they were in a criminal investigation team? If they didn't want to give anything, they didn't have to. Wasn't this just to provoke him? But despite his anger, he felt utterly powerless. Now, however, Zhou Zheng had achieved first-class merit. Surely the municipal bureau would obediently allocate police cars to our Qiaobei police station. Haoigua felt a sense of pride. It was Zhou Zheng who helped him achieve this. Little did he know Bureau Chief Ma directly decided to allocate 2 police cars to Qiaobei. My goodness. Upon hearing Ma Zijian's words, Haoigua was so happy that he nearly burst into tears. 2 police cars. When has the municipal bureau ever been this generous? Of course, Haoigua understood that all of this was still thanks to Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng had received first-class merit and had saved the father of Deputy Mayor Yang, who was once Ma Zijian's superior. If the bureau didn't take care of Qiaobei, it would be unreasonable. After seeing off Ma Xiaojun and the municipal leaders, Haoigua excitedly rushed back to the hospital. He could not wait to share this joy with Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun. At the same time, he also remembered to praise Zhou Zheng. He truly regarded Zhou Zheng as a treasure of the Qiaobei police station now. Haoigua warmly held Zhou Zheng's hand. Xiaozhou, no need to say anything else. Just work well in our Qiaobei police station. This position will eventually be yours. Wow. Lu Jianjun, who was nearby, was shocked and speechless upon hearing Haoigua's words. As far as he could remember, the director had never spoken like this to anyone. This was clearly cultivating Zhou Zheng to be the next station director. It was important to note that Zhou Zheng was only a 3rd-level police officer, and to become a director, he would need to at least reach the rank of police supervisor. Zhou Zheng was far from that. How could he be promised such a thing so early? Lu Jianjun had no idea that Haoigua was thinking much further ahead than he realized. Outstanding talents often switch jobs easily and can attract attention from other departments. He was giving Zhou Zheng a sense of security, fearing that Zhou Zheng might have other thoughts. If Zhou Zheng couldn't resist the temptation and switch to another department, it would be the biggest loss in the history. Zhou Zheng was also unsure if Haoigua's words were genuine. They seemed a bit too grandiose. However, the position of director was not very attractive to him. The director was merely a 2nd-level police supervisor, while his goal was to become a police inspector, which generally required a rank of deputy bureau or higher. He certainly couldn't express his inner thoughts. Since Haoigua had said such things, Zhou Zheng also had to say something polite. Thank you for your kindness, director. I will continue to work hard to bring more honor to the Qiaobei police station. Well said. Xiaozhou, I have high hopes for you. Haoigua wore an exaggerated smile. Zhou Zheng then continued, Director, can we discuss something? Haoigua patted his chest and said confidently, What is it? Just tell me, as long as I can do it, I will Director, you see the leaders from the municipal bureau have come and the award ceremony is over. Can I be discharged now? Zhou Zheng really disliked the smell of the hospital. After all, he wasn't injured, and it didn't make sense to stay in the hospital. Haoigua's expression grew serious. Xiaozhou, is your injury really healed? Zhou Zheng wanted to say that he wasn't injured at all, but he was afraid Haoigua wouldn't believe him. He went along with it, saying, Just a small injury, it's nothing serious. I can walk and even run. Look, Director, I can do some light exercises and even jump a little. Zhou Zheng said, getting up and demonstrating by walking and running around the hospital room, while occasionally jumping to convince Haoigua. Haoigua, instead of being pleased, grew worried and called Lu Jianjun over. Jianjun, did the test results for Xiaozhou indicate any head injury? Huh. Lu Jianjun nearly laughed out loud. He thought Zhou Zheng was overdoing it. What was he playing at, acting like a comedian? Haoigua shot a glare at Lu Jianjun, who was covering his mouth to stifle his laughter. Jianjun, what are you laughing at? I'm asking you a question. Lu Jianjun managed to suppress his laughter and said, Director Zhou Zheng's head is definitely fine. You've seen how he performed in front of the municipal leaders. Perhaps he's been cooped up in the hospital for too long and is acting a bit out of the ordinary. That's understandable. Hao Aigua had a dark expression, while Xiaozhou stopped jumping around. I believe you're fine, but let's keep you in for one more day of observation. Jianjun continued to watch over Zhou Zheng. Tomorrow have the doctor check him, and if everything is fine, he can be discharged. Zhou Zheng, feeling frustrated, asked, Director, do I still have to stay in the hospital for another day? Yes, Xiaozhou, just follow orders. Alright, I'll leave now. Oh, I need to go to the municipal bureau to hand over the police. Half a year this way, half a year that way. I want to see the expression on the face of that leader who confronted me last time when he sees me now. Hao Aigua walked away, filled with anticipation. Master, I've caused you trouble again, making you stay in the hospital with me. Lu Jianjun's face showed anger. Xiaozhou, saying that is pointless, you are my disciple. Besides, this work is quite relaxed, it's much more comfortable than working at the police station. Zhou Zheng replied, but master, working at the police station is sometimes more engaging, while here in the hospital you have to stay with me the whole time. I can tell you can't sit still. Lu Jianjun said sheepishly, you noticed that, huh? Actually, today is my daughter's birthday, and she's hoping I can take her to the amusement park this afternoon. But really it's okay, or it would be the same if her mother were there to celebrate with her. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zheng became unhappy. Master, why didn't you say so earlier? I don't need you here, hurry and go. No way. I just returned home last night. It's not good to leave my post unattended. Zhou Zheng knew that Lu Jianjun could sometimes be stubborn. He thought for a moment and came up with an idea. Master, how about this? You go to the amusement park to accompany your child, and in the evening I'll come to your house to celebrate her birthday together. Is that appropriate? If the director comes and doesn't find me, I'll be scolded. Our Qiaobei police station just received 2 new police cars. The director must be busy with that right now, so he won't have time to return to the hospital. Lu Jianjun replied, that makes sense, you understand him well. Then it's settled, you go first, master. I'll buy the cake, and in the evening let my sister-in-law cook a couple more dishes. Alright, Xiaozhou, then I'll head out first. After Lu Jianjun left, Zhou Zheng took out his phone and dialed Chu Yunyao's number. Hello Yunyao, where are you? Zhou Zheng, I just came out of the lottery center. I've already claimed my prize, and after taxes I have 3,112,000 yuan in hand. When I was leaving, the Red Cross asked me to donate, but I didn't. I believe that if one truly wants to help others, it's better to deliver the money personally to those in need. Zhou Zheng nodded, thinking that Chu Yunyao was truly enlightened. Yunyao, you're right. If we have money in the future, how about we regularly buy a truckload of school supplies and daily necessities to personally deliver to remote areas? Zhou Zheng, that's a good idea. I wholeheartedly support it. I'm about to go to a street known for precious Chinese medicinal herbs. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up for now. It was evident that Chu Yunyao was quite dedicated to the medicinal wine business, moving swiftly along the way. Wait a moment, Yunyao. Zhou Zheng, what's up? Is there something else? Yes, it's like this. My master's daughter has a birthday today, and I plan to give her a cake, but I don't know which bakery makes good ones. Zhou Zheng, having lived for over 20 years, had never celebrated a birthday or had the habit of buying cakes for others. He was completely clueless about the bakery situation in Jiangbei City. Since it was his master's daughter's birthday, he naturally wanted to gift a good cake, so he hoped Chu Yunyao could help. He figured that a child from a wealthy family must have tasted and seen many cakes. Zhou Zheng, you really asked the right person. Chu Yunyao became enthusiastic when the topic of cake came up. When I celebrate my birthday, I usually order from a famous bakery in the capital and have it airlifted here. However, there are also a few good bakeries in Jiangbei City. There's an old brand bakery in the southern part of the city that uses traditional cream. Although the design is average, it has the taste of childhood. If you're looking for something high-end, it must be Häagen-Dazs in the New City district. They use only imported premium ingredients. Whether in terms of design or taste, it's among the best in Jiangbei. The only downside is that it's a bit pricey. Zhou Zheng thought to himself, how expensive could a small cake be? Children would surely get tired of the traditional flavors. It's better to order from Häagen-Dazs. Yunyao, how about we order an 8-inch cake from Häagen-Dazs? How much is it roughly? A few hundred yuan should be enough, right? That's definitely not enough. An 8-inch birthday cake from Häagen-Dazs costs 8,888 yuan. What a... Zhou Zheng was astonished. Over 8,000 yuan for a birthday cake. Is the cream made of gold, or is the cake base made of gold? Why is it so expensive? Chu Yunyao chuckled. This bakery claims to be the Hermes of cakes, and indeed it's not cheap. Then let's change to another shop. Zhou Zheng, no need to. Let's stick with their cake. I have over 100,000 points on my Häagen-Dazs membership card, which can be redeemed for an 8-inch cake. So just give me Jianjun guest address, and don't worry about it. Alright then, Yunyao. I've arranged to have dinner at my master's house tonight. How about we go together? Is that appropriate? What's inappropriate? You're my wife, and you know my master. It won't be awkward. Okay. Chu Yunyao hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Then it's settled. You get busy, and I'll call you when the time comes. Zhou Zheng put down the phone and placed it on the hospital bed, his eyes fixed on the white ceiling. Thinking that he would be discharged tomorrow made him a bit excited. Finally, he wouldn't have to live in this environment, filled with the smell of recovery water. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but start planning for the future. If the medicinal wine could open new avenues, he would make a lot of money. At that time, he would first rent a nice apartment in a high-end community, feeling that it was somewhat unfair to let Chu Yunyao live in an old neighborhood, even though she never complained. He also wanted to take some time to visit Chu Yunyao's grandmother, who was in the ICU at Hexia Hospital in the capital, prolonging her life. He wondered if she knew about her ancestry. However, even if she knew, she couldn't speak about it. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng remembered that he had mastered master-level acupuncture technique. If he treated her, perhaps she could regain consciousness. Zhou Zheng suddenly felt a surge of anticipation for his trip to the capital. All that was left was to capture more criminals and achieve merits, as that was the only way to advance quickly. He wondered if his 20-fold luck had already expired. Even if it had, he wasn't worried. He still had double luck, which was lifelong. Moreover, he might still receive rewards for 20-fold luck in the future. Zhou Zheng's mind raced, and although the future path wasn't smooth, he believed it would be bright. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking at the door brought Zhou Zheng's thoughts back to reality. Someone was here. He got up from the bed, sat on the hospital bed, and called out, "Come in." The door opened, and a figure walked in. The person was in his 40s, wearing an administrative jacket with gold-rimmed glasses on his face. His thick hair was slicked back meticulously, giving him an air of elegance. Zhou Zheng found the person somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall who it was. "Comrade Zhou Zheng." The middle-aged man, seeing Zhou Zheng first, flashed a radiant smile, before quickly stepping forward and shaking his hand without hesitation. "Xiao Zhou, how are you? Is your injury better?" Zhou Zheng was somewhat confused. He thought, who is this person? Why don't I have any impression of him? He appeared to know him well, yet Zhou Zheng did not recognize him. It was truly strange. "Much better. I can be discharged tomorrow. Thank you for your concern," Zhou Zheng instinctively replied. "Oh, that's good, that's good." The middle-aged man seemed to relax, his expression extraordinarily exaggerated, as if Zhou Zheng were his beloved friend. "May I ask who you are?" Zhou Zheng could no longer hold back and asked. The middle-aged man had a black line across his face, thinking he was quite famous in the city bureau, but unexpectedly Zhou Zheng did not recognize him. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. A grassroots police officer who had only been working for 3 months wouldn't recognize the deputy director of the political office. So he introduced himself. "My name is Wei Hui and I work in the political office of the city bureau. They all call me Director Wei." Zhou Zheng thought to himself, that's not right. The director of the political office had visited today. His name was Jiang Hai, and he had even shaken hands with Zhou Zheng. Upon further thought, there was indeed a Wei Hui in the political office, but he was not the director, he was a deputy director. It seemed that Wei Hui was quite fond of embellishing his title, omitting the deputy part. Zhou Zheng wondered why he came alone to visit him in the hospital. Zhou Zheng had no connection with him whatsoever. "Oh, so you're Deputy Director Wei, please have a seat." Zhou Zheng called out to Deputy Director Wei, but he seemed displeased, his expression changing instantly. "A mere grassroots police officer, do you know how to be polite? If it weren't for the apartment in the city center, would I have come specifically to see you?" His face showed a hint of dissatisfaction, which was quickly replaced by a smile. Zhou Zheng keenly detected the change in Wei Hui's expression. He thought to himself that this Wei Hui was not here with good intentions. Those who come with good intentions do not arrive uninvited. "Comrade Xiao Zhou, I initially planned to come with Director Ma and other leaders from the municipal bureau to visit you, but due to work commitments, Director Jiang came on my behalf," Wei Hui said with a grin. In fact, he was just one of the 3 deputy directors, and he had no qualification to come to the hospital to confer a title and award first-class merit to Zhou Zheng, as all the attendees were heads of various departments. He assumed Zhou Zheng was unaware of the situation, so he exaggerated his words. "As soon as I finished my work, I rushed over. Thank you so much, Deputy Director Wei. I am truly touched that you took time out of your busy schedule to visit me, a grassroots police officer." Zhou Zheng was unaware of what Wei Hui was really after. However, he could ascertain that Wei Hui's visit was not a representation of the organization, so he casually exchanged some pleasantries. "What do you mean, thank you? As a leader, it's my duty to show concern for grassroots police officers. Xiao Zhou, how old are you this year? How many family members do you have? Where is your hometown? Don't be nervous and don't regard me as a leader. I just enjoy having heart-to-heart conversations with grassroots police officers," Wei Hui said insincerely. Zhou Zheng could only respond to each question. Suddenly, Wei Hui changed the topic. "Xiao Zhou, I heard you got married. Your wife is the daughter of the Chu family from Jiangbei." Zhou Zheng's heart skipped a beat. Was this the real reason for Wei Hui's visit? Without hiding anything, he replied calmly. "Yes, my wife is the daughter of the Chu family, Chu Yunyao." "Oh, Xiao Zhou, how did you manage to marry Chu Yunyao? Normally I would congratulate you on this marriage, but I am worried. Chu Yunyao is the daughter of the Chu family. You, a grassroots police officer, marrying her is a mismatch, and it will surely lead to trouble sooner or later. Listen to me. You cannot handle Chu Yunyao. It's better to break up with her early. I can introduce you to a police flower as a girlfriend, which would be perfect. Wei Hui was not good at doing ideological work and preferred to exert pressure. However, since Zhou Zheng had just received first-class merit, Wei Hui wanted to use a soft approach, first hoping to persuade him to reconsider his path. However, what he said only made Zhou Zheng feel disgusted and confused. Who comes to a person and advises them to get a divorce right away? Besides, he and Wei Hui didn't even know each other, so what was this nonsense about caring for him? Deputy Director Wei, thank you. If there's nothing else, please take your leave. The municipal bureau is quite busy. Aren't you afraid Director Jiang will cause you trouble for handling personal matters during work hours? What? Zhou Zheng's words stunned Wei Hui. What do you mean by handling personal matters during work hours? I came to the hospital to show concern for my subordinates. Is it wrong to talk to you? Zhou Zheng retorted. Deputy Director Wei, I am a police officer from the Qiaobei police station. My superior is Director Hao Aiguan, not you, the deputy director of the political office, right? And I have no desire to have a heart-to-heart talk with you. Bang! Wei Hui could no longer contain himself and slammed the table. Ordinary grassroots police officers would greet him politely, being rebuffed by Zhou Zheng made him very angry. Zhou Zheng, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You must leave Chu Yunyao or the consequences will be very serious. Wei Hui lost his patience and directly expressed his true feelings. Zhou Zheng thought to himself that Wei Hui's intentions were quite evident. He was indeed targeting his marriage with Chu Yunyao. It was obvious that someone was instigating this from behind. A name sprang to mind: Wang Feng. Zhou Zheng certainly would not show weakness in front of Wei Hui. What? Deputy Director Wei, as a mere leader you want to interfere with my freedom to marry? You are quite meddlesome, aren't you? Wei Hui, seeing that Zhou Zheng was not afraid, and even mocking him, became even angrier. He directly brought out his usual tactics of exerting pressure, using his authority. Zhou Zheng, I am the deputy director of the political office. Your promotion and assessment scores all have to go through me. If you offend me, you won't have a good outcome. Let me advise you, those who recognize the situation are the wise ones. Leave Chu Yunyao, and I will treat it as if you never opposed me, and I'll still consider you a comrade. Otherwise, don't think about progressing in your life. It was Wang Feng who sent you, wasn't it? What benefits did he give you? Zhou Zheng suddenly said. Wei Hui wanted to appear innocent while being a schemer, but he denied it vehemently. His face showed signs of anxiety. What Wang Feng? I don't know him. Zhou Zheng, I'll ask you again, are you going to leave Chu Yunyao or not? Zhou Zheng discerned the situation and thought to himself that the mastermind was indeed Wang Feng. He glanced at Wei Hui and said nonchalantly, what if I say no? Wei Hui's face turned dark, gritting his teeth as he said, I see you don't want to progress. You will just be a grassroots police officer for life. Do you believe that in the end you won't even be able to be a grassroots police officer? Wei Hui was not exaggerating. If he deliberately targeted Zhou Zheng and retaliated, it would indeed be difficult for Zhou Zheng to advance, as the power to assess scores lay with the political office. However, Zhou Zheng was a person of unyielding character and would never give up on Chu Yunyao, nor would he soften towards Wei Hui. He loudly asked, Deputy Director Wei, you are too arrogant. Is the municipal bureau your family business? The municipal bureau is indeed my family business. Is it not just a matter of lifting a finger to take revenge on you, a grassroots police officer? I tell you. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a voice that was both unfamiliar and familiar. Who is so arrogant? How dare you openly threaten a police officer? Immediately afterwards, the slightly ajar door opened, and a middle-aged man in a dark blue administrative jacket walked in, followed by a young man carrying a thermos and a handbag. It was Yang Zishan and his secretary Xiao Wu. Yang Zishan had just finished a meeting at the government that morning and hurried to the hospital with his secretary. He first went to the top-level intensive care unit to visit his father. Seeing that his father's condition had improved significantly, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The old man said that his swift recovery was largely due to Zhou Zheng's medicinal wine. Moreover, that young man saved his life. He was a kind-hearted and capable young man. He even wanted Yang Zishan to give Ma Xiaojun a heads-up to properly cultivate Zhou Zheng. Seeing that his father kept mentioning Zhou Zheng, Yang Zishan was also surprised, especially since his father, who had never spoken up for anyone, was considering going through the back door. There were really not many young people who caught the old man's eye. It seemed that this Zhou Zheng was indeed a talent. Originally, he came to the hospital to visit Zhou Zheng and express his gratitude in person. So after chatting with his father for a bit, he went downstairs to Zhou Zheng's ward. Just as he reached the door, he heard someone inside boast that the municipal bureau was his family business, while threatening the young man who saved his father's life. This person had a lot of nerve. Yang Zishan's face immediately darkened as he pushed the door open. Yang, Deputy Mayor Yang. Seeing Yang Zishan, the arrogant Wei Hui reacted like a mouse seeing a cat suddenly deflating. He realized that Deputy Mayor Yang might have heard his previous outrageous remarks, and he felt a chill run down his spine. You know me? Yang Zishan asked, seeing that Wei Hui had recognized him. No, no, no. I don't know you. Wei Hui quickly waved his hands. He had been far too arrogant toward Zhou Zheng, just now uttering bold words that shouldn't be spoken in public. Never did he expect Vice Mayor Yang to overhear him. This was a disaster. Wei Hui's regret gnawed at him like a bitter root. All he could do now was hope Vice Mayor Yang didn't recognize him. But Yang Zishan had once visited the municipal bureau for an inspection, and the two had met. Wei Hui's heart churned with unease. Then how did you know my surname? And that I'm the vice mayor? Yang Zishan's gaze was like lightning piercing Wei Hui. Wei Hui felt like a zombie under a sticky rice attack, his body stung by the vice mayor's sharp eyes. I saw you on TV. Then why are you here? Yang Zishan had long sensed something off about Wei Hui. He pressed on with questions one after another, determined to make him reveal his true colors. I came to visit a patient in the hospital, but I went to the wrong room. See you later, Vice Mayor Yang. Wei Hui felt if he didn't leave now he'd be exposed. Seizing the chance, while the vice mayor hadn't fully recognized him, he made a hasty escape. At that moment, Zhou Zheng also realized the man before him was the vice mayor Yang Tingting's father and the son of the old man he had saved. Seeing Wei Hui about to slip away, Zhou Zheng spoke. Vice Mayor Yang, he's lying. His name is Wei Hui, the deputy director of the municipal bureau's political department. He came to the hospital specifically to find me meddle in my personal affairs and threaten me. When I refused, he vowed to retaliate against me, even claiming the bureau was his family's turf, that crushing grassroots cops like me was as easy as drinking water. Zhou Zheng embellished the events as he recounted them to Vice Mayor Yang. Wei Hui thought to himself, damn you Zhou Zheng, you have no honor. And you dare report me to the boss. Are you even? He seethed with hatred for Zhou Zheng, yet forgot his own arrogance when threatening him. Why shouldn't the man report him when he ran into the vice mayor? Wei Hui from the municipal bureau's political department. Yang Zishan nodded, a vague impression forming in his mind. But the bureau had too many people, he couldn't know everyone intimately. Wei Hui, have you grown so bold? As a mid-level leader in the police bureau, you meddle in a grassroots officer's private life, threaten retaliation when refused, and spout nonsense about the bureau being your family's turf. Huh? Is this how you lead? Do you have any organizational discipline? You're something else. Vice Mayor Yang laughed, but his mirth held no warmth. Wei Hui was terrified, feeling that the vice mayor's laughter was eerily chilling. Vice Mayor Yang, I was momentarily blinded by greed. It's not what you think. I didn't mean anything by it. His mind was in chaos, and his feeble attempts at explanation were clearly hollow. Vice Mayor Yang turned to his secretary Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, call Ma Xiaojun. I want to ask Director Ma how he manages his subordinates. How could someone so lawless and arrogant become the deputy director of the political department? How has he been running the bureau? Yang Zishan was genuinely furious. Zhou Zheng had saved the old man's life, and the old man was still waiting for the medicinal wine he had prepared. That alone was a debt of gratitude to the Yang family, not to mention Zhou Zheng had just been awarded first-class merit. And Wei Hui dared to threaten Zhou Zheng with retaliation. How outrageous was that? Could such a person still hold a leadership role? He wasn't even fit to be a grassroots officer. For both public and private reasons, Vice Mayor Yang was determined to take down Wei Hui. Xiao Wu dialed Ma Ziajan's number, and it connected quickly. Vice Mayor Yang, it's connected. Xiao Wu handed the phone to Yang Zishan. Yang Zishan's face was dark as a storm cloud as he took the phone. Hello, this is Yang Zishan. Vice Mayor Yang, this is Ma Xiaojun. What are your instructions? Ma Xiaojun, how have you been running the bureau? Can you even do your job? Yang Zishan's abrupt question made Ma Xiaojun tense up immediately. Though Ma Xiaojun was the bureau chief and wielded absolute authority, their Vice Mayor Yang was his direct superior. When the boss suddenly asked if he could do his job, anyone would be nervous. Vice Mayor Yang, what exactly is this about? What's it about? It's about your bureau. Do you know Wei Hui from the police? I do. What happened to him? What happened? He went to Zhou Zheng's hospital room, meddled in his personal affairs, openly threatened him, vowed retaliation, and even said the bureau was his family's turf. That can't be. Ma Xiaojun was stunned. Wei Hui is usually low-key. Besides, he doesn't know Zhou Zheng. They have no connection. Ma Xiaojun, I saw and heard it myself. Are you saying I'm lying? If you can't handle being bureau chief, then step aside. Yang Zishan's fury erupted, and Ma Xiaojun shuddered, realizing his stupidity. How could he doubt the vice mayor's words? Did he want to keep his job? And it seemed Wei Hui had stumbled right into the vice mayor's crosshairs. This idiot causes trouble for me. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Ma Xiaojun was nearly sick with hatred for Wei Hui. His mind worked quickly, and he immediately said, Vice Mayor Yang, rest assured. For a black sheep like Wei Hui, we'll crack down on everyone we find. No mercy. They'll have him come back immediately to explain himself to the organization. Yang Zishan's tone softened slightly as he said calmly, I think it's better to have the disciplinary committee step in. Ma Ziajan's heart skipped a beat. The vice mayor was determined to destroy Wei Hui. Good thing he had reacted quickly, or had be caught in the fallout too. Yes, Vice Mayor Yang. They'll notify the disciplinary committee right away. Yang Zishan hung up. Wei Hui standing nearby heard every word. When Ma Xiaojun mentioned the disciplinary committee, he knew he was finished. His body trembled like a sieve. Soon his phone rang. He answered with a shaky hand. A stern voice came through the receiver. Is this Wei, the deputy head of the Municipal Bureau's disciplinary committee? You need to report at a designated time and place to clarify certain matters. State your location and stay put. I'll send a car to pick you up. Wei Hui shuddered. Being under the disciplinary committee's scrutiny meant everything was over. He numbly reported his location at Jiangbei City First Hospital. The deputy head instructed him to wait at the hospital entrance and warned that fleeing would have consequences. Wei Hui walked out of the ward like a walking corpse. He never even thought about running. The monk may flee, but the temple stays. Even if he escaped, where would he go? He'd live in constant fear for a while, only to be caught eventually. Just then his phone rang again. Without looking, hello cousin. It's Wang Feng. How did it go? Did you handle Zhou Zheng? If it's done, I'll bring you the keys to the house in Hongju community right away. Hello? Cousin, talk to me. Wei Hu's eyes suddenly turned red, and he began spewing curses into the phone. Wang Feng, you motherfucking idiot. You've cost me my job, and I might end up in prison. At 4 in the afternoon, Lu Jianjun and his wife took their child out of the amusement park. They have a daughter named Lu Yan who is 8 years old this year. Today is Lu Yan's birthday, and her parents promised to take her to the amusement park for fun. Lu Yan knew that ultimately it would be her mother who took her to play, as her father would not keep his promise. Her father is a policeman, very busy, and has hardly ever given her a complete birthday. However, today her father unexpectedly had time and appeared on time at the amusement park. Lu Yan was very happy. Her father said he got the time to accompany her thanks to a man named Zhou Zheng. Lu Yan suddenly felt that Zhou Zheng was indeed a good uncle, and if she met him, she would definitely thank him in person. The family of 3 played from noon until 4 in the afternoon, reluctantly bringing Lu Yan out of the amusement park. Yuhong, my apprentice Zhou Zheng, is coming to our house for dinner tonight. Let's go buy some vegetables at the market. Lu Jianjun's wife Wang Yuhong nodded. Got it, you've told me several times already. You keep mentioning your apprentice. I'm starting to feel a bit jealous. He chuckled as he rode the electric tricycle with a canopy, taking his wife and child to the market to buy veg. After buying vegetables, they took their child to a cake shop. Passing by the Haagen-Dazs cake shop in the new city area, the luxurious decor and the stunningly designed birthday cakes in the display window caught Lu Yan's attention. Dad, I want to eat the cake from this shop. Wang Xiaoming from my class has had it, and he said it's delicious. Lu Jianjun knew he couldn't afford Haagen-Dazs cakes and helplessly said, Xiaoyan, let's wait until next month when I get my salary, and then I'll buy it for you. This time let's buy a regular cake. But Dad, next month isn't my birthday again. Lu Jianjun was momentarily stunned. Wang Yuhong said, Xiaoyan, be good. All cakes taste the same, there's no need to insist on this one. All right then. Lu Yan nodded understandingly, but looked at the colorful birthday cakes in the display window with disappointment, and her mouth involuntarily watered. Wang Yuhong saw this scene and felt a pang of heartache. As a housewife without any source of income, their family depended on Lu Jianjun's salary to live. Years ago, Lu Jianjun's parents fell ill and spent all their savings, leaving the family with nothing, and they still live in the urban-rural fringe. To buy a house in the city and save for a down payment, Wang Yuhong would save 2/3 of Lu Jianjun's monthly salary in a bank account, leaving the rest for family expenses, making their lives quite frugal. Lu Yan, understanding of her parents' difficulties, never demanded much materially. Waiting at a traffic light at an intersection, a black Mercedes S550 stopped beside them. The back window rolled down, and a chubby little boy poked his head out, greeting Lu Yan. Lu Yan, Wang Xiaoming. Lu Yan, sitting on the electric tricycle, tilted her head and quickly responded upon seeing the chubby boy. Lu Yan, look. My dad bought me a Haagen-Dazs cake. The little boy said, showing off a beautiful birthday cake. Seeing such an exquisite cake, which looked exactly like the one she saw in the shop window earlier, Lu Yan couldn't help but show a look of envy. Wang Xiaoming, I remember today isn't your birthday, right? That's right, but my dad said if I want a Haagen-Dazs birthday cake, he can get it for me every day. Lu Yan, do you want to have some? I can share a piece with you. Lu Yan hesitated for a moment, and then said, no, today is my birthday, and my dad is also taking me to buy a birthday cake. At this moment, the green light turned on, and the Mercedes sped off. Lu Jianjun watched the car drive away, and then looked back at his daughter's slightly envious gaze, feeling a twinge of sadness. Rich people drive luxury cars and live in grand houses. They can celebrate their birthdays every day and eat expensive Haagen-Dazs birthday cakes, while the poor find eating a regular cake to be a luxury. Dad, the green light is on. Let's go quickly. Actually, I prefer the little cake I used to have on my birthday. Lu Jianjun felt even more distressed in his heart. He actually knew that his daughter wanted to try the Haagen-Dazs birthday cake. She just didn't want to burden her parents. His daughter was so understanding that it was heart-wrenching. Sigh, Lu Jianjun sighed, riding the electric tricycle to a regular cake shop, where he bought a 4-inch cake for his daughter. Lu Yan held the small, somewhat plain-looking birthday cake, and a happy smile appeared on her face. An hour later, the Lu family arrived at their home, located in the urban-rural fringe. Oh no, I forgot to buy wine. He slapped his head, feeling quite annoyed. Yuhong, give me 200 yuan, or I'll go buy 2 bottles of wine. Wang Yuhong looked at her WeChat balance and said awkwardly, Jianjun, I only have 200 left. You won't get paid for another 5 days. This is our family's living expense for 5 days. Lu Jianjun scratched the back of his head. What should we do? Little Zhou is my apprentice. It's his first time coming to our home for dinner. How can we not have wine? Wang Yuhong suddenly thought of something. Jianjun, isn't there a jar of homemade wine that my dad made in our storage room? There are at least 200 jin. Oh, why not use that wine to treat your apprentice? Lu Jianjun shook his head. That won't do. Homemade wine isn't presentable. Jianjun, do you still need to worry about face in front of your apprentice? This jar of wine has been hidden for 6 years. It's not worse than the 100 yuan wine. All right then. Lu Jianjun could only nod helplessly. Wang Yuhong opened the yard gate, and the family went inside. Lu Yan held her beloved little cake, tightly reluctant to let go. Lu Jianjun and his wife began to select vegetables, wash them, and stew meat, getting busy. Jiangdu City First Hospital. Yang Zishan dealt with Wei Hui, chatted with Zhou Zheng in the ward, expressed concern for him, and asked if he had any difficulties in life and work. If so, Vice Mayor Yang could represent the organization to help Zhou Zheng resolve them. These words came from the heart, and were not just a routine visit from a leader. Zhou Zheng also knew that this was because he saved the old man, and Vice Mayor Yang was giving back to him. However, he did not make any demands, saying he had no difficulties. Yang Zishan was actually afraid that Zhou Zheng would put forward a request that he couldn't fulfill. Seeing that Zhou Zheng did not take the opportunity to ask for benefits, he felt relieved. This young comrade has strong ideals, awareness, and capability, making him a worthy candidate for cultivation. Yang Zishan exchanged contact information with Zhou Zheng and left the hospital under the secretary's urging. At 6 in the afternoon, Zhou Zheng changed into casual clothes and appeared at the entrance of Jiangbei First Hospital. After a while, a white Porsche Panamera drove from a distance and stopped beside Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng got into the passenger seat amid the envious gazes of passers-by. The Panamera roared and merged onto the main road, speeding away. Seeing the dusty appearance of Chu Yunyao in the passenger seat, Zhou Zheng guessed that she had been busy all day and couldn't help but say, Yunyao, you've worked hard. Chu Yunyao smiled slightly. It's not hard work. I feel quite fulfilled after running around all day. Zhou Zheng, I have already procured all the medicinal materials needed for making the medicinal wine. However, I couldn't find 100-year-old wild ginseng for the time being. I only acquired one. That's about 50 years old. Zhou Zheng nodded. That's fine. The medicinal wine I gave the old man last time was also made with 50-year-old ginseng, and its effects were still quite good. Chu Yunyao said, I plan to divide the medicinal wine into 3 grades: high-end with 100-year-old wild ginseng, medium with 50-year-old, and low-end with 20 to 30-year-old. This way the consumer base will be wider, but Chu Yunyao suddenly looked a bit worried. I can't find the large jars needed for soaking the wine for the time being. The order I placed online will take until the day after tomorrow to arrive, so the first batch of medicinal wine will have to be delayed. Zhou Zheng comforted Chu Yunyao, saying, Yunyao, it's all right. Don't worry. It's already quite impressive that you managed to gather all the herbs for the medicinal wine in just 1 day. Chu Yunyao shook her head. I'm not in a hurry, but Ting Ting is. The old man's medicinal wine only lasts for 3 days. If he finds out that the new batch isn't ready, he will definitely be unhappy. Then Ting Ting will come to complain to me again. Zhou Zheng chuckled. I see. In that case, don't worry. If it really comes down to it, I can just use the old method and buy ready-made medicinal wine from the market, just like I did last time when I prepared the wine the old man drank. Chu Yunyao suddenly understood. So that's how you managed to produce the medicinal wine in such a short time last time. I thought you had prepared it beforehand. If it really comes to that, I will just have to substitute it with the blended medicinal wine for the old man. Zhou Zheng solved a problem for Chu Yunyao, which relieved her. After all, she had promised the old man something as a good friend of Yang Tingting, and it would feel awkward not to fulfill it. Chu Yunyao continued asking, Zhou Zheng, we only managed to procure 50-year-old wild ginseng this time. I plan to categorize this medicinal wine as mid-range, but we need to come up with a grand name for it. How about calling it master-level medicinal wine? As for the price, I plan to sell it for 2,000 yuan per caddy. My goodness. Zhou Zheng was taken aback upon hearing this. He quickly calculated the numbers in his mind. Yunyao, if one set of herbs can brew 5,000 caddies of high-efficacy medicinal wine, and we price it at 2,000 per caddy, that means this batch could sell for 10 million. Then how much did it cost? Chu Yunyao replied. The herbal materials cost over 800,000, the pure grain liquor about 250,000, and if we estimate the bottles and packaging at 10 yuan per caddy, that would be 50,000. Roughly the cost is around 110,000. Of course, after brewing 5,000 caddies of medicinal wine, we can also brew 2,000 caddies of lower efficacy medicinal wine. That could be seen as giving back to society priced at 200 per caddy, which could still bring in 400,000. Zhou Jing thought to himself that the profit was too high, nearly 10 times. What a shrewd businessman. The kind-hearted Zhou Jing felt a bit uneasy. He thought even 2 times profit would already be a high return. It seemed Chu Yunyao noticed Zhou Jing's thoughts. She smiled and said, "Zhou Jing, in business it's all about making the most profit. As a businessman, that's our goal. Moreover, the money we earn is from the rich. If you feel uneasy about making too much, you could donate a portion of the profits to those in need, and that would count as our way of redistributing wealth." As Chu Yunyao drove, she began to indulge in thoughts of the future. This is just mid-range medicinal wine. In the future, we will also produce high-end medicinal wine brewed with 100-year-old ginseng. We'll call it master-level medicinal wine, and it should be priced higher than the Flying Heaven variety. I think 4,000 per caddy is a suitable price. We are just starting, and we can only be considered a medicinal wine workshop for now. Once we gain fame, I will register a trademark, build a factory, start a company, and even export to foreign countries to earn money from foreigners. We'll implement hunger marketing and celebrity endorsements, and then we'll look into financing for an IPO. Zhou Jing, your name might even appear on the rich list in the future. Zhou Jing quickly waved his hands. No way, Yunyao, you're the boss. I won't get involved in all that business. Chu Yunyao laughed and said, "Have you ever seen a boss drive themselves? I'm just your worker, Zhou Jing. You are the true boss." Zhou Jing knew Chu Yunyao was joking and replied with a smile, "Chu Jing, you should be the boss. From now on, I'll be your driver. As long as we travel together, I'll handle the driving." "All right." Chu Yunyao was excited. "I just wonder how your driving skills are, little Zhou." Zhou Jing replied seriously, "I'm an experienced driver. Everyone who has been in my car praises my driving skills." "Really? I'll definitely have to test the skills of this experienced driver one day." "No problem, I guarantee you'll be satisfied." The two chatted and laughed until they finally arrived at Lu Jianjun's house located in the urban-rural fringe. Chu Yunyao asked, "Zhou Jing, why does your master live here? It's so far from the Qiaobei office. It takes nearly an hour just to commute to work." Zhou Jing shook his head. "Actually, this is my first time visiting my master's house. I didn't expect him to live here. By the way, when will the cake you ordered arrive? Can it be delivered here?" "No problem. I've arranged a time with the cake shop staff. They should be on their way now." "That's great." Zhou Jing nodded. "Yunyao, let's get out of the car and go inside together." Chu Yunyao agreed, getting out from the driver's seat and opening the back door. "Zhou Jing, please help me with something." Chu Yunyao bent down to grab something from the back seat, her curvaceous figure presenting an astonishing curve. Zhou Jing couldn't help but stare. She truly is a goddess. This figure is simply stunning. "What are you staring at?" She handed Zhou Jing a paper box with a carrying strap. "Yunyao, what is this?" Zhou Jing lifted it and tested its weight, finding it not heavy. "This is the result of my labor today, a full set of precious medicinal herbs for brewing wine worth several 100,000. I didn't feel safe leaving it in the car, so I wanted to bring it to your master's house first." Then Chu Yunyao pulled out 2 exquisite shopping bags from the back seat. One bag contained snacks for children, and the other held several boxes of unknown contents. Chu Yunyao explained, "This bag has imported snacks for the kids. The plastic bag contains a set of Lancome cosmetics and a Ferragamo belt. Since it's my first visit to your family's home, I wanted to prepare some gifts." Zhou Jing nodded in agreement. It was clear that Chu Yunyao had put a lot of thought into it, showing her meticulous nature. The courtyard gate was slightly ajar. Zhou Jing took the lead, pushing open the large iron door with peeling paint and beckoning Chu Yunyao to enter. This was a typical independent courtyard house found in urban-rural areas with 4 main rooms and 2 auxiliary rooms on each side. The yard was small, with a bumpy concrete floor and a dilapidated wall and house, giving it a sense of age. "Master," Zhou Jing called out as he walked straight in. At that moment, a man and a woman came out from the west room. Lu Jianjun and Wang Yuhong, both wearing aprons and busy in the kitchen. "Xiao Zhou, Yunyao, you're here. Come in. Hey, may you quickly make tea for my disciple and sister-in-law." Wang Yuhong wiped her hands on her apron and welcomed Zhou Jing inside. "Xiao Zhou, Jianjun has spoken. Come on, let's go inside. Sister-in-law will make you tea." Zhou Jing hurriedly said, "Sister-in-law, please don't bother. Don't treat me like an outsider." A group of people entered the house. Zhou Jing pointed to the side and said, "Sister-in-law, let me introduce you to my wife, Chu Yunyao." "Yunyao, quickly greet your sister-in-law." Chu Yunyao's pretty face revealed a smile as she cheerfully exclaimed, "Hello, sister-in-law. Hey, this girl is stunningly beautiful, just like she stepped out of a painting. Please have a seat." Chu Yunyao was dressed in an expensive outfit, looking beautiful and exuding a noble aura. Such a beautiful and elegant girl clearly looked like a child from a wealthy family, as she should belong in a high-end office building in a top-tier CBD or a lavish 5-star hotel, feeling somewhat out of place in the current environment. Wang Yuhong was nervous for the first time encountering such a beauty, her hands awkwardly clasped together. After a moment, she picked up a cloth and carefully wiped the autumn chair in the living room, apologetically saying, "The house is a bit messy. The conditions are simple. Please don't mind it, young lady. Sister-in-law, just call me Yunyao," she added, "and please don't be polite. I'm not that delicate." Saying this, she placed her things on the ground and sat down on the autumn chair without any hesitation. Wang Yuhong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Poor people also have their pride, and she was worried that this girl who looked like a refined lady would look down on them. Chu Yunyao's visit with Zhou Zheng caught Lu Jianjun off guard. Seeing Chu Yunyao adapting to the local customs without any air of superiority was reassuring, and she secretly praised Zhou Zheng for marrying such a good wife. Wang Yuhong took out disposable paper cups and brewed tea for Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao. Zhou Zheng picked up the paper bag from the ground, opened it, and said to Lu Jianjun, "Master, I brought Yunyao along to celebrate the child's birthday." Yunyao is quite thoughtful as she bought a bunch of gifts. "These are snacks for the child. And here, this is Lancome Cosmetics for sister-in-law, and this belt is for you, master." "Oh, come on, you didn't need to bring anything." Wang Yuhong's eyes lit up upon seeing the set of Lancome Cosmetics. Although she was just in her 30s, the pressures of life made her look nearly 40. Everyone has a desire to be beautiful, and Wang Yuhong was no exception. However, she had no time to beautify herself, and even less money to buy high-end cosmetics. With a plain face, busy with housework, time had inevitably left its mark on her. However, she knew that Lancome Cosmetics were expensive. A set would cost quite a bit, so she hurriedly declined. "It's too precious, I can't accept it." Chu Yunyao persuaded sister-in-law this set of cosmetics isn't worth much, and it was bought with Zhou Zheng's money. It's his heartfelt gesture. Then, should I accept it? I've never used this stuff before, so I don't know how to use it. Wang Yuhong was so fond of this set of cosmetics. Although she said she didn't want it, her body betrayed her as her eyes kept glancing at the beautifully packaged cosmetics. Chu Yunyao said, "Sister-in-law, you must accept it. It's a gift for you. Your skin really needs some proper care. I'll teach you how to use it. I have a lot of experience in this area." "That sounds great." Wang Yuhong's face revealed an expression of anticipation. Zhou Zheng also took out the Ferragamo belt and handed it to Lu Jianjun. "Master, try it on and see if it fits." Lu Jianjun didn't take the belt, but his expression darkened. "Xiaozhou, this set of cosmetics and the belt must be quite expensive, right? You just started working and don't earn much. You still have to support your family. We can't accept these cosmetics and belt." Saying this, he glared at Wang Yuhong, who was reluctant to part with the Lancome Cosmetics. Yuhong put down the cosmetics. "No, Jianjun, you." Wang Yuhong felt embarrassed holding the cosmetic. "Master, what are you doing? I have money." "Xiaozhou, don't try to put on a show. I know your situation." "What money do you?" "Return the cosmetics and the belt. Use the money to live well." "Master, don't forget I caught an 11 wanted criminal and received a reward of 100,000. The bureau also gave me a bonus of 20,000. Lu Jianjun scratched the back of his head. "Forget about that. This kid indeed has money now. But Xiaozhou, even if you have money, you shouldn't spend it like this. You need to be mindful of how to live." "I understand, master. I know what I'm doing. You please accept this small gesture from me." Whoosh! Chu Yunyao tore open the cosmetics packaging directly. "Sister-in-law, I'll teach you how to use this. This is for hydration, and this is..." As she spoke, Chu Yunyao glanced at Lu Jianjun as if to assert her point. Well, there was no way to return them now. Lu Jianjun's face turned dark, thinking that this sister-in-law was both gentle and strong-willed. After a moment of hesitation, he no longer brought it up and awkwardly said, "The kitchen is still stewing meat. I'll go check if it's ready." Saying this, he turned and left. "Sister-in-law, why is Jianjun like this? He's like an old antique, so stubborn." Looking at Lu Jianjun's retreating figure, Wang Yuhong said, "He values his pride and sticks to his principles. Otherwise, all the apprentices he took before have been promoted to deputy directors at other offices, while he's still standing still. Moreover, because Xiaozhou is his disciple, he believes a master should give things to his disciple, not accept gifts from them." Zhou Zheng muttered to himself, "Master is a good person, but he can be too rigid." At that moment, a little girl with 2 braided pigtails walked out of the bedroom, holding a small birthday cake. Seeing a stranger, she seemed a bit nervous and turned to head back to the bedroom. Wang Yuhong hurriedly waved and called out, "Xiaoyan, come here quickly, we have guests at home." Lu Yan glanced at Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao, slowly lowering her head as she came to her mother's side. Wang Yuhong said, "This is Uncle Zhou Zheng, and this is Aunt Yunyao. I'll quickly greet them." "Hello, Uncle." "Hello, Aunt." Xiaoyan is really well behaved." Zhou Zheng stood up and affectionately ruffled Yang Yan's hair. Yang Yan looked at Zhou Zheng and suddenly asked, "Uncle, are you called Zhou Zheng?" "Yes." "Then I have..." Zhou Zheng asked curiously, "Why?" "It's our first time meeting. Today is my birthday. Dad said I could spend time with you at the amusement park because of you. This is the first complete birthday I've had with Dad since I can remember." Zhou Zheng couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion. "Xiaoyan, for your next birthday, make sure Dad celebrates it with you completely. Uncle will come too, okay?" Okay. Yang Yan's tender voice echoed in the room. Chu Yunyao opened the paper box and took out some imported snacks. Xiaoyan, this is a gift from uncle and aunt for you. Thank you, sister. Yang Yan said sweetly. Why do you call me sister? Because you look young and beautiful, of course I should call you sister. Lu Yin praised Chu Yunyao for her youth and beauty, calling her sister. This made Chu Yunyao's heart bloom with joy. She embraced Lu Yin tightly, as if holding her own daughter. Xiaoyan, come eat something delicious. She reached out to grab a handful of imported snacks. You can pick whichever you want, these are all bought for you by your sister. Before her, an array of exquisitely packaged snacks dazzled Lu Yan's eyes. Sister, these snacks must be expensive, right? How did you know? Actually they are not that expensive. Wang Xiaoming from our class often brings snacks to school. He even gave me one like this packaging before. I took 3 days to finish that snack. Chu Yunyao asked why. Don't you like eating it? No, it's just too delicious, I couldn't bear to finish it all at once. Chu Yunyao patted her head. Xiaoyan, this time you can eat freely, you don't have to hold back. There's plenty for you. She also had a VIP card at this snack store with a balance of over 20,000. She thought to inform the snack store when she had time to have them deliver snacks to Lu Yin once a week. With 20,000 worth of snacks they could last for a while, she imagined. Chu Yunyao helped her open a bag of snacks and handed it to Lu Yin. Lu Yin finally set down the birthday cake she loved so much and took the snacks. Though she was drooling with desire, she held the snacks up to Chu Yunyao's mouth. Sister, eat first. Chu Yunyao smiled and said, Xiaoyan is so great, if I don't eat then Xiaoyan. Mom, you try a bit. Uncle, eat. Lu Yin asked everyone one by one before she finally started eating, revealing a satisfied expression on her face. However, halfway through the snacks, Lu Yin stopped eating and carefully sealed the packaging. What's wrong, Xiaoyan? Are the snacks not tasty? No, the snacks are really good, but Dad hasn't eaten yet, so I want to save some for him to try. Chu Yunyao pointed at the snacks in the bag and said, there are still plenty left, right? Sister, I only need one bag of snacks, you can take the rest back. Dad said one shouldn't be too greedy. I'm already very happy to have a bag of these snacks. Although Lu Yin said this firmly, it was still clear that she felt a lingering desire for these high-end snacks she hadn't had much experience with. Lu Yan's maturity was heart-wrenching, and Chu Yunyao felt a mix of emotions as she said, Xiaoyan, these snacks are all bought for you. My family has more, and from now on, all your snacks are covered by your sister. You'll have the freedom to eat as much as you want, okay? Lu Yin looked astonished. Does that mean I'm just like Wang Xiaoming now? Who is Wang Xiaoming? Wang Xiaoming is a classmate, and also a good friend. His family is very wealthy. Whatever snacks he wants, his dad buys him a whole bunch. I even ran into him today on the road. He bought a Haagen-Dazs birthday cake, even though it wasn't his birthday. He said he could celebrate every day if he wanted to eat something. Lu Yin spoke and suddenly remembered the enticing birthday cakes in the window of the Haagen-Dazs cake shop, licking her lips involuntarily. What's wrong, Xiaoyan? Do you want to eat a Haagen-Dazs birthday cake too? Of course I do. Lu Yan's but Haagen-Dazs cakes are too expensive and Mom and Dad don't have the money. Chu Yunyao just happened to have ordered a Haagen-Dazs birthday cake and thought to herself that she had made the right order. Mysteriously, she said to Lu Yin, Lu Yin's sister has a surprise for you. A surprise? What kind of surprise? You'll know in a bit. Chu Yunyao teased Lu Yin, then turned to Wang Yuhong and said, Sister-in-law, come let me teach you how to use this skin. Sure. Xiaoyan, go play in the yard. The two women sat together chattering about skincare topics. After a while, Chu Yunyao's phone rang, and she stood up to answer it. Hello. I'm right, have you arrived? Alright. They'll open the door right away. Zhou Zheng asked, Yunyao, what's wrong? Chu Yunyao replied, the cake we ordered has arrived. The boss sent someone to deliver it to the door. Good, then go get it. What? You ordered a cake too? Wang Yuhong felt a bit uneasy hearing their conversation. Zhou Zheng and his wife had already treated Lu Yin with cosmetics and brought a large bag of expensive high-end snacks, which was already quite extravagant. Xiao Zhou Yunyao, we've already bought a cake for Xiao, I think we shouldn't spend more, right? Zhou Zheng replied, Sister-in-law, the cake has already arrived at the door. Besides, this cake was exchanged with Yunyao's membership points, not bought. Zhou Zheng felt that the Chu family was indeed well off, as Chu Yunyao had spent over 100,000 at Haagen. And this is the Haagen-Dazs cake that Xiao Yin has been longing for, as she will definitely love it. Wang Yuhong knew she couldn't afford such an extravagant cake for Xiao Yin and felt heartache for her daughter, so she said nothing more. Let's go get the cake from the door. Xiao Yinner. Chu Yunyao went to the yard calling for Lu Yin. Sister, I'm right here. Lu Yin jumped down from a tree in the yard and ran to Chu Yunyao. Oh, Xiao Yinner, be careful, you're a girl and can climb trees. Sister, what do you need me for? Didn't I say I would give you a surprise? The surprise is coming now. Sister, what is the surprise? Lu Yin asked curiously. Follow me and you'll know when we get to the door. Chu Yunyao led Lu Yin to open the yard gate and stepped outside. Zhou Zheng and Wang Yuhong followed closely behind. They saw a white van parked at the door with the Haagen-Dazs English letters and logo painted on it. A girl in a Haagen-Dazs uniform stood in front of the van. Upon seeing Chu Yunyao come out, she hurriedly asked, "Excuse me, are you Miss Chu Yunyao?" "Yes, I am Chu Yunyao. The cake you ordered has arrived. Please sign for it," the girl said, pulling out a 2-layer 8-inch birthday cake from the van. "Wow, it's so beautiful." Lu Yin looked through the transparent packaging and recognized the cake. It was one of the birthday cakes she had seen through the window of the Haagen-Dazs cake shop. She was momentarily stunned. "Is this the surprise sister told me about?" Chu Yunyao took the cake and handed it to Lu Yin. "Xiao Yin, or how is it? Are you happy?" "Sister, is this birthday cake for me?" "Of course. Thank you, sister, you are so nice." Lu Yin hugged the cake, cheering with joy. "Mom, look, it's a Haagen-Dazs birthday cake, and my sister gave it to me." "Oh, Xiao Yin, don't drop the cake." Wang Yuhong hurriedly stepped forward to take the birthday cake from Lu Yin's hand. Dad, sister ordered me a big Haagen-Dazs cake. Come quick and see." Lu Yin excitedly ran towards. Chu Yunyao watched Lu Yan's back. Memories flooded her mind. Scenes of her childhood birthday when her grandmother bought her the birthday cake she had longed for. Now she had grown up and was no longer the little girl who could be excited for half a day over a cake. Her grandmother, however, lay all alone in the hospital's ICU. For a moment, Chu Yunyao felt a wave of sadness. "Yunyao, what's wrong with you?" Zhou Zheng asked, noticing that Chu Yunyao was in a bad mood. It's nothing." Chu Yunyao quickly adjusted her expression, trying hard to put on a smile. "I suddenly remembered the past, feeling a bit of a faint sadness." Zhou Zheng tried to ask, "Are you thinking about your grandmother?" "Hey, how did you know?" Chu Yunyao's beautiful eyes widened slightly in surprise as she asked. Zhou Zheng waved his hand with a smug look. "I'm the worm in your stomach, of course I know everything." "TCH, so smug." Zhou Zheng continued seriously, "You once said that you spent most of your childhood with your grandmother. Just now Xiao Yin received the long-awaited birthday cake, cheering with joy. And you feeling down must have been reminded of something. I think you must have had a similar experience when you were a child. The person who gave you the cake was most likely your grandmother." Chu Yunyao gently brushed a strand of hair from her forehead, a look of appreciation appearing on her face. "Zhou Zheng, you're very clever. Congratulations on guessing correctly. Just now there truly was a moment when I thought of the scene of my grandmother giving me a birthday cake. I remember that on my birthday my parents were busy with business and actually forgot my birthday. When I returned home from school and found there was no birthday cake, I cried and threw a tantrum. My father was already in a bad mood and couldn't help but scold me a few times, making me feel even more wronged. It was my grandmother who scolded my father, pulled me into her room, and magically produced a birthday cake she had prepared in advance. I stopped crying immediately, just like Xiao Yin, now cheering with joy. Zhou Zheng, I miss my grandmother." Chu Yunyao's voice trembled with emotion, unable to contain her feelings any longer. Shimmering tears welled up in her eyes and eventually fell like scattered pearls. Zhou Zheng gently patted her back softly, saying, "Yunyao, if you miss your grandmother, let's go to the capital to see. I'll accompany you. Let's just go." Chu Yunyao felt warmth in her heart. Having a caring, warm man by her side was indeed nice. She wiped her tears from the corners of her eyes and shook her head after a moment. "Now is not the right time. I'll wait until I get the medicinal wine business going, then it won't be too late. By then I want to spend more days with her." "All right. Then from now on you mustn't be sad. Look at your face, crying like a little flower cat." "Huh, really?" Chu Yunyao was very concerned about her image. If her face was smeared, what would happen if Lu Jianjun's family saw her? He didn't know that Zhou Zheng was teasing her on purpose. Chu Yunyao took out a pack of tissues from her pocket, pulled out one, and began to wipe her face haphazardly. "Yunyao, you're not cleaning it well. Let me do it." Zhou Zheng volunteered, snatching the thin tissue from her hand, and began to wipe her face. When his hand touched her collagen-rich skin, he felt it was both bouncy and smooth, a wonderful sensation. He couldn't help but wipe a few more times. "Zhou Zheng, is it done?" "Not yet. There's a small black spot at the corner of your eye that won't come off." "What to do then?" "Let me think." Zhou Zheng pretended to ponder deeply, and after a moment said, "Got it." "Yunyao, open your mouth." Chu Yunyao looked puzzled. "Why should I open my mouth?" Zhou Zheng's tone became, "Oh, don't ask. Of course it's to help you wipe off the little black spot." Chu Yunyao was even more confused. "But what does that have to do with opening my mouth?" "It definitely has to do with it. If you open your mouth, I'll tell you. Hurry up. If we delay further, my master will come looking for us." "All right then." Chu Yunyao opened her mouth, bewildered, and Zhou Zheng saw a little pink tongue. He grinned mischievously. "Just need a bit of saliva to moisten the tissue to help wipe your face." "Oh, you're so disgusting." Chu Yunyao's face turned red, and she began to punch and kick Zhou Zheng, though she didn't use any force. "Stinky Zhou Zheng, are you trying to die?" "Hee, all right, I won't borrow it. Is that okay? I'll help you wipe a bit more." "Sorry, I misidentified it. It wasn't dirt. It turned out to be a mole." Upon hearing Zhou Zheng's words, Chu Yunyao blushed, instantly feeling like she wanted to kill him. Zhou Zheng sensed something was off and immediately ran behind the paramila, with Chu Yunyao closely following him, pursuing to kill. The two chased and fled, running around the car several times. Zhou Zheng was accidentally caught by Chu Yunyao. This time, instead of punching and kicking, she pinched him with 2 fingers at his waist. After pinching, Chu Yunyao felt a sense of delight. Her mood improved greatly compared to before. Zhou Zheng winced in pain, involuntarily putting on a painful mask. He randomly rubbed his waist with his hand. Oh my, this power is really great. I almost broke into a sweat from the pain. Zhou Zheng, I told you to be careful. Now you know my strength, right? Zhou Zheng gave a thumbs up dramatically, saying, Queen, impressive, truly impressive. Immediately after, his voice returned to normal. Yunyao, how about it? Do you feel better than before? Huh? Chu Yunyao was momentarily stunned, then quickly understood. It turned out that Zhou Zheng was deliberately teasing her to shift her focus, wanting to turn her gloomy mood into sunshine. Otherwise, how could he have been caught by her? He had captured a level wanted criminal. His skills were beyond doubt. Oh dear, why are you so silly? Can't you dodge when I pinch you? Zhou Zheng, does it still hurt where I pinched you? Chu Yunyao asked, feeling guilty and a bit embarrassed. It hurt. I say, Yunyao, have you practiced? Your 2 fingers are more powerful than a tiger's bench. The flesh on my waist was almost pinched off. Zhou Zheng, I'm sorry. How about I take you to the hospital to have a look? No need. Yunyao, just massage it for me, it won't hurt anymore. Upon hearing Zhou Zheng's words, Chu Yunyao's face flushed with 2 rosy spots. Would it involve putting her hand inside his pants? What if she felt shy? Chu Yunyao hesitated. Isn't it fine? Then forget it, I'll just endure it. Zhou Zheng didn't force her. Wait, will it really not hurt if you massage it? Zhou Zheng thought to himself that even the smartest woman would have a drop in intelligence when it came to matters between men and women. Of course it will. Zhou Zheng replied confidently. Why don't you massage it yourself? To solve the problem, you must find the one who caused it. Since you pinched me naturally, you should help me massage it for it to heal faster. Chu Yunyao fell silent. After a moment, it seemed she had made a big decision and nodded. All right, but you mustn't move around. Zhou Zheng, come a little closer to me. Okay. Zhou Zheng obediently moved to her side. Immediately, a jade-like hand, trembling, reached into his waistband. Zhou Zheng was wearing sweatpants, and Chu Yunyao's hand slipped in smoothly. Zhou Zheng felt a cool sensation at his waist and couldn't help but shiver. He thought, silly girl, I wanted you to massage over the pants. Who told you to go inside? She's quite nice. No wonder she took so long to make up her mind. Actually, going with the flow isn't bad either. Zhou Zheng had a look of enjoyment. Zhou Zheng, is it painful here? No, a bit lower. Here. No, a bit lower. Chu Yunyao felt shy and overwhelmed as it was her first time using her hand for a man. Although she was merely helping to massage the sore area, reaching inside Zhou Zheng's pants felt rather inappropriate. She dared not look directly at Zhou Zheng, feeling more embarrassed about where her hand had gone. She could only follow his guidance. The icy, slippery hand felt like a snake slithering, and Zhou Zheng couldn't help but gasp. Zhou Zheng, is it here? Yes. Then I will start rubbing now. Chu Yunyao felt puzzled as she had already pinched the flesh at his waist, yet she still couldn't find the right spot for a long time. She was both shy and excited with no time to ponder this question. She randomly massaged a few times. Her fingertips seemed to emit electricity. Zhou Zheng let out a few satisfied hums. How is it? Does it feel better? He winked as if he had achieved something. It's better, but still not enough. Just then Lu Jianjun called from the yard. Xiao Zhou Yunyao, what are you 2 doing? Oh my god! Chu Yunyao jumped in shock upon hearing Lu Jianjun's voice. Her delicate hand, her face which had already flushed red, became even more crimson. It was as if she were a primary school student caught doing something wrong by a parent. At this moment the sky had darkened, and Lu Jianjun had not noticed Chu Yunyao's little act. He approached saying, Xiao Zhou, I've been looking everywhere for you 2. Dinner is ready, let's go eat. Okay. Zhou Zheng pretended to act naturally. Chu Yunyao, however, felt too embarrassed to speak. Luckily, Lu Jianjun didn't notice anything, otherwise she would have exploded on the spot. As they walked towards the yard, Zhou Zheng glanced back at Chu Yunyao. The graceful woman was still blushing. She exchanged a glance with Zhou Zheng, but her gaze quickly shifted elsewhere. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng noticed a white 5-point star appear above Chu Yunyao's head. His heart stirred, a reward was coming. He reached out to lightly tap it, and the star vanished with the system's voice echoing in his mind. 1-star reward activated. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill King of Close Combat Advanced. In an instant, information about various grappling techniques and combat arts surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Zhou Zheng felt a rush of warmth, his strength continuously growing, and his physique optimizing. Within mere seconds of stepping into the yard, Zhou Zheng had mastered Muay Thai, Baji, Quan Ji, Kyun Do, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and more, with his strength more than doubling. Secretly lifting up his shirt, he discovered that he who previously had no abs now sported 6 well-defined ones. He touched them and found his muscles as hard as iron. Zhou Zheng felt a wave of joy. As a top student from the police academy, he was already above average in physique and combat skills, easily capable of handling 2 ordinary individuals alone. With the skill King of Close Combat Advanced, his muscles had greatly increased, his physique was now more attractive and defined, and his strength, endurance, and fighting skills had all seen a qualitative leap. Swinging his arms, he felt an endless supply of energy. Taking on 10 ordinary people was completely effortless. Even against 3 to 5 armed criminals, he felt confident he could handle them alone. This skill was spot on. In the future, capturing criminals would be like adding wings to a tiger, and not a single one of these bad guys would escape. Hoo. Zhou Zheng was quite satisfied, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifting as he continued to swing his arms, the sound of his fists slicing through the air incessantly. Xiaozhou, what are you doing? It wouldn't be that. Lu Jiangwo suddenly recalled how Zhou Zheng had jumped around like a crazy person in front of Hao Aigua to be discharged early from the hospital. Could it be that he really had a problem with his mind? Intermittent insanity. Xiaozhou, are you alright? Lu Jianjun asked with concern. I'm fine. Then why are you swinging your arms? Are you hallucinating? Tomorrow we should go to the hospital. Oh, I can take you to see a psychiatrist. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but chuckle. Naturally, he couldn't tell Lu Jianjun the truth. Master, I've been in the hospital for too long, or it feels like my bones are rusting, so I'm just moving around a bit. He looked around the yard, shifting the topic. Master, your yard is nice. It's great to be able to exercise here. In the city, apartment buildings lacked such convenient conditions. Even if you want to jump rope, you have to go downstairs. Lu Jianjun was quickly led off track. Upon hearing the words apartment complex, he couldn't help but living in the city is indeed inconvenient, but the transportation is convenient. Whether it's shopping, going to the hospital, or sending kids to school, there are inherent advantages. Otherwise, why would everyone flock to the city? Xiaozhou, to be honest, I also want to live in the city. No matter how inconvenient life, maybe it's still better than living here. I spend an hour just commuting to work every day. Master, then you should buy a place in the city. It would make your commute easier and be convenient for Xiaoyan's schooling too. Lu Jianjun frowned, speaking helplessly. Do you think I don't want to? The housing prices are sky high. People like us can't afford it. I don't mean to make you laugh, but I don't even have enough for the down payment right now. Zhou Zheng thought about it too. Currently, a 100 square meter apartment costs over $1 million, and with renovations and furniture, it would be even more. Lu Jianjun still had to support his family. Where would he get the money to buy a house? Even if he didn't eat or drink for 10 years, he still might not be able to afford a house. He also wanted to help his master buy a place in the city, but Lu Jianjun was too proud to accept charity, and besides, Zhou Zheng himself was also renting. Alright, let's stop talking about these depressing matters. Let's eat first. The three of them walked into the living room. A round table that looked a bit old was laden with a variety of dishes. Soft fried mushrooms, stir-fried river shrimp, scrambled eggs, with chives on flatbread, sweet and sour carp, braised pork, and more. Although it was all home-cooked food and didn't look spectacular, it smelled delightful, wafting an inviting aroma through the air. Lu Yan stared eagerly at the sumptuous meal, her mouth watering. Usually they had at most 2 dishes for a meal, and even on her birthday, it wasn't this lavish. Perhaps this was all thanks to Zhou Zheng's uncle. Chu Yunyao, hurry and sit down. The conditions are simple, and Jianjun and I don't know how to cook, so just make do with it. Wang Yuhong said while handing chopsticks to the two. Sister-in-law, you said you can't cook. This smells amazing. Zhou Zheng exaggeratedly complimented. Wang Yuhong's face immediately lit up. Quick eat. It will get cold soon. She kept adding dishes to Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao's plates. Chu Yunyao took a bite and nodded repeatedly. Sister-in-law, this tastes really good. If it's delicious. Receiving Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao's approval, Wang Yuhong's face blossomed with a smile. Lu Jianjun took out a chipped enamel flask filled with homemade liquor brewed by his father-in-law. Xiaozhou, shall we have a drink? He said, placing a small porcelain cup in front of Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng nodded. A drink is fine. After all, there's nothing going on today. Chu Yunyao asked worriedly. Zhou Zheng, your injury isn't healed yet. Can you drink? Hearing this, Lu Jianjun slapped his forehead. Look at my mind, I was so focused on treating you too well that I forgot Zhou Zheng is still injured. Zhou Zheng waved his hand. My injury is nothing serious, it's already healed. Drinking is no problem. Seeing Zhou Zheng's certainty, everyone felt relieved. Lu Jianjun filled Zhou Zheng's cup and poured one for himself. Xiaozhou, this liquor is brewed by my father-in-law. Although it's not of high quality, it's pure grain liquor that has been aged for several years, and it tastes pretty good. Give it a try. Alright, master. Zhou Zheng raised his cup, clinked it with Lu Jianjun's, and drank. Indeed, just as Lu Jianjun said, it wasn't spicy on the way down, but had a strong kick, leaving a lingering taste after finishing. Suddenly Zhou Zheng's heart stirred, and he asked, Master, does your sister-in-law's family specialize in brewing liquor? Zhou Zheng drank the homemade liquor from Wang Yuhong's family, and found it quite pleasant. He had an idea in his mind. The medicinal liquor he was concocting required a significant amount of pure grain liquor as its base. A complete formula required 5,000 jin of pure grain liquor, and if the business took off, the amount needed would be countless. Why buy from others when he could support his own? Moreover, Lu Jianjun's family was struggling financially and hoping to buy a house, so Zhou Zheng had long considered helping him out. However, at present his own strength was not formidable, and the 300,000 he won from the lottery still needed to be invested into the medicinal liquor, so he was unsure if it would be enough. Although he captured on a level wanted criminal, the total bounty and prize amounted to 120,000, which had already been transferred to his card. If he simply gave Lu Jianjun money, the proud Lu Jianjun would certainly refuse. Instead, it would be better to purchase the homemade pure grain liquor from Wang Yuhong at a high price, which could be considered helping Lu Jianjun indirectly. Of course, this liquor had to be bought from Lu Jianjun, or Zhou Zheng would not pay Wang Yuhong's father. He heard that Wang Yuhong had a brother. If the money ended up in her father's hands and all went to her brother, Zhou Zheng could not accept that. Of course, he was overthinking. He didn't even know how much homemade liquor Wang Yuhong's family had. As for Chu Yunyao, there was no need to mention her. She would definitely support his decision. When Lu Jianjun heard Zhou Zheng ask if his father-in-law brewed liquor, he nodded eagerly. Xiao Zhou, my father-in-law has been brewing for 3 generations, and there is plenty of homemade pure grain liquor stored at home. I can't guarantee the quality and taste are exceptional, but it is definitely brewed from pure grain with no deception. How is it? Do you find this liquor quite palatable? If you like it, I can give you 10 or 20 jin when you leave. Zhou Zheng asked. Master, do you really have that much? Of course. When I got married, my father-in-law gifted me a jar of 100 jin. I've gradually finished that over the years, and he later gave me another jar of 200 jin, which I just opened today. Wow. Zhou Zheng was taken aback. Having a father-in-law who brewed liquor was quite nice. He gifted over 100 jin to his son-in-law, which could save a lot on buying liquor. A jar. The speaker was casual, but the listener was intrigued. Upon hearing the word jar, Chu Yunyao suddenly became interested. After all, she was in urgent need of a large jar that could hold over 100 jin. The goods ordered online would take 3 days to arrive. That was too late. She quickly asked, Jianjun, do you have a jar that can hold 200 jin of liquor? Lu Jianjun replied, yes, didn't I just say that? My father-in-law gifted me a jar of liquor exactly 200 jin. Where else would I store 200 jin of liquor? Can you take me to see it? Chu Yunyao was somewhat impatient. What's so special to see? If you want it, it's no problem. It's in the side room of the East House. However, let's wait until after dinner to go. All right, then let's eat first. During the meal, Zhou Zheng asked Lu Jianjun in detail about his father-in-law's brewing situation. The old man had brewed liquor all his life, but had not earned much. Pure grain liquor had high costs, and the selling price was also steep. Being loose liquor, it was fine for personal consumption, but not presentable for gifting or dining. Many people would rather choose beautifully packaged inferior liquor mixed with alcohol than pure grain brewed loose liquor. After a hearty meal, Chu Yunyao was eager to see the large jar for storing the liquor. Lu Jianjun led her and Zhou Zheng to the side room of the East House, opened the door, and feeling the moonlight, he found a light cord and pulled it hard. Click! A 60-watt bulb in the center of the ceiling flashed with an orange glow. In one corner of the room was a large jar that 2 people could embrace. Lu Jianjun stepped forward and forcefully opened the lid. A rich aroma of liquor instantly filled the room. Zhou Zheng's eyes lit up. Yunyao finding a large jar for brewing medicinal liquor was effortless. Here it is. Chu Yunyao was also very happy and felt that her visit today was worthwhile. She walked around the large jar filled with pure grain liquor twice. Zhou Zheng, I think this large jar will do, and didn't you say that this homemade pure grain liquor is quite good? How about we use it? We can put the medicinal herbs we purchased today inside, and it will be all set. We can have the medicinal liquor ready in 3 days. Zhou Zheng nodded, thinking it was just what he wanted. The two were whispering, leaving Lu Jianjun baffled. What are you two talking about? Master Yunyao plans to buy this jar of liquor from you along with the large jar. What? Lu Jianjun was taken aback. Xiaozhou, why are you buying so much? If you want to drink, just let me know. You can drink anytime. And you want the large jar too? What is this? Chu Yunyao smiled and said, Jianjun, am planning to start a business brewing medicinal liquor. I've gathered all the materials, I just need the liquor in the jar, so I won't worry about that anymore. You want to make medicinal liquor? Lu Jianjun recalled the medicinal liquor Zhou Zheng prepared in the hospital, which indeed had remarkable effects, making one energetic and even had aphrodisiac effects. The main reason he returned home last night was that he was feeling uncomfortable and wanted to find Wang Yuhong for some relief. In fact, Lu Jianjun understood that the pure grain liquor and large jar he had were not rare items. They could be found anywhere. Chu Yunyao and Zhou Zheng were trying to look out for him, wanting him to make some money. Jianjun, just name a price for the liquor and the large jar. Lu Jianjun replied, this large jar isn't worth much. My father-in-law has plenty of them at home. As for the liquor, if you want to just take it, I don't need any money. Zhou Zheng knew Lu Jianjun was starting to care about face again, feeling awkward to ask Chu Yunyao for money. Master Yunyao, buying your liquor is also a business. She cannot take it for free. Just name a price. Besides, you can't afford to give it away. 200 jin is simply not enough. If the medicinal liquor finds a market, you will need at least 5,000 jin at the start. Set a price and Yunyao will be your client in the future. Xiaozhou, what did you say? 5,000 Jin. Lu Jianjun was startled. My father-in-law doesn't even have that much liquor at home. Chu Yunyao said, it's not like I need it all at once. I'll use this 200 Jin first. Just give a price, and we can agree on that for the future. All right. Lu Jianjun nodded. My father-in-law usually sells it for 30 bucks a Jin. He'll give you this jar for free since I didn't spend any money on it. Besides, the cake you bought is more expensive than this jar of liquor. In the future, if you want to buy liquor, he'll take you to my father-in-law's house. There are many brewers in his village. If he doesn't have enough, he can also buy from others. I can't believe it. Zhou Zheng had a dark expression. He thought Lu Jianjun was really stubborn, not wanting to earn the money that was right in front of him. Chu Yunyao also shook her head and pretended to be angry, saying, Jianjun, if you only give away this liquor and don't sell it, I'll be upset. At worst, I'll buy from someone else. No. Lu Jianjun saw Chu Yunyao pouting and quickly said, how about I sell it for 10 bucks a Jin? Zhou Zheng was almost amused by Lu Jianjun. Chu Yunyao also shook her head. Brother Jianjun was too straightforward. He glanced at Zhou Zheng and said, Brother Jianjun, how about I buy it at 50 yuan per Jin? 50 yuan per Jin is also Chu Yunyao's psychological price, and Zhou Zheng knew this, so she didn't discuss it with Zhou Zheng. 50 yuan per Jin. Isn't that too expensive? Lu Jianjun said with difficulty, how about 8 yuan per Jin? I really don't want to profit from you. Zhou Zheng thought to himself, Master, how much profit do you really make from your wine? If I told you the profit from the medicinal wine, wouldn't it surprise you? Chu Yunyao felt helpless. Her family had been in business since she was young, so she knew sellers often inflated prices while buyers haggled down. It was her first time seeing a seller pressuring themselves to lower the price. At the same time, she noticed that Lu Jianjun was genuinely kind-hearted and cared about his reputation. 60 yuan per Jin. Chu Yunyao said again. Lu Jianjun was stunned. Hey, why are you raising the price? Zhou Zheng was also enjoying the show, unable to hold back his laughter. The price of buying things rises while the seller wants to lower the price, even wishing to give it away for free. This is truly a revelation. Brother Jianjun, if you don't agree, I will raise the price again. All right. Fine, let's settle at 50 yuan per Jin. Lu Jianjun conceded reluctantly, as if he had suffered a great loss. 200 Jins of wine, 50 yuan per Jin, 200 times 50. Chu Yunyao calculated and found it totaled 10,000 yuan. Brother Jianjun, the wine money is 10,000 yuan, and for the large vat, he'll calculate 500 yuan, making a total of 10,500. Add me on WeChat, and I'll transfer the money to you. Little Zhou is my disciple. How can I profit from you? Lu Jianjun appeared quite embarrassed. Master, don't be so pretentious. Yunyao is also in business and makes much more than you do. Besides, even close brothers should settle accounts clearly. Zhou Zheng said this, and Lu Jianjun felt a bit more comfortable. Chu Yunyao added Lu Jianjun on WeChat and was about to transfer the money. Well, sister-in-law, you don't have to pay for the large vat. That thing isn't worth much. All right. Chu Yunyao didn't want to push Lu Jianjun too hard. She ordered a large vat with a capacity of 500 Jins online, as this 200 Jin vat wouldn't last long. The 10,000 yuan quickly transferred to Lu Jianjun's phone. Looking at the string of numbers, Lu Jianjun felt as if he were dreaming. At this moment, Wang Yuhong arrived with Lu Yin. Dad, what are you doing? Little Yin, Dad is discussing business with Uncle. Go play in the living room for a bit. Lu Yin obediently replied and skipped away. Wang Yuhong was also about to ask what they were doing. A few people were surrounding the wine vat, unsure of what they were looking at. Lu Jianjun handed his phone to Wang Yuhong. Yuhong, take a look quickly. Wang Yuhong took a glance and counted the zeros in the transfer record, surprised as she asked 10,000 yuan. Where did it come from? Did the sister-in-law give it? Wang Yuhong looked at Chu Yunyao in confusion, then at Lu Jianjun. Lu Jianjun briefly recounted what had just happened. My goodness. Wang Yuhong was even more astonished. 200 Jins of wine sold for 10,000 yuan. My dad usually only makes 6,000 from selling 200 Jins. Jianjun, your asking price is too harsh, isn't it? Little Zhou and Yunyao are not outsiders. Come on, how should I criticize you? Wang Yuhong started to complain. Her family was in the wine business, and she knew that loose wine was not only hard to sell, but also sold for low prices. Selling 31 Jins was already considered good. Her husband actually wanted to charge them 50 yuan per Jin. Yuhong, I didn't want a high price. Seeing Lu Jianjun's awkward expression, Zhou Zheng quickly explained to Wang Yuhong. Sister-in-law, it's not what you think. Master wanted to give it to us, but we can't take it for free. To be honest, your wine at 50 yuan per Jin isn't expensive. If we were to buy wine of the same quality, we would have to spend more than 50 yuan. Why should we take care of someone else's business? Oh. Wang Yuhong suddenly realized and glanced at her husband with embarrassment. Also, sister-in-law, in the future, my family Yunyao will continue to buy the loose wine produced by your family, and the price will still be 50 yuan per Jin. However, we only recognize master, not others. Zhou Zheng's meaning was very clear. The wine was brewed by Wang Yuhong's family, And if she turned her back on Lu Jianjun for her family, Zhou Zheng would not buy it. Wang Yuhong nodded repeatedly. Understood, understood. She wasn't the type to resent her husband's family. Besides, the buying price Zhou Zheng offered was relatively high, and her family would also make a profit. Lu Jianjun was essentially a middleman making a profit on the difference, while also helping with household expenses, which was quite good. Wang Yuhong was very satisfied. Now that the wine deal was settled, figuring out how to bring this vat of wine back to Zhou Zheng's rental house was a problem. Zhou Zheng's mind turned, and he said to Chu Yunyao, why don't we leave the wine at Master's house? It's more convenient to come in and out than in the small community downtown. Chu Yunyao thought Zhou Zheng was really bold. This vat of wine wasn't worth much, but with precious medicinal materials added, the cost would be worth hundreds of thousands. She wasn't afraid of losing it or it being lessened. However, Lu Jianjun and his wife didn't seem like the deceitful type. Zhou Zheng spoke again, and Chu Yunyao nodded in agreement. Master, I want to use this vat of wine to infuse medicinal wine and would like you to help take care of it. Lu Jianjun patted his chest and said, no problem. Your sister-in-law is at home all day except for picking up the kids, so the wine will be safe here. That's great. Yunyao put the medicinal materials in. Okay. Chu Yunyao went to the west room and quickly brought back a paper box. Upon opening it, a strong medicinal aroma wafted out. Splash. He directly poured a large box of precious medicinal materials into the vat. Alright, let's cover it up. Zhou Zheng helped Lu Jianjun put the lid on. Chu Yunyao discussed with Zhou Zheng, saying that this was equivalent to renting a warehouse, and they were also letting Lu Jianjun and his wife take care of the medicinal wine. They couldn't let them do it for free. Zhou Zheng thought to himself that Chu Yunyao was also a kind-hearted person. Seeing how financially strained Master's family was, she wanted to secretly help a little. Yunyao, since we will need to hire someone for packaging the medicinal wine later, why don't we hire sister-in-law? Chu Yunyao's eyes lit up. Zhou Zheng, that's a good idea. Sister-in-law, I plan to temporarily use your west room as a warehouse, and there will also be work for packaging later. Why don't you help me out for a monthly salary of over 5,000? A salary of over 5,000 was considered moderate in Jiangbei. Oh, it wasn't a lot, but for Lu Jianjun's family, it was like a timely rain. Wang Yuhong's eyes sparkled as she asked, that sounds great, sister-in-law. What do you need me to do? It's simple. Oh, just pour the wine into the bottles. There's no time limit, and it won't interfere with you picking up kids. Alright. Wang Yuhong was very happy. Jianjun, I can earn money now too. Lu Jianjun wasn't foolish. He could see that Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao were helping his family without hurting his pride. There was wine everywhere. Why did they specifically want his families? There were laborers everywhere. Oh, why did they specifically hire Wang Yuhong? Lu Jianjun's eyes became moist. Little Zhou I. He excitedly grasped Zhou Zheng's hand, momentarily at a loss for words. Master, don't say anything. I'm not doing this for you, I'm doing it for little Yan. After all, we can't let the children suffer, can we? In the future, if you encounter any difficulties, just tell me. Forget it, you want to save face, so let sister-in-law discuss it with Yunyao. Lu Jianjun said affectionately, little Zhou, you are the one who has moved me the most out of all my disciples. I won't say anything else. Master, I can't help you with anything else, but if you encounter difficulties at work, you must come to me. Zhou Zheng nodded. Master, there's something right now. What is it? You can tell me. Hurry up and help me get discharged tomorrow. I don't want to stay in the hospital for another minute. After negotiating the price of the wine with Lu Jianjun, Chu Yunyao asked Wang Meiyu, sister-in-law, how much stored wine do you have? Wang Meiyu replied, how should I put it? There should be several thousand jin in total. However, this wine is also divided by vintage, and I'm not quite sure how much of each type there is. I'll give my dad a call to ask. Wang Yuhong made a phone call to her family, and shortly after hung up, saying, there are about 2,000 jin of 3-year-old brew, which is what this large jar contains, along with 1,000 jin of 10-year brew and 100 jin of 30-year brew. Upon hearing this, Chu Yunyao's heart stirred. There's 30-year brew. Zhou Zheng, do you know how much a bottle of 30-year Moutai costs? Over 10,000 yuan. How about this? When I acquire the century-old ginseng, I'll use the 30-year brew to infuse medicinal wine, treating it as our most high-end product. The price should at least match that of the 30-year Moutai. Zhou Zheng felt a headache coming on. Chu Yunyao's ambition was truly grand. Selling a pound of medicinal wine for over 10,000 yuan, was she out of her mind? No, Yunyao, aren't you thinking a bit too far ahead? We should first focus on producing the current medicinal wine, then establish a market before pursuing what you call high-end products. Chu Yunyao smiled. Yes, Zhou Zheng, you're right. I was a bit overly ambitious, but we must create this high-end. However, having only 100 jin of 30-year brew from Yuhong's family is a bit limited. Even if we really want to make it, we can only produce 100 bottles. Wang Yuhong chuckled and said, Yunyao, you don't understand the professional knowledge of brewing. In fact, the 30-year brew sold on the market isn't necessarily brewed for 30 years, it just contains 30-year-old liquor. 100 jin of 30-year brew can be blended into quite a bit of wine. Oh, so that's how it is, Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao both realized. Yunyao. Wang Yuhong continued, I have many relatives who also brew wine. Although the 30-year liquor isn't abundant, we can gather a good amount. So, if you really want this kind of liquor, it's not a problem. Chu Yunyao nodded. That's good. That's good. Sister-in-law, I will definitely need 30-year liquor in the future. Once my business expands, I'll need more wine. You can consider being my purchasing agent going out to buy wine. Or I can partner with you to build a distillery, and you'd also be one of the bosses then. Wang Yuhong was stunned. How did they suddenly become bosses while talking? She quickly waved her hand. Yunyao, I can work for you, but investing in a factory sounds tempting, yet I don't have any capital. That's a bit far. Chu Yunyao shook her head. Sister Yuhong, you can do it. Your father brews wine, and your family has quite a bit of liquor. Plus, you'll be my first employee, so we can count your expertise as part of the investment. Chu Yunyao's words stirred Wang Yuhong's heart. If what Chu Yunyao said was true and she became one of the bosses of the distillery, life would undergo a tremendous change. No need to scrimp and save for buying a house, and Xiaoyan wouldn't have to suffer alongside her. Of course, the reasons Chu Yunyao mentioned were the flimsiest. The reason she could say such things mainly stemmed from Zhou Zheng's relationship with Lu Jianjun. Wang Yuhong felt grateful towards Zhou Zheng again. She was also glad that her husband had such a good apprentice. All right, let's leave it at that for today. Let's take our time, we will all get better. Chu Yunyao spoke from the heart. Her words were directed not only at herself and Zhou Zheng, but also at Lu Jianjun and Wang Yuhong. Zhou Zheng checked his watch, it was getting late, so he told Chu Yunyao he planned to bid farewell to Lu Jianjun and his wife. The couple tried to keep him, but Zhou Zheng said it was too late, so he would head back. The two families had no issues and could visit often in the future. Seeing that they couldn't keep him, Lu Jianjun's family of 3 escorted Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao to the courtyard entrance. Wang Yuhong handed Zhou Zheng a large bag of boiled salted peanuts. Zhou Yunyao, we don't have much to offer from our home. This is a new batch of peanuts sent by my family. Oh, I boiled them for you to take home and eat. Zhou Zheng knew he had to accept this gift, otherwise his master and his wife would feel uneasy since they had given a lot of gifts. After all, it's only polite to reciprocate, so he didn't decline and reached out to take it. Sister-in-law, look at what you've said. Ew, I love boiled peanuts. Wang Yuhong saw Zhou Zheng take the peanuts and smiled. If you love them, I'll boil some more for you in the future. Then thank you, sister-in-law. Xiaozhou, should I go back to the hospital with you? Lu Jianjun recalled his task. What? Master, which hospital are you going back to? Whether I go back to the hospital is still up in the air. All right, then let's meet at the hospital at 8 tomorrow morning. I'll take you for a checkup, which will also give the director a report, and then we can get discharged. All right, it's settled then. Master, sister-in-law Xiaoyan, you all go back. We're leaving. Uncle, sister. Lu Yan was held tightly in Lu Jianjun's arms as Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao waved goodbye. Goodbye, Xiaoyan, we will visit you whenever we have time. The two waved and got into the Panamera. With a roar, the Panamera honked and gradually disappeared, and Wang Yuhong looked at the two flickering taillights in the darkness and asked, Jianjun, this car looks beautiful. It must be expensive, right? The Porsche Panamera costs over $1 million. My goodness. It seems Yunyao is truly the daughter of a wealthy family. But will Xiaozhou marrying her last long? After all, like you, Xiaozhou is just a poor cop. Lu Jianjun glared at her. What are you talking about? Is Yunyao that kind of person? If she valued wealth over poverty, she wouldn't have married Xiaozhou. I advise you to save your worries. Besides, if it weren't for Yunyao and Xiaozhou, would we have earned 10,000 today? Would you find a job that is both leisurely and pays well? Wang Yuhong nodded. That's true. Speaking of which, Xiaozhou is indeed our benefactor. If he weren't your apprentice, would he help us like this? You have many apprentices, but only Xiaozhou is so considerate. You need to treat him well in the future. Lu Jianjun felt a lot of emotions. With a sigh, he added, Xiaozhou is a good person. After a moment, Lu Jianjun suddenly remembered something. Yuhong, and after I go to work tomorrow, you must keep a close eye on the jar of liquor infused with medicinal herbs. Wang Yuhong replied, got it. I won't lose it. That jar is inconspicuous. Who would steal liquor for no reason? What do you know? Lu Jianjun leaned closer and whispered in her ear. The liquor is not the main concern, it's the valuable medicinal herbs inside. Wang Yuhong said, how much can a small box of medicinal herbs be worth? I heard from Xiaozhou that it's worth about 700,000 to 800,000. My goodness. Is it that expensive? Wang Meiyu was taken aback. Looking around, she quickly pulled Xiaoyan and Lu Jianjun into the courtyard, immediately locking the door behind them. Jianjun, with 700,000 to 800,000 worth of stuff, how am I supposed to sleep at night without worrying? Chu Yunyao drove the Panamera coming out from Lu Jianjun's house and soon got onto the main road. Sister-in-law is really generous, giving so many boiled peanuts. Opening the plastic bag, he took out a peanut, the 3 plump kernels glistening with a light pink hue. Zhou Zheng popped them all into his mouth and began to chew with delight. Instantly, a flavor accompanied by a hint of cinnamon filled his mouth. Delicious! Zhou Zheng exclaimed, immediately peeling another one. Chu Yunyao, driving, couldn't help but want to eat as the aroma of the boiled peanuts wafted into her nose. However, Zhou Zheng was engrossed in his eating, seemingly not even asking her if she wanted some, which left her feeling a bit frustrated. After a moment, as if they were telepathically connected, a plump peanut was brought to her lips. Yunyao, give it a try, it's really good. Chu Yunyao forcefully swallowed the words she wanted to say. However, being fed peanuts by Zhou Zheng made her feel a bit embarrassed. After hesitating for a moment, she opened her mouth slightly and took the peanut. However, she miscalculated the distance and seemed to have bitten the tip of Zhou Zheng's finger. Chu Yunyao couldn't help but blush. Oh my! She licked his finger. She could only blame herself for being too eager, and of course having a long tongue was also part of the reason. Zhou Zheng felt his finger touched by something soft, and he couldn't help but shiver. The air inside the car seemed to become stagnant. Both of them fell silent. Chu Yunyao felt embarrassed, but she knew that as long as she didn't feel awkward, the awkwardness would fall on the other person. So she took the initiative to break the silence. Hey little Zhou, didn't you say you were my assistant? As long as we are together, you will drive for me. How can the boss drive while the assistant sits aside, eating? Zhou Zheng smiled. Chu, I've had a drink today, so I think I'll leave the driving to you, my boss. Let's temporarily switch roles. I want to experience what it's like to be the boss. Zhou Zheng said as he brought another peanut to her lips. That's infuriating. Chu Yunyao was enraged by Zhou Zheng's smug demeanor. After glancing at the road ahead with no cars, she suddenly slammed on the gas. The Panamera surged forward. Zhou Zheng's body instinctively leaned back, and the peanut perfectly lodged itself into his nostril. Ha ha ha. Laughter like silver bells rang out in the car. Zhou Zheng's expression darkened. This woman never provoked them lightly, they hold grudges. As the sky darkened and the roads became less crowded, Chu Yunyao soon arrived in the city. Zhou Zheng, where are you going? Back to the hospital. What about you, Yunyao? Zhou Zheng countered. I'm going home. Why not skip the hospital, and we can go home together? Zhou Zheng hesitated for a moment. Maybe I should still go to the hospital. What if the nurse comes to check on me at night and can't find me? Then it will be exposed. All right. Chu Yunyao's voice was noticeably disappointed. Then I will turn here ahead and take you to the hospital. Just as she finished speaking, her phone rang. Chu Yunyao glanced at the caller ID. It was Yang Tingting calling, so she answered via the car's Bluetooth. Hello, Tingting. Yunyao, where are you? On my way to the hospital. Why? Is there something? Why are you going to? Isn't it to send Zhou Zheng back? Hey, when did you guys go out? What were you up to? Spill it. Tingting, stop messing around. I'm driving, so if there's something, please say it quickly. All right, I'm at the hospital keeping watch over Grandpa. That old man said there's a caregiver and he insists on sending me back. I don't feel at ease and am bored, so I wanted to find you for company. Perfect timing, you just dropped Zhou Zheng off at the hospital. This is what you call telepathy. Don't leave tonight, let's play landlord until dawn. Don't forget to buy a deck of playing cards. No, Tingting, what about the old man? The old man has a caregiver watching him. If anything happens, he will call me. So it's settled. He'll wait for you guys in Zhou Zheng's ward. Bye for now. Chu Yunyao let out a gentle sigh, still thinking about going home to prepare a business plan for herbal wine, organizing her ideas. It seems like tonight's plans are ruined. Zhou Zheng was also feeling frustrated. Am I a patient here to accompany you two beauties playing cards all night? Is that reasonable? The Panamera sped to Jiangbei First Hospital. After parking, the two got out of the car. Zhou Zheng, you go ahead. They'll stop by the 24-hour convenience store at the hospital entrance to buy some things. Zhou Zheng asked, Yunyao, what are you going to buy? Are you hungry? Not really, but I do want to buy some snacks and a few decks of playing cards. From what I know about Tingting, that crazy girl is a night owl. She gets more energetic as the night deepens. Chu Yunyao shook her head. Looks like tonight's going to last until dawn. Yunyao will go with you. No need, you've had a long day too. Go upstairs and rest for a bit. Otherwise you won't be able to rest at all. Chu Yunyao went to the convenience store, while Zhou Zheng went upstairs alone to his private ward. He found the door slightly ajar, and the room was dark. Zhou Zheng thought, didn't Yang Tingting say she was waiting in the ward? Why is it dark? Did she not come? Zhou Zheng curiously pushed open the door, and walked in. Just as he was about to look for the light switch, a shadow suddenly appeared. The shadow let out a strange cry. Zhou Zheng was startled and instinctively slapped out. Thanks to the dim light filtering in from the moon, he recognized the shadow's face. It was Yang Tingting. It turned out she was hiding in the dark, trying to play a prank to scare him. Zhou Zheng's strength was now much greater, twice what it used to be. If he had hit Yang Tingting, she would have to be hospitalized. In a split second, he hurriedly pulled back his hand. But it was too late. Even though most of his strength was withdrawn, his palm still firmly imprinted on Yang Tingting's chest. He even felt a soft squish. Thankfully she wasn't injured. Stupid Yunyao, dare to attack my chest. Are you jealous that I'm bigger than you? Smack. Yang Tingting turned on the light. Where was Chu Yunyao? Zhou Zheng. Yang Tingting's face instantly turned red. Oh my, how embarrassing. Where's Yunyao? She went to buy something, she'll be here soon. Zhou Zheng also felt awkward and was a bit worried about having hurt Yang Tingting, but seeing she was fine, he let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she was a Q. If it were an A, she would definitely have been hurt. To ease the awkwardness, Zhou Zheng lifted the bag of boiled peanuts in his hand and said, Yang Tingting peanuts, each one is pink and plump. Do you want some? Yang Tingting seemed to have thought of something and instantly lowered her head in embarrassment. Chu Yunyao was right. Yang Tingting was indeed a night owl dragging Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao to play a whole night of dodiju. Without any stakes, it was rather dull. Therefore, Yang Tingting came up with an idea: whoever lost would have a sticker placed on their face. It seemed Zhou Zheng's accidental touch had made her hold a grudge, as she deliberately targeted him during the game. When playing with Zhou Zheng, she was unstoppable as the landlord, but when teamed with Chu Yunyao, Zhou Zheng was overwhelmed, and soon his face was covered in stickers. Eventually, there was no space left on his face, so they started placing stickers on his body. By the next morning, Zhou Zheng was covered in stickers, looking like he was dressed in a festive outfit. As soon as dawn broke, Yang Tingting stopped playing and pulled Chu Yunyao and Zhou Zheng to have breakfast, bringing a portion for the old man as well. Upon exiting the breakfast shop, noticing it was almost 8 o'clock, Zhou Zheng bid farewell to the two, heading to the hospital lobby to find Lu Jianjun, expecting him to arrive early. At 750, Zhou Zheng, sporting dark circles under his eyes, appeared in the lobby of the inpatient building. As expected, as soon as he arrived, he spotted Lu Jianjun. Master. Zhou Zheng waved and rushed over. Master, you arrived early. Lu Jianjun replied. No, I just got here as well. Have you had breakfast? Yes, my sister-in-law made me a flatbread with an egg. Lu Jianjun suddenly noticed the dark circles under Zhou Zheng's eyes, instantly realizing the situation, and said earnestly, Young Zhou, you must learn to practice moderation. Your sister-in-law is beautiful, but you must also cherish your body. A man's body is different from a woman's. It's like a cow that can be overworked, but land cannot be overfarmed. Lu Jianjun rambled on, leaving Zhou Zheng bewildered. No, master, why do you say that? Lu Jianjun chuckled. Young Zhou, don't play a fool with me. I've been through this too, but I'm not going to laugh at you. Look at those dark circles on your face. Did you play all night? Zhou Zheng asked in surprise. Master, how did you? Lu Jianjun replied proudly. Did I not say? I've been through this myself. How could I not see it? You must stop staying up late, otherwise when you reach my age you'll know what it means to squander your youth and pay the price later. Do you understand? Zhou Zheng focused on the staying up late aspect, saying, Master, it's not entirely my fault. Originally, Yunyao and I were supposed to enjoy our couple's world at home, but it was all Yang Tingting's fault for dragging us into the game. I really couldn't keep up with her all night, and Yunyao wasn't much help either, as she kept dragging me down. After that whole night, I really suffered. Master, do you know how much paper I used? Lu Jianjun's face grew darker as he listened. Zhou Zheng's behavior was too outrageous. They actually stayed up all night. It was no wonder he looked so worn out. Young Zhou, please. Don't say any more. Lu Jianjun interrupted Zhou Zheng. As your master, I must admonish you for this kind of behavior. Do not engage in such disgraceful activities in the future. Also keep your distance from Yang Tingting. You are a public servant, and I don't want you to face disciplinary action due to conduct issues. Zhou Zheng was at a loss. No, master, Yang Tingting is very close to Yunyao. I can't avoid her. Besides, what's wrong with playing a whole night of dodiju? What? Lu Jianjun paused. You guys play cards? A whole night of dodiju? No. Playing dodiju without stakes is quite dull. Yang Tingting suggested placing stickers on the loser's face, and of course we used a lot of paper, tearing up an entire magazine in the process. Zhou Zheng looked up at Lu Jianjun. Master, what did you think we were playing? Lu Jianjun's face turned red instantly. Damn. Misunderstanding. It seems he was overthinking it. No way Zhou Zheng would do something like that. He quickly stammered. I thought you guys played a night of running fast. To cover up the awkwardness, he changed the subject, saying, Young Zhou, let me take you to see the doctor to check your back. If everything is fine, you can be discharged. Upon hearing about discharge, Zhou Zheng was thrilled and hurriedly urged, There's no time to lose, master, let's hurry. The two found the attending physician, explained their intent, and the doctor, already in the know, conducted a symbolic examination and wrote discharge recommended on the results. Lu Jianjun quickly handled the discharge paperwork. The two exited Jiangbei First Hospital and took a bus to the Qiaobei police station to report. As soon as they entered the police station, a police car zoomed in and parked behind them. The door opened, and two officers escorted a suspect out of the back. They looked up and saw Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun. Jianjun, Young Zhou, you two are back. Young Zhou, I heard you earned a first-class merit. Congratulations. Zhou Zheng quickly humbly replied, Thank you. Actually, it was just luck. All right, Young Zhou, don't act coy now. You are quite a figure in our Qiaobei station. A first-class merit is no small feat. You're the first in the entire station. Now everyone at the police station knew about Zhou Zheng's first-class merit. Naturally, everyone was envious. Mainly the first-class merit was too easily earned. Just a night shift, and in a class-wanted criminal delivered themselves right to him. Officer Xiao Li enviously said, Young Zhou, when you're on duty again, make sure to call me. Ooh, I want to share in your good fortune too. Unlike us, we chased after a thief for 3 blocks, and almost collapsed from exhaustion, Lu Jianjun said, glaring at them in dissatisfaction. You two just focus on your work. Last time he missed out on an opportunity to achieve merit because he dozed off for a bit. What a great opportunity it was, but it was regrettably let slip. He silently vowed that such a situation would never happen again. The two officers did not dare to argue with Lu Jianjun and escorted the thief into the interrogation room. Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun then went up to the second floor and knocked on the director's office door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Director, we are back. Zhou Zheng is fine now, and I've completed the discharge paperwork for him. Hao Aiguo looked up and saw Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Young Zhou has been discharged. Yes, Director. Great, great. I'm glad to hear that. Hao Aiguo nodded in satisfaction and pointed to the chairs across from him. Well, you two don't just stand there, have a seat. Zhou Zheng replied, Director, we won't sit. I hope to start working as soon as possible. Hao Aiguo felt gratified upon hearing that Zhou Zheng wanted to quickly immerse himself in work. Zhou Zheng had received first-class merit and was personally commended by Director Ma and other leaders of the Municipal Bureau. He belonged to that type of person who could rely on past achievements at a young age. Even if he did not work hard in the future, he could still enjoy the benefits for many years. However, he wanted to dedicate himself fully to work right after being discharged from the hospital. What kind of spirit is this? It's quite remarkable for someone so young to possess such awareness. Director, are there any tasks for the arrest team? Are there any wanted criminals to catch? I want to participate. Zhou Zheng was solely focused on achieving merit, as only by doing so could he be promoted and reach his goals more quickly. Most of the matters handled by the police are trivial, such as neighbors arguing over garbage at the door, someone losing their takeaway, or fighting over public parking spots. In these cases, the police can only mediate. It requires effort and words, yet offers no real achievements. Therefore, to gain merit, one must participate in arrest operations. After all, the arrest team is dealing with suspects who have already been identified. Although it is relatively dangerous, it is easier to gain merit. Hao Aiguo furrowed his brows upon hearing Zhou Zheng's words. Zhou Zheng's upward spirit is commendable, but being overly eager to capture wanted criminals for great merit is a poor mindset likely to lead to short-sightedness. After all, the first-class merit that Zhou Zheng earned had a significant element of luck. Based on Zhang Aiguo's experience, Zhou Zheng needs some time to settle down to have a brighter future. Besides, how many wanted criminals are there for the police to catch? He thought for a moment, cleared his throat, and said, Xiao Zhou, I appreciate your eagerness to improve. How about this? I'll assign you a challenging task. Zhou Zheng became energized upon hearing about the task. Director, what's the task? Xiao Huang's mother is ill, and he took leave to care for her. You can help him patrol the district for a while. What? Zhou Zheng was taken aback. Hao Aiguo spoke as if it were a serious matter, but it turned out he was just asking him to patrol the district. This. Zhou Zheng immediately felt a bit dejected and fell silent. Hao Aiguo looked up and asked, What? Do you dislike this task? Not really. Zhou Zheng hesitated. Director, is there a more challenging task? Patrol duties lack any challenge. Hao Aiguo thought to himself that Zhou Zheng was making the same mistake that all young people tend to make, being overly ambitious. What do you want to do then? Lu Jianjun noticed that Hao Aiguo's face had darkened and quickly nudged him with his elbow, signaling him not to bargain with the director. Zhou Zheng immediately understood and said loudly, Director, I haven't patrolled the district before. I think this task is quite good. That's more like it. Hao Aiguo then said to Lu Jianjun, Jianjun, go with Zhou Zheng. If he has any questions, you can teach him. Lu Jianjun replied promptly, Director, of course. You don't need to say. Zhou Zheng is my apprentice. How could I not be attentive? All right. You two go then patrol Chaoyang Road. Make sure you don't go to the wrong place. Got it. Understood, Director, we're off. Lu Jianjun exchanged a glance with Zhou Zheng, and the two walked out of the director's office. Seeing that Zhou Zheng was a bit downcast, Lu Jianjun advised, Xiao Zhou, what's the matter? Patrolling the streets is also part of our duty as police officers, serving the people just the same. What's there to be unhappy about? Zhou Zheng thought to himself that while that was true, how could one catch any criminals while patrolling the streets? Even if there were thieves or other bad people around, they wouldn't be foolish enough to commit crimes in front of police officers and would run away. However, as a member of the Qiaobei police station, he had to obey the leadership's arrangements. He waved his hand. Master, I'm fine, just feeling a bit of a gap inside. I thought that after receiving first-class merit and being promoted ahead of time, the director would assign me a more challenging task. I didn't expect him to have me patrol the streets. Lu Jianjun, as an old police officer, saw through it clearly. He pulled Zhou Zheng aside and whispered, Xiao Zhou, actually the director means well. He's worried that you at such a young age would become complacent after achieving great merit, so he assigned you to patrol to help you settle down. Don't think too much about it. What's wrong with patrolling? You might even catch a criminal. When I first came to the Qiaobei station, I patrolled for a whole year. Zhou Zheng asked, Then master, how many criminals did you catch? Lu Jianjun smiled sheepishly. Not a single one, but I did wear out 4 pairs of shoes. Zhou Zheng instantly felt a black line form on his forehead. The two put on their police uniforms and set off in a brand new police car. Sitting in the driver's seat, Lu Jianjun said, while driving, Xiaozhou, this police car is probably the one the municipal bureau allocated to us. Look, the film on the back seat hasn't even been removed yet. It's nice to drive a new police car. Our station is benefiting from your good fortune. When we head back, you'll drive. I can't keep being your driver as your master. Lu Jianjun chattered on, but Zhou Zheng didn't say a word. He glanced at him and found that Zhou Zheng had fallen asleep. Lu Jianjun felt a black line across his forehead. Young people have good sleep quality. They can just fall asleep anywhere thanks to playing cards late into the night. Soon they arrived at the corner of Chaoyang Road. Lu Jianjun found a place to park the police car and woke Zhou Zheng up. Xiaozhou, wake up, we've arrived. It's time to work. Oh. Zhou Zheng opened his sleepy eyes. Sorry, master, I didn't feel any pressure going on patrol and accidentally fell asleep. You really should stop staying up late playing cards. Get out of the car. The two got out of the car, adjusted their police hats, tidied up their appearance, and walked straight along the sidewalk. As they walked, Lu Jianjun introduced the area to Zhou Zheng. This street is Chaoyang Street, 3 kilometers long, and can be considered the most prosperous place in our jurisdiction. This street is bustling with people and traffic, and there could be thieves or perverts lurking around. Just a few days ago, a colleague caught a pervert taking pictures under a girl's skirt. Zhou Zheng also looked around while walking, observing the various passers-by, hoping to encounter a thief or a pervert, so this trip wouldn't be in vain. However, after walking for half an hour, he hadn't discovered any bad people. Xiaozhou, let's take a break. I need to use the restroom. Lu Jianjun pointed to a public restroom not far away. Master, go ahead. I'll wait for you here under this tree. All right. Lu Jianjun hurriedly headed to the... Zhou Zheng stood under the large tree feeling board. Suddenly a figure sprinted toward him from a distance. The person was moving too fast and didn't manage to turn in time, crashing directly into the tree next to Zhou Zheng. Bang! A dull sound echoed. The person who crashed into the tree was dazed from the impact and fell to the ground, unable to move for a moment. Zhou Zheng was somewhat bewildered. This? Can't he turn? How did he crash into the tree? That was quite a hard hit. He might need to go to the hospital. He hurriedly went over to check. The person who crashed into the tree was in his 40s with a stubbly beard and shifty little eyes. Upon seeing Zhou Zheng in police uniform, he immediately displayed a look of fear. Comrade, are you okay? At that moment, a middle-aged woman ran over from a distance, panting and shouting, Quick, catch the thief. Someone stole my bag. The man lying on the ground heard a woman's shout from a distance, and he became even more panicked, struggling to get up. A small Gucci handbag fell out of his arms. Zhou Zheng, however foolish, immediately understood what was. The middle-aged man in front of him was the thief who had snatched the handbag. This was truly a stroke of luck, as he had been waiting under the tree for Lu Jianjun to finish using the restroom when this thief, in a panic, crashed right in front of him. One could only say it was amazing luck. Zhou Zheng had no choice but to accept it. Don't move. Zhou Zheng extended a hand and easily flipped the bag thief over, pinning him face down. With the skill king of close combat advanced acquired, his strength was now double that of before, and the bag thief, weighing just over 100 pounds, was effortlessly subdued. Immediately, Zhou Zheng pressed one knee onto the bag thief's legs. The thief, already dazed from the collision, could hardly move now. Click! He pulled out handcuffs from his waist and secured the bag thief, then clapped his hands, having completed the task. At this moment, the middle-aged woman who had been robbed hurried over, gasping for breath. Huff, huff, huff. She panted, kicking the bag thief twice. This is what you get for stealing my bag. I'll kick you to death, you scoundrel. After a moment, she turned to Zhou Zheng and said, Officer, thank you. This is the guy who stole my bag. What kind of bag? Oh, a Gucci monogrammed handbag. Zhou Zheng nodded and retrieved the bag from underneath the thief. Is this it? Yes, officer. Here you go, open it and see if anything is missing. The middle-aged woman took the handbag, opened it, and finally sighed in relief. In fact, the bag thief had just stuffed her bag into his arms and ran wildly, having no time to sort through his loot. Officer, everything's here. Thank you so much for catching the thief and getting my bag back. The middle-aged woman expressed her gratitude again. Zhou Zheng waved his hand and said seriously, You're welcome, it's our duty as police officers. Actually, it seemed he had done nothing but stand by the big tree for a while. Bystanders, seeing that a thief had been caught, couldn't help but gather around and criticize him. At that moment, Lu Jianjun emerged from the public restroom. He had taken 2 minutes. The usual 1.5 minutes had been delayed by half a minute due to prostate issues. After coming out, he started searching for Zhou Zheng. Seeing a crowd gathered under the big tree, he felt a sense of dread. Something must have happened. He rushed over, parting the crowd to squeeze in. He saw a person lying on the ground, with Zhou Zheng pressing down on his legs. Xiaozhou, what happened? Upon seeing Lu Jianjun, Zhou Zheng replied, Master, I caught a bag thief. What did you say? You caught a bag thief. Just now while you were in the restroom. Lu Jianjun looked astonished. Caught a bag thief in just a few minutes. He was worried that Zhou Jing, eager to take credit, had caught the wrong person, so he squatted down and whispered, Xiao Zhou, are you sure he's the bag thief? Master, I'm sure. The owner is right here. Zhou Zheng pointed to the middle-aged woman who was currently cursing at the thief. Hearing Zhou Zheng, she said, Officer, this guy stole my bag. Thanks to this officer, the thief was caught and my bag was returned. Only then did Lu Jianjun believe it. However, he still asked in confusion, Xiao Zhou, I remember you were standing here while I was in the restroom, right? How did you catch this bag thief? Master, it was luck. While I was waiting for you, this scoundrel snatched the bag and ran away in a panic. He couldn't turn quickly and crashed into the tree, knocking himself dizzy. Then I just pinned him down. What the heck? Lu Jianjun couldn't help but curse upon hearing Zhou Zheng's words. The bag thief crashed into the tree next to Zhou Zheng. This guy was dumber than a pig. At the same time, he sincerely marveled at Zhou Zheng's incredible luck. This was like waiting for the thief to come. After so many years on the police force, this was the first time he had seen such a bizarre incident. First, a wanted criminal came to consult Zhou Zheng about his criminal record, and now a bag thief crashed into a tree and was taken down by Zhou Zheng. Goodness, Zhou Zheng must have been possessed by a lucky fish. Criminals were delivering themselves right to him. Where could he complain about this? Lu Jianjun felt a bit sour. Last time on duty, he missed in a level wanted criminal because he dozed off for a bit. This time he missed a bag thief because he went to the restroom. Hadn't he secretly resolved not to make such mistakes again? Lu Jianjun felt a twinge of regret. However, since his disciple caught the bag thief, he was genuinely happy. This trip wasn't wasted. Xiao Zhou, no more words, just one word, outstanding. Lu Jianjun gave a thumbs up. Bystanders were also whispering among themselves. Wow, this officer has such good luck, just standing by the tree waiting for a colleague, and the bag thief came. I've never seen such a foolish thief before. Crashing into a tree was one thing, but to do it right in front of a police officer. This guy is something else. This is hilarious. I should post it on social media. Has anyone ever seen a thief walk right into the police? Lu Jianjun said, Xiao Zhou, our patrol is done for now. Let's take this guy back to the police station. All right, master. Zhou Zheng patted the bag thief's back. Stand up. Can you get up? At this point, the bag thief had regained his wits, but the large bump on his forehead made him wince. Hiss. Officer, I'm feeling dizzy and nauseous. I suspect I have a concussion from hitting my head. I need to go to the hospital for a checkup. Stop pretending. I can hear your voice is strong. Get up, Zhou Zheng said, lifting the bag thief off the ground with one hand. Due to Zhou Zheng's significantly taller stature, he momentarily lost control of his strength. The bag thief was lifted off the ground, his feet dangling. The crowd around erupted in astonishment. Wow, this young officer is so strong. This bag thief was actually pretty lucky to crash into a tree. If he had been taken down by this young officer, he would have been in worse shape. Lu Jianjun was also astonished by Zhou Zheng's strength. Young people have such good physiques. Madam, please come with us to the police station to make a statement. Lu Jianjun didn't forget to take the middle-aged woman whose bag was stolen back with them. The middle-aged woman naturally cooperated fully. They all got into the police car. This time Zhou Zheng was driving, and they returned to the Qiao Bei police station. Hao Aigua had just come out of the restroom when he saw a police car rushing into the yard. Several people got out of the car. It was Zhou Zheng, Lu Jianjun, and the others. He couldn't help but ask, Hey Jianjun, Xiao Zhou, weren't you supposed to be patrolling your area? Why are you back so soon? Director Zhou Zheng caught another criminal. What did you say? Zhou Zheng caught a criminal. Hao Aigua was naturally very surprised. He knew that it wasn't easy for patrol officers to find criminals in their jurisdiction. After all, walking down the street in uniform would make even the boldest criminal think twice before acting. No one would be foolish enough to commit a crime right in front of a police officer. Hao Aigua asked in astonishment, what did he catch him for? A bag snatcher on the street. A bag snatcher. Hao Aigua furrowed his brows. He thought to himself, this guy had some nerve so audacious as to snatch a bag right in front of a cop. Who else would they catch but him? He patted Lu Jianjun and Zhou Zheng on the shoulders. Jianjun, Xiao Zhou, good work, you two did well. It'll add points to your monthly evaluations. Lu Jianjun's face flushed red, and he said somewhat sheepishly, Chief, it was Xiao Zhou who caught him. It has nothing to do with me. Huh? Hao Aigua asked in confusion. Weren't you two patrolling together? How could it have nothing to do with you? Lu Jianjun was frustrated about the matter, but he still had to explain to Hao Aigua. Chief heiress, what happened? Zhou Zheng and I were patrolling the area together, and I had to go to the restroom. When I came out, Zhou Zheng had already caught the bag snatcher. That fast? Hao Aigua exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Zhou has excellent skills. Jianjun, your apprentice, is better than you. Zhou Zheng waved his hands repeatedly. Chief, I really didn't do much. This bag snatcher, after getting the bag, fled in a panic and ran straight into a tree. I just happened to be waiting under that tree for my master. What? The bag snatcher ran into a tree himself. Hao Aiguo was stunned for a brief second before bursting into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Xiaozhou, you're something else. I think you were born to be a cop. The criminals just deliver themselves. Then he looked at Lu Jianjun with a hint of pity. He sighed, thinking to himself, Jianjun, your luck is just terrible. Last time you were on duty with Zhou Zheng, he caught a Class A wanted criminal, and you had nothing to do with it. This time he caught a bag snatcher, and again you had no part in it. The bag snatcher was fuming on the sidelines. He thought, isn't it just because I accidentally hit that tree that you caught me? I was the long-distance running champion in school. But it was too late to say anything now. Who told him to run into that tree? Just then Deputy Chief Wu Tian walked over with a thermos in hand. Old Hao, what are you all chatting about? Old Wu, come here, let me tell you something rare. What is it? Wu Tian looked bewildered. Hao Aiguo briefly recounted how Zhou Zheng had caught the bag snatcher. Upon hearing it, Wu Tian was also amazed. Wow, Xiaozhou's luck. We have to admit it's something else. In all my years as a cop, this is the first time I've heard of waiting by a tree to catch a thief. Xiaozhou, if your luck keeps up like this, I think you'll be wearing a white shirt before long. Zhou Zheng's heart stirred. The white-shirted big shot was indeed his goal, but he still had to be modest. Chief Wu, I dare not say that. I don't deserve it. All right, Xiaozhou, stop being modest. Hao Aiguo looked at the bag snatcher and the woman who had been robbed. Let's not waste any more time. Jianjun, you and Xiaozhou take the victim's statement and let her go. Also interrogate this bag snatcher afterward, and then continue your patrol in the afternoon. Yes, Chief. The two first locked the bag snatcher in the detention cell, then took a statement from the middle-aged woman. After finishing, the woman asked, Officer, can I leave now? Yes, you may. Take care. Okay, thank you, officer. The woman thanked them and left. Lu Jianjun turned to Zhou Zheng and said, Xiaozhou, let's go interrogate the bag snatcher. You haven't participated in interrogating a suspect before, have you? He'll do the questioning, and you take notes. Learn as much as you can. Got it, master. Zhou Zheng also understood Hao Aiguo and Lu Jianjun's good intentions. They wanted to train him as quickly as possible into a competent police officer with solid professional skills. The two brought the bag snatcher to the interrogation room. They locked him into a small iron chair. They turned on the camera in the corner, and the interrogation officially began. Zhou Zheng sat behind the interrogation desk, opened the computer, and waited to record. Lu Jianjun cleared his throat and asked, What's your name? Ma Mao. Where are you from? Maji is Wang Qinglin Town, Jiangbei City. Do you know why you were caught? Tell me, why did you snatch that bag? The two went back and forth, and the bag snatcher Ma Mao was quite cooperative. Zhou Zheng typed away on the keyboard, recording everything. Suddenly, Lu Jianjun's phone rang. He was busy and wanted to hang up, but when he glanced at the caller ID, it was his father-in-law. He had to stand up. Xiaozhou, I'm going outside to take this call. Keep an eye on him here. All right, master. Zhou Zheng nodded. After Lu Jianjun left the interrogation room, fell into silence. Zhou Zheng was a bit bored. The bag snatcher Ma Mao looked around and then started yawning. Officer, can I have? Ma Mao asked drowsily. Although Zhou Zheng didn't smoke, he always kept a pack on him just in case. He nodded, took out a pack of Diyun, pulled out a cigarette, and placed it in Ma Mao's mouth, even kindly lighting it for him. Ma Mao took a drag and seemed to perk up a bit. Having nothing better to do, Zhou Zheng started chatting with Ma Mao. Ma Mao, do you have any prior criminal record? No. Ma Mao shook his head. This is my first time snatching a bag, and you caught me. Then why did you do it? You have hands and feet. Why not do something else? I had no choice. I got scammed when I tried to hire a prostitute. It was a badger game. If I'd known, I wouldn't have arranged it online. I should have just gone straight to the Wanjiale Bath Center to find a girl. I had no money left, so I had to take the risk and snatch a bag. Zhou Zheng's heart stirred upon hearing this. This guy also engaged in prostitution. Well, now there's an added charge of prostitution. Zhou Zheng remained composed and continued asking, So what were you planning to do with the money from this bag snatching? Hire another prostitute. No, I ran out of my goods. I wanted to scrape together some money to restock. Goods? What kind of goods? Ice, of course. Zhou Zheng's heart began to pound uncontrollably. Ma Mao might be a drug addict, or even a drug dealer. A few casual questions had led to an unexpected discovery. Ma Mao himself didn't know how it happened, but he spilled everything in a daze. Sure enough, according to Ma Mao's confession, he was an addict who funded his habit by dealing drugs, often getting his supply from a dealer named Wang Chong. Just then Lu Jianjun returned from his phone call. Before he could even sit down in the interrogation room, Zhou Zheng quickly told him what he had found out. Lu Jianjun's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, Xiaozhou, are you saying that Ma Mao not only snatched a bag, but also engaged in prostitution and drug use and dealing? Yes, he admitted it voluntarily. He even ratted out his supplier. Lu Jianjun found it hard to believe. He had only stepped out to take a phone call, and Ma Mao had already confessed everything. After all, Zhou Zheng was a rookie with no interrogation experience, utterly ignorant of the art of questioning. Moreover, drug dealers were well aware of the gravity of their crimes. Once caught, they typically clenched their jaws and resisted, stubbornly refusing to utter a single word. Even seasoned detectives from the Criminal Investigation Unit struggled to pry open their mouths. If Ma Ermao was truly a drug dealer, how could Zhou Zheng have made him talk in just a few minutes? The most astonishing part was that Ma Ermao had voluntarily confessed, even divulging information about his supplier. This. Lu Jianjun stroked his chin, finding it hard to believe Zhou Zheng's words. Xiaozhou, I shouldn't doubt you, but this is too bizarre, too unreasonable. Besides, who knows if this kid is telling the truth? Zhou Zheng nodded. He too felt things were going too smoothly, but on second thought it must be due to his luck stat. The newcomer gift pack had boosted his luck to 20 times, though he wondered if that 20-fold luck was still in effect. However, even the base 2-fold luck had already made him far more fortunate than the average person. He certainly couldn't let Lu Jianjun know about his cheat. Master, why don't you interrogate Ma Ermao again? All right. Lu Jianjun sat down in the chair, but before Ma Ermao suddenly tossed away his cigarette, his face contorting in pain as his body began to convulse. Lu Jianjun had dealt with addicts before and recognized the symptoms of withdrawal. Could everything Ma Ermao said be true? In this state, interrogation was impossible. They locked Ma Ermao in the detention room, and Lu Jianjun retrieved the small camera from the corner, which contained the interrogation footage. After carefully reviewing it, Zhou Zheng had spoken the truth. Ma Ermao had indeed confessed everything. Zhou Zheng hadn't exerted any effort, the kid had admitted it all on his own. Considering Ma Ermao's withdrawal symptoms, it was almost certain that what he said was true. Lu Jianjun's heart surged with excitement. He had thought Zhou Zheng had caught a mere purse snatcher, but this kid was hiding so much more. Xiaozhou, you've made another great contribution. Come on, let's go see the chief. Clutching the camera, he hurried toward Hao Aguo's office. Zhou Zheng followed behind. At the chief's office door, Lu Jianjun knocked. Inside, Hao Aguo was chatting. Hearing the knock, Hao Aguo called out, "Come in." The door creaked open and Lu Jianjun and Zhou Zheng entered one after the other. Hao Aguo asked, "Hey, weren't you two supposed to take the victim's statement and interrogate the purse snatcher?" Lu Jianjun said, "Chief, we're done with the interrogation." "What? Done?" Hao Aguo glanced at the wall clock. "It's only been 10 odd minutes. Finish that quickly." Not only finished, but Ma Ermao, the purse snatcher, confessed everything. He didn't just snatch purses, he also engaged in prostitution, drug use, and even drug trafficking. Whoa. Hao Aguo couldn't stay seated, he jumped up from his chair. "Jianjun, did I hear that right? That petty thief we just caught is a drug dealer." "Yes, Chief." Hao Aguo was stunned. He had thought they'd caught a small-time crook, but he turned out to be a drug trafficker. "Well done, Jianjun. To get a drug dealer to confess everything in such a short time. You're impressive." "Chief." Lu Jianjun wore a bitter expression and waved his hand. "Chief, it wasn't me who got the confession. Not you." Hao Aguo turned his gaze to Zhou Zheng. "Was it Xiao?" "Yes, during the interrogation I stepped out to take a call, and when I came back Xiaozhou had already finished." Lu Jianjun handed the camera to Hao Aguo. "Take a look. This has the full interrogation footage." Hao Aguo took the small camera with a mix of doubt and curiosity, pressed play, and Deputy Chief Wu Tian leaned in. "Why did you snatch the bag? You have hands and feet. Why not do something else?" I lost my stash and I needed money to restock." The few minutes of footage ended quickly. Hao Aguo and Wu Tian exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. In all their years on the force, they had never encountered such a cooperative suspect. If all criminals were this compliant during interrogation, how much time would be saved, and how many major cases would be solved? Such good fortune had all fallen on Zhou Zheng. Ma Ermao had gone from a purse snatcher to a drug trafficker, and Zhou Zheng's merit had escalated from a verbal commendation to a third-class merit. If they could dig deeper and uncover Ma Ermao's supplier, or even dismantle the entire drug trafficking chain, it would be a monumental achievement. At this thought, Hao Aguo's face lit up with joy. He gave a thumbs up and sincerely exclaimed, "Xiaozhou, well done, well done. I think this time you might earn a third-class. You just got a first-class merit and now another third-class merit. How many days has it been?" Xiaozhou old Hao is truly impressed. Deputy Chief Wu Tian joked, "Xiaozhou, how about I stick with you from now on? Whatever you do, I do. Your luck is incredible, let me bask in it too, hee." Zhou Zheng waved his hand modestly and said, "Chiefs, as you said, this is all luck." Hao Aguo said, "Hey Xiaozhou, luck is also a form of strength. Others would love to have such luck, but where can they? Take your master Jianjun for example. His luck is a mixed bag, and even staying with you he's caught nothing." Lu Jianjun, both ashamed and frustrated, retorted, "Chief, why drag me into this for no reason?" "Ha ha ha." Hao Aguo laughed. "Jianjun's feeling the sting, and I would too. But don't be discouraged. Zhou Zheng is your apprentice, and if you stick with him, good luck will come your way sooner or later. Alright, jokes aside, work comes first. You two go about your business. They'll call Old Juan from the narcotics unit to bring his team. The rest of the work will be handed over to them." "Yes, Chief." Lu Jianjun acknowledged and started to leave. But Zhou Zheng didn't budge. Hao Aguo pulled out his phone and, noticing Zhou Zheng hadn't left, asked, "What's up?" "Xiaozhou, is there something else?" Chief Ma Ermao has already revealed his supplier. Drug dealers are highly alert. Time is of the essence, and if we wait for the narcotics unit to make the arrest, it'll be too late. Chief, why don't we from Qiaobei Station handle the arrest ourselves? What? How Aiguo was startled by Zhou Zheng's bold idea. Drug dealers were vicious and might even be armed. It was extremely dangerous. The few small pistols at Qiaobei Station were no match for such criminals. No, it's too dangerous. Why not? Zhou Zheng declared confidently, we're police officers too. Are we really that much worse than the narcotics unit? Chief, the credit is right in front of us. Are you going to just hand it over? Wu Tian's eyes lit up. Chief, I think Xiaozhou has a point. We have the intel. Why should we just give it to the narcotics unit? Old Wu drug dealers are ruthless. I'm worried our officers won't be able to handle it. If someone gets away, who takes the blame? Chief, with Xiaozhou our lucky charm around, you can rest easy. Indeed, when Zhou Zheng proposed that the officers from the Qiaobei police station go after the drug dealers, Hao Aiguo felt a momentary impulse. But having been in the police force for many years as the station chief, he was quite conservative and had many considerations. Such professional matters should be left to professionals. Capturing drug dealers naturally requires the drug enforcement team to take action. However, Zhou Zheng had a different perspective. This was all a credit to be earned. Handing it over without a fight would be a waste. Yet Hao Aiguo harbored doubts and hesitated. In the end, it was Deputy Chief Wu Tian's words that had an effect. He stated that Zhou Zheng was a lucky charm and surely could successfully capture Ma Ermao's supplier. Zhou Zheng also added fuel to the fire. Chief Ma Ermao mentioned that his supplier Wang Chong has been renting a room at the Lijing Hotel for years and usually doesn't get up until noon. Looking at the wall clock, Zhou Zheng continued, it is already 11:15. If we delay further, Wang Chong will wake up and might notice that Ma Ermao has been caught, which would be disastrous. Moreover, there is only Wang Chong by himself, we just need a few people to handle him. Hao Aiguo hesitated for a second or two before finally slapping the table. Alright. If you all have such resolve as the station chief, I cannot fall behind. Let's do it. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian also stood up. Chief, I'll gather the officers at the station. Wait. Hao Aiguo waved his hand, stopping Wu Tian. Lao Wu, for this operation to capture Wang Chong, we need quality over quantity. I think just the 4 of us will do. 4 against 1 should be fine, right? Do we have confidence, comrades? Yes. Everyone shouted in unison. Good, then prepare to set off. Lao will notify instructor Wang Lin to open the equipment room and have everyone pay. This operation involves capturing drug dealers, and Wang Chong is a notable one. He might be armed. Hao Aiguo refrained from organizing a large team from the police station, mainly to avoid increasing casualties. Moreover, this matter originally belonged to the drug enforcement team. The police station was overstepping its bounds, and Hao Aiguo did not wish to make a big deal out of it. Being too high profile would lead to trouble if the operation failed, potentially causing the drug enforcement team to hold them accountable. 4 people was just the right number. Aside from Xiaozhou, who was a newcomer, the rest were all seasoned officers with over 10 years of experience. And Zhou Zheng, as the team's lucky charm, was undoubtedly the most important. Instructor Wang Lin opened the equipment room, and Hao Aiguo handed out bulletproof vests one by one. Make sure to wear them under your clothes. After giving a couple of reminders, he instructed the instructor to unlock the safe, which contained 2 .64 caliber pistols and 2 fully loaded magazines. There were only 2 pistols. Hao Aiguo and Wu Tian each took one. When it came to the capture, those armed would need to go in first. As the station chief and deputy chief of Qiaobei, they certainly had to lead the charge. Chief, what mission are you executing? Instructor Wang Lin, a woman in her 30s, asked with wide eyes, puzzled, because guns were only brought along when capturing exceptionally dangerous criminals. No one had heard of any capture missions for half a day. Instructor, we are going to capture drug dealers. Capturing drug dealers. Isn't that the drug enforcement team's job? It's too dangerous. Can our police officers handle it? Hao Aiguo glared and reiterated Zhou Zheng's argument. Why can't we handle it? Police officers are also law enforcement. What the drug enforcement team can do, we can do as well. Police officers are no worse than any other law enforcement unit. Wang Lin thought to herself, what was going on with the chief today? Why was he so excited? She didn't dare to ask him. Just be careful. If things go awry, call for backup immediately. Understood, instructor, don't worry, we have the luck. Saying this, she patted Zhou Zheng on the shoulder. Everything will go smoothly. Lucky charm. Wang Lin blinked, still confused. What do you mean, chief? How is Xiaozhou a lucky charm? Hao Aiguo feigned mystery. Alright, we'll talk more when As the others finished putting on their bulletproof vests, Hao Aiguo also took off his outer coat, donned the bulletproof vest, and tucked the .64 caliber pistol into his leather holster at his waist, concealing it with the hem of his clothing. Instructor, we are leaving. Chief, be careful. Got it. The 4 exited the equipment room and got into Hao Aiguo's domestic car. Setting the navigation to Lijing Hotel, he pressed the accelerator and the car drove out of the Qiaobei. Jianjun set the 4 walkie-talkies to the correct frequency. Next, let's discuss the capture plan. My initial plan is to first inquire at the front desk about Wang Chang's room number and confirm whether he is in the room. If he is, Xiao Zhou and Jian Jun will guard the hotel entrance while Lao Wu and I go up to capture him. If anyone has differing opinions or additional suggestions, speak up. Chief, we don't have any objections. Good. Chief, I have a differing opinion. Before Hao Igua could finish his sentence, Zhou Zheng interrupted. Huh. Xiao Zhou, what differing opinion do you have? Speak up. Chief, I request to go upstairs to capture the drug dealer Wang Chang. Hao Igua shook his head. No, you lack capture experience and are still a newcomer. It's better if Lao Wu and I go up. Chief, I have already been confirmed as a regular officer, and I have independently captured in a class wanted criminal that can't be considered lacking experience, can it? Zhou Zheng's words left Hao Igua speechless. After so many years in the force, he had never participated in the capture of a class wanted criminal. Zhou Zheng had accomplished the feat of capturing a class wanted criminal by himself. Was there anyone present who could match Zhou Zheng's prowess? No. Thus Hao Igua truly found himself without a rebuttal. Wu Tian was also seeing the station chief at a loss against his subordinate for the first time, which was somewhat amusing. Lao, how about this? You're older and not as spry as you used to be. I and Zhou Zheng will go capture Wang Chang, and you and Jian Jun can guard the hotel entrance. Hao Aguo's eyes widened. Nonsense. In the station chief, how can I hang back like that? Old but vigorous, you know. Alright, how about this? I and Xiao Zhou will go capture Wang Chang, and you and Jian Jun will guard the hotel entrance. Lu Jianjun said, Chief, let me go instead. Enough, everyone stop talking and listen to me. Seeing Hao Aguo's firm tone, Wu Tian and Lu Jianjun fell silent. The car fell into silence. Ding-ling-ling. The silence was soon broken by Zhou Zheng's phone ringing. Zhou Zheng took out his phone and glanced at the caller ID. Zhou Zheng connected the call with Chu Yunyao. Hello, Yunyao. The gentle and familiar voice of Chu Yunyao came through the phone. What are you up to? At work, of course. Work? You were discharged from the hospital. Yes. My master accompanied me for a checkup, and everything's fine, so I was discharged. Really? Your director is something else, having you jump straight into work right after being discharged. That's quite inconsistent. Zhou Zheng glanced at Hao Igua, who was driving beside him, wondering if the director had heard Chu Yunyao's complaints. He quickly replied, It's not the director's fault. I requested to start working immediately. Zhou Zheng, you should rest for a couple of days after being discharged before going back to work. Zhou Zheng thought to himself, how can one earn merit by just resting? How to impress your parents? Of course he couldn't voice this thought, so he smiled and said, You know me, I can't sit still. I need to work to channel my abundant energy. Yunyao, why did you call me? Is there something you need? Well, I went to the famous herbal medicine street this morning looking for a century-old ginseng, and I actually found it. Really? How did it go? Did you secure it? Not yet. This century-old ginseng was purchased by a boss named Lu E about a month ago for 1.3 million. I found his contact information and wanted to discuss the purchase price, but Boss Lu is out of town and will return in a few days. What's our bottom line for acquiring the century-old ginseng? Give me a number. Oh, understood, Yunyao. You handle the business matters as you see fit, no need to consult me. All right. It's almost noon. What time do you finish work? They'll pick you up, and we can go have a meal together. I'm afraid, Naughty, I might have to work overtime. How about this? You go have lunch with Yang Tingting, and we can cook dinner together when you get home. Zhou Zheng did not reveal to Chu Yunyao that he was on a mission to catch drug traffickers. First, he didn't want her to worry. Second, such tasks shouldn't be disclosed to others, not even to family. All right, then I'll hang up. Wait a moment. Suddenly remembering something, Zhou Zheng said into the receiver. Yunyao, if you have time this afternoon, check out some houses with a real estate agent. Let's find a nicer neighborhood to move to in a few days. Although the medicinal liquor business hasn't yet stabilized, Zhou Zheng believes in Chu Yunyao's capabilities. Thus, he wanted to speed things up as it seemed unfair for her to live in an old neighborhood. Moreover, Zhou Zheng often worked night shifts, and the security in the neighborhood was virtually non-existent, making it unsafe for Chu Yunyao to be home alone at night. Chu Yunyao naturally understood Zhou Zheng's intentions. She also wanted to move to a nicer neighborhood to live in a better environment. However, the medicinal liquor business had not yet turned a profit. Although he had 2 million on hand, that was still Zhou Zheng's money. Furthermore, acquiring the century-old ginseng would require a significant sum. But, alright, it's settled then. I need to get back to work. Goodbye, Yunyao. Zhou Zheng hung up the phone before she could say anything else. Hao Igua, while driving, chuckled and said, Xiao Zhou, what's up? Is your girlfriend checking on you? No, it's your wife, Foy. Apart from Lu Jianjun, who was aware of the situation, Hao Igua and Wu Tian were both surprised. Xiao Zhou, when did you get a wife? I remember you were single when you reported to the Qiaobei station, right? Yes, director, I got married a few days ago. We only registered the marriage, we haven't held a ceremony yet. My gosh, you're quite efficient. As they were about to catch the drug trafficker Wang Chang, Hao Igua, trying to lighten the tense atmosphere in the vehicle, asked with interest, What does your wife do? She doesn't have a job right now, she's starting her own business. No job. Hao Igwa frowned. Xiao Zhou, did you rush into registering the marriage without thinking it through? You're also a part of the system, and shouldn't you find a girl with a stable job? Lu Jianjun knew more about Chu Yunyao than Hao Igwa did and interjected, Director, I've met Zhou Zheng's wife. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also kind-hearted and has a good personality. Plus, she's the daughter of a wealthy family. She's definitely a good match for Xiao Zhou. Zhou Zheng was taken aback. He hadn't disclosed Chu Yunyao's background to Lu Jianjun. How did the master know she came from a wealthy family? Wait, master, how do you know her family is rich? Does it need saying? Lu Jianjun spoke eloquently. Chu Yunyao drives a 1.2 million Porsche Panamera. How could she afford it at such a young age? It must have been bought by her family. So her family should be quite well off. All right, master, you guessed correctly. Wu Tian murmured in the back seat. Why does that name sound so familiar? Isn't there a wealthy family in Jiangbei called the Chu family? Xiao Zhou, your wife isn't from the Chu family, is she? Seeing Wu Tian had figured it out, Zhou Zheng decided not to hide it and nodded to confirm. My goodness. The three people in the car were shocked. The Chu family in Jiangbei is one of the 4 major wealthy families in Jiangbei City. Zhou Zheng had actually become the favored son-in-law of the Chu family. Initially, Hao Igwa thought Zhou Zheng marrying a girl without a job was somewhat unworthy, but now it seemed very worthwhile. Lu Jianjun also came to a realization. No wonder Chu Yunyao had extravagantly bought gifts at his house and ordered an $8,000 birthday cake. So she was the daughter of a wealthy family. That small amount of money is nothing to her. But why didn't she manage her family's business and instead chose to start her own venture? Lu Jianjun couldn't figure it out for the moment, but wouldn't specifically ask Zhou Zheng about it. Xiao Zhou, if I were the Chu family's favored son-in-law, I would have long been living a life of leisure. Who would risk their life to catch criminals? Wu Tian said with envy. Old Wu, how can you say that? Hao Igwa looked displeased. The Chu family is the Chu family, and Zhou Zheng is Zhou Zheng. Are you suggesting that Zhou Zheng, who has achieved first-class merit, should live off his wife? Hee, Wu Tian smiled awkwardly. Captain, that's not what I meant. Xiao Zhou wouldn't live off his wife. If it were me, I might not be so sure. I was just talking about myself, all right. Hao Igwa scoffed. Look at your ambitions. The car sped along and finally arrived at the Lijing Hotel. After finding a place to park, the 4 of them each received a walkie-talkie and then got out of the car. Everyone get ready and set your phones to vibrate. Jianjun, you go to the front desk and find out which room Wang Chong is staying in and whether he has gone out today. If necessary, you can reveal your identity to the front desk, but make sure they keep it confidential. Understood, Director. The 4 of them entered the lobby and Lu Jianjun headed straight to the front desk. Lu Li, 30 years old, is the receptionist at the Lijing Hotel. Today it is her turn to work. Dressed in a professional outfit, she stands at the front desk with a smile. She touched the gold bracelet worth over 10,000 yuan on her wrist, feeling quite pleased. With her monthly salary in the thousands, she naturally couldn't afford to spend over 10,000 yuan on a gold bracelet. This was a gift from Mr. Wang, who has been a regular at the Lijing Hotel for years. Mr. Wang usually comes back very late, often sleeping until noon. Lu Li doesn't know what business Mr. Wang is in, but she knows he is very wealthy. Whenever Mr. Wang comes back at midnight and sees her on duty, he would chat with her cheerfully, and sometimes he even gifts her presents, the most expensive being a brand-name phone. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Lu Li knows what Mr. Wang means, and soon the 2 of them became intimate. On this day, she was on the day shift, and Lu Li came in at midnight to meet Mr. Wang in room 1202. After being well fed by him, she received a gold bracelet. If it weren't for her needing to get back to work, she would have shown more sincerity by letting Mr. Wang have his way with her again. While Lu Li was feeling pleased, a man approached her. Excuse me, do you have a room available? Lu Li put on a professional. No rooms available. I'm just inquiring about someone. Is Wang Chong staying at the Lijing Hotel? Wang Chong. Lu Li's heart skipped a beat as her benefactor Mr. Wang's full name was indeed Wang Chong. After hesitating for a moment, she replied, I don't know, sir. Could you please check? I'm sorry, sir, but that's guest privacy, and we cannot disclose that. Lu Jianjun looked around anxiously. The director had said he could reveal his identity. He took out his police badge and waved it in front of Lu Li. Officer, please cooperate. Oh. Lu Li was startled and quickly said, sure. Officer, please wait a moment while I check the records. As Lu Li pretended to look through the records on the computer, she felt a surge of anxiety. The police were looking for Mr. Wang. What couldn't be good. Should she lie to the police to send them away? But if something were wrong, the police wouldn't let her off the hook either. However, if she were to tell the police the truth about Mr. Wang's whereabouts, she felt guilty towards him. After all, every time Mr. Wang gifted her something, he would remind her not to reveal his whereabouts if anyone inquired. Miss, have you found anything? Lu Jianjun urged impatiently. Oh. I'm still checking. In an instant, Lu Li made a choice that would satisfy both sides. I found it, officer. Wang Chong is indeed at our Lijing Hotel, and he has been occupying room 1202 for a long time. Is Wang Chong currently in the room? I don't know, but he hasn't requested any cleaning today. Okay, got it. Lu Jianjun nodded, judging from Lu Li's words that Wang Chong was likely still in the room. Miss, please keep this confidential and don't disclose it to anyone, all right? Understood, officer, don't worry. Though Lu Li appeared calm on the surface, she was extremely nervous inside. After Lu Jianjun left, she hesitated for a moment and sent a message to Wang Chong. Mr. Wang, someone from the front desk just asked about you. She intentionally kept it vague, and whether Wang Chong saw the message and figured something out would depend on his luck. Lu Jianjun approached Hao Aigua and others, whispering, Director Wang Chong is in room 1202. The front desk isn't sure if he has gone out, but I suspect he is still in the room. Okay. Regardless of whether he is in or not, we need to go up. Everyone take your positions and be careful. Xiaozhou, let's head upstairs. Yes, Director. Since the elevator required a room card, the two decided to take the stairs. The 12th floor wasn't too high. Entering the safety corridor, Zhou Zheng took the lead, starting to climb the stairs. Zhang Aigua followed closely behind. At first, Zhang Aigua was keeping up easily, but he didn't realize that Zhou Zheng was deliberately slowing down to a calm. By the time they reached the 9th floor, Zhang Aigua felt his legs growing heavy, and sweat began to bead on his forehead. He was struggling. Seeing Zhou Zheng getting further ahead, he hurriedly gasped, Xiao, Zhou, slow down. Haha, wait for me. Haha. Zhou Zheng heard him, and finally stopped, turning back to see that Zhang Aigua had fallen a level behind. Director, I'll wait for you. Don't rush. Hao Aigua thought, how could I not be anxious? Zhou Zheng's physical ability far surpassed his own, and he felt somewhat embarrassed. Gritting his teeth, he climbed hard, and finally reached Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng remained calm and steady, even his breathing was even. Unlike him, Zhang Aigua was panting heavily. Hey Xiaozhou, aren't you tired? Not really, I don't feel tired at all. Director, how about I carry you up? Hao Aiguo's face darkened. No need. Xiaozhou was a monster, his stamina was truly impressive. With only 2 more floors to go before reaching the 12th floor, Zhou Zheng was no longer in a hurry, accompanying Hao Aigua slowly up to the door of room 1202. Hao Aigua placed one hand on the gun holstered at his waist, and said to Zhou Zheng quietly, Xiaozhou, knock on the door. Just say we are hotel staff, and try to get the door open. After opening the door, assess the situation, and proceed with caution. Alright. Knock knock knock. Knock knock knock. Zhou Zheng rhythmically knocked on the door. After a while, there was no response from inside. Could it be that Wang Chong was not in the room? Zhou Zheng had a premonition that Wang Chong seemed to sense danger. He exchanged a glance with Hao Aigua. Director, if this doesn't work, let's just break down the door. Okay. Hao Aigua had no time to think, he would figure it out once the door was open. Xiaozhou, step aside. Let me break the door down. Hao Aigua took a few steps back and made a dash, slamming his shoulder into the door. Bang! The hotel door was of high quality, remaining completely still, while Hao Aigua was jolted back from the impact, his shoulder aching. Damn, can't break it. Hao Aigua rubbed his shoulder, grimacing. Director, let me try. Zhou Zheng pulled Hao Aigua aside and kicked the door with all his might. Boom! With a loud crash, the door swung open. Wow! Hao Aigua was taken aback. Xiaozhou has immense. However, there was no time to marvel at it. He drew his gun, holding it firmly in both hands, as he was the first to. It was a small standard room. The situation inside was immediately evident, with clothes scattered on the floor and the bed unmade in total disarray. Yet there was not a single person in sight. Hao Aigua held his gun and glanced into the bathroom, but found no one there. He felt somewhat frustrated. Damn. Could it be that Wang Chong has run away? Or was he never in the room at all? Zhou Zheng reached out to touch the disheveled blankets, which still felt warm. Director, this guy was just sleeping. If the blankets are warm, he must have just escaped not long ago. Hao Aigua quickly turned on the intercom, calling Wu Tian and Lu Jianjun, warning them that Wang Chong had fled. At that moment, Zhou Zheng noticed that the window was open. A gust of wind blew, causing the half-drawn curtain. He leaned forward and poked his head out the window. There he saw a middle-aged man with a fat face, dressed in shorts and a tank top, barefoot and shivering while holding onto the air conditioning unit. Wang Chong, Zhou Zheng shouted. Wang Chong spent half the night with the front desk clerk Lu Li, giving her a gold bracelet that made her eagerly want to call him daddy. Lu Zi was generally indifferent, yet Wang Chong invested a considerable amount in her, no less than 100,000. For 100,000, he could find a girl younger and more beautiful than Lu Li. Wang Chong was not foolish, he had his own intentions. He was in a dangerous business, naturally cautious, and it was better to think of Lu Li as his informant rather than his mistress. After experiencing Lu Li's warm-heartedness, Wang Chong slept until 11 in the morning. Lying in bed and playing with his phone, he suddenly received a vague message from Lu Li. Someone at the front desk is looking for you. He immediately became alert. This was Lu Li warning him that someone might be after him. He had no time to inquire further with Lu Li, and even if he misunderstood, it was better than being caught off guard by his enemies or the police in the room. Wang Chong hurriedly got up, not bothering to dress, and stuffed a replica Type 54 pistol under his shorts, preparing to make his escape. At the moment he opened the door, he suddenly realized that the hotel entrance must be guarded and the hallway and elevator might also be unsafe. He absolutely could not escape through the normal passage. With no other option, he opened the window and looked down. Damn it. Wang Chong felt a bit dizzy. The 12th floor was still quite high. At that moment a knock came from outside the door. They've arrived. Wang Chong was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He concluded that the people outside were police officers, not his enemies. Only the police would pretend to be hotel staff to trick him into opening the door. He was well aware of this. What to do? Wang Chong was in a panic. He had a Type 54 pistol, should he fight his way out? Wang Chong's eyes widened as he considered confronting the police at the door. However, after half a second of thought, he backed down. In his imagination, the area outside the door was definitely filled with narcotics officers in bulletproof vests wielding submachine guns. With his small frame, he wouldn't last against even one burst. Compared to submachine guns, the firepower of his pistol was woefully inadequate. If it came to a real fight, he would undoubtedly be turned into a sieve. Yet he also did not want to be captured without a fight. With a determined bite of his teeth, he crawled out the window and cautiously climbed onto the small platform beside the air conditioning unit. The platform was taken up by the air conditioning unit, leaving only a gap of less than 10 centimeters. Wang Chong clung to the unit, balancing on the edge of the platform, hoping the police would think he had escaped and thus avoid this calamity. However, as plans often go, he was spotted by a young police officer. The officer shouted out his name the moment Wang Chong couldn't help but respond. Soon after, a wave of despair washed over him. Hao Aigua, hearing Zhou Zheng's voice, hurried over. Director Wang Chong is outside on the air conditioning platform. Is that this little brat? It has to be him. Who I called his name, and he responded. Xiao Zhou, step aside. Let me take a look. Zhou Zheng took 2 steps back, and Hao Aigua, with his gun raised, leaned halfway out of the window, just in time to see Wang Chong's distorted face. Wang Chong. Wang Chong remained silent. Hao Aigua didn't care whether he answered or not, firmly believing that this guy was the drug dealer they were after. After all, who would be looking for thrills dressed only in shorts and a vest on a 12th floor air conditioning platform? Wang Chong, we are from the Qiao Bay police station. You know why we're looking for you. You can't escape the surrender, and it'll take you back inside. Wang Chong still didn't say a word. Upon hearing that they were police officers, he felt immense regret. Had he known they were officers, he would have confronted them. As long as it wasn't the narcotics team or armed police, he wouldn't have felt the need to escape to the air conditioning unit. But now it was too late to say anything. Wang Chong, what? Do you still want to resist? Don't harbor any illusions. You should see the current situation. Seeing Wang Chong remain silent, Hao Aiguo's tone became stern. Just climb back here obediently, and I guarantee your safety. Wang Chong thought to himself, you can fool someone else with that. Oh, as soon as I climb back and I'll be arrested. He had trafficked drugs countless times, enough to be sentenced to death several times. Once caught, he would only see a dead end, so he could not climb back into the room. Looking around, he noticed a thick rainwater pipe next to the air conditioning unit, leading all the way down to the ground. After some thought, a plan formed in his mind. Today, even if he fell to his death, he absolutely could not fall into the hands of the police. Officer, I have a lot of information on drug traffickers and users. Whether you can catch me depends on your abilities. After saying that, Wang Chong began to move towards the rainwater pipe. He planned to take a gamble, hugging the downspout and sliding down to the bottom. However, he also feared that the police would shoot, so he deliberately said the previous words. The implication was that he held crucial information, he was important, and capturing him alive would maximize their interests, so they shouldn't shoot him dead. Wang Chong, don't move. If you do, I will shoot. Seeing Wang Chong moving in the air, Hao Aigua was genuinely concerned. Saying he would shoot was merely a tactic to stop his actions. Honestly, Hao Aigua hadn't even considered firing his weapon. First, if he really shot Wang Chong dead, it would be hard to explain later. Secondly, Wang Chong wasn't making any threatening moves that endangered the police's lives. If he fired, writing the shooting report would be a hassle. Wang Chong seemed to have grasped Hao Aiguo's weakness, ignoring him and focusing on what he was doing. Remarkably, he successfully grabbed hold of the rainwater pipe. At this moment, he clung to the pipe with all fours, his body pressed against it like a big gecko. Goodbye, officer. Wang Chong gritted his teeth and began to slide down. Damn it. Hao Aigua aimed his pistol at Wang Chong. Moments later, he dejectedly lowered it, pulling back his body and calling for Wu Tian and Lu Jianjun on the radio. Old Wu Jianjun, the suspect Wang Chong has slipped down the rainwater pipe. Hurry to the back door of the Lijing Hotel and block him. After finishing, he called out to Zhou Zheng. Xiao Zhou, hurry, we need to go downstairs to chase Wang Chong. Hey, where did Xiao Zhou go? Hao Aigua looked back into the room, but there was no trace of Zhou Zheng. Xiao Zhou, where did you run off to? Director, him outside. A voice came from outside the window. Hao Aigua leaned out again, only to see Zhou Zheng had somehow climbed onto the rainwater pipe and was getting ready to go. I can't believe it. Xiao Zhou, are you out of your mind? Hao Aigua was taken aback. Zhou Zheng was a valuable asset to the Qiao Bay police station and couldn't be lost. Moreover, capturing a suspect must be done under the premise of ensuring one's own safety. This was far too dangerous. Xiaozhou, come back. Director, the arrow is on the string and must be released. I'm going down first. After saying that, Zhou Zheng began to slide down. Hey Xiaozhou, don't. Zhou Zheng ignored the advice, and Hao Aiguo was left in a frenzy with no way to stop him. While blaming Zhou Zheng for his impulsiveness, he was also shocked by his bravery. Such a dangerous maneuver, who would take such risks unless forced into a corner? Wang Chong's actions were somewhat justifiable, but Zhou Zheng was different. He was too bold. As Hao Aiguo sighed and stamped his foot, he turned and ran downstairs. Wang Chong risked falling to his death, clinging to the downspout to escape, and slid down in a flash. He was lucky enough not to fall midway and safely reached the ground. Although he temporarily escaped, his hands were scraped and bloodied by the sharp edges of the downspout, looking quite tragic. However, compared to being caught, these were minor issues. After landing, Wang Chong wiped the blood off his hands and dove into the small alley behind the hotel. Zhou Zheng gained the skill of King of Close Combat, making both his fighting skills and physical attributes far superior to before. Wang Chong managed to safely land while holding onto a rainwater pipe, and naturally Zhou Zheng could do the same. Moreover, with the boost from his luck stat, his hands were fortunate enough to remain unscathed, only stained with a considerable amount of Wang Chong's blood, which was somewhat disgusting. With a thud, he slid down to the second floor and jumped down. After landing steadily, he saw Wang Chong dash into a narrow alley and shouted, "Wang Chong, stop right there. You can't escape." Hearing the shout, Wang Chong turned his head and saw a young policeman who had spotted him standing not far away. It seemed that he had also slid down the rainwater pipe. In contrast to Zhou Zheng's disarray, his opponent appeared calm and composed. What the hell? Wang Chong was shocked. Were there still experts around? At that moment, he had no intention of fighting. He turned and ran as the police force could emerge at any moment. Seeing Wang Chong fleeing, Zhou Zheng closely pursued him. The two were chasing each other through the deserted alley. Wang Chong ran desperately like a headless chicken, feeling as if his heart was about to leap out and his lungs were about to explode. He thought he could shake off Zhou Zheng, but the young policeman behind him was like a leech, impossible to get rid of. Moreover, judging by the footsteps, the distance between them was getting closer. In a panic, Wang Chong turned into a side alley. Ahead, a tall wall blocked his path. The wall was about 4 meters high, covered with glinting shards of glass. He couldn't possibly climb over it. Damn it! A dead end. Wang Chong cursed his bad luck. It was too late to turn back now, as Zhou Zheng had blocked the alley's exit. Wang Chong, you can't escape. Surrender. No way. Wang Chong glared, wiping the sweat off his face. The blood on his hands smeared across his face, combined with his twisted and deformed expression, made him look terrifying. You damn cop, risking your life for a few thousand a month. I'll fight you to the end, he yelled as he charged at Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng's fighting skills were not something an ordinary person could compare to. As Wang Chong lunged towards him, he sidestepped, hooking his right foot around Wang Chong's left leg, applying just enough force. With a thud, Wang Chong crashed to the ground, landing in a position reminiscent of a dog eating excrement. Zhou Zheng was eager to test out his King of Close Combat skill and didn't hold back. Dazed from the fall, Wang Chong finally got back on his feet and began swinging wildly at Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng executed a move from Bajiquan called Double Sheep Top, bending his arms upward to block Wang Chong's fists while stepping forward with his left foot and crashing his forehead into Wang Chong's face. Arg! Wang Chong let out a scream, squatting down as his nasal bone was broken and all 4 of his front teeth were lost, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. Damn! Zhou Zheng was also taken aback. He hadn't expected such a simple move to be so powerful. Seeing Wang Chong rendered immobile by a single blow, Zhou Zheng felt a lingering excitement. He opened his walkie-talkie and began calling for Hao Aiguo and the others. Director, this is Zhou Zheng. I have captured Wang Chong. Soon a reply came from the walkie-talkie. Xiaozhou, where are you? Are you okay? I'm fine. I'm at the fork in the alley behind the Lijiang Hotel. There's a dead end here. Director, hurry up. Okay. Xiaozhou, be careful, we'll be there soon. After calling out to Hao Aiguo, Zhou Zheng noticed that Wang Chong had regained some clarity. He was still dazed from the collision. Seeing that he couldn't handle the young policeman, Wang Chong's eyes darted as he said, Officer, let's talk this over. I have money, a lot of money. Just let me go, and I'll pay you $1 million. What do you take me for? Don't even think about it. Zhou Zheng shot him a glare. 2 million. How about 2? Wang Chong continued to plead desperately, knowing that once the police reinforcements arrived, he would have no chance left. It's just the 2 of us here, no one knows we made a deal. What do you think? 2 million is enough for you to live comfortably for a long time, at least enough to buy a decent apartment in Jiangbei City. Shut your mouth. If you keep talking, I'll deal with you. Seeing that Zhou Zheng was impervious to his bribe, a hint of cruelty appeared on Wang Chong's face. Zhou Zheng pulled out his handcuffs, crouching down to cuff him. Unexpectedly, the cold muzzle of a gun pressed against his head. Zhou Zheng was startled. Damn it. He had been careless not expecting this guy to have a gun. Wang Chong struggled to stand up, keeping a distance of 2 meters from Zhou Zheng, the gun still aimed at him. This guy was too formidable. What if he tried to disarm him? Therefore he needed to stay further away. After all, within 7 steps the gun was both accurate and fast. Of course, some might wonder why Wang Chong didn't draw his gun to deal with Zhou Zheng right away. He had his reasons. At first he feared that shooting Zhou Zheng would attract the police reinforcements. If he held the gun but didn't dare to use it, it would be better to have a stick. Moreover, he initially thought he could handle Zhou Zheng unarmed. Now in a desperate situation, he was ready to fight to the death. Wang Chong had no more concerns. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps approached from the alley entrance. Hao Aiguo arrived with Wu Tian and Lu Jianjun. Upon seeing Wang Chong pointing a gun at Zhou Zheng's head, the three were instantly horrified. Hao Aiguo and Wu Tian simultaneously drew their Type 64 pistols, aiming at Wang Chong. Both felt a sense of unease. Wang Chong put down the gun. Quickly put it down. Officer, are you stupid? Do you think I'll just put down the gun? Then what do you want? If you let me go, I won't shoot any. Impossible. Hao Aiguo shook his head decisively. Then fine, let this young policeman die with me. A cruel smile appeared on Wang Chong's face. Let's count to 3 together and fire. One of us can take the fall, and I won't be losing out. You damn. Hao Aiguo was cornered by Wang Chong. He would never just stand by and watch Zhou Zheng get shot. He also didn't want to let Wang Chong go like this. For a moment, he didn't know what to decide. Lu Jianjun took a couple of steps forward and said, Wang Chong, I'm his master. If you have the guts, come at me. Wang Chong immediately threatened, stop. Don't move. If you move again, I'll shoot. At this moment, Zhou Zheng was also in a state of panic. He could only blame himself for being careless, thinking Wang Chong would be easy to handle, not expecting he had a gun. If he had gone all out from the beginning and beaten Wang Chong half to death, he wouldn't be in such a passive situation. In the future, he could never make such a mistake again. So what's it going to be? Will you let me go or not? Wang Chong's urgency escalated, and the pain in his face and hands made him increasingly agitated. With a bang, he fired a shot into the ground in front of Lu Jianjun, sending dirt flying onto Lu Jianjun's legs painfully. Lu Jianjun felt tense, gritting his teeth, but remained silent, not retreating. Hao Aiguo and Wu Tian, however, did not dare to fire. They feared that a misfire would result in Zhou Zheng's death. Damn it! Wang Chong had gone crazy. Zhou Zheng felt that he couldn't wait any longer. Seizing the opportunity, he suddenly lunged at Wang Chong, willing to take a bullet to subdue him. He was wearing a bulletproof vest, so as long as he didn't get shot in the head, his life would be safe. Moreover, with his luck stat protecting him, he shouldn't be that unlucky. Xiaozhou, don't. Hao Aiguo and the others were aghast. Wang Chong did not hesitate to pull the trigger aimed at Zhou Zheng's head. Hao Aiguo and the others were shocked to see Zhou Zheng recklessly charging at Wang Chong, disregarding his own safety. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Wang Chong unhesitatingly aimed his gun at Zhou Zheng's head. At such close range, even shooting with eyes closed would have no chance of missing. Although Zhou Zheng was the king of close combat with exceptional physical prowess, he was not invulnerable. If a bullet struck his head, he would still die. Hao Aiguo's hand trembled with the gun. Instinctively, he wanted to shoot Wang Chong, but the distance between Zhou Zheng and Wang Chong was too close, and a careless shot could injure Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng was finished. At that moment, his heart was filled with immense grief and more so regret for capturing Wang Chong at the Lijiang Hotel. What a promising young man Zhou Zheng was, destined for greatness, and yet today he was to perish in this unknown dead end. Lu Jianjun ran a few steps, wanting to shield Zhou Zheng from the bullet. When a disciple is in danger, a master naturally wishes to protect him. However, he was too far from Zhou Zheng to make it in time. Xiaozhou, Lu Jianjun's heart was filled with mixed emotions, and he could not help but despairingly close his eyes. A faint sound came from Wang Chong's handgun. The dark imitation Type 54 pistol did not fire a bullet as imagined after the gunshot. Instead, the bullet jammed. Damn! Wang Chong desperately pulled the trigger, but the gun seemed to have been bribed by Zhou Zheng, only producing futile caw-caw sounds. At this moment, Zhou Zheng had already rushed up to Wang Chong, and he was somewhat dazed to see Wang Chong continuously pulling the trigger with no bullets firing. Without time to think, Zhou Zheng executed an Iron Mountain thrust, fiercely slamming his shoulder into Wang Chong's chest. Kacha instantly 6 of Wang Chong's ribs were broken. He let out a miserable scream like a kite, with a broken string flying out 7 or 8 meters. With a thud, he crashed to the ground, momentarily unable to move. The imitation Type 54 pistol in his hand was nowhere to be found. Kacha, a rose gold handcuff snapped onto his wrist. This series of actions occurred in the blink of an eye. From the moment Wang Chong fired until he was subdued, Zhou Zheng took no more than 2. Kacha, a rose gold handcuff snapped onto his wrist. This series of actions occurred in the blink of an eye. From the moment Wang Chong fired until he was subdued, Zhou Zheng took no more than 2 seconds. By the time Hao Aiguo and the others reacted, Zhou Zheng had already finished his work. Xiao Zhou. The three finally awoke from their daze and hurried forward. Xiao Zhou, are you okay? Were you hurt? I'm fine. Zhou Zheng smiled and shook his head. Wang Chang's gun didn't fire, so I am naturally unscathed. Seeing that Zhou Zheng was unharmed, everyone finally relaxed. Hao Ai was still feeling apprehensive, said, Xiao Zhou, you can't be so impulsive in the future. If Wang Chang's gun had gone off, you would have been in serious trouble. If anything happened to you, how would we explain it to your sister-in-law? Director, I will definitely be more careful in the future. Zhou Zheng actually felt a bit of fear now. He had originally planned to take down Wang Chang, even if it meant taking a bullet, thinking that as long as he wasn't hit in a vital area, it would be worth it. But what if he had been hit in a vital area? Wang Chang had aimed directly at his head. Fortunately, he was incredibly lucky Wang Chang's gun had not fired. Wu Tian found Wang Chang's imitation Type 54 pistol at the corner of an alley. Holding it in his hand, he observed the glossy black porcelain gun body, which had a deep blue sheen appearing to be at least 80% new. Upon closer inspection of the rifling, he found that the wear was not severe. Extracting the unfired bullet, he saw no apparent defects. Wu Tian approached Hao Aigua with the imitation Type 54 pistol. Director, this gun is very new. It is a replica of the Type 54 pistol from the Monkey Kingdom of quite good quality. Moreover, this gun has fired less than 200 bullets, which makes it a rather decent piece. I also checked the bullet. The unfired one has no issues. Hao Aigua tilted his head and asked old Wu, Director, this gun has a very low failure rate. Just now Wang Chang fired a shot into the ground without issue, but it jammed when aimed at Xiao Zhou. I can only say that Xiao Zhou's luck is incredible. He must have the physique of a lucky koi. Hao Aigua thought about it too. Zhou Zheng was supposed to be doomed, but thanks to Wang Chang's gun malfunction, he escaped unscathed. What does this indicate? It only shows that Zhou Zheng had exceptional luck, turning misfortune into fortune. From his capture of the 11 wanted criminal, until now it was all due to luck. If it were just once or twice, it could be attributed to good luck. But having good luck every time cannot be understood as mere fortune. He must be favored by the heavens. This is also a form of strength. While everyone marveled, there was a hint of envy. Hao Aigua waved his hand. Alright comrades, Wang Chang has been captured. Let's wrap it up. In this operation, Xiao Zhou deserves the most credit. When we return, I will commend you. Zhou Zheng waved his hand humbly, saying, Director, it cannot be said that way. This capture was a team effort involving all four of us, and the credit belongs to everyone. There is no individual credit. Although Zhou Zheng was eager for merit and promotion, one should not be overly greedy. The world is not just about violence, it is also about human relationships, and naturally the system is no exception. Hao Aigua thought to himself that Xiao Zhou was quite principled and did not vie for credit. However, in this operation the other three were merely bystanders. From discovering Wang Chang to capturing him, it was all Zhou Zheng's achievement. Moreover, the information about the drug dealer Wang Chang came from Zhou Zheng's interrogation of Ma Ermao. One could say that this entire chain was inextricably linked to Zhou Zheng. Even if one wanted to take credit, there were no grounds to do so. Zhou Zheng could not refuse this credit. Hao Aigua said, we will discuss the credit later. Let's first escort Wang Chang back to the Qiaobei station. Understood, Director. Lu Jianjun and Wu Tian approached to pull Wang Chang, who was lying on the ground. Zhou Zheng, however, lifted Wang Chang from the ground. Wang Chang hung his head, appearing lifeless as blood trickled from his mouth and nose, looking quite gruesome. Hao Aigua inquired, Xiao Zhou, how is he? He won't die, right? Zhou Zheng reached out to check Wang Chang's breathing. Director, he won't die. This kid just fainted. Should we send him to the hospital first? This kid knows a lot of information about drug dealers. It would be a pity if he dies. Wu Tian suggested, Director, should Jianjun and I take him to the hospital? Hao Aigua nodded. Alright, you two go. Be careful, make sure this kid doesn't escape. You can rest assured, Director. Wu Tian nodded and called to Lu Jianjun. Let's go, Jianjun, we're heading to the hospital. Alright. Lu Jianjun and Wu Tian took the nearly unconscious Wang Chang from Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng proactively volunteered, saying, Director, I'll go with my master and the others. Hao Aigua waved his hand. Xiao Zhou, I think you should stay behind. Come back to the station with me and take a break. The car that had come was driven away by Wu Tian and Lu Jianjun. Zhou Zheng took a taxi with Hao Aigua back to the Qiaobei station. After getting out of the taxi, Hao Aigua asked, Xiao Zhou, you kept silent in the car just now. What were you thinking about? I was thinking that when Wang Chang wakes up, we might be able to extract some information from him, like who his suppliers and then we can follow the clues and capture all these drug dealers in one go. My God. Hao Aigua was startled, thinking how ambitious Zhou Zheng was. This time capturing Wang Chang almost went awry. Although it ended without incident, one near miss was quite enough. Xiao Zhou, our police conduct drug dealer arrests like pushing a duck onto a perch. I think the remaining matters should be left to the drug enforcement team. Hao Aigua was inherently conservative. This time the capture of Wang Chang was also spurred on by Zhou Zheng and Wu Tian, which tempted him. Otherwise, he would have definitely notified the drug enforcement team at the first opportunity. Behind enormous profits often lie significant risks. If one wishes to take on a porcelain job, they must have a diamond drill right. If it were about catching thieves or rogues, the police would still be competent. Catching drug dealers without cooperation from other police units is genuinely arduous for the officers. Had it not been for Zhou Zheng's bravery and his lucky disposition, the consequences would have been dire. Therefore, Hao Aiguo did not have the energy to interrogate Wang Chong about who his suppliers were. He also did not want the officers in his precinct to risk their lives for the capture. Leave professional matters to the professionals. Moreover, the Qiaobei precinct had already captured 2 drug dealers, which was no small achievement. Although Zhou Zheng was responsible for it, it was still the credit of the Qiaobei police, wasn't it? Hao Aiguo was content. Xiaozhou, don't think too much about it. Once we return to the office, he'll call the drug enforcement team to have Ma Ermao and Wang Chong taken away. Don't be hasty, Chief. Think it over. This is such a great opportunity. Enough, Xiaozhou. Hao Aiguo waved his hand. It's getting late. Let's go to the cafeteria for a meal. After eating, let's take a break and continue patrolling the district with Jianjun in the afternoon. Seeing that Hao Aiguo had made his decision, Zhou Zheng had no way to persuade him further. He could only nod in disappointment. Hao Aiguo returned to his office, picked up his cup, and without caring that the tea had gone cold, gulped it down in one go. Wang Chong had scared Zhou Zheng enough. When he fired his gun earlier, he was still feeling jittery. Xiaozhou was truly a fierce warrior, and his luck was extraordinary. The Qiaobei precinct had such an excellent comrade, it must be said that it was a great fortune. Moreover, he had captured 2 drug dealers, and might even achieve a second-class merit. A second-class merit. Although not as impressive as a first-class merit, it is still a significant achievement for the— Hao Aiguo drank some water, sat in his office chair, and first picked up the landline on his desk to call Director Ma Xiaojun. Hello, Director Ma, this is Old Hao from the Qiaobei police station. Hey, race, the situation. Our comrade Zhou Zheng caught a bag snatcher during patrol today, and upon interrogation it turned out that the snatcher was also a drug dealer. Later, Hao Aiguo briefly recounted the sequence of events. On the other end of the phone, Ma Xiaojun was astonished. What? Zhou Zheng caught 2 drug dealers. In his shock, he also felt a slight anger. Old Hao, you knew the whereabouts of the drug dealer Wang Chong. Why didn't you notify the drug enforcement team right away? Were there any injuries during Wang Chong's capture? In the face of Ma Xiaojun's questions, Hao Aiguo had already anticipated the answers. Director Ma, the situation was urgent. By the time the drug enforcement team arrived, the opportunity would have been lost. We had no choice but to act, and fortunately Wang Chong was captured. There were no injuries during the process. Of course, this is all thanks to Zhou Zheng. Otherwise, Wang Chong might have truly escaped. It was all Zhou Zheng's doing. Ma Xiaojun's eyes brightened. This young officer had just captured a Class A wanted criminal and earned a first-class merit. Now, he had captured 2 drug dealers. Truly remarkable. Moreover, he had also done a favor for Old Yang. In both public and private matters, he was a candidate worthy of special cultivation. Good. I knew I didn't misjudge Comrade Xiaozhou. He's a good seedling. Old Hao, you must take good care of him for me. Director Ma, rest assured I will ensure that Xiaozhou is well taken care of. Also, I will notify the drug enforcement team to come to the Qiaobei precinct to collect the drug dealers. Old Hao. Ma Xiaojun hesitated for a moment and said, your precinct has achieved merit again. I see a collective 3rd-class merit is unavoidable. Director Ma, the credit is mostly Zhou Zheng's. He captured them himself. We merely assisted to a slight extent. Please allocate the credit appropriately to Zhou Zheng. Haha, Old Hao, when did you become so selfless? Hao Aiguo thought to himself, I don't want to be selfless. I also want achievements, but the problem is that I have no face to ask for it. Director Ma, please don't mock me. You know me well enough by now. Being practical is my motto. Alright, we will need to discuss the specifics of the merits among the leadership team. Let's leave it at that for now. At the first hospital of Zhangbei City, Wu Tian and Lu Jianjun drove Wang Chong to the emergency room. The doctor, seeing the injured person covered in blood and unconscious, quickly began to provide emergency treatment. Lu Jianjun was worried and watched from the side. A doctor said, hey police comrade, please wait outside. Also unlock his handcuffs, otherwise it will be inconvenient for treatment. Lu Jianjun waved his hand. This guy is a vicious drug dealer, and I must keep an eye on him personally. What if he manages to escape? The doctor pointed to Wang Chong, who was lying on the medical bed half alive. Officer, he is in a deep coma. Do you really think he can escape in this state? Besides, your presence here is affecting our work. Lu Jianjun thought for a moment and nodded. Alright then, I will wait outside, but I will unlock one handcuff. He unlocked the handcuff on Wang Chong's left wrist and secured it to the medical bed before stepping out. After a while, Wang Chong, wearing an oxygen mask, was wheeled out by the doctor. Doctor, how is he? Officer, this man has at least 6 broken ribs and internal injuries. He is spitting blood from above and urinating blood from below, with dozens of wounds on his hands deep enough to see the bone. We need to perform surgery immediately, otherwise he may not survive. Oh, alright. Lu Jianjun and Wu Tian exchanged glances upon hearing the doctor's words. Good heavens! Zhou Zheng's strike was terrifying. He completely incapacitated Wang Chong. However, it must be said that this drug dealer deserved it. If it weren't for the valuable information he could provide, it would be better if he were dead. After Wang Chong was taken into surgery, several uniformed police officers appeared in the corridor outside. The leader, who was short and stout with a dark face, shouted from a distance upon seeing Wu Tian and Lu Jianjun, Old Lu, are you here? Let me find you easily." Wu Tian looked up and exclaimed, "Wow, isn't that Wan Lishan the captain of the drug enforcement team?" His heart sank. How did old Wan find his way here? Does he know we didn't notify the drug enforcement team and went ahead to capture the drug dealer on our own? Is he here to question us? Of course, while feeling somewhat flustered inside, he couldn't let it show on his face at all. "Oh, Captain Wan, what brings you here?" Wan Lishan approached and said, "Isn't it that your precinct's chief, Old How, notified me to come pick up the person?" "That's good. Officers from the police precinct can also catch drug dealers. Old Wan am fully convinced." Wu Tian breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that Captain Wan did not seem to be here to question them, probably because Hao Igua had already smoothed things over. "All right. Since the brothers from the drug enforcement team are here, we will withdraw." "Wait." Wan Lishan stopped Wu Tian. "Where is the drug dealer Wang Chong?" Wu Tian pointed. "He is in the operating room undergoing surgery with 6 broken ribs, spitting blood from above and urinating blood from below. Even if his life is saved, he will likely be incapacitated." "What the hell? Which brother was so heavy-handed? There were no injuries among you, right?" Wu Tian waved his hand. "Of course there were no injuries. Wang Chong was caught by Zhou Zheng from our Qiaobei precinct, so his injuries were naturally inflicted by Zhou Zheng." "Zhou Zheng?" Wan Lishan asked. "Is that the comrade Xiao Zhou who just earned a first-class merit? How did he catch Wang Chong?" "It's a long story." Jianjun and Xiao Zhou went on a patrol. Wu Tian spoke at length, recounting how Zhou Zheng bravely charged forward without fear in the face of Wang Chong's gun, ultimately capturing him. Wan Lishan listened, his eyes wide open. This Xiao Zhou. He struggled to find words to describe Zhou Zheng, who was capable, courageous, and lucky, almost as if he had a cheat code. Suddenly a thought struck Wan Lishan. A talent as exceptional as Zhou Zheng should enter the drug enforcement team. It would be a waste for him to remain as a police officer in the precinct. He needed to mention this to Director Ma when he had the chance. After finishing her call with Zhou Zheng, Chu Yunyao did not plan to invite Yang Tingting to have dinner together. It wouldn't be polite to take up her time since she had been at the hospital caring for old Master Yang. Unexpectedly, just after hanging up as if they were connected by a spiritual link, Yang Tingting's call came in. Chu Yunyao thought to herself, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." She glanced at the caller ID and answered the phone. "Hello, Tingting. Yunyao, do you have time? Let's go have dinner together." Yang Tingting's slightly excited voice came through the phone. Chu Yunyao smiled. "No wonder she's my good friend, as she can really think of the same things as I do." "Of course, Tingting. I just called Zhou Zheng to invite him to dinner, but he didn't have time." Hearing this, Yang Tingting immediately exclaimed, "Great. Yunyao, why didn't you invite me to dinner? Zhou Zheng rejected you, and you didn't even think of me. I had to take the initiative to call you. Is our friendship—" Chu Yunyao chuckled. This girl often acted like a little girl, petty yet harmless. She replied with a smile, "Zhou Zheng is my husband, so of course I had to call him first. As for you, I was afraid of delaying your care for old Master Yang." Yang Tingting thought to herself, "Don't start with that. The more I see you, the more you seem like Zhou Zheng's devoted follower." However, even though Yang Tingting could joke freely with Chu Yunyao, she wouldn't go too far. "Yunyao, you're such a person who forgets friends for love. I'm not even going to bother with you." After a pause, she added, "Let me tell you some good news. I've been temporarily freed. My aunt returned from abroad, and she's taking care of old Master Yang. In her words, she wants to fulfill her filial duty and let me rest for a few days. So that's how it is." Chu Yunyao nodded. No wonder Yang Tingting's voice carried a hint of excitement. With her outgoing personality, staying in the hospital for several days must have been suffocating. Sure enough, Yang Tingting continued chattering, "Yunyao, I can finally go out for some fresh air. These days you belong to me. You have to accompany me shopping, watch movies, and drink milk tea. Tingting, aren't you planning to go to work?" "Your job." Chu Yunyao's words were cut off by Yang Tingting. "Hey Yunyao, why do you sound like a capitalist now?" "Work? What work? I already took a long leave." Chu Yunyao kindly reminded her, "Does your boss agree? Moreover, your job is pretty good. If you don't go to work for a long time, you might get replaced, and that would be a loss." Yang Tingting seemed a bit impatient. "All right, Yunyao, I know you mean well and are thinking of me. In fact, it's no big deal. The company manager doesn't let me work, so I won't work." "But does he dare?" Chu Yunyao thought for a moment and agreed. Yang Tingting is the daughter of the vice mayor. Not to mention the company manager, even the company owner wouldn't dare to dismiss her casually. Even if she did nothing, they would still hire her with a high salary just to have her as a mascot. Whether this young lady goes to work or not truly does not matter. I'm just worrying about things that don't concern me. All right, Tingting, I'm near the street of precious medicinal herbs. Where are you?" I'm still at Jiangbei First Hospital. Well, I just arrived at the hospital entrance. What are we eating? Where should we meet? Yang Tingting pondered. Of course we are going out for a big meal. Let's meet at the Fisherman's Wharf Seafood Restaurant on Chaoyang Road. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Chu Yunyao set off in her Palamara. Upon arriving at the Fisherman's Wharf Seafood Restaurant and parking the car, Yang Tingting had been waiting for a long time. Yunyao, I'm right here. Yang Tingting stood on the steps at the entrance of the restaurant smiling and waving at Chu Yunyao. Those two assets swayed with her arm. I'm coming. Chu Yunyao walked up to Yang Tingting, and before she could speak she yawned first. Lu Tingting pouted in dissatisfaction. Yunyao, what's wrong? Are you tired just seeing me? Do you not want to see me that much? Stop it. Chu Yunyao was not in the mood to bicker with her, and said irritably, isn't it because of you? You dragged me and Zhou Zheng to play cards with you all night last night. You the night owl aren't tired but am exhausted. Zhou Zheng has to work during the day, you ruined him too. Come on. Yang Tingting widened her beautiful eyes and exclaimed dramatically, Yunyao, are we still good sisters? Why do you mention Zhou Zheng every 3 sentences? With such concern for him, I might get jealous. Chu Yunyao's face turned red upon hearing Yang Tingting's words, and she gently pushed her. Tingting, what are you talking about? Zhou Zheng is my husband, so of course I have to care about him. Aren't you hungry? With so much talk, why don't we skip dinner? Yunyao, I'm starving. Let's stop talking about anything else, let's just eat, okay? The two entered the restaurant, found a quiet... Yunyao, I'm starving. Let's stop talking about anything else, let's just eat, okay? The two entered the restaurant, found a quiet corner, and began to order and eat. Yang Tingting's aunt works at a foreign company with an annual salary of several million, so she's quite an elite. When she returned to China and saw Yang Tingting, she gave her a sum of money as a greeting gift. Thus she now had a windfall, and was generous, claiming she would treat for this meal, ordering a table full of sea cucumbers, abalone shark fins, and bird's nest. Although Chu Yunyao was a rich young lady, she had severed ties with her family, and had to be frugal. Seeing Yang Tingting ordering so many expensive dishes, she couldn't help but decline. Tingting, this is too extravagant. Besides, we can't eat that much. Yang Tingting had a nonchalant expression. If we can't finish, we can pack it up and take it back for your Zhou Zheng to eat. After all, even if I don't say it, you would do the same. Then she showed an exaggerated expression. No way, Yunyao, when did you become so thrifty? Aren't you still the same Chu family young lady who had dinner on Hong Kong Island one night and was seen feeding pigeons at Place de la République the next morning? Chu Yunyao laughed awkwardly. Tingting, I'm financially tight. Although Zhou Zheng gave me 3 million to start a business, I still have to have a sense of living. Now my life is vastly different from before, but I don't know why I feel quite fulfilled. Wow, Zhou Zheng gave you 3 million, he must be wealthy. It seems this guy is quite good. Yang Tingting focused on the 3 million. By the way, how could such a little policeman have so much money? Where did his... Chu Yunyao did not want to tell Yang Tingting about Zhou Zheng winning the lottery. Alright, don't ask anymore, let's eat quickly. Chu Yunyao finished eating in no time. Suddenly remembering that Zhou Zheng wanted her to check out better neighborhoods in the afternoon and rent a suitable place, if possible, she picked up her phone and began looking at housing information online. Yunyao, what are you so focused on looking at? Over here, Yang Tingting had also finished eating and was wiping her mouth with a napkin while asking. Zhou Zheng wants me to rent a place in a better neighborhood. I'm just checking the layouts and rents online for reference. Hearing this, Yang Tingting suddenly slapped her thigh. Don't look anymore, oh, I have a ready-made one here. What about Hanlin Garden, a large 3-bedroom apartment of 180 square meters? Hanlin Garden is indeed a high-end community in Jiangbei with beautiful surroundings, strict security, and excellent property management. However, the living costs are higher and the rent is steep. Tingting, I never heard you had a house in Hanlin Garden. Yang Tingting replied, how could I afford such expensive houses over there? The house belongs to my aunt. Chu Yunyao hesitated a bit. The houses in Hanlin Garden were quite expensive, and naturally the rent was not low. She did not prioritize renting in the Hanlin Garden community. Yang Tingting was very enthusiastic. Yao, have you eaten enough? If you're full, let's go look at the houses. No, Tingting, are you renting the house, or am I renting it? Why do you seem more eager than I am? Yang Tingting smiled bashfully. Yao, to be honest, as the saying goes, no profit means no early rise. My aunt said she doesn't want a penny of the rent, but it's all for me. Why do you think I'm so eager? Besides your family, I'm at ease renting to you. My aunt advised me to check what kind of person I'm renting to, so I shouldn't rent to just anyone. Chu Yunyao had a look that said she understood. However, she still wanted to save a bit. If the rent was too high, she would not rent in Hanlin Garden. Tingting, may I ask how much the rent is? Oh, Yang Tingting exclaimed dramatically, when did Miss Chu become... Weren't you always paying without asking the price before? Let's go check out the house first, we can discuss the rent later if you're satisfied. Yang Tingting settled the bill and pulled Chu Yunyao out of the restaurant. Chu Yunyao couldn't resist and had to follow her to look at the house. Yao, I didn't drive, are you driving? It's parked over there in the parking lot. Perfect, we want you to take a taxi. You go drive, it'll wait for you at the restaurant. A moment later, a white Panamera drove over. Yang Tingting opened the passenger door and got in. The Panamera roared and drove toward the Hanlon Garden community. Upon arriving at Hanlon Garden, they parked the car and got out, reaching the community entrance. The security guard couldn't help but stare at such beautiful girls. These two beauties were simply stunning, especially the one slightly taller. One couldn't help but wonder which lucky man would benefit from her. Yang Tingting waved in front of the facial recognition device, and the side gate opened. Yao Yao, let's go. Building 1, Unit 1, Room 1001. Arriving at Unit 1, Yang Tingting pressed the elevator button, while saying, Yao Yao, this unit has 2 elevators serving 2 households, a total of 16 floors, not too crowded and convenient for entry and exit. Soon they took the elevator to the door of Room 1001. Yang Tingting entered the password, and the security door opened with a sound. Pushing the door open, they were greeted by a living room of several dozen square meters connected to a balcony that made it look even more spacious. The balcony was made of full-height glass, providing excellent light, and there were almost no shadows in the living room. Yao Yao, did you see the chandelier on the ceiling? It cost over 300,000. Heiress, the kitchen, and over here is the bathroom. This is the master bedroom, and this is the second bedroom. Yang Tingting was acting like a real estate agent, showing Chu Yunyao around, explaining everything. Chu Yunyao smiled and said, Tingting, I didn't expect you to be so eloquent. Why not work as a real estate agent instead? Yang Tingting waved her hand, dismissively, looking as if it were only natural. Helping my aunt rent out the house, of course I have to put in effort. Besides, all the rent is mine. Where can I find such a... So what do you think, Yao Yao? Are you satisfied? One could tell that a lot of money was spent on the decoration. Although it wasn't extravagantly luxurious, it had a lot of taste. Especially since the house was fully equipped with appliances, showing no signs of wear. It was almost as good as new. Chu Yunyao was naturally very satisfied. Nodding, she said, Tingting, the house is nice. I'm satisfied. Let's discuss the rent. I can't afford anything too expensive. What? Yang Tingting was speechless. How did the young lady of the Chu family become so frugal? However, thinking about it, Chu Yunyao had no money and didn't want to spend too much of Zhou Zheng's money, so she had to cut down on expenses. Yao Yao, I know you're in a bit of a tight spot right now. I was joking about charging you rent earlier. If you're satisfied, just move in, and let's forget about the rent. That won't do. Chu Yunyao quickly waved. Tingting, although we're good sisters, even close brothers keep accounts clear. Rent must be paid. Otherwise, I'd rather go rent someone else's house. Yang Tingting, unable to argue further, nodded reluctantly. All right then, just give me a symbolic amount. Chu Yunyao had seen the rental ads for the Hanlon Garden community online. The rent was about 50 yuan per square meter per month. This apartment was 180 square meters, meaning the monthly rent would be 9,000. Tingting, let's set the rent at 9,000 a month. What? 9,000? That's too much. Yang Tingting immediately protested. How about this'll give you a discount? Let's round it to 4,000. No way. No way. Chu Yunyao was determined not to take advantage of that 5,000 and insisted on paying 9,000. Tingting, will transfer the money to you. Chu Yunyao took out her phone and transferred 9,000 yuan to Yang Tingting. To be fair, paying 9,000 for such a house was quite a good deal. Yang Tingting really didn't want Chu Yunyao's money, but she knew that being too stubborn would only make Chu Yunyao angry, so she reluctantly accepted the payment. Yao Yao, the house does have some dust since my aunt's family hasn't lived here for a long time. They'll call and have a cleaner come over. You don't need to worry about it. Also later, go to the property management to input your information into the system, otherwise it won't be convenient to come and go. There's also a parking space underground where you can park your car. There's a parking space. Chu Yunyao thought that spending 9,000 was worth it. Yang Tingting was indeed a good sister. Now if the cleaner comes quickly, she could move in tonight. Chu Yunyao couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Yang Tingting took out her phone and called the cleaning service that often cleaned her home, arranging for someone to come over. After the call, Yang Tingting seemed to think of something and asked teasingly, Yao Yao, aren't you going to tell Zhou Zheng about renting the house? Chu Yunyao shook her head while opening the windows for ventilation, saying, No, I plan to give him a surprise tonight. What? Are you using this place as a wedding room tonight? Are you planning to consummate your marriage with him? Shut up, your mouth can't spit out any ivory. Yang Tingting pretended to be angry. Oh ho, how dare you call me a dog? Just wait until I devour you whole. Saying this, she reached for Chu Yunyao's peach. You naughty Tingting, are you being lewd? I'm going and you say I'm being lewd. Why are you pinching my butt? As the two were playfully fighting, the door next door opened, and a middle-aged woman in her 40s walked out. Seeing the neighbor open the door, they walked in to take a look. Who are you? Chu Yunyao asked the middle-aged woman. Upon seeing Chu Yunyao, the woman's pupils instantly widened. This young girl is truly beautiful. Not only is she pretty, but she also has grace perfectly suited to my son. Her face instantly lit up with a smile as bright as a chrysanthemum. Hello, I'm the owner of 1002 next door. Is this house yours? No, I'm a tenant, Chu Yunyao answered honestly. Oh. Then we'll be neighbors from now on. My surname is Huang. Just call me Aunt Huang from now on. The middle-aged woman introduced herself and then asked, "What should I call you, dear?" "My name is Chu Yunyao." "Chu Yunyao, that's a lovely name. Can I call you Yunyao from now on?" Chu Yunyao felt a bit awkward thinking this woman was too familiar, treating her like a close friend. However, since one should not strike a smiling face, she couldn't say much and just nodded slightly. Fortunately, Aunt Huang did not linger too long. She took out her phone and started taking random photos of the room, finding excuses to say that the decoration style was very tasteful, and that if she ever renovated her own house, she could refer to this style. What Chu Yunyao did not know was that every photo Aunt Huang took had her in it. "Alright, you all carry on, I'm leaving. If you need anything, feel free to find me, just next door." Neighbors are closer than distant relatives. After Aunt Huang finished speaking, she turned and walked out the door, feeling a surge of delight. Upon entering her own house and closing the door, she excitedly shouted, "Son, Mom has found you a girlfriend." The mistress of room 1002 is named Huang Shufan, who lost her husband early and raised her. Her son Lin Hao also proves himself consistently, achieving excellent grades, successfully gaining admission to a 211 university and then studying abroad. During his time abroad, he developed a game software that was acquired by a company, earning him over 20 million yuan. Thinking of his mother being all alone in the country, he being filial returned home with his fortune and purchased an expensive house in the city center's Hanlin Garden community. Huang Shufan feels proud to have such a son. Her greatest hope is for Lin Hao to find a beautiful girlfriend and get married, ideally having a grandchild the following year. However, Lin Hao has high standards. Huang Shufan has introduced him to more than a dozen girls, yet he has not been satisfied with any of them and remains single. Huang Shufan has become obsessed with finding a daughter-in-law, and whenever she sees a girl she likes, she can't help but want to set her up with her son. This time she inadvertently encountered Chu Yunyao. At first sight, Huang Shufan was astounded. Chu Yunyao's height, looks, figure, and demeanor were all exceptional. Huang Shufan's heart raced as she thought her son would surely be very pleased to meet Chu Yunyao. She joyfully ran home and called out to Lin Hao, saying, "I found you a girlfriend." At that moment, Lin Hao was shirtless, wearing only a pair of sweatpants, lying on the Smith machine doing bench presses. Despite being an academic achiever, his favorite activities are still fitness and combat sports. Now that he has achieved financial freedom, he has more time to train, and his rigorous training combined with a proper diet has made his muscles well defined. "Son, I'm talking to you, can you hear me?" Huang Shufan approached Lin Hao and asked. Lin Hao remained silent, exerting all his strength to push the barbell while panting. His mother, who is almost obsessed with him settling down, introduces him to girls every day regardless of their backgrounds. Lin Hao is numb to it and has no expectations for the girls his mother introduces. "Son, stop training for a moment." Seeing Lin Hao not responding, Huang Shufan pretended to be angry and tapped. Lin Hao had no choice but to stop racking the barbell on the machine and sat up, asking helplessly, "Mom, what is it? Which girl have you found for me this time? Just so you know, if she's not my type, I'm not meeting her." "You little rascal." Huang Shufan looked at Lin Hao with love and said, "This time I guarantee you'll be satisfied." As she spoke, she took out her phone, pulled up a photo she had just taken, and handed it to Lin Hao. "Son, take a look. What do you think?" Lin Hao took the phone and casually glanced at it, and suddenly his eyes widened. In the photo, the girl was dressed in a black OL outfit with fitted clothing that accentuated her stunning figure. Her fair and delicate face had well-defined features and elegant lines resembling morning dew, crystal clear and translucent. Especially her extraordinary aura made Lin Hao's heart race. This is the kind of girl that fits his ideal image of a wife. Lin Hao immediately became interested and impatiently asked, "Mom, who is this girl? Where did you meet her? What does she do? How old is she?" Seeing her son so eager, Huang Shufan knew he was smitten and chuckled, saying, "Oh, what's this? You're in a hurry now? Mom, just tell me." Huang Shufan replied, "This girl is named Chu Yunyao. Oh, she just moved in next door. I ran into her while buying groceries just now. I don't know much else for now. Son, this is fate. You must seize the opportunity this time." Lin Hao's face was filled with disappointment. "Mom, so you don't really know her? You don't know anything about her? This girl looks extraordinary. I wonder if she would even be interested in me." Huang Shufan said, "Son, where did your confidence in dating go? Our family has a house and an Audi. My son is handsome and excellent, as she might just be a little better looking, likely from an ordinary family. If she were really wealthy, she wouldn't be renting. Son, be confident. It's not that we can't get her, it's just that she might not look down on us." Lin Hao thought about it and realized that he was indeed outstanding and had surpassed most of his peers, so he had nothing to feel inferior about. "Son, that girl just rented a place, so she probably needs to clean up before moving in. You should tidy yourself up, and I'll take you over to help her out and get her contact information. Then you'll know her. In the evening, invite her to dinner at a high-end restaurant like Fisherman's Wharf, driving RA6. Most girls love a bit of vanity. You'll definitely win her over." Huang Shufan chatted on giving her son advice. She was earnest in her efforts to become a grandmother soon. Lin Hao was already eager to meet Chu Yunyao. He took a shower in the bathroom and changed into a shirt and suit. For a first meeting with a girl, he wanted to dress formally to show respect. He put on his Rolex Datejust watch, completed his grooming, and looked in the mirror feeling good about himself, ready to head out. My son is really handsome. Huang Shufan praised him and took her son out. The door of the adjacent room 1001 was wide open and several uniformed cleaners were busy at work. Chu Yunyao and Lu Tingting stood on the balcony, pointing and chatting about the scenery in the distance. Huang Shufan entered with Lin Hao. She called out without any shame, "Yunyao, Andy is here again." Both Chu Yunyao and Lu Tingting turned their heads, seeing the two girls. Lin Hao's heart stirred. Both were beauties he admired, but his mother's eye for talent was evident. Chu Yunyao was evidently the more outstanding one. "Andy Huang, is there something you need?" Chu Yunyao asked politely. "Haha, nothing much. We are neighbors now, so I brought my son to introduce him to you." "And who is this beautiful lady?" Huang Shufan also noticed Lu Tingting and asked. "Oh, this is my friend." Huang Shufan couldn't care less about Lu Tingting. Her target was Chu Yunyao. She waved at Lin Hao. "Yunyao, let me introduce you. This is my son Lin Hao, a top student who graduated from a 211 university and is a trainee from Australia. The house next door is bought entirely with his own money. My son is exceptionally talented and has achieved financial freedom. Yunyao, please get to know each other." Chu Yunyao was initially confused, but now understood the intentions of this overly familiar Andy Huang. "Hello, my name is Lin Hao. I'm pleased to meet you. Since we are neighbors now, please take care of me," Lin Hao said while extending his right hand. He deliberately wore his Rolex Datejust watch on his right wrist so that it would be more visible during the handshake. However, Chu Yunyao ignored the Rolex, did not shake hands, frowned, and perfunctorily said hello. Then she turned to Lu Tingting and said, "Tingting, I suddenly remembered that I need to buy some daily necessities. Let's go." The two of them ignored Huang Shufan and Lin Hao and turned to walk outside. Huang Shufan gave Lin Hao a knowing glance. He understood and quickly said, "Ladies, where are you going?" "I have a car, let me give you a ride." The author tries to update twice daily. If you enjoy it, please leave a 5-star review, and if you can send a small gift, that would be even better. Thank you. Lin Hao blocked the path of the two like a stubborn adhesive, shaking the Audi car keys in his hand. "For rings." "Audi car keys." Lin Hao nodded slightly. "Look, women are indeed materialistic." Upon seeing the 4 rings, their eyes lit up. He waved his hand about to feign a carefree demeanor. However, Yang Tingting interjected, "I wonder if the handsome guy is driving an A8 or an R8. Lin Hao's face turned red, and he fell silent at once. His car was neither an A8 nor an R8, but an A6, which was clearly of a lower tier than the 2 models Yang Tingting mentioned. "What's wrong? Lost your voice?" Yang Tingting said, "If it's a car below the A6, then forget it. Handsome guy, if you want to show off your wealth to pursue my Yao Yao, you'll need to practice some more." This mother-daughter pair went straight for Chu Yunyao, leaving her sidelined. Yang Tingting felt resentful, her jealousy flaring up. How dare they treat me like air? Am I not beautiful? Thus she couldn't help but taunt them a bit. Chu Yunyao didn't want to conflict with these new neighbors, nor did she wish to have any interaction with Lin Hao. The motives of this mother-daughter pair were evident, and she felt a strong aversion. She pulled Yang Tingting's arm. "All right, Tingting, let's go." Yang Tingting then instructed the leading middle-aged woman among the cleaners. "Aunt Li, please close the door after we leave. Don't let just anyone in." "Okay, Miss Yang." This was obviously a hint to prevent Huang Shufan and her son from staying here. Huang Shufan and her son felt awkward and left the room once the two departed. "Mom, I feel hopeless. That girl named Chu Yunyao didn't even glance at me." Huang Shufan was also frustrated. Usually the girls introduced by matchmakers would call her aunt right away. They were all so enthusiastic. Never had he experienced such coldness. "Son, don't be disheartened. I think they are just pretending. What's wrong with the A6? Can they afford it? Besides, you're so outstanding, no girl would be indifferent." Chu Yunyao might be embarrassed in front of her friends. "Son, hurry down to get the car and wait for them at the community entrance." "I believe Chu Yunyao will reluctantly get into your car." "All right, I'll give it a try." Lin Hao agreed, taking the elevator down and jogging to get the car, arriving at the community entrance in his Audi A6. Sure enough, it was a perfect timing. Chu Yunyao and Yang Tingting were standing by the road looking around. They are waiting for a taxi. Lin Hao suddenly felt a surge of confidence and quickly pressed the accelerator. "Ladies." However, Chu Yunyao and Yang Tingting crossed the pedestrian lane to the other side and got into a white Porsche Panamera, driving away. What the heck? Lin Hao was stunned, feeling deflated in an instant. How ridiculous that he had just tried to flaunt his wealth with the A6, unaware that the beauties were driving a Panamera. He felt like a clown, utterly embarrassed. Inside the Panamera, Yang Tingting teased while driving. "Yao Yao, that mother-son pair next door, seems to have ulterior motives. That Lin Hao looks decent, and he even bought a house in Hamlin Garden. Should you consider him?" "Ha ha. Shut up. Tingting, how can you make such a joke? I'm Zhou Zheng's wife. From now on, don't say similar things again." Chu Yunyao frowned, a look of displeasure on her face. If it weren't for Yang Tingting driving, she would have punched her. Seeing Chu Yunyao's bad mood, Yang Tingting quickly said, Hey Yao Yao, why are you so sensitive today? I was just joking with you. I wouldn't even look at that mother-son pair, let alone them. To flaunt with an Audi A6 is truly laughable. Alright, let's not talk about them anymore. The sunlight was a bit glaring. Yang Tingting put on her sunglasses and suddenly seemed to think of something. By the way, Yunyao, how is the medicinal wine coming along? My grandpa keeps urging me since he said he's running low on the medicinal wine. If he doesn't get more, he might not make it. I'm really getting fed up with it. Chu Yunyao's face turned dark. Yang Tingting has become increasingly bold in her speech, lately showing no trace of ladylike behavior. However, considering her true nature, the ladylike image she projected in front of others was also a facade, which made it easier to understand. The medicinal wine is being prepared on schedule. It has already been infused, and it should be ready in 2 days, so it won't be delayed for the old man. That's good. Yang Tingting continued. The old man has been frequently calling his old buddies lately, saying he's found a magical medicinal wine that's very beneficial for health. Even heart patients can drink it. In a few days, on his 70th birthday, he will let his old buddies have a taste. Yao Yao, my grandpa has already boasted about it. Please don't let him down. Otherwise, he will question me again. Don't worry, Tingting. I prepared 200 gin of the first batch of medicinal wine, and it will be ready on time. Yang Tingting nodded while driving. Yao Yao, on the old man's birthday, you and Zhou Zheng should come too. Let's all have a lively time together. We can join. Chu Yunyao hesitated for a moment. Isn't that inappropriate? What's inappropriate about it? Zhou Zheng saved my grandpa's life. The old man has wanted to thank Zhou Zheng for a long time. Inviting you is also a special request from grandpa. He wants to introduce Zhou Zheng to his old buddies. Although those old folks have long retired, they were once leaders within the system. Their students and offspring are also leaders of various departments. I think this is a way for grandpa to thank Zhou Zheng. Chu Yunyao understood the old man was using his birthday as an opportunity to leverage his connections to broaden Zhou Zheng's network, making his future path much smoother. Naturally, Chu Yunyao would not refuse anything beneficial for Zhou Zheng's future. Alright, Tingting, please tell grandpa that I will definitely attend with Zhou Zheng on time. Great. That way I can wrap things up. Yang Tingting sighed with relief and then asked, Yunyao, what did you call me out for? What are we buying? Some daily necessities, bedding, and such. If today goes smoothly, Zhou Zheng and I can move into ham. Oh, Yang Tingting hummed softly, feeling a strange pang of bitterness in her heart. As night fell, the streets were illuminated with lights. After meeting up with Lu Jianjun in the afternoon, Zhou Zheng patrolled Chaoyang Road for a while, but everything was normal. Time's up, Xiao Zhou, let's call it a day. Lu Jianjun rubbed his sore thighs, beckoning Zhou Zheng to get in the car to return to the police station. Zhou Zheng still felt somewhat reluctant. Where are the thugs? Where are the thieves? Why hasn't anyone shown up? Shaking his head, he opened the door and sat in the passenger seat, while Lu Jianjun pressed the gas pedal, driving the police car towards the Qiaobei police station. On the way, Zhou Zheng's phone rang. It was a call from Chu Yunyao. He answered the phone. Hello, Yunyao. The voice of Chu Yunyao came through the receiver, tired, yet slightly excited. Zhou Zheng, have you finished work yet? I'll be off soon. Yunyao, where are you? At home. No. Zhou Zheng, I'm going to pick you up at the Qiaobei police station. I have a surprise for you. Hey, Yunyao, what's the surprise? Zhou Zheng asked, puzzled. Beep, beep, beep. The busy tone came from the phone as Chu Yunyao had already hung up. Zhou Zheng shook his head, unsure of what Yunyao was up to. What's the matter? Did your sister-in-law call to check on you? Lu Jianjun teased while driving. Haha, master, it's not that serious. Zhou Zheng smiled and said, Yunyao asked me when I would get off work. She wants to pick me up from the police station, saying she has a surprise for me. I have no idea what she's planning. A surprise? Lu Jianjun said enviously. You young people really know how to have fun, always managing to create some romance and surprises in life. Unlike us in middle age with parents to care for and children to raise, the pressure of life is immense. Every day is just a monotonous routine where surprises are scarce. Last time I won a few hundred yuan as a bonus, and when I told your sister-in-law I wanted to be romantic and take her out for dinner and a movie, she just rolled her eyes and said, what's so romantic about that? Zhou Zheng couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. He had only mentioned a few words, yet the master reacted so strongly. It seemed that the inevitable hardships of middle age weren't limited to just brewing goji berries in thermos cups. The pressures of life, the burdens of family, combined with increasingly rigid life patterns, made the beautiful life envisioned before marriage shatter like a bubble. There were no surprises, no romance, and no smiles from destiny, just the mundane trivialities of daily life, even tangled worries that seemed impossible to untangle. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but think of his marriage with Chu Yunyao. After 3 years, whether they would ultimately be together was still an unknown. However, Zhou Zheng remained quite confident. So far, everything seemed to be developing in a positive direction. Xiao Zhou, why aren't you talking? Are you missing your sister-in-law? Don't worry, we'll be at Qiaobei police station soon. Lu Jianjun joked as he accelerated, soon arriving at the entrance of Qiaobei police station. At this time, it was already the end of the workday. Inside Xiaobei police station, the officers changed into civilian clothes and gradually headed home. Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun got out of the car, handed over their duties in the main office, and changed into casual clothes preparing to leave. Zhou Zheng stood at the entrance of Xiaobei station waiting for Chu Yunyao to arrive. The passing officers greeted him warmly. He had captured an 11 wanted criminal and earned first-class merit, making him quite a celebrity at Xiaobei station. In fact, a female officer even blushed and actively invited Zhou Zheng to dinner. Of course, Zhou Zheng politely declined. "Xiaozhou, why aren't you going home after work?" Hao Aigua suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Zheng. "Director, I'm waiting for someone at the door." Hao Aigua asked with a smile. "Who are you waiting for? It can't be your sister-in-law picking you up, right?" "Director, you're right," Hao Aigua said, giving Zhou Zheng a thumbs up. "Haha, Xiaozhou, you're quite something. Having your sister-in-law personally pick you up after work, you must have quite a reputation. Among all the men at Xiaobei station, you're the first." He Zhou Zheng smiled shyly and said, "She insisted on picking me up. I can't just crush her enthusiasm." Hao Aigua lightly punched his shoulder. "You little brat, taking advantage and still acting coy. By the way, I haven't had a chance to tell you Ma Ermao and Wang Chong have already been handed over to the drug enforcement team's Lao Wan." Zhou Zheng nodded. Although he already knew, bringing it up again inevitably brought some disappointment. "Yeah, my master told me about it this afternoon." Hao Aigua could naturally tell Zhou Zheng was downcast, and he patted his back. "Xiaozhou, I know you wanted to use Wang Chong as a breakthrough to take down his whole network. However, as the director, I have to consider the safety of my colleagues. Just look at today's operation to capture Wang Chong. It was too dangerous. I know you're lucky and often turn danger into safety, but what if one time it doesn't work out? You're still young, and there will be plenty of opportunities to earn merit. You don't have to necessarily take cases from other departments." Zhou Zheng lifted his head and smiled at Zhang Aigua. "Director, I understand." "That's good." Hao Aigua nodded. "I've already reported the capture of Wang Chong to Bureau Chief Ma, and the merits should be issued soon, at least a third-class merit. In just a few days, I've received a first-class merit and a third-class merit. This is quite rare in our police station and even in the city's police force. At this rate, winning the title of one of the top 10 outstanding policemen in the country isn't just a dream. Xiaozhou, I see another star about to be added to your shoulders." Hao Aigua's words surprised Zhou Zheng. He had just been promoted from a trainee officer to a third-class police officer with 1 stripe and 1 star. Normally, it would take 3 years to become a second-class officer with 1 stripe and 2 stars. Since Hao Aigua could say such things, it meant he had the chance to be promoted ahead of time and was already considered a key training target. This was also the outcome Zhou Zheng desired. His goal was to be promoted to police supervisor in 3 years. Without earning merits or being promoted ahead of time, it would simply be a pipe dream. Zhou Zheng's mood improved significantly. He said solemnly, "Director, I will continue to work hard and strive towards the goal of becoming one of the top 10 outstanding young policemen in the country." Good. Your determination is great, which proves that the higher-ups haven't misjudged you. That's it. As Hao Aigua was about to turn and leave, a white Panamera drove over. Its flashy design immediately caught the attention of Hao Aigua and several other officers getting off work. The Panamera stopped and the driver's window slowly rolled down, revealing Chu Yunyao's stunningly beautiful face. Zhou Zheng, she greeted him with a bright smile that dazzled everyone around. "Who is this beautiful woman driving the Panamera? She's really pretty. Don't you see? She's greeting Xiaozhou. I guess she's Zhou Zheng's girlfriend." "Oh wow, no wonder." The female officer from the household registration department, Xiao Xia, asked Zhou Zheng out for dinner, and he turned her down. It turns out Zhou Zheng has such a beautiful, wealthy girlfriend. Xiaozhou is outstanding at work, earning merits and awards, and now has such a beautiful girlfriend. He's simply a winner in life. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Zhou Zheng took a few steps forward and waved at Chu Yunyao, signaling her to get out of the car. Hao Aigua hadn't left yet. Since he hadn't met Chu Yunyao, it would be a bit awkward not to introduce her. Chu Yunyao understood, unbuckled her seatbelt, and got out of the car. Although surrounded by off-duty officers, Chu Yunyao was not shy at all, confidently walking over to Zhou Zheng. Standing together, they truly looked like a perfect match in terms of height and appearance. The crowd couldn't help but think of a 4-character idiom, Golden Boy and Jade Girl. Many readers have privately messaged the author hoping for more updates. This book's performance is average and extra chapters don't earn much money. The author also needs to eat, but can't bear to see readers rewarding and gifting. After much consideration, if the free gifts reach 1,000, an extra chapter will be added. Click the update button. The gift bar will appear. Click Power by Love Watch ads. Each account can click 3 times a day, and the author will tally and announce daily. "Yunyao, let me introduce you to Director Hao from the Xiaobei police station," Zhou Zheng said, then turned to Hao Aigua. "Director, this is my wife, Chu Yunyao." Hao Aigua, knowing that Zhou Zheng was already married, was not overly surprised. However, the surrounding officers exploded with chatter upon hearing Zhou Zheng's words. "What? Wife? When did Zhou Zheng get married?" I didn't know he never mentioned having a girlfriend before. While I didn't expect Xiao Zhou to be married. His wife is a rich beauty. This guy really kept it under wraps. Oh, how enviable. Why don't I have such good fortune? The officers around whispered among themselves, their voices not low, and Chu Yunyao overheard some of it. However, she showed no signs of awkwardness and smiled at Hao Igua. Hello, Director Hao. Hao Igua was taken aback for a moment, thinking, is this Zhou Zheng's wife, Chu Yunyao, the daughter of the Chu family in Jiangbei? Indeed, she was beautiful, exuding an extraordinary aura. Zhou Zheng was truly fortunate. After a brief moment of surprise, he smiled and said, Sister-in-law, hello, I am Hao Igua. Chu Yunyao smiled slightly, her smile like a blooming flower. Director Hao, I've heard Zhou Zheng mention you often. He said there are two people in the police station who treat him the best. One is his master Lu Jianjun, and the other is you, Director Hao. I would like to thank you on his behalf for your care and support. Is that so? The wrinkles on Hao Aiguo's face tightened, and he couldn't help but beam with joy. Although he knew that Chu Yunyao's words were somewhat exaggerated, being thanked by the daughter of the Chu family in Jiangbei was still quite gratifying. Not at all. As the director, it is my duty to care for Xiao Zhou. Your family Xiao Zhou is excellent in every aspect, and he has even received first-class merit. Even the leaders in the bureau praise him. His future is limitless. Hao Igua took the opportunity to praise Zhou Zheng partly out of genuine appreciation for Zhou Zheng's capabilities, and partly to help Zhou Zheng save face in front of Chu Yunyao. The Chu family is prominent and influential. Hao Igua feared that Zhou Zheng might struggle to keep up with Chu Yunyao and might feel wronged. Of course, his concern was unnecessary. Sister-in-law, I heard you are starting a business recently. Hao Igua chatted with Chu Yunyao using the familiar approach often employed by bureau leaders when meeting the families of officers. Yes, Director Hao, I am in the medicinal liquor business. Medicinal liquor? Yes, a special secret recipe medicinal liquor. It has excellent effects for strengthening the body and ensuring health. When the new batch is ready in a few days, I will have Zhou Zheng bring you a couple of bottles to try. Well, that sounds great. As I grow older, my health declines day by day. If this medicinal liquor works for me, I will be your loyal customer. Ha ha. They chatted for a while, closing the distance between them. Hao Igua waved his hand. It's getting late, so I won't hold you two up any longer. Hurry home. Goodbye, Director. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao waved goodbye, and were about to leave when the officers around them suddenly started teasing. Xiao Zhou, how could you not tell your colleagues about such a big thing as your marriage? Exactly. We wouldn't mind chipping in a few hundred for a gift. Oh, why didn't you inform us? Zhou Zheng, this is too much. You didn't invite us to the banquet, and there's no wedding candy either. The more they spoke, the more intense it became, but of course there was no malice. They were just teasing Zhou Zheng. Seeing Zhou Zheng becoming somewhat awkward under their banter, Hao Igua's expression turned serious. What's going on? Making a ruckus here, it seems lively. What? Don't you want to go home? If you don't want to go home, stay and work overtime for free at the station. The crowd immediately quieted down. Director, we're just joking around with Xiao Zhou. Why are you so serious? We're leaving. At this moment, Chu Yunyao stepped forward. After all, she was the daughter of the Chu family in Jiangbei, familiar with big occasions, and naturally knew how to handle things smoothly. Hello everyone, I am Zhou Zheng's wife, Chu Yunyao. Actually, Zhou Zheng and I did not hold a ceremony for our marriage. We discussed it and decided to inform everyone when we officially hold the ceremony for the banquet. Of course, no matter how you look at it, it's still our fault. I came here for another reason as well, which is to distribute wedding candy to everyone. Really? That sounds great. The crowd suddenly brightened up. Wedding candy isn't particularly precious, but everyone is happy to share in the joy. Chu Yunyao opened the back door of the Panamera and took out a large bag of red paper-wrapped wedding candy, which looked like it weighed at least 10 jin. Zhou Zheng stared in shock. How did Yunyao buy so much candy? Did she prepare this in advance? Hao Igua was also surprised, as it was clear that Chu Yunyao had only come to pick up Zhou Zheng and had not planned to distribute wedding candy, otherwise she would have handed it out right away. Moreover, the candy was in a large bag and was not packed in small red bags, indicating it was a last-minute arrangement. He internally praised Chu Yunyao's ability to think on her feet. She truly is the young lady of the Chu family in Jiangbei, clever, capable, and her actions are pleasing. There's nothing to criticize. Chu Yunyao handed the wedding candy to Hao Igua. Director Hao, Zhou Zheng and I have things to do. Could you please help distribute the wedding candy? Sure, no problem. You two go ahead. Hao Igua took the big bag of wedding candy and began to distribute it, causing everyone to cheer and creating quite a lively atmosphere. Chu Yunyao signaled Zhou Zheng to get in the car and opened the driver's door. Zhou Zheng opened the passenger door and was about to get in when he saw a long-haired beauty staring at him with wide eyes. It was none other than Yang Tingting. What the heck? Yang Tingting. Zhou Zheng had not expected to see Yang Tingting in the car and blurted out. Yang Tingting's face turned red, thinking, do you have the guts to say that? Of course, she couldn't say her thoughts out loud and shot Zhou Zheng a glare. What, are you surprised to see me? Zhou Zheng quickly closed the door and sat in the back seat. Chu Yunyao started the Panamera, honked the horn, and said goodbye to everyone. Inside the car, Zhou Zheng asked, "Wait, Yang Tingting, have you been in the car the whole time?" Yang Tingting replied with annoyance, "Yes, I came to pick you up with your Yunyao. I didn't expect to lose both my lady and my candy. The big bag of candy I just bought was taken by your wife." It turned out that the wedding candy distributed by Chu Yunyao to the officers at Xiaobei Station was the large bag of candy Yang Tingting had bought for her grandfather's birthday. Chu Yunyao cleverly repurposed it as wedding candy and shared it. After understanding the situation, Zhou Zheng said, "Yang Tingting, let me buy you another bag of candy when we get out." Yang Tingting waved her hand. "No need, I'm best friends with Yunyao. One bag of candy doesn't matter, I'll just buy more tomorrow. Zhou Zheng, I helped you out and got you off the hook. How will you thank me?" Yang Tingting jokingly said that Zhou Zheng should thank her. Zhou Zheng took it seriously and asked Yang Tingting, "How should I thank you?" She rolled her eyes at him and said with dissatisfaction, "Think for yourself. Do I need to teach you this? How about I go out for a big meal with Yunyao to treat you?" He had achieved first-class merit, and with the reward money from the city bureau, he had a total of 12,000, which made him stand a bit taller. Moreover, he carefully mentioned that he wanted to invite Yang Tingting along with Chu Yunyao, which made Chu Yunyao feel quite pleased to hear. "So what do you want to eat today? Today you just sharpen your knife and give me a good cut." "Zhou Zheng, you are exaggerating. I don't need you to treat me to a big meal. I'm tired of the food from restaurants outside. I heard from Yao Yao that your cooking skills are quite good, so why don't you host me at home?" Before Zhou Zheng could respond, Chu Yunyao frowned slightly and said while driving Tingting, "Let's eat outside instead. Zhou Zheng didn't rest much last night, and he worked all day today. Let's not make him cook at home." Hearing Chu Yunyao's words, Yang Tingting reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, immediately exclaiming, "Yao Yao, you really forget your friends when there's a handsome guy around. You don't want to try Zhou Zheng's cooking and are worried about tiring out your little son-in-law. I accompanied you to look at houses, helped you move, and went shopping with you. I've been busy all day." Chu Yunyao shot Yang Tingting a glance. "You little brat, your mouth is really fast. I wanted to give Zhou Zheng a surprise, but you let the cat out of the bag, and now it's ruined." Yang Tingting knew she was in the wrong, stuck out her cute pink tongue, and immediately fell silent. "What? Moving?" Zhou Zheng was at a loss. "Yunyao, what do you mean you're moving? What's going on?" Chu Yunyao initially wanted to directly take Zhou Zheng to the new house to surprise him. Seeing that she couldn't keep it a secret any longer, she said, "Zhou Zheng, I rented a place in Hamlin Garden. I moved all the usable things from the old rental, and I didn't discuss it with you thinking it would be a surprise. I didn't expect Tingting to spill the beans." "Really?" Zhou Zheng was pleasantly surprised because he had always hoped to rent a nicer apartment in a better neighborhood. His old rental was too shabby. Although Chu Yunyao didn't mind, Zhou Zheng felt guilty about it. Hamlin Garden is considered a high-end neighborhood in Jiangbei, and the environment and facilities within the community are naturally much better. Chu Yunyao renting a place in this neighborhood was exactly to Zhou Zheng's liking. Hamlin Garden, this neighborhood is good. Yunyao, you have a good eye. Suddenly Chu Yunyao realized a problem. The rented apartment was quite large, a three-bedroom, while there were only two of them. "Zhou Zheng, I rented a three-bedroom with a monthly rent of 9,000. Isn't that a bit too big for us?" "It's not too big, not too big." Zhou Zheng waved his hand. "Yunyao, 3 bedrooms are just right. In case you have relatives or friends come over, you can use the spare bedroom as a guest room. Moreover, if we have children in the future, 3 bedrooms are just right. If we have 2 kids, 3 bedrooms won't be enough." Zhou Zheng's last comment was purely a joke. If the two of them really end up together 3 years later, and even have children, they might have already bought their own house. Upon hearing this, Chu Yunyao's fair face immediately flushed with 2 shades of red. "Who said anything about having kids? What nonsense are you talking about? Tingting is still here." Just moments ago, Chu Yunyao was confidently facing the director and a group of police officers at the North Bridge entrance, but now she switched to a shy little girl mode. Yang Tingting felt a sudden pang of sourness in her heart. They were showing off their affection and even talking about having children. Do these two have no sense of public decency? With a tone of annoyance, she said, "Oh, you guys are aware that I'm in the car. No worries, I'm just a piece of air. You can pretend you don't see me." Zhou Zheng chuckled awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. "Today is the first day in the new home. We must have this meal at home. They'll show you my cooking skills. Yang Tingting, you must eat well and drink well then." Yang Tingting felt a little balance return to her heart. "That's more like it. Zhou Zheng, you need to perform well. If you want to win Yao Yao's heart, you need to first satisfy her appetite. Just a hint, Yao Yao is a true foodie, and I'll benefit from it too." Chu Yunyao shot Yang Tingting a glance. "You stinky Tingting, you're starting again." Yang Tingting smiled. "Yao Yao, let's not leave until we're drunk tonight. I wonder how much Zhou Zheng can drink. Little Zhou, it's your first time having me over for dinner. You better treat me well. As for drinks, they better be good, or I'll give you a bad review." Chu Yunyao purposely hinted to Zhou Zheng Tingting can drink a whole gin of liquor. Who can keep up with her? "I think we should skip the drinks." Zhou Zheng's heart stirred. Yang Tingting can drink that much. He could barely manage a few taels, so it seemed he definitely shouldn't compete with her tonight. Yunyao, it's fine to drink a little, but just a little, okay. Yang Tingting felt she had finally turned the tide, and said proudly, Titich, look at you too, you're already scared before drinking. The three of them chatted and laughed as they arrived at Hanlin Garden. Chu Yunyao parked the car in the underground garage and first took Zhou Zheng to register for access at the property management before leading him to the door of the newly rented house. Input the password. Ding, click, the security door opened with a sound. Chu Yunyao turned on the living room lights, and instantly the chandelier on the ceiling emitted bright light, illuminating the living room as if it were broad daylight. Chu Yunyao asked Zhou Zheng, how do you find this apartment? Zhou Zheng looked around, seeming to take it all in at a glance. Not bad, not bad. To be honest, this apartment was indeed nice, well ventilated from south to north, and the decor was understated yet sophisticated. Sure enough, high-end apartments were leagues ahead of his old rental. In one corner of the bedroom lay the suitcase left behind by Zhou Zheng's grandfather. Zhou Zheng nodded. It seemed Chu Yunyao was quite attentive, remembering to place something she cherished in her bedroom. Yunyao, you've put in a lot of thought. Yang Tingting, you've worked hard too. Now it's my turn to showcase my culinary skills. Please wait a moment, beautiful ladies. Hot meals will be ready soon. Zhou Zheng took off his outerwear and walked into the kitchen. The kitchen was spacious and bright, spotless, with various kitchen utensils neatly arranged. Opening the double-door refrigerator, it was also fully stocked with vegetables, meats, and fish. Zhou Zheng nodded. This is what it feels like to live well. At that moment, Chu Yunyao walked in. She asked with concern, Zhou Zheng, you've worked hard all day. Are you hungry? Due to concerns about delays in the review process affecting the release of new chapters, the new chapters will be scheduled for early release. Therefore, the count only included up to 5 p.m. yesterday. Future counts will be from 5 p.m. that day to 5 p.m. the next day. Yesterday, a total of 54 free gifts were counted by 5 p.m. Thank you, dear readers, for your support. Special thanks to those who sent flowers and likes. When the number of free gifts reaches 1,000, an additional chapter will be added. Currently, there are 54. Click the urging button to see the gift section. Click Power by Love Watch ads, and each account can click 3 times a day. The author will compile and announce the results daily. Chu Yunyao entered the kitchen to check on Zhou Zheng, worried that he might be hungry and wanting him to have something to eat. Her words sounded somewhat enticing. Teasing her, he asked what kind of noodles. Chu Yunyao blinked her beautiful eyes and replied, just the usual hot soup noodles. I can't make anything more complicated. By the way, Tingting and I packed some seafood from the seafood restaurant at Fisherman's Wharf for lunch, including a few abalones and sea cucumbers, which can count as seafood noodles. Zhou Zheng smiled, finding Chu Yunyao adorably silly at times. Looking at her charming face, he said, Yunyao, thank you, but I'm not hungry right now. I'll wait for the next opportunity to try your seafood noodles. Alright, go outside and keep Tingting company. I need to start cooking now. Chu Yunyao stood still, showing no intention of leaving to accompany Yang Tingting. I know Yang Tingting too well, there's no need to treat her like a guest. Let her be alone. Why don't we cook together? You once said that when a man and woman work together, it's not only less tiring, but also more efficient. With Chu Yunyao accompanying him, Zhou Zheng had no objections. Cooking together could also enhance their relationship, and during their interaction there might even be star rewards appearing above Chu Yunyao's head. Why not enjoy it? Alright, Yunyao, let's cook together. You can be my assistant. Chu Yunyao had limited knowledge about cooking, so she could only help, and she had no objections. Zhou Zheng glanced at the ingredients in the fridge and quickly planned a few dishes: braised pork, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, mapo tofu, oyster sauce, lettuce, kung pao chicken, and a duck blood vermicelli soup. Perfect. 6 dishes and 1 soup would be too much for 3 people to finish, so they needed to prepare smaller portions. Without further ado, Zhou Zheng put on an apron and rolled up his sleeves. Yunyao washed the lettuce and tear it into large pieces for later. Also clean the carrots and green peppers and peel the potatoes. Zhou Zheng instructed Chu Yunyao, while taking a piece of streaky pork from the fridge, to prepare the braised pork. First, he turned on the stove to heat the pot, blanching the pork skin until it turned a crispy yellow-black. He then cleaned the skin with a knife, cutting the meat into small cubes about 4 centimeters square, washing them in 50-degree water and setting them aside. Next, he boiled water and added appropriate amounts of star anise, cinnamon, Sichuan pepper, and dried tangerine peel to create a flavored stock. Then came the step of stir-frying the sugar, adding the pork and ginger, and after the meat changed color, he added light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and cooking wine. He poured in the flavored stock, added honey and salt, covered the pot, and simmered on high heat for 10 minutes, then added vinegar and chicken broth, stirring well before turning to low heat. At this point, Chu Yunyao had already completed her tasks. She had never cleaned so many side dishes at once, and fine beads of sweat formed on her brow. Zhou Zheng turned around and pulled a paper towel from the box to wipe her sweat away. Although it was Zhou Zheng's first time wiping Chu Yunyao's sweat, the action felt as natural and practiced as if he had done it 1,000 times. Chu Yunyao blushed, feeling shy, but also touched and sweet. Yunyao, you must be tired. He'll take care of the rest. You can go rest in the living room for a bit. However, Chu Yunyao shook her head. I'm not tired. Watching you cook is also a kind of enjoyment. I want to try learning from you so that I can cook for myself when I want to eat later. All right then. Zhou Zheng did not insist further and continued slicing vegetables and meat. He was eager to show off in front of Chu Yunyao, putting all his best skills to use. The potato shreds were sliced evenly, each piece the same thickness. It was quite impressive. Chu Yunyao attentively watched Zhou Zheng's every move. His handsome silhouette and skilled culinary skills made her realize that a man who could cook was indeed quite charming. The braised pork had undergone a transformation after being simmered for a long time, and soon a delectable aroma wafted through the kitchen. Wow, it smells so good. Chu Yunyao sniffled and couldn't help but exclaim. Zhou Zheng nodded. He had learned this method of braised pork from a master chef named Chun in a video, having made it many times without any failures, so he was naturally confident. After he finished frying the dishes, the duck blood vermicelli soup was ready, and the braised pork was cooked to perfection. He opened the lid to reduce the sauce, and an indescribable aroma immediately filled the entire kitchen. Yunyao, would you like to taste it first? Chu Yunyao couldn't resist any longer. Disregarding her ladylike demeanor, she grabbed a spoon, eager to taste. She was unreserved, scooping up a shiny piece of braised pork and taking a small bite. The braised pork melted in her mouth, filling her palate with a rich, meaty fragrance that satisfied not only her taste buds, but also her mood. Most importantly, the savory sweet flavor was complemented by a hint of sourness, making it utterly enjoyable. It's so delicious. As a rich heiress, Chu Yunyao had eaten and seen many dishes, but this was the first time she tasted such exquisite braised pork. It was simply mind-blowing. Zhou Zheng, you should have a taste too. Good things are meant to be shared, as it doubles the joy. Chu Yunyao offered the remaining braised pork on her spoon to Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng swallowed it without a second thought. It was indeed the same old flavor, as delicious as ever. Chu Yunyao suddenly blushed, realizing that giving Zhou Zheng the braised pork she had eaten was akin to an indirect kiss. Zhou Zheng even licked the spoon. What are you two doing? Yang Tingting suddenly appeared in the kitchen, drawn by the enticing aroma. Her stomach had been growling from hunger, and the rich fragrance made it even more pronounced. Upon entering the kitchen, she found Chu Yunyao feeding Zhou Zheng meat, and they looked so happy together. Wow, I was wondering why you two weren't serving dinner yet. Turns out you were stealing food in the kitchen. You're eating so happily. I'm about to starve to death. Do you have no conscience? I really. Yang Tingting continued to scold Chu Yunyao and Zhou Zheng, accusing them of deliberately hiding in the kitchen to show off their affection. Suddenly, Chu Yunyao scooped a piece of braised pork and shoved it into her mouth. Eat this. It was quite a deep shove, almost leaving Yang Tingting breathless. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise as an irresistible meaty fragrance took over her mouth. This deliciousness was simply unbeatable, instantly lifting her mood. Zhou Zheng felt somewhat embarrassed and waved his hand, signaling that it was time to eat. Yang Tingting, too lazy to argue with the two of them, decided to fill her stomach first. The main reason was that Zhou Zheng's cooking was too fragrant, particularly the braised pork. Each bite was an ultimate delight. At the dining table, Yang Tingting devoured her food without a care. Zhou Zheng looked up and noticed a white star appearing above Chu Yunyao's head. A reward. He didn't think too much and simply reached out to tap it. Ding! 1-star reward unlocked. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the skill Alcohol Immunity. Alcohol Immunity. This skill seemed impressive, meaning he wouldn't get drunk no matter how much he drank. However, Zhou Zheng wasn't particularly interested in this skill. He didn't run any business, so the amount he could drink didn't really matter. As a police officer, he rarely drank alcohol, even during his rest time. He was mainly worried about having to participate in emergencies at work, as being drunk would cause problems. The only benefit of this skill was that he could drink during his off hours. Since he was already alcohol immune, he could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. After eating a few bites, Yang Tingting, satisfied with her taste buds, was no longer very hungry. Although she felt it was not enough, she put down her chopsticks. She pulled out 2 bottles of high-proof liquor from under the dining table. Zhou Zheng, it's time for you to drink with me. I mentioned in the car that today we would drink until we drop. Chu Yunyao quickly said, Tingting, Zhou Zheng can't drink. Even if we are tied together, he isn't your match in terms of drinking capacity, so let's keep it light. Yang Tingting said decisively, no, today we must drink to our heart's content. After all, you two are always showing off your affection in front of this single dog. Zhou Zheng, don't listen to her. Chu Yunyao was worried that Zhou Zheng would take it seriously. If he did, he would lose, because she knew Yang Tingting could drink a lot. Zhou Zheng smiled slightly, signaling Chu Yunyao to calm down. He thought, Yang Tingting, aren't you just serving yourself as a side dish? I have 1,000 cups without getting drunk. How will you respond? Free gifts reach 1,001 additional chapter, currently at 106. Thank you. Thanks again to the readers who send flowers and likes. Click the update button to see the gifts section. Powered by Love can be clicked 3 times daily for each account, and the author will count and announce daily. Chu Yunyao was unaware that Zhou Zheng's body had already built an immunity to alcohol, fearing that he would feel unwell if he drank too much, yet if he abstained entirely, Yang Tingting would be relentless. Seeing Zhou Zheng eager to try, she shook her head and got up to fetch 3 small glass cups of 10 milliliters each. These small cups are typically used for toasting at weddings. Their small capacity means only a sip per cup, making it look fierce, as it takes 10 cups to equal just 2 yang of liquor. Yao Yao, who do you look down upon? These cups are too small. Yang Tingting said, her eyes filled with disdain upon seeing the tiny cups. She drank with her grandfather and insisted on using a larger cup, otherwise it wouldn't be satisfying. Yang Tingting, that's enough, don't go too far. Oh, what's wrong with the small cups? Chu Yunyao shot her a disapproving glance. Using a large cup makes it easy to drink too much. If you get drunk, I'll have to take you back. How will I explain that to Uncle Yang? All right then, Yang Tingting conceded without further argument. Using the small cups was fine. If necessary, they could just drink a few more. Chu Yunyao picked up the liquor bottle and filled the 3 cups. Yang Tingting raised a cup and said, Yunyao Zhou Zheng, congratulations on your new home today. After a few words of blessing, she downed the drink in one go. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao also drank up. Come on, fill them again. Let's have another. This is what we call double happiness. As strong liquor went down, Yang Tingting became more boisterous. She drank 1 cup after another, and Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao had to keep up. In no time, after 10 cups, Chu Yunyao, who was not good at drinking, turned red, her heart racing. Yang Tingting also showed a flushed complexion, but was just getting into the spirit. Only Zhou Zheng remained unfazed, as if he had merely sipped 10 small cups of plain water. In fact, Zhou Zheng's drinking capacity wasn't particularly high either. Without the skill of alcohol immunity, he would have been flushed by now. This skill, rewarded by the system, is incredible. I feel like drinking is as easy as drinking water. Zhou Zheng thought to himself, no, I've reached my limit. I can't drink anymore. Chu Yunyao, having strong self-discipline, noticed she could no longer continue and immediately withdrew from the battle. She kept signaling Zhou Zheng with her eyes, indicating that he should stop soon, even if it meant facing Yang Tingting's disdain. He shouldn't drink too much just for the sake of pride. However, Zhou Zheng was unmoved. With his alcohol immunity, even if he drank until dawn, he wouldn't feel a hint of drunkenness. As they finished off a bottle of strong liquor, both had consumed about half a gin, and Yang Tingting's face was even redder, while Zhou Zheng remained calm and composed. Chu Yunyao was astonished, as she hadn't expected Zhou Zheng to have such a high tolerance for alcohol. Yang Tingting, unwilling to accept defeat, clamored for a larger cup, and Zhou Zheng accepted without hesitation. In the end, the result was that Yang Tingting was utterly defeated, passed out on the table, her face as red as a monkey's bottom, while Zhou Zheng seemed far from satisfied. Zhou Zheng, don't you feel anything after drinking so much? Chu Yunyao asked in surprise. Didn't you just say you couldn't drink? Zhou Zheng took a bite of food, unhurriedly replying. That was just modesty. Who knew that silly girl Yang Tingting would take it seriously and insist on competing with me in drinking? Does she even have the capacity for that? But if she gets drunk, I'll have to take her home. I didn't expect to create trouble for myself. Chu Yunyao waved her hand. It's better not to take her home. I'll let her stay here for the night. Otherwise, if Uncle Yang finds out, she'll get scolded tomorrow when she wakes up from her drunkenness. Zhou Zheng nodded. All right. Our place has 3 rooms. I knew that extra room would come in handy. Chu Yunyao stood up, intending to help Yang Tingting to the bedroom to rest. Little did she know that the silly girl was already dead drunk and immovable. Huff huff. Chu Yunyao was panting, unable to move Yang Tingting. Yunyao, let me help. Zhou Zheng stepped forward to assist. His strength was remarkable. He effortlessly pulled Yang Tingting up, but she seemed like a spineless creature slumping against Zhou Zheng. A fragrant scent mixed with the smell of alcohol wafted into Zhou Zheng's nostrils. As he accidentally looked down, he caught sight of a glimpse of white amidst the depths. He quickly turned his head away. In his heart, he thought, I absolutely won't compete with Yang Tingting in drinking again, or it can lead to trouble if one gets too drunk. Goodness, which official can withstand such a test? Zhou Zheng draped one of Yang Tingting's arms over his shoulder, and with Chu Yunyao's help, he guided her into the bedroom and onto the bed. After helping Yang Tingting out of her shoes and carefully covering her with a blanket, Chu Yunyao and Zhou Zheng finally exited, gently closing the bedroom door. Back in the living room, Zhou Zheng kindly said, Yunyao, as Yang Tingting's best friend, I think you should advise her not to compete in drinking. This is our home, and if she gets too drunk, it could be disastrous if she encounters any ill-intentioned individuals. Chu Yunyao nodded. You are right, Zhou Zheng. They'll talk to her when she wakes up. However, Tingting usually takes care of herself and wouldn't drink with strangers, as she wouldn't get drunk. Since there are no outsiders today, she might have let loose. That's good. By the way, Zhou Zheng, Tingting mentioned to me today that in 3 days it's Grandpa Yang's birthday. He has invited us to attend his birthday banquet, and some leaders will be there too. Will you go? Of course, why wouldn't I? Zhou Zheng responded. Grandpa Yang has a wide network and is the father of Deputy Mayor Yang. Since he invited me to the banquet, there was no reason for me to decline. After all, wanting to rise quickly requires certain connections. One cannot rely solely on hard work. Chu Yunyao had already agreed on Zhou Zheng's behalf, with Yang Tingting fearing he might hesitate or be unwilling to attend, and upon hearing his agreement, she breathed a sigh of relief. Then make sure to arrange it in advance so you don't end up having no time later. Got it. The medicinal liquor will be ready in 2 days. I've already ordered a bunch of exquisite small bottles online to hold the tasting liquor, and when the old man celebrates his birthday, I will bring it to him. He will surely promote us in return. Zhou Zheng looked into Chu Yunyao's eyes and said, Yunyao, you've worked hard running around for the medicinal liquor these past few days. What's so hard about it? I actually feel fulfilled. It's much happier than sitting in the office at the Chu Corporation like before. Zhou Zheng wasn't sure if Chu Yunyao was being sincere or putting on an act, but at least she seemed to be in a good mood. Yunyao, once the medicinal liquor is on the right track, I will take a few days off from work, and we can go to the capital to visit Grandma. Thank you, Zhou Zheng. Chu Yunyao gazed affectionately at Zhou Zheng, their eyes meeting, and it seemed as if the sound of sparks exploding filled the air. Chu Yunyao's charming face turned red, shyly lowering her head, her swan-like neck bending into a graceful shape. Zhou Zheng really wanted to pull Chu Yunyao into his arms, but he feared losing control and startling the fair maiden. After all, they still had 3 years to go. Though they were husband and wife, they maintained a respectful distance. Chu Yunyao would eventually be his type, and he knew that one mustn't rush. He thought about taking things step by step. Yunyao, this is my first time in this community. Why don't we go downstairs for a walk to familiarize ourselves with the environment? Zhou Zheng broke the serene atmosphere. Chu Yunyao seemed a bit disappointed, but feared Zhou Zheng would notice. Lowering her head to compose herself, she quietly replied, Okay. All right, then let's change clothes and head downstairs. The two returned to their respective bedrooms, changed into casual clothes and sneakers, and took the elevator down. The night was enchanting, and the decorative lights in the community were dazzling. Zhou Zheng suddenly had a bold idea. Yunyao. He placed his right hand on his waist and gestured towards the crook of his arm. Come in. Chu Yunyao was bewildered. Zhou Zheng, what do you mean? Come in here. Chu Yunyao was taken aback for a moment before understanding Zhou Zheng's intention. Zhou Zheng wanted her arm to fit into his embrace. However, after getting married, they maintained a respectful distance and had not engaged in any intimate contact. At first, they were not familiar with each other, and although only a few days had passed, each had developed a preliminary understanding of the other. Chu Yunyao was relatively satisfied with Zhou Zheng, but his sudden desire to hold hands caught her off guard. Yunyao, why are you shy? We are husband and wife after all. You also said that apart from not sharing a bed, other affectionate gestures are permissible. No. Chu Yunyao hurriedly denied it. Zhou Zheng, I just didn't react in time. As she spoke, she extended her left arm into Zhou Zheng's embrace, and their arms intertwined. Chu Yunyao leaned closer to Zhou Zheng, a strong masculine aura filling her nostrils. Chu Yunyao felt an inexplicable exhilaration and an overwhelming sense of security, her heart racing. Like magnets, they were drawn closer together. For Zhou Zheng, it was his first intimate contact with a goddess. He felt Chu Yunyao's soft body against him, especially as a soft part pressed against his arm, stirring emotions within him. They strolled along, and many residents in the community took notice, displaying envious expressions. That pair of young man and woman is so sweet, truly enviable. While the girl is stunning, even more beautiful than stars. Are they residents of our community? Why haven't I seen them before? I think that young man is really handsome and smitten. In a shadowy corner of the community, a mother and son saw Chu Yunyao and Zhou Zheng, and their attitudes were starkly different from the other residents. Lin Hao's eyes seemed to be spewing fire, filled with uncontainable anger. Mom, no wonder Chu Yunyao didn't pay me any attention. It turns out she already has a boyfriend. To be fair, Zhou Zheng is definitely not even a little less handsome than Lin Hao. Lin Hao was self-aware, only able to seethe in helpless rage, watching the love unfold while feeling utterly powerless. Son, don't lose heart. Huang Shufan cast a venomous glance at Zhou Zheng and encouraged Lin Hao. My son is the best. You are more outstanding than all your peers and far superior to that boy. So son, boldly pursue Chu Yunyao. Once she compares you, she will see your extraordinary qualities. Huang Shufan spoke with a mysterious confidence, her saliva splattering everywhere. However, Lin Hao did not share the same thoughts. Mom, she drives a car worth over $1 million. I feel like he is richer than me. My advantages seem insignificant. If I went after her, wouldn't that be self-humiliation? Huang Shufan, however, thought otherwise. Son, since Chu Yunyao is wealthy, you should pursue her even more. She must understand the benefits of a strong union. That young man beside her clearly doesn't look like a rich guy. He might even be a kept man. Are you saying you can't even compete with a pretty boy? Don't think they are merely in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Even if they are married, I believe you can still make Chu Yunyao fall for you. Really? Huang Shufan's impassioned words moved Lin Hao. He thought to himself, although I am not as handsome as that guy, I have been working out for years and have a good physique. I am wealthier than him, and even if it takes money to win her over, I must make Chu Yunyao see me in a better light. Alright, Mom, I will give it a try. Let's go, I will accompany you and support you. I don't believe that we mother and son can't deal with a pretty boy. They took a shortcut running ahead of Chu Yunyao and Zhou Zheng, then circled back to encounter her casually. Hey Yunyao, out for a walk. Huang Shufan greeted Chu Yunyao with a smile unashamed. Chu Yunyao, hello. Lin Hao pretended to be cultured and graceful, also greeting her. Then he glanced at Zhou Zheng with a look of disdain on his face. Yunyao, who are these two? Zhou Zheng, having never seen the mother and son before, assumed they were Chu Yunyao's friends and couldn't help but inquire. Chu Yunyao felt quite embarrassed, unsure of where these two had popped up from. While tidying up her room in the afternoon, Huang Shufan and Lin Hao had been a constant presence, and she had deliberately gone out to avoid them. Unexpectedly, she ran into them again while strolling in the community that evening. Chu Yunyao introduced helplessly, "This is Aunt Huang from next door. I guess you could say she is our neighbor." "Aunt Huang, this is my husband Zhou Zheng." "What? Husband?" Huang Shufan was somewhat dumbfounded. Just earlier she had told Lin Hao that even if Chu Yunyao had a husband, she wouldn't be afraid, she could still take Chu Yunyao away. However, since Chu Yunyao truly had a husband, Aunt Huang found it a bit tricky, yet she did not want to give up. Lin Hao was even more devastated, feeling a deep resentment. Why did that guy named Zhou Zheng get to take the beauty home? What was he lacking compared to him? Why? Huang Shufan's unnatural expression quickly returned to calm. Well, we are all neighbors, and it just so happens we are out for a stroll together. Why not join us? No thanks. Chu Yunyao firmly rejected. Husband, let's go. She intentionally clung tightly to Zhou Zheng's arm, her body nearly pressed against him. Watching the two's retreating figures, Huang Shufan exchanged a knowing glance with her son Lin Hao. Son, go after her. When chasing girls, you need to have no shame. Lin Hao nodded, feeling resolute. He sprinted a few steps to walk alongside Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao wanted to explain something to Zhou Zheng, but he smiled and gestured that he roughly understood the situation. A girl as beautiful and graceful as Chu Yunyao naturally had a tremendous allure towards the opposite sex. He did not feel jealous or misunderstand Chu Yunyao. The community area was public, and Zhou Zheng was not foolish enough to drive Lin Hao away, nor did he care to get into conflict with him. If Lin Hao wanted to follow along as a third wheel, so be it. Lin Hao felt at a loss for words, his face flushing and his heart pounding fiercely. Watching the intimate scene between the two left him feeling both sad and enraged. Unknowingly, they arrived at a small square in the district, surrounded by a crowd. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao walked over with great interest. In the center of the crowd stood a smith machine with a muscular man live streaming while explaining something. After a while, Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao understood. This muscular man was named Li Weigong, a fitness coach and an internet celebrity who had come to the community to live stream an event. He was offering a reward of 500 yuan for anyone who could bench press 100 kilograms for 5 reps and 1,000 for 10 reps with no upper limit, but no reward for fewer than 5 reps. Soon many interested young men tried, but none managed to bench press more than 5 times. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but feel eager to try. Having acquired the skill of close combat, his physical abilities had greatly improved, and he wondered where his limits lay. Lin Hao's eyes lit up beside him. Bench pressing. Wasn't that his specialty? His personal record for bench pressing 100 kilograms was 39 times a remarkable achievement among amateur fitness enthusiasts. That guy named Zhou Zheng was definitely no match for him. Displaying powerful strength in front of the goddess would surely impress her. Lin Hao imagined, Zhou Zheng, do you dare to challenge a bench press? Let's see who can do more. Before Zhou Zheng could respond, Chu Yunyao frowned and said, husband, don't mind him. Lin Hao, wearing a tank top, displayed well-defined muscles, clearly a fitness enthusiast. This guy was obviously trying to put Zhou Zheng on the spot. Chu Yunyao, let's not make this a fair comparison. If Zhou Zheng does one more than me, you'll give him 500 yuan. What do you think? No way. Zhou Zheng shook his head, deliberately showing a look of disdain. 500 yuan. Aren't you embarrassed? If it were 5,000, I might consider it. 5,000 then. Lin Hao blurted out. He believed that regardless of the outcome, he would be in an unbeatable position, whether it was 505,000 or even 50,000 yuan, it no longer mattered. If the gifts reach 1,000, an additional chapter will be added. Currently, there are 152 gifts. Thank you. Special thanks to the readers who send flowers and likes. Click the button to urge updates. A gift bar will appear. Click power with love. Watch ads. Each account can click 3 times a day. The author will tally and announce daily. Lin Hao was inexplicably confident, wanting to challenge Zhou Zheng to see how many times he could bench press 100 kilograms. He believed Zhou Zheng was merely a pampered pretty boy who used sweet words to deceive Chu Yunyao. Today he was determined to make Zhou Zheng lose face and turn him into a clown. If he didn't dare to compete, he would be a coward. If he did compete, then good, losing would still be embarrassing. Moreover, in front of so many homeowners in the community, Zhou Zheng would undoubtedly feel humiliated, while he would astonish the homeowners, and perhaps Chu Yunyao would look down on Zhou Zheng and regard him more favorably. Zhou Zheng proposed 5,000 for each bench press, and Lin Hao agreed without hesitation. When it came to money in front of women, he absolutely could not back down. Even if he lost, he could afford it. Of course, he believed he would never lose. 5,000, it is no problem, I have money and can play. With money came confidence, and with the strength to win, Lin Hao gazed at the sky at a 45-degree angle, looking relaxed and unbothered. Zhou Zheng don't compete with him. Just by looking at him, it's obvious he works out regularly and bench pressing is a part of their routine. You have no chance of winning. Chu Yunyao was also a regular at the gym. Those fitness enthusiasts who work out frequently could be recognized by Chu Yunyao just by their appearance, and for them doing bench presses was as easy as pie. It's embarrassing to not do at least 10 or 20 in one go. Zhou Zheng probably had never bench pressed before. How could he possibly compete with Lin Hao? Knowing he would lose and still choosing to compete would be foolish. Chu Yunyao tried her best to stop Zhou Zheng. However, Zhou Zheng just smiled. Yunyao, it's fine. We do training at work too, and I've done bench presses before. Lifting 75 kilograms, I can do a dozen or so. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao felt a surge of confidence. Only a dozen, and it's 75 kilograms. You're bound to lose. Zhou Zheng, what's your decision? If you're a man, compete with me. If you win, I'll give you the money. If you lose, you need to shout, bro, I concede. It's a sure win, it's that simple. Lin Hao raised the stakes, luring Zhou Zheng into the challenge. All right, let's compete, but... Zhou Zheng stroked his chin and asked, does this count as gambling? Being a police officer, Zhou Zheng had to be cautious and cannot violate regulations. This was a bet between two people, but since there was a reward involved, the definition of gambling was quite vague. What's this got to do with gambling? Gambling aims for profit involving collective betting or making gambling a profession. We are just having fun between friends. This has nothing to do with gambling. Lin Hao seemed quite knowledgeable about the law. After saying that, he pointed to the popular streamer Li Weigang, who was currently live streaming. Look at Brother Gang challenging people to bench press. There are cash rewards for reaching a certain number. If this were gambling, the platform would have blocked him long ago. What we're doing is not the same at all, right? Lin Hao rambled on, genuinely afraid that Zhou Zheng wouldn't compete, which would ruin his chance to show off. Good. If it's not gambling, then I'll compete. Zhou Zheng thought to himself that Lin Hao was practically begging him to take his money, so he decided to accept. Zhou Zheng. Upon hearing his words, Chu Yunyao tightened her grip on his arm, still reluctant to let him go. Zhou Zheng winked at her, giving her a reassuring look. Yunyao, don't worry, I'll work extra to earn some pocket money for you. Lin Hao looked down on him internally. This guy really knew how to sweet talk. It was ridiculous to think he could beat. At this moment, many homeowners in the community had joined the bench press challenge. Apart from two regular gym-goers who received rewards from Li Weigang, no one else managed to bench press more than 5 times. Many people were self-aware, lacking even the desire to try. After all, 100 kilograms was quite heavy, and none of them could lift it without training. Li Weigang, holding a stack of cash, saw that the atmosphere was cooling down and couldn't help but shout, brothers and sisters, is there anyone else willing to give it a try? Bench press, 500, and that $500 is yours. The more you do, the more you earn, no upper limit. I'll give it a try. Lin Hao wanted to signal Zhou Zheng to let him go first. Zhou Zheng waved his hand nonchalantly. He also wanted to see Lin Hao's prowess as a fitness enthusiast. Oh brother, have you trained before? Li Weigang glanced at Lin Hao and was impressed. Yes, brother Gang, I fell in love with fitness while studying abroad in Australia. I was a regular at the gym back then, but after returning home, I've trained less. He purposely emphasized the word studying abroad to make sure Chu Yunyao heard, showcasing his advantages. Little did he know Chu Yunyao and Zhou Zheng were leaning in close, whispering to each other, completely ignoring him, which left Lin Hao feeling a bit frustrated. Really? What's your name, brother? Lin Weigang asked. Lin Hao retracted his displeasure and replied, my name is Lin Hao. How many 100-kilogram bench presses can you do? Not sure, maybe around 30 at my best. He deliberately understated his capacity, aiming to shock others later. 30, not bad. Impressive. Li Weigang gave a thumbs up. As a professional fitness coach, his record for an amateur fitness enthusiast to do 30 was already quite remarkable. You know the rules, right? Yes. Lin Hao replied casually. He didn't care much about the prize money. All right, then let's get started. Lin Hao nodded, took off his tank top, exposing his welted muscles. His build was slightly smaller than Li Weigang's, but even so the visual impact was strong, and the surrounding homeowners, especially the female ones, let out soft gasps. Lin Hao was quite pleased with the homeowners' reactions as he lay beneath the Smith machine, aligning his chest with the barbell. Li Weigang stood in front of him, ready to assist at any moment. All right, Lin Hao, start when you're ready. I'll keep count. Lin Hao was already primed with his muscular arms gripped. He said, we can start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Li Weigang counted beside him. Soon Lin Hao had done 30 bench presses and still seemed to have energy left. The homeowners watching the spectacle erupted in exclamations. After all, many of them had tried lifting 100 kilograms themselves, with some able to lift none. Wow, this guy is amazing. He did 30 in one go. My goodness, aren't his arms sore? Li Weigong's expression darkened as he thought to himself, Lin Hao was being dishonest. He clearly stated he could manage 30 at most, yet he continued pushing beyond 35. 39 was Lin Hao's limit. However, today he was determined to impress Chu Yunyao and held his breath, pushing to 48. This quantity also matched Li Weigong's record. Li Weigang was astonished this kid had equaled his record. Lin Hao wanted to push for more, but had reached his physical limit, feeling a sweetness in his throat, and if he pushed any further, he would vomit blood. He had no choice but to stop, and with Li Weigong's help placed the barbell back on the rack. As he stood up, his vision darkened, and he almost fainted. He steadied himself and pointed at Zhou Zheng, implying, it's your turn to perform. With 1,000 gifts, one additional chapter will be released. Currently at 152 gifts, thank you. Special thanks to the readers who send flowers and likes. Click the update button. A gift bar will appear. Click power up with love watch ads. Each account can click 3 times a day, and the author will tally and announce daily. Brother Lin, not bad at all. You managed 48. Li Weigang exclaimed with genuine admiration. Lin Hao had completed 48 bench presses, and according to the game's rules, Li Weigang owed him 4,800 yuan. Without hesitation, he counted out a stack of bills and handed them to Lin Hao. Brother Lin, this is your reward, 4,800. Count it. Lin Hao took the money without even glancing at it, waving his hand dismissively. No need, I trust you, Brother Gang. He wasn't particularly interested in the money. His sole focus was on humiliating Zhou Zheng. Brothers, this young man just did 48 bench presses and won 4,800 yuan. Li Weigang shouted at the livestream screen. Damn, this kid's pretty impressive. He matched Brother Gang's record. 4,800 bucks? I want that too, but I don't have the skill. Send Brother Gang a carnival to help him recoup some losses. The live stream was flooded with a thick layer of bullet comments, and the screen was filled with special effects from tips. The number of online viewers quickly surged by over 10,000. This was exactly the effect Li Weigang wanted. If a fitness coach had done 48 bench presses, it wouldn't have had the same impact. Only when a passerby unexpectedly pulled it off did it truly shine. At that moment, Li Weigang didn't regret the 4,800 yuan at all. In fact, he desperately hoped for another impressive passerby to show up. Zhou Zheng watched Lin Hao complete the 48 reps and nodded slightly. No wonder this guy had been so arrogant and confident. He actually had some real skill. It was his turn now. Zhou Zheng didn't hesitate and walked straight over. Chu Yunyao knew she couldn't stop Zhou Zheng, so she let him be. Zhou Zheng, it's your turn. Lin Hao leaned against a tree, barely standing. Although he had just stolen the spotlight and earned 4,800 yuan, he felt as if he had suffered internal injuries. His chest ached fiercely and a sweet coppery taste rose in his throat. Still, as long as he could outshine Zhou Zheng in front of Chu Yunyao, any sacrifice was worth it. I know, Lin Hao. Keep your eyes wide open and watch closely. Zhou Zheng's face remained calm as he walked up to Li Weigang. Brother Gang, I'd like to give it a try too. Oh, a handsome young man has arrived. Li Weigang exclaimed upon seeing Zhou Zheng's striking appearance. What's your name, handsome? Zhou Zheng. Brother Zhou, have you practiced bench pressing before? I've dabbled, but not much. Zhou Zheng trained at work, but rarely did bench presses, so he was being honest. I see. How many reps can you do with 100 kilograms? I've never tried 100 kilograms. I've only done 75, and I can manage about a dozen. All right then. Li Weigang felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped for a pro to spark another surge of excitement in the live stream, but instead a weakling had shown up. Still, since Zhou Zheng could handle 75 kilograms, he could probably manage a few reps with 100. Fine. Zhou Zheng, let's cut the chatter and get started. Do you want to take off your jacket? No need. Zhou Zheng tossed out the words and laid down beneath the smith machine. Li Weigang quickly moved to stand by his head. For a novice like Zhou Zheng, who had never tackled a 100-kilogram bench press, it was crucial to keep a close watch. If he failed on a rep, an accident could easily happen. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3. Li Weigang counted while keeping a sharp eye on Zhou Zheng. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3. Li Weigang counted while keeping a sharp eye on Zhou Zheng, genuinely worried he might get pinned by the weight. 10, 11, 12. Li Weigang was starting to get surprised. Zhou Zheng had a well-proportioned build, but it didn't look like the physique of a seasoned gymgoer. Doing 10 reps of a 100-kilogram bench press was already impressive, and it seemed he could keep going. 30, 31, 32. By the time the count reached the 30s, not only Li Weigang, but even the nearby residents were astonished. They had assumed Zhou Zheng was a rookie who would fizzle out after a few reps. Who knew he was this formidable? This was another wolf in sheep's clothing. Lin Hao could hardly believe his eyes. This guy had actually managed over 30 reps. How was that possible? His build clearly wasn't that of a fitness enthusiast, so how could he do so many? Was this guy blessed with superhuman strength? Though a flicker of panic stirred within Lin Hao, he didn't let it show. I did 48 reps. This guy's only done 30-something. He'll probably max out at 40. The advantage. He tried to reassure himself. But soon he was proven wrong. Zhou Zheng hit 48 reps, tying the record set by Li Weigang and Lin Hao. Then came trainee. He had now surpassed Lin Hao. Lin Hao's face turned ashen. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He screamed inwardly in silence, but he had no choice but to face reality. 68-69-70. Zhou Zheng kept going without pause. His expression remained relaxed without the grimacing strain of exhaustion. There wasn't even a single bead of sweat on his forehead. The barbell in his hands seemed weightless as he pushed it up effortlessly. Damn, he's already broken the world record. This guy is a monster. Li Weigang's face showed unmistakable awe. He had no idea how many reps Zhou Zheng could ultimately do, but one thing was certain, Li Weigang was about to take a serious financial hit. Of course Li Weigang could afford the money and wouldn't mind losing it. What truly stunned him beyond words was Zhou Zheng's sheer strength and endurance. 118, 119, 120. At 120 reps, Zhou Zheng stopped abruptly. It wasn't because he couldn't go on, but because he had roughly gauged his own physical limits and power. He estimated he could probably push out another 30 reps before reaching his true limit. His overall stamina was roughly 3 times that of a professional fitness coach. He casually racked the barbell, leaped to his feet, and stood there with a calm expression and steady breath, as if he had done nothing at all. Damn, brother, that was incredible. In all my years I've seen plenty of bench press experts from home and abroad, but you're the best. Would you be interested in competing in a World Bench Press Championship? You'd definitely win the title. Zhou Zheng shook his head, indicating he wasn't interested. Li Weigang felt a pang of regret, but didn't press the issue. After all, everyone has their own path. Here, brother, take this. It's 10,000. He'll count out 20 more bills. Li Weigang was dealing in cash stacks of crisp red notes that dazzled the eyes, perfect for creating a striking live stream effect. Zhou Zheng gladly accepted the 12,000 yuan and said, "Thanks, man." "You're welcome, brother. With 12,000 in prize money, how do you plan to spend it?" Li Weigang asked, making small talk. "I'm planning to give it to my wife as pocket money. She can spend it however she likes." "Damn, brother, you're a good, loving husband." Li Weigang gave Zhou Zheng a thumbs up. Chu Yunyao ran over and used her sleeve to wipe the non-existent sweat from Zhou Zheng's forehead. Chu Yunyao's eyes were wide with astonishment, still reeling from Zhou Zheng's performance. Zhou Zheng chuckled to himself, thinking. Chu Yunyao eyes were wide with astonishment, still reeling from Zhou Zheng's performance. Zhou Zheng chuckled to himself, thinking, "You've never tried, so of course you don't know how enduring I am. Honey, take this money." Without giving her a chance to refuse, he pressed the cash into Chu Yunyao's hands and led her over to Lin Hao. "President Lin, time to honor our agreement, isn't it?" Lin Hao did not want to embarrass himself in front of everyone, so he walked to a secluded spot, propping himself against a tree, his heart bleeding. After showing off by doing 48 push-ups, he suffered internal injuries and felt darkness creeping in, nearly fainting. He intended to make Zhou Zheng look foolish, but it turned out that he himself was the clown. Thinking back, how could Zhou Zheng willingly accept the challenge without being confident of victory? Damn it. He was too overconfident and underestimated his opponent. Lin Hao regretted it deeply. Chu Yunyao felt quite repulsed by the persistent entanglement between Huang Shufan and Lin Hao. Seeing Zhou Zheng let Lin Hao suffer, her heart felt as refreshing as eating a chilled watermelon on a scorching summer day. "Lin Hao, what are you doing? Accept the bet and admit your loss. You have to fulfill your promise." She brushed her hair off her forehead, a mocking expression on her face. The usually kind Chu Yunyao couldn't help but kick him when he was down. "What? Are you trying to back out?" How could I back out? I never said I wouldn't fulfill my promise." Zhou Zheng did 120 push-ups while Lin Hao only managed 48, meaning Zhou Zheng did 72 more than him, which amounted to 36,000. Lin Hao needed to pay Zhou Zheng 36,000. Although he had assets worth 20 million, this amount would still sting for a long time, especially since it was to his rival Zhou Zheng. Lin Hao felt so frustrated that he truly wanted to faint. "Then don't waste time, here's a card number. A total of 36,000, transfer it." Chu Yunyao knew that Zhou Zheng was a public servant, and if his account suddenly increased by 36,000, it could raise suspicions. Moreover, if Lin Hao transferred the money to Zhou Zheng and then reported him, it would be a troublesome situation. Chu Yunyao was meticulous and thought of everything, making Lin Hao transfer the money into her account. Lin Hao never hesitated when it came to money in front of a woman. Suppressing the discomfort both mentally and physically, he still did not want to lose face, and said, "No problem, it's just 36,000, I'll pay." He feigned a casual demeanor and transferred 36,000 to the bank account provided by Chu Yunyao. "All right, it's done." Chu Yunyao took out her phone and the bank notification arrived. She glanced at it. 36,000 had been credited. No longer looking at Lin Hao, she linked her arm with Zhou Zheng's, her voice softening. Zhou Zheng, in just this short time you've made 36,000 plus the 12,000 from Li Wei, that's 37,000 too. You've really earned your overtime. Huh. Zhou Zheng chuckled. Actually, I could do a few more to earn a bit more. Then why not finish them? Oh, come on, that's enough. 37,000 is already quite a lot. What more do I need? Besides, I'm a good person and can't bear to make Lin suffer too much. Damn it. Lin Hao felt a surge of anger in his chest. He thought to himself, you're so righteous. You pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger, and now you've ruined me. Lin Hao glared at Zhou Zheng with fire. Zhou Zheng, however, completely ignored him and couldn't be bothered to respond. He coveted Chu Yunyao and felt uncomfortable thinking of giving Lin Hao a lesson. Since Lin Hao had come to him, he certainly wouldn't hold back. After this lesson, this brat should behave himself now, Zhou Zheng thought as he linked arms with Chu Yunyao. Yunyao, let's go. Chu Yunyao nodded and asked as they walked, Zhou Zheng, what do you plan to do with the 37,000? Yunyao, this money is your pocket money, do as you see fit. Chu Yunyao shook her head. That won't do. The recipe for the medicinal wine and the initial funding for her business were all provided by Zhou Zheng. Now she had around 200,000 in her account, which was meant for purchasing century-old ginseng and other precious herbs in the future. She already felt quite embarrassed, so how could she take Zhou Zheng's money again? Zhou Zheng, how about I use this money to buy you a car? You ride an electric bike to work every day, which is so inconvenient. You don't want to drive my car because you think it's too conspicuous. Mentioning the car made Zhou Zheng's heart stir. Cars are like big toys for men and no one dislikes them. He hadn't bought a car before, not because he was environmentally conscious, but because he truly couldn't afford one back then. Seeing that Zhou Zheng was somewhat tempted, Chu Yunyao seized the opportunity. Zhou Zheng, what brand and type of car do you like? How about a BMW 3 Series? That's pretty suitable for young people. No way, it's too expensive. It's not that bad, it's not so expensive. With Lin Hao's money, buying a 325 Li Sport Edition would be more than enough. When you have time, I'll accompany you to the 4S shop to have a look. They chatted as they slowly walked away. Lin Hao watched their retreating figures, hearing Chu Yunyao using her money to buy Zhou Zheng a BMW. He could no longer hold back, and a spray of blood shot from his throat as he collapsed to the ground. After a long while, a passerby finally noticed Lin Hao. What the hell? Why is this guy lying on the ground? Did he drink too much? Young people really have good sleep quality. They fall asleep as soon as they lay down. It makes me, an old man with nerve issues, envious. It looks like there's blood on the ground. Damn, this kid didn't get into trouble, did he? Crap, he has fainted. Quick, calling it. Son, what happened to you? After parting with Lin Hao, Huang Shufan had danced with a middle-aged man for a while. Without her phone, she had no idea how Lin Hao was doing. Worried, she removed the man's hand from her backside and planned to search for her son in the community. Unexpectedly, she found her son Lin Hao lying unconscious under a tree near a small square. Seeing a pool of blood beside Lin Hao, Huang Shufan panicked. She squatted down, pinching his acupoint and performing cardiac compressions, but Lin Hao showed no response. Without her phone to call for emergency help, she turned to the surrounding homeowners and scolded, "What are you all standing there for? Are you going to just watch him die? Why don't you hurry up and call for an ambulance? If something really happens to my son, you all will be responsible." Hearing Huang Shufan's words, Zhou Zheng's neighbors felt very uncomfortable. Helping you call an ambulance is a matter of kindness, and not helping is just doing their duty. Why are you scolding others as if they owe you something? What happens to your son has nothing to do with us. A nurse who worked at the hospital wanted to step forward to check the situation and help with CPR, but upon hearing Huang Shufan's words, she immediately stopped. This woman is unreasonable. It could end poorly for her. An ambulance still arrived. As before Huang Shufan had gotten there, some kind-hearted residents had already called for help. The medical staff lifted the unconscious Lin Hao onto the ambulance, and Huang Shufan naturally followed along. The ambulance sped with its lights flashing, racing towards the hospital. Lin Hao was taken into the emergency room, and Huang Shufan waited anxiously outside. After a long while, the doctor came out. Who is Lin Hao's family member? I am. Huang Shufan quickly raised her hand to signal. You can go in, he has already woken up. Huang Shufan hurried into the emergency room and saw Lin Hao lying on the bed, his face pale, but thankfully his eyes were open. Upon seeing his mother, Huang Shufan, Lin Hao's facial muscles twitched, and as he opened his mouth, tears streamed down his face. Mom, I feel so anxious. I also want to thank those who sent flowers, praises, and urging tokens for updates. Click the update button. The use love to generate power option in the gift section is free, and each account can click 3 times a day. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao walked hand in hand, chatting as they strolled through the community. Chu Yunyao had just said in front of Lin Hao that she wanted to use his lost money to buy Zhou Zheng a BMW, intentionally provoking Lin Hao. If the person you like uses your money to buy a BMW for your rival, would you not feel angry? Of course, Chu Yunyao was not joking. She genuinely wanted to buy Zhou Zheng a car. Lin Hao was so furious that he fainted from blood loss, but the two were unaware of this. The sound of an ambulance shattered the night's tranquility as it entered the community, which they could also hear. However, they didn't attribute it to Lin Howie. They thought an elderly person in the community must have fallen ill, and the ambulance was here to take the patient to the hospital. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao continued along the small path in the community reminiscent of a couple in love. As Zhou Zheng inhaled the faint fragrance emanating from Chu Yunyao, he suddenly felt a warm sensation. If only he could be with Chu Yunyao forever, that would be wonderful. Although there was that 3-year agreement, Zhou Zheng felt confident. If after 3 years Chu Yunyao living under the same roof did not recognize him or develop feelings for him, it could only mean he was not suited for love and destined to live alone. The community was well landscaped with lush green plants surrounding the path, and the lighting was dim, rarely attracting visitors at night, making it feel as if it belonged solely to the two of them. As they walked, Chu Yunyao began to feel a bit tired. The night gave her strength, and boldly, she leaned her head on Zhou Zheng's shoulder, gazing up at the bright stars in the clear night sky, recalling her childhood, when she would stroll with her grandmother at night, resting her head on her shoulder, while watching the stars, just like now. Everything felt strangely familiar. Yunyao, are you tired? Zhou Zheng asked. Chu Yun. Last night Yang Ting had dragged them both into a night of playing landlord, and during the day they had been busy running errands for precious Chinese medicinal herbs and looking at houses in Hamlin Garden, making it a long day, or it would be a lie to say they weren't tired. Zhou Zheng did not want to disrupt this beautiful moment, but still suggested, it's getting late, let's head back and rest. Chu Yunyao removed her head from Zhou Zheng's shoulder, and both felt a hint of disappointment. Dingling, Chu Yunyao's phone rang. She released Zhou Zheng's arm and took out her phone. The caller ID showed a person named Wang Hua. Wang Hua was a merchant from the street of precious Chinese medicinal herbs. Some of the valuable herbs, such as cordyceps and deer antler musk that Chu Yunyao used to brew medicinal wine, were sourced from his shop. Chu Yunyao could be considered a major client of Wang Hua. Unfortunately, although the quality of Wang Hua's goods was good, his inventory was not comprehensive, and he did not have wild 100-year-old ginseng. In a gesture of reciprocity, Wang Hua provided Chu Yunyao with information that Lu Jun, a merchant from the street of precious Chinese medicinal herbs, had 100-year-old ginseng. Chu Yunyao had previously contacted Lu Jun, but he indicated that he was on a business trip and seemed unwilling to sell the 100-year-old ginseng. Chu Yunyao told Wang Hua to inform her promptly if he got any news about Lu Jun. At this moment, Wang Hua's call was likely to inform her that Lu Jun had returned to Jiangbei. Chu Yunyao quickly answered the call. Mr. Wang. Hello, Miss Chu. A rough voice came from the phone. Hello, do you have news about Boss Lu? Miss Chu, you're quite clever to guess that. Yes, old Lu has returned to Jiangbei. He visited the street of medicinal herbs this evening, but left in a hurry soon after. I inquired a bit and heard that old Liu's mother is seriously ill and hospitalized. Is that so? Chu Yunyao furrowed her brow upon hearing this. It was good for Boss Lu to return, as she could visit him to negotiate the price for purchasing the 100-year-old ginseng. However, with his mother hospitalized, it seemed Lu Jun would be preoccupied with family matters, making it a bit tricky. Mr. Wang, do you know which hospital Lu Jun's mother is in? Chu Yunyao felt that she had to visit Lu Jun no matter what, as since his mother was ill, she could take the opportunity to see Lu Jun. She is at Jiangbei City Chinese Medicine Hospital on the 3rd floor of the inpatient department. Several merchants from our medicinal herbs business plan to visit old Liu's mother early tomorrow morning. Okay, I see. Thank you. Chu Yunyao hung up the phone, and Zhou Zheng asked, Yunyao, who called? A merchant from the street of precious Chinese medicinal herbs, Wang Hua. He informed me that Lu Jun has a 100-year-old ginseng in his possession. Lu Jun was on a business trip a few days ago, and has returned to Jiangbei today. Oh, Zhou Zheng nodded and asked, have you discussed the price for the 100-year-old ginseng? Do we have enough money? It's not a matter of whether we have enough or not. With Lu Jun's mother gravely ill in the hospital, I fear he won't be in the mood for business. If I can't get the 100-year-old ginseng in one day, I won't be able to proceed with my second plan. Zhou Zheng waved his hand dismissively. Yunyao, don't be anxious. If it doesn't work out, we can wait. We don't have to purchase the 100-year-old ginseng. However, Chu Yunyao replied, Zhou Zheng, business cannot wait. 100-year-old ginseng is not easy to find, and if we just wait, it's very likely that when I come back, Lu Jun's ginseng will have changed hands. I plan to visit the hospital tomorrow, using the excuse of visiting Lu Jun's mother to get in touch with him first. If possible, I will negotiate the purchase price for the 100-year-old ginseng. Yunyao, you can take charge of business matters, but don't push yourself too hard. Chu Yunyao nodded. I understand. By the way, when you have a day off, I'll accompany you to the BMW dealership to look at cars. Let's head home now. Chu Yunyao was still thinking about going to the dealership to buy Zhou Zheng a car. Zhou Zheng replied, there's no rush to buy a car. We need to see if 2 million will be enough for purchasing the 100-year-old ginseng. Let's wait until we have all the medicinal herbs collected before discussing the car. The two returned to their new home, and Chu Yunyao opened the bedroom door first to check on Yang Tingting. The bedroom was filled with the smell of alcohol. Yang Tingting lay on the bed sideways, one leg stretched out, the other bent, sleeping soundly with her blanket kicked off the bed. Chu Yunyao shook her head. This girl sleeps too restlessly. Oh, what if she catches a cold after kicking the blanket off? Should I break her legs next time to prevent her from catching a cold? She covered Yang Tingting with the blanket, leaving the door open as the smell of alcohol was too strong inside, allowing it to dissipate. Yunyao, you should rest early. We have things to do tomorrow. Zhou Zheng opened his bedroom door and turned back to say with concern, Zhou Zheng, you should also sleep early. Good night. All right, good night. Zhou Zheng closed the door. Chu Yunyao yawned, feeling too tired and wanting to throw herself onto the bed. However, she had a habit of wanting to take a shower the more tired she felt, so she headed straight into the bathroom. The bathroom in this apartment was quite large, with a white bathtub at the far end. Chu Yunyao wanted to fill the bathtub with water for a soak, but lost patience and decided to settle for a quick shower. After removing her clothes, a devilishly beautiful body appeared in the mirror, especially her prominent features dazzling to the eyes. The shower head sprayed countless fine and warm streams of water, drenching Chu Yunyao's cascading black hair and her curvaceous body, as if numerous tendrils were massaging her, which felt incredibly comfortable. She washed for quite a long time, and after finishing her shower, Chu Yunyao suddenly felt a jolt. Oh no, I forgot to grab my pajamas. Oh, what should I do? She glanced around and grabbed a bath towel to wrap around her body, leaving her long, beautiful legs and 2 points exposed, unable to cover them completely. Zhou Zheng should be asleep by now. Oh, it won't hurt to go out like this. She murmured to herself as she walked out of the bathroom, but as soon as she opened the door, she bumped right into someone. Thank you very much to heavily guarded Chen Xiaoxi for the generous gift. Thanks to all the readers for your support. Press the update button. The gift option use love to generate power is free, and each account can press 3 times a day. Zhou Zheng, why are you still awake? Chu Yunyao stepped back a couple of paces, and upon looking up, she found Zhou Zheng standing in front of her. She felt a bit flustered, especially since she was completely bare, not even wearing a bra. Although she was wrapped in a bath towel, it couldn't completely cover her long legs and the deep curves of her chest, making her face flush with embarrassment. Zhou Zheng had initially fallen asleep, but soon woke up due to a pressing urge to urinate. Despite having outdrunk Yang Tingting, he had consumed nearly 2 jin. He got up and rushed towards the bathroom, not expecting to bump into a figure landing directly into Chu Yunyao's embrace. Yunyao. Zhou Zheng was taken aback. Why are you still awake? Are you going to the bathroom? I was actually planning to go to sleep, but I took a shower before bed. Chu Yunyao lowered her head in embarrassment, but inadvertently caught sight of Zhou Zheng's endowment, making her feel even more self-conscious. Oh my, Zhou Zheng. Seeing Chu Yunyao with her head down, Zhou Zheng mustered the courage to glance at her. Just her long, beautiful legs were stunning beyond compare. Indeed, a goddess is a goddess, with a flawless face approaching perfection and an equally enchanting figure. Unintentionally, Zhou Zheng noticed that his own endowment seemed to have swelled, and he felt a bit awkward, wondering if he was unable to handle the harshness of society. Yunyao, I need to use the bathroom. It's getting late, so you should hurry back to sleep. With a stiff resolve, he quickly dashed into the bathroom and shut the door. Chu Yunyao replied, and didn't linger, feeling a bit embarrassed as she quickly returned to her room and leaned against the door, her heart racing wildly. That was too awkward. Oh, I must remember to prepare my nightgown before showering in the future. I didn't expect Zhou Zheng to be so gifted. I wonder if he can handle it on our wedding night if we end up together. Oh, what am I thinking? Chu Yunyao felt her legs grow weak as she stumbled onto the bed, trying hard to banish that image from her mind, but it lingered stubbornly. Zhou Zheng finished relieving himself comfortably. Although he had just bumped into Chu Yunyao, it was a bit awkward. However, this was just a natural response for a man. There was nothing he could do. If he wasn't embarrassed, the embarrassment fell on others. After leaving the bathroom, he washed his hands by the sink and yawned. Oh no, I'm tired. I need to hurry back to my room and sleep. I have to work tomorrow. He mumbled to himself as he headed outside, only to find another figure walking in. His first thought was, why is Yunyao back again? But when he caught a whiff of alcohol, he focused his gaze and realized it wasn't Chu Yunyao, but Yang Tingting. Yang Tingting, you're awake? Zhou Zheng asked in surprise. Yang Tingting seemed to ignore him entirely, walking towards the bathroom with her eyes closed. She accidentally bumped into the bathroom door, mechanically stepped back, and groped her way inside, resembling a blind person. Splash. Yang Tingting didn't even close the door, leaving it wide open as she entered the bathroom. From Zhou Zheng's perspective, he could see her legs and her white lace panties, which had slipped down to her knees. What the heck? Zhou Zheng quickly looked away. Wasn't Yang Tingting being too bold, using the bathroom without closing the door? And she was ignoring him. Upon reflection, he wondered if she was sleepwalking. Before long, Yang Tingting emerged, and thankfully she subconsciously remembered to pull up her pants. Still with her eyes closed, she fumbled her way out. Zhou Zheng nodded, confirming she was indeed sleepwalking. Did she have this habit? It was truly unexpected. Fortunately, all the lights were on, or if it had been pitch black, he might have been startled. Zhou Zheng gently followed Yang Tingting back to her room, kindly closing the door to her bedroom. Then he returned to his own room and lay down on his bed. In the future, if Yang Tingting stays here, I should prepare a urinal. No need to go to the bathroom at night to avoid, he thought to himself. The next morning at 6:30, Zhou Zheng's biological clock woke him up on time. Once he was dressed, he stepped out of the bedroom and peeked into the bathroom, asking first, "Is anyone there?" It was rather amusing to ask if anyone was in his own home before using the bathroom, but he was afraid of running into Chu Yunyao or Yang Tingting again. That image was too much to bear. There was no response in the bathroom, so Zhou Zheng figured Chu Yunyao and Yang Tingting were still asleep and walked in to freshen up. Chu Yunyao was very thoughtful. The towels, toothpaste, and toothbrushes were all newly bought and neatly arranged, which gave Zhou Zheng a sense of warmth at home. After leaving the bathroom, he headed to the kitchen, pondering what kind of breakfast to make. Before he even reached the kitchen, he caught a whiff of a delicious aroma. Zhou Zheng sniffed the air. Smell. In the kitchen, a lovely figure was busy, and although she wore a loose bathrobe, it couldn't hide her enchanting. "Yunyao, you're up so early. Are you making breakfast?" Chu Yunyao turned around, his spatula in hand. "Zhou Zheng, you're awake. Hurry and freshen up. Breakfast is almost ready." "Really?" Zhou Zheng felt a stir in his heart and took a couple of steps forward. "It smells amazing. Let me see what you're making." While stirring the noodles in the pot with her spatula, Chu Yunyao shyly replied, "In making seafood noodles, my cooking skills aren't great, so it probably won't be as tasty as what you make. Please don't laugh at me." "How could I?" "Yunyao, the noodles you made smell delicious. They must be very tasty. Oh, look, him already drooling." Zhou Zheng spoke sincerely. Chu Yunyao's noodles did indeed smell delightful, and he was being honest. "Really?" Chu Yunyao's face lit up with joy. Receiving Zhou Zheng's approval made her very happy. "If you like it, eat a bit more. I put a lot of abalone and sea cucumber in the noodles. It's very nourishing. But first you need to brush your teeth and wash your face. After breakfast, hurry off to work." "Yunyao, I've already freshened up. I was actually going to come to the kitchen to cook, but I didn't expect you to beat me to it. In the future, there's no need to get up so early. It only takes about 20 minutes to get from here to the Qiaobei police station." Zhou Zheng guessed that Chu Yunyao must have gotten up before 6 to cook. It was too early, and there was really no need for it. Chu Yunyao smiled and said, "I was worried you wouldn't make it to work on time, so I got up a little earlier. Hanlin Garden is not far from the Qiaobei police station, I must have been careless. The noodles are ready. You can serve yourself. The bowls are over here. I still need to go wake up that little lazy bug Tingting." "Okay, you go ahead." After Chu Yunyao left, Zhou Zheng served 3 bowls of noodles and placed them on the dining table. Before long, Chu Yunyao returned, dragging a sleepy Yang Tingting into the kitchen. Yang Tingting sat down at the table and began to complain. "Yunyao, why are you becoming more and more like my mom? I'm not going to work. Oh, what's wrong with sleeping in? You're disturbing my beauty sleep, but it's so annoying." Chu Yunyao shot her a glare. "Tingting, do you know what day it is?" "What day?" Yang Tingting scratched her messy hair. She had a hangover from last night's drinking, and her head was still a bit foggy, so she wasn't very sharp. "Is it your birthday, or Zhou Zheng's birthday?" "No, your birthday is in the 12th lunar month. It's still early. Could it be Zhou Zheng's birthday?" "What birthday?" "Today is the day your grandpa Yang Leiazizi is being discharged from the hospital. Have you forgotten? If the gifts reach 1,000, there will be an extra chapter. Currently, there are 249 gifts. Thank you very much to heavily guarded Chin Xiaoxi for the big health gift. Thank you to all the readers for your support. Press the update button. The gift generating power with love is free. Each account can press it 3 times. Ouch, look at my head." Yang Tingting patted her messy hair and suddenly remembered. Yesterday afternoon, while helping Chu Yunyao move, her aunt called to say that Grandpa felt fine and wanted to be discharged from the hospital. The attending physician Yang Xing suggested staying in the hospital for a few more days for observation, but the old man was adamant about leaving, insisting that since his medical expenses were all covered by the government, it would be a waste of public funds if he stayed. Her aunt had just returned to the country and was unsure about her father's specific condition, leaving her indecisive. Since Grandpa was hospitalized, Yang Tingting had been accompanying and caring for him, so she called Yang Tingting to discuss whether he should be discharged. Yang Tingting knew that her grandfather still had a hidden heart condition. His rosy complexion and lively demeanor were merely due to the effects of the medicinal wine from Zhou Zheng. Dr. Yang informed Yang Tingting that after examination the old man's heart issues still existed, and they could not be careless. It seemed that the medicinal wine only improved physical fitness and strengthened the body, but could not cure the old man's heart condition. However, the old man insisted on the phone, jumping up and down, that he felt stifled in the hospital and would become ill even without any ailments. He even threatened that if he wasn't discharged, he would call his son Yang Zishan. Reluctantly, they agreed to let him discharge the next day, and at worst they would hire a caregiver to closely monitor the old man's health changes, which was unavoidable. Yao, I got so drunk last night that I forgot about Grandpa's discharge. Fortunately, you reminded me. You truly are my good sister. Actually, it wasn't urgent for Grandpa to be discharged early in the morning. Yang Tingting had a bad habit of sleeping until noon if no one called her. If it weren't for Chu Yunyao waking her up, she would have definitely missed the matter. Chu Yunyao said impatiently, "All right, enough with the mushy talk. Finish your breakfast, and quickly go to the hospital." Oh, Yang Tingting plopped down in her chair and saw Zhou Zheng across from her. "Hey Zhou Zheng, did you drink too much last night? You must have gotten drunk before me. You can't match me in drinking." Zhou Zheng smiled and said, "Is that so? It seems you really got drunk last night. After you collapsed, it was still Yunyao and I who helped you to your bedroom, and later we went downstairs for a stroll. Is that true? You took me to bed and still went downstairs for a stroll?" Yang Tingting looked incredulous. "If you don't believe me, ask Yunyao." "Yunyao is what Zhou Zheng said true." Chu Yunyao nodded. "It is true. You thought too highly of your drinking ability. Now you know there are people better than you, right? In the future, don't always challenge others to drink." Yang Tingting still didn't believe it. "I don't believe it. Is your Zhou Zheng really that good at drinking? I drank at least 1.5 gin yesterday, and Zhou Zheng drank at least as much as I did. He couldn't possibly be fine." Chu Yunyao shook her head and said, "This is true, okay. We went downstairs for a stroll, and Zhou Zheng even won 36,000 from Lin Hao next door." "What do you mean? He won 36,000? Yang Tingting was puzzled. Chu Yunyao briefly recounted how Lin Hao had provoked Zhou Zheng last night, and ended up losing 36,000. Yang Tingting was astonished and speechless. It sounded credible, and she had to believe it. My God, Zhou Zheng drank so much and still managed over 100 push-ups. Is he even human? The most important part is that he won 36,000. That's enough to buy a decent car. Tingting, how can you talk like that? Just eat your meal." Chu Yunyao shot her a discontented glance. If Zhou Zheng wasn't human, what did that make her? "No, Yunyao, I mean, how could your Zhou Zheng be like a superhero so amazing? You're going to be lucky from now on, hee. Get lost." After being scolded, Yang Tingting wasn't angry, though she turned her gaze to Zhou Zheng. "Little comrade Zhou, you're impressive. I've long had my eye on that Lin Hao guy. He deserved to bleed money. By the way, with such a windfall, are you going to treat me to something nice?" Zhou Zheng said while eating noodles in a muffled voice. "The money is with Yunyao as she decides how to treat you, and I have no objections to whatever she wants to do." "Great. What a man is so generous." Yang Tingting gave a thumbs up and then looked at Chu Yunyao. Before she could speak, Chu Yunyao said, "Don't even think about it. I'm saving this money to buy a car for Zhou Zheng. If it's not enough, Tingting, you'll have to sponsor me a little." "Okay. Now Zhou Zheng is your only one. Just pretend I said nothing. I didn't say anything to you anyway." Yang Tingting looked disinterested and lowered her head to eat noodles. I must say Chu Yunyao's cooking skills were quite remarkable. Zhou Zheng ate 2 big bowls in a row, and even Yang Tingting, who had no appetite, managed to finish 1 bowl. As Yang Tingting put it, this was her showing respect for her best friend. In fact, the taste was genuinely good. Otherwise, even for the sake of friendship, she wouldn't have been able to eat. After finishing the noodles, while Chu Yunyao was clearing the bowls and chopsticks, she asked, "Zhou Zheng, when will you start work? I can give you a ride." Zhou Zheng helped with the clearing and said, "It's only 7 now, leaving at 7:30 is still fine. Yunyao, you don't have to take me. I can take the bus, it's not far. I should drive you. The bus isn't always on time, and you'll have to wait at the bus stop in advance." Chu Yunyao insisted on giving him a ride, but Zhou Zheng waved his hand. "Yunyao, you still need to visit Boss Lu, right? Focus on your work. I really don't need a ride." Chu Yunyao sighed. Mentioning Boss Lu made her feel troubled. His mother was seriously ill, and it was uncertain if he would be willing to discuss business with her. Chu Yunyao felt quite pessimistic. "I have a feeling that talking business with Boss Lu today won't go smoothly." Zhou Zheng comforted her. "Yunyao, don't overthink it. I can see that your forehead is rosy and your aura is bright. I predict that there will be good news in the next few days. This business deal will definitely succeed." "Really? Hee, then I'll take your good luck." Influenced by her family, Chu Yunyao somewhat believed in fortune-telling. After all, most wealthy people believed in this. Yang Tingting saw the two chatting while clearing the bowls and felt a bit ignored. To make her presence felt, she asked, "Zhou Zheng, are you really good at divination or something? It sounds so real." "I know a little." Zhou Zheng often studied fortune-telling books when he had nothing to do before. He just found it amusing, but he did understand a bit, at least enough to confuse those who knew nothing. "Then can you tell me if I have any good news coming up?" Zhou Zheng deliberately pinched the joints of his fingers with his thumb and began to mutter, "Qian Kanjin Jin Sun Li Kuan Dui Xiao Shang Jingdu." After a moment he said, "Yang Tingting, did you recently get some unexpected windfall? But it's not too much, just a few thousand." "What? How did you know?" Yang Tingting was astonished. Her aunt had just given her some money yesterday, and Chu Yunyao had also given her 9,000 in rent for the rental property. Of course Zhou Zheng had heard about it while walking last night when Chu Yunyao mentioned it. However, Yang Tingting was so drunk that her mind wasn't clear, and she didn't think of anything else, genuinely believing that Zhou Zheng had divined it. I don't believe you're that good. She planned to give Zhou Zheng a tough question. As Chu Yunyao took the bowls to the kitchen, she suddenly mustered her courage and asked, "Dare you guess what color underwear I'm wearing today?" "White lace." Zhou Zheng blurted out. Gifts reach 1,000, and one more chapter will be added. Currently, there are 295 gifts. Thank you for your support, dear readers. Press the update button. The Use Love to Generate Power gift option is free, and each account can press 3 times a day. At the Jiangbei First Central Hospital, although it was just dawn, a long line of vehicles had already formed at the entrance for patients seeking treatment. At the hospital entrance, a bustling outdoor breakfast stall selling fried dough sticks, soy milk, and tofu pudding was in full swing, with the staff busy on their feet. Huang Shufan sat at a greasy table in a corner with 2 bowls of steaming tofu pudding and a few fried dough sticks before her. Last night, her son Lin Hao had coughed up blood and fainted, requiring emergency treatment at the hospital. He later regained consciousness, but had sustained internal injuries that necessitated hospitalization. The doctor advised him not to get angry, as part of Lin Hao's discomfort was related to his emotions. Huang Shufan knew her son was furious because of Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao. Lin Hao, who had always sailed smoothly through life, had never faced such setbacks. Losing 3600 was painful for him, but it was the inability to swallow his pride that made Lin Hao feel worse than death. Looking at her son's tear-streaked face, Huang Shufan was heartbroken. As a loving mother, her heart was filled with deep resentment towards Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao. She sought revenge. At 5 a.m., after a night of distress, Lin Hao finally fell into a deep sleep. Huang Shufan hesitated for a while before using her son Lin Hao's phone to dial a number, arranging to meet someone at the breakfast stall outside Jiangbei First Hospital. After waiting from 6 to 7 a.m., just as Huang Shufan was about to call again to urge the person, a tricycle collecting waste materials stopped in front of the breakfast stall. A man got out of the vehicle. His hair was gray, his face weathered, and he had a hunch in his back. He glanced at the people eating at the stall before heading straight to sit down in front of Huang Shufan. Without saying a word, he sat down and gulped down the already cold tofu pudding, using his dirty hands to shove fried dough sticks into his mouth. Huang Shufan quietly watched him, not uttering a word, as she knew that the man would never talk while eating. After the man had eaten 4 fried dough sticks, he finally paused, wiped his greasy hands on his clothes, and spoke. "You finally remembered to contact me. Go ahead, what's the matter? I need you to take care of 2 people for me." The hunchbacked man lit a cigarette, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke before asking again, "Who are they? Do you have their photos?" "Yes." Huang Shufan opened her phone, pulled up the secretly taken photos of Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao, and handed them to the hunchbacked man. "This couple lives next door to me in Hamlin Garden. I'm not quite sure what they do for a living." The hunchbacked man glanced at the photos a few times, pushed the phone back, and coldly said, "I'll remember them. I will take care of these 2 people for you, and from now on we won't have any dealings with each other." The cold words sent a shiver down Huang Shufan's spine as she recalled his ruthlessness from years ago, and fear welled up inside her. I didn't say to kill them, just teach them a lesson. If you kill them, it will involve you, and the police might trace it back. The man chuckled. "I was supposed to die a long time ago. A living 10 more years is already a gain for me. Don't worry, once I deal with those 2, I'll leave Jiangbei City. The police won't catch me, and even if one day I get caught, I won't implicate you." I was just talking about that incident from 10 years ago. I'm afraid. If I go in, what about my son? Huang Shufan seemed to recall the unbearable past, her voice trembling even more. "I'll take it all on myself." The man stood up, tossed out a final statement, and without looking back rode away on his trip. Huang Shufan watched his retreating figure, falling into deep thought. At the entrance of the Qiaobei police station at 7:45 a.m., it was just the right time for work, and officers hurriedly arrived in groups. A white Porsche Panamera sped in, and the front passenger door opened as Zhou Zheng stepped out. "Yunyao, I've arrived. Drive safely." Zhou Zheng turned to Chu Yunyao in the driver's seat. "Okay, go to work. I'm leaving now." Zhou Zheng nodded, waved goodbye to Chu Yunyao, and headed towards the police station. Zhou Zheng originally planned to take the bus to work, but Chu Yunyao insisted on giving him a ride. Refusing her repeatedly would seem too pretentious, so he accepted. This made Yang Tingting very unhappy, continuously saying that Chu Yunyao was forgetting her friends for her husband. Is that reasonable? Is that reasonable? As Zhou Zheng walked into the small courtyard of the police station, a few officers happened to see this scene and expressed their envy. "Xiaozhou, what's this? Your wife is sending you to work." "Yes." Zhou Zheng nodded, a happy smile on his face. "Oh, being picked up after work and sent to work by your wife is truly enviable. What you envy is not someone picking you up, but the fact that Xiaozhou's wife is a rich beauty, right? Oh, you noted. Zhenggu, can I ask you for a favor? Look at me being single for so many years. Could you let your wife introduce me to it? I don't ask for much, just someone with half your wife's looks would be fine. Is that not asking for much?" Having someone with half your wife's looks already makes them a beauty. Zhenggu, can you get your wife to introduce me? I'm not picky as long as she's female. The officers chatted excitedly, while Zhou Zheng just smiled and remained silent. Hey, it's so lively this early in the morning. Are you having a meeting? A familiar voice rang in his ears. Everyone turned around to see how Aigua had arrived. Good morning, Chief. The Chief is here. Yes. How Aigua nodded. The officers seemed a bit intimidated by How Aigua, and after greeting him they quickly dispersed. Zhou Zheng also greeted How Aigua, but just as he turned to leave How Aigua called him back. Xiaozhou, wait. Chief, did you call me for something? Yes. This morning Director Ma called me to say that we've received the reward for capturing the drug dealers. It's a collective third-class merit. Xiaozhou, logically speaking, the credit for capturing the drug dealers mostly belongs to you. Ma Ermao and Wang Chong were both caught by you. I explained the situation to Director Ma, but this collective third-class merit seems a bit. How Aigua felt a bit awkward as he spoke. The higher-ups seemed to have strange thoughts. Oh, weren't they supposed to nurture Zhou Zheng, this newcomer? Why were they so stingy with merit rewards? Zhou Zheng captured 2 drug dealers and almost lost his life. Receiving a second-class individual merit was not too much to ask, right? Yet they had given him a collective third-class merit which weakened Zhou Zheng's achievements or spread them among How Aigua and the others. This left How Aigua feeling guilty and a bit indignant on Zhou Zheng's behalf. However, Zhou Zheng waved his hand and said, Chief, capturing Wang Chong was the result of everyone's teamwork. Everyone deserves credit. A collective third-class merit is fine by me, and I'm very satisfied. Although he wanted to achieve more, especially to impress Chu Yunyao's parents. However, he understood that those who stand out often attract jealousy. Having already earned a first-class merit, obtaining a second-class merit would just be the icing on the cake. He had only been working for a few months, his foundation was not solid, and he had not yet spread his wings. Rapid progress could lead to envy. Now was the time to build a solid foundation, of seeking rapid advancement would only weaken it. The correct approach was to take 3 years to gradually develop. Moreover, How Aigua and the others had also participated in the operation, so it was not right to say they had not contributed. How Aigua patted Zhou Zheng on the shoulder. Xiaozhou, I'm very pleased with your awareness. I will announce the collective third-class merit at the meeting today. The higher-ups also granted a bonus of 500 yuan, and I have already communicated with Wu Tian and Jianjun, we will not keep all of it for ourselves. Zhou Zheng quickly waved his hand. That won't do, Chief. If you all don't take it, I definitely can't take it. How about this, let's take that 500 yuan and improve the cafeteria meals for our comrades at the police station. How Aiguo's eyes lit up. Good. That's a great idea, let's do it that way. He felt a sense of admiration for Xiaozhou, who understood humility and was not greedy for credit, knowing the importance of unity among colleagues. Such awareness wouldn't be understood without spending a few years in the system. Xiaozhou, you can go to work now. Zhou Zheng nodded and suddenly asked, by the way, Chief, today's work, are we still patrolling Chuyang Road? Zhang Aigua said, Xiao Li is back, so you don't need to patrol with Jianjun today. You guys can stay in the station as a movable post. If we reach 100 gifts, there will be an extra chapter. Currently, there are 295 gifts. Thank you for your support, dear readers. Click the update button. The use love to generate power option in the gift section is free, and each account can click 3 times a day. Zhou Zheng arrived at the entrance of the large office. The so-called large office is a room over 100 square meters furnished with more than 20 sets of desks and chairs, which is also where the officers of the Qiao Bei precinct collectively work. Xiaozhou, you've arrived. Lu Jianjun, dressed in a police uniform, was just about to leave the office when he coincidentally ran into Zhou Zheng. Master, I've come. You arrived quite early. Lu Jianjun said resignedly. Yes. I live far from the Qiao Bei precinct, so I leave home at 6 every day. Better to be early than late. The workplace is too far from home, causing many inconveniences. Every morning he rushes to the precinct as soon as the sky starts to lighten, which is one of the reasons he has always wanted to buy a house in the city. Unfortunately, relying solely on his meager salary makes it quite difficult to afford a house. Zhou Zheng understood Lu Jianjun's situation well and comforted him. Master, isn't Sister Yuhong following Yunyao to start a business? Once the medicinal wine business gets on track, Yunyao will give Sister a raise. I predict that within a year and a half you will be able to buy a house in the city on an installment plan. Lu Jianjun merely smiled at Zhou Zheng's words, not entirely agreeing. The medicinal wine business that Chu Yunyao started hasn't even taken off yet. Who knows if it will be profitable in the future? In business there are profits as well as losses. Lu Jianjun felt that Zhou Zheng was a bit blindly optimistic, but he didn't want to say anything discouraging. Xiaozhou, I appreciate your good wishes. Let's hope for it. By the way, have you had breakfast? Master, I have eaten. Good, hurry and change into your police uniform. We need to go on duty and patrol Chuyang Road. Zhou Zheng waved his hand and said, Today Xiao Li is here. The precinct head said we don't need to patrol Chuyang Road. Let's stay at the precinct as a mobile post. Oh, Lu Jianjun nodded. All right then. Let's go in. The two entered the large office, and many officers gathered around, of course, to find Zhou Zheng. Xiao Zhou, can we partner up today? Zheng Ge, let's be in the same group. Give me a chance to share some of your luck. Ever since Zhou Zheng captured the drug dealer Wang Chong, his reputation as a lucky charm spread throughout the precinct, and everyone believed in it, eager to catch a bit of that luck. I say, do you really think of me, old Lu, as heir? Lu Jianjun stood in front of Zhou Zheng frowning, and saying, Zhou Zheng is my disciple, and also my partner. Let's see who dares to snatch him away. Lu Jianjun had been working in the precinct for over 10 years, remaining inconspicuous most of the time. Now that his disciple had become remarkable, others naturally dared not compete with him. Old Lu is really stingy. We were just joking and you took it seriously. Everyone disperse and go do your own thing. The officers reluctantly turned back to their workstations, looking back every few steps. Today the Qiaobei precinct received quite a few calls. The officers left one after another for their outdoor duties, and soon the office was left with only Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun. As the two were feeling bored, a female officer walked into the office with a call record. Hey, Jianjun Ge and Zhou Zheng are here. Xiao Wang, what's up? Is there a situation? Lu Jianjun stood up and asked. Yes. The female officer Xiao Wang glanced at the record and said, someone just reported that their car has been stolen, located near the Tiandiking nightclub on Hedong Road. The reporter is named Lu Rongxing. His phone number is 130. Jianjun Ge, are you free now? How about we head out? Lu Jianjun nodded, feeling bored, and naturally wouldn't refuse a call. All right, no problem, give me the call record. After receiving the call record from Xiao Wang, Lu Jianjun placed it in a file folder and called out to Zhou Zheng. Xiao Zhou, we have a job, let's go out. All right, master. Zhou Zheng immediately stood up, tidied his gear, put on the body camera on his shoulder, and strapped on the police belt with the 8 essential pieces of equipment. Fully equipped, he walked out of the large office with Lu Jianjun. The two got into a police car, and Lu Jianjun turned on the flashing lights, heading towards the Tiandiking nightclub on Hedong Road. Xiao Zhou, this is a car theft case. The situation is neither too big nor too small. Since you've not been at the precinct for long, I will ask you to record it later. A learning from this will benefit your future work. Okay, master, I will study hard. Lu Jianjun was very satisfied with Zhou Zheng's attitude. Even after receiving a first-class merit, he still remained humble, just like when he first came to the precinct. By the way, master, we caught Wang Ermao, and Wang Chong, the precinct head, said we received a collective third-class merit. While concentrating on driving, Lu Jianjun nodded and said, yes, this morning before I even got to the precinct head called me to inform me. Xiao Zhou, the collective third-class merit is somewhat unfair to you. We feel undeserving, but don't overthink it. There must be considerations from above. Zhou Zheng shook his head. Master, what are you saying? I didn't think much of it. I believe it's fair for us to receive a collective third-class merit. As long as you think this way, I am relieved, Lu Jianjun continued. As for the 5,000 yuan bonus, the precinct head also asked for my and Old Wu's opinions. Everyone unanimously decided to give it all to you, which you rightfully deserve. Master, I can't take that 5,000 yuan. I told the precinct head to simply use it to improve the cafeteria's meals. Zhou Zheng shook his head. Hearing this, Lu Jianjun silently gave him a thumbs up, secretly marveling. Xiao Zhou is still young, capable, and aware, understanding the ways of the world. His future development is boundless. After a while, they arrived at the Tiandiking nightclub on Hedong Road. After parking the police car, the two got out. Zhou Zheng dialed the reporter's phone number as per the call record. Soon the call connected. Hello, I am Officer Zhou Zheng from the Qiaobei precinct. We are in charge of your car theft case. May I ask where you are? Officer, I'm near the Tiandiking nightclub. Oh, I see you coming. I'll be right over. Zhou Zheng hung up and told Lu Jianjun. Master, I got in touch. The reporter is on the way. All right, let's wait then. While they were speaking, a middle-aged man wearing a tank top and shorts with slippers on walked over. He was smoking a cigarette with a face full of flesh and walked with a swaying beer belly. The most eye-catching thing was the tattooed arm with flamboyant designs that were hard to decipher at first glance. Officer, officer, the man shouted in broken Mandarin before he even reached Zhou Zheng and Lu Jian. From his accent, he sounded like he was from Guangdong. Are you Lu Rongxing? You were the one who reported the car theft, right? Yes, yes. The man nodded while pulling out a soft cigarette and offering it. Officer, would you like a smoke first? Lu Jianjun and Zhou Zheng both waved their hands. No, thank you. Now tell me what happened. Lu Rongxing, oblivious, took out a cigarette and lit it with the one in his mouth, taking a deep puff before saying, Officer, I explained it clearly in the call. I was singing at the Tiandiking nightclub last night, got drunk, and stayed there. My car was parked by the roadside, and when I woke up to drive, it was gone, stolen by some jerk. Lu Jianjun nodded and asked, Mr. Lu, where exactly did you park your car? Here, right here. Officer, please follow me. Lu Rongxing called out as he led them to walk a few meters west, pointing to a roadside parking space, marked with white lines. Zhou Zheng noticed a pile of shattered glass on the ground, and felt a jolt. This shattered glass could very well have been broken by the thief using force to smash the car window. Lu Jianjun looked around the street. There were no surveillance cameras here. If they wanted to find the trajectory of the stolen vehicle, they could only go to the traffic police to review the surveillance footage from the intersections. Mr. Lu, when did you park your car here, or when did you last see your car? I arrived here at 12:15 last night, parked the car, and haven't come out since. Please provide your car's license plate number, color, brand, etc. Lu Rongxing said, my car is a black Mercedes S500, about 80% new, and the license plate number is UJB20CM. Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun were momentarily stunned. That license plate number is quite something. The gift reached 1,000, adding another chapter. Currently, there are 326. Thanks for the support from the readers. Click the update button. The gift sections powered by love is free, and each account can click 3 times a day. Officer, my car cost over $1 million. It's very expensive. You must help me find it back. I will offer you 10,000 as a reward. Is that all right? I have elderly and children depending on me. Even though I drive a Mercedes, I bought it with borrowed money for business. If I can't get it back, the loss will be immense. Lu Rongxing seemed a bit agitated, lighting another cigarette, his brows furrowed as he rambled on. Lu Jianjun waved his hand. Mr. Lu, please don't be upset. The police serve the people, so how could we accept a reward? Rest assured we will do our utmost to investigate your lost vehicle. There are cameras everywhere now. The car thief will surely be caught on tape. Thank you, officer. Mr. Lu, not at all. Could you please provide more information? What items did you have in your car? Are there any valuable items? After speaking, Lu Jianjun signaled Zhou Zheng to prepare to take notes. Lu Rongxing's eyes darted around. Officer, there aren't any valuable items in the car, just a few changes of clothes. In the trunk, there are 2 boxes of Maodai and 3 cartons of cigarettes, which are worth a bit. Lu Jianjun's heart stirred. 2 boxes of Maodai and 3 cartons of cigarettes are worth about 40,000, which is a significant amount. Combined with the over $1 million Mercedes, this is no small case. Xiaozhou, have you noted everything down? I've got it, master. All right, let's go to the traffic police station and ask the officers there to check the nearby intersection surveillance footage to see if we can find the lost car. Zhou Zheng didn't move but observed the surroundings. He noticed that there was a surveillance camera at the nearby Tian Diqing nightclub facing this direction. Master, I see that there's a camera at the nightclub facing this way. Why don't we first check the surveillance there? The camera might have recorded the thief's appearance and could indicate which direction he fled. Good thinking, Xiaozhou. Your observation is sharper than mine. It seems I am getting old. Lu Jianjun patted Zhou Zheng's shoulder, praising him generously. Zhou Zheng hurriedly waved his hand. Master, you are still in your prime. I still have much to learn from you. Lu Jianjun smiled. All right, let's stop the mutual flattery. Let's go to Tian Diqing nightclub to check the surveillance footage. Mr. Will you come with us as well? The 3 entered the Tian Diqing nightclub, where a beautifully dressed woman at the bar with heavy makeup was engrossed in her phone. Hello, we are officers from the Qiaobei police station. Are you the manager of this establishment? The woman looked up and seeing the 2 officers felt a wave of anxiety. In such places, being careless could lead to legal issues, and they are generally wary of the police showing up. After all, a police visit rarely brings good news. Hello, officer. I am not the manager, but I can help. May I ask what the officers need? Our establishment is a clean one. We absolutely do not engage in illegal activities. Our boss has stated he is against gambling and drugs, and we do not allow customers. Lu Jianjun interrupted the woman with a serious expression. Goodness, by not mentioning prostitution, isn't this like saying there's no silver here? Lu Jianjun noted this down in his mind and planned to suggest conducting a raid on Tian Diqing nightclub when he had time. Ma'am, you misunderstood. We are here to investigate a case. Mr. Liu's car was stolen from the street in front of your establishment, and we would like to check your surveillance footage to identify the suspect. We hope you can cooperate with us. The woman patted her chest, relieved. Oh, is that so? I thought. Thought what? After a moment of silence, the woman stammered. I thought you came for. Oh, it's nothing. Nothing. Officer, we will definitely cooperate. Please follow me to the surveillance room. She moved her long legs and black stockings, leading Lu Jianjun, Zhou Zheng, and Lu Rongxing to the surveillance room. The duty officer in the room was a chubby man with a greasy face and black-rimmed glasses, tousled hair, who was busy playing on his phone. Seeing the boss, Mistress Lily, enter with the police, he quickly stood up. Sister Lily, this is. Lily gave the chubby man a knowing glance. Chubby, these 2 officers want to check our store's surveillance footage. You need to cooperate and listen to their instructions. Yes, of course. The chubby man didn't understand what Lily meant and could only respond repeatedly. He plopped down beside the computer and started clicking around on the screen. Officer, which surveillance footage do you want to check? Zhou Zheng replied, the one at your front door that faces the retrieve the video from last night at midnight to the present time. Oh, please wait a moment. Soon the chubby man retrieved the video and started playing it. The surveillance footage from Tian Diqing nightclub just happened to capture the location where Lu Rongzhang's car was stolen. Zhou Zheng exchanged a glance with Lu Jianjun, thinking they might have a lead. "Comrade, please let my colleague take over the operation." Lu Jianjun knew Zhou Zheng was lucky. If he took the reins, he might quickly lock onto the suspect. It's not that Lu Jianjun was superstitious. Zhou Zheng's luck had been exceptional during several recent missions, which had truly reshaped his perception. The chubby man obediently stood up, and Zhou Zheng didn't decline, sitting in front of the computer and dragging the progress bar, as if watching a movie, trying to find key moments. If played normally, it would take a long time to see the thief. Soon Lu Rongzhang's large Mercedes appeared on the footage, parked in the parking space. Zhou Zheng pulled the progress bar back again, and Lu Rongzhang's car disappeared. "Xiao Zhou, pull the progress." Zhou Zheng understood and carefully adjusted the progress bar, finally finding the footage of the thief stealing. On the screen, a skinny man wearing a baseball cap sneaked a look around before circling Lu Rongzhang's car twice, and then turning to leave. Before long, he reappeared in the footage holding a hammer, smashing the car window, opening the driver's side door, and soon the Mercedes drove off to the west. "Damn it, that scoundrel stole my car. I'll get you for this." Lu Rongzhang saw the thief and couldn't help but Lu Jianjun turned around saying, "Mr. Lu, please don't be agitated. The surveillance camera recorded the thief's image. I'm sure we will catch him soon and your car will be returned." "Sorry, officer, I just can't help but be angry. Local thieves are so rude." Lu Jianjun expressed understanding and then turned to Zhou Zheng saying, "Xiao Zhou, capture a frontal view of the thief. Ooh, can we see what he looks like?" Zhou Zheng complied, capturing a frontal image of the thief. Unfortunately, he was too far from the camera, and the screenshot was too blurry to discern his features, only vaguely identifying that he wore a boy t-shirt and a New York baseball cap, as these logos were quite large. Zhou Zheng scrolled the mouse wheel to enlarge the image, but the thief's face became even more indistinct. Zhou Zheng shook his head helplessly saying, "Master, I can't make out what this guy looks like." Lu Jianjun looked at the blurry image and felt somewhat frustrated. Xiao Zhou was supposed to be lucky. Why wasn't it working this time? When the gifts reach 1,000, an additional chapter will be added. Currently, there are 326 gifts. Thank you for the support from the readers. Click the Urge Update button. The gift option Use Love to Generate Power is free and can be pressed 3 times a day for each account. Lu Jianjun originally thought that with Zhou Zheng's fortunate luck, he would quickly identify the appearance of the car thief. If all went well, he would capture the thief today and retrieve the stolen car of Lu Rongzhang. However, unexpected incidents often arise. Although the surveillance footage revealed the car thief, the image was unclear, making it impossible to discern his appearance. It seemed that solving the case quickly was going to be quite difficult. Lu Jianjun sighed, feeling somewhat frustrated. Why was it that whenever he was with Xiao Zhou, his luck seemed to falter? "Xiao Zhou, download this image to your phone. Even though we can't see his features clearly, it's better than nothing." "Alright." Zhou Zheng transferred the image to his phone and then asked, "Master, what should we do next? Should we go to the traffic police station to review the surveillance footage?" The surveillance footage shows that the thief drove west after stealing the car. If we go to the traffic police station to retrieve the surveillance footage from the roadside to the west, we can pinpoint the thief's route. If we're lucky, we might even find clues to his current location. Zhou Zheng spoke confidently, and Lu Jianjun smiled with satisfaction. This disciple was quite good. Even though he had not handled many serious cases, yet his thought process was quite clear. "You're right, Xiao Zhou. Nowadays, surveillance cameras are everywhere in the city. Although they sometimes infringe on personal privacy, they provide us with significant assistance in investigating and apprehending criminals. Let's go to the traffic police station." Lu Jianjun waved his hand, and then said to Lily, "Miss, thank you for your trouble." Lily quickly responded, "Not a problem, it's my duty." "Officer, you are welcome to come and relax at our Tian Diqing nightclub sometime. They'll give you a discount." "We can't afford that, let's go." Lu Jianjun waved his hand signaling Zhou Zheng and Lu Rongzhang to leave the Tian Diqing nightclub. The 3 of them arrived outside, standing in front of the police car. Lu Jianjun said to Lu Rongzhang, "Mr. Lu, we are going to the traffic police station to review the surveillance. Will you come with us, or would you prefer to find a place to rest and wait for our news?" "I'll come with you." Lu Rongzhang replied quickly. "Alright, then let's get in the car." The police car raced towards the traffic police station. The distance from the traffic police station to the Tian Diqing nightclub was quite far, taking at least half an hour by. After a few minutes, Lu Rongzhang fidgeted restlessly in the back seat, his face turning as red as a monkey's bottom. Zhou Zheng turned around and asked, "Mr. Lu, are you alright?" "Not feeling well. I urgently need to use the restroom." Lu Rongzhang replied embarrassingly. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Master, let's find a place to park and let Mr. Lu take care of it first." "No need, I can hold it. Let's just go to the traffic police station. Our recovering my car is more urgent than anything else." Zhou Zheng felt a headache coming on. "Mr. Lu, we still have quite a distance to the traffic police station. You won't be able to hold it much longer." "Master, there's a convenience store up ahead. They probably have a restroom." Let's park there. Okay. Lu Jianjun nodded. Thank you, officer. Lu Rongxing clasped his hands in gratitude to Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun as he was indeed on the verge of bursting. The police car stopped in front of the convenience store, and Lu Rongxing opened the car door, clutching his stomach and running towards the store in an unusual manner. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but chuckle, but he understood with a car worth over 1 million stolen, Lu Rongxing must be eager to retrieve it. Master, are you thirsty? He'll go buy some water. Xiao Zhou, let me go instead. No need, I opened the car door already, master, just wait in the car. Zhou Zheng got out of the car and walked straight to the convenience store to buy water. Lu Rongxing felt like his bladder was about to explode as he staggered into the store. Boss, is there a restroom? I need to borrow it for a moment. The convenience store owner was arguing angrily with the young man, and without looking up at Lu Rongxing replied, no. Smack. Lu Rongxing immediately tossed a few hundred yuan bills onto the counter without a second thought. Boss, give me some packs of cigarettes, you can keep the change. Do you have a restroom? Yes, it's in the back. The store owner's expression instantly changed, and he pointed to a small door inside. Thanks. Lu Rongxing thanked him and dashed into the restroom while clutching his stomach. The owner turned back, his expression changing, and continued to scold the young man in front of him. Where did you steal these cigarettes? Are these fake? The young man argued back. Boss, these cigarettes are not stolen. Besides, I smoke them without any issues. I don't want the full 1,500 yuan. How about you give me 500? Have you ever smoked these, eh? Do you even know what these cigarettes taste like? I know exactly what you are up to. There's no way these aren't stolen. I won't take even 50 yuan for them. Oh, just take your stuff and get out. The store owner was furious, his eyes nearly popping out. You just tried to scam me with 2 boxes of fake Mao Dai for 200 yuan, and now you're trying to sell me fake cigarettes. Are you thieves also doing fraud now? Are you leaving or not? If you don't, I'll call the police. Screw you. If you want, take them, I'll smoke them myself. The young man got angry and grabbed 3 packs of cigarettes from the counter, turning to leave. Both of their voices were loud, just in time to be heard by Zhou Zheng, who had just reached the convenience store entrance. 2 boxes of Mao Dai. 3 packs of cigarettes. Lu Rongxing mentioned that his stolen Mercedes contained Mao Dai and cigarettes, and the quantities match. Could it be? Zhou Zheng's heart stirred with luck on his side again. At that moment, the young man came out with the cigarettes tucked under his arm, and he happened to walk face-to-face with Zhou. Zhou Zheng focused and noticed that this guy was not tall, had a thin build, wore a New York baseball cap, and a black t-shirt with boy printed on it, resembling the thief's appearance in the surveillance footage. However, Zhou Zheng did not dare to conclude that he was the car thief outright. After all, there were others with similar attire and build. Just as he was about to call out to him for questioning, unexpectedly the young man saw Zhou Zheng in police uniform, and like a mouse seeing a cat, dropped the cigarettes and bolted. In an instant, Zhou Zheng understood that even if this kid was not the car thief, he must have done something illegal, or otherwise he wouldn't be running away at the sight of a police officer. Stop! Zhou Zheng shouted and chased after him like an agile cheetah. The young man sprinted as if competing in a short-distance race like a character from a dramatic play. Zhou Zheng leaped forward several meters in one bound, closing in on him in 3 steps, and throwing him to the smack. The young man fell hard, grimacing in pain, and then felt 2 arms twisted behind his back, a cold rose gold bracelet clamped onto his wrist. He struggled to rise, but Zhou Zheng's knee pressed into his back like a heavy weight, immobilizing him. He twisted his head and pleaded, "Officer, please spare me. I haven't committed any crime." Zhou Zheng was not about to listen. He asked slowly, "Don't try to sweet-talk me, I don't have a nephew like you. Why run from the police if you haven't done anything wrong? Now tell me, what crime did you commit?" The young man felt that things weren't going to end well today, so he decided to dodge the heavier charges. I only stole 3 packs of cigarettes, and they were fake. I almost got beaten up by the store owner. Zhou Zheng asked, "Did you also steal 2 boxes of Mao Dai?" Don't mention it, the Mao Dai was also fake. The guy next door drives a Mercedes, and the cigarettes and liquor in his car are all counterfeit. Damn it. The young man became increasingly aggrieved. Zhou Zheng's eyes lit up, and he was basically convinced that this kid was indeed the car thief. "Did you also swipe that black Mercedes S500? Damn. How did you know?" The young man was astonished. Zhou Zheng felt a secret joy in his heart. This kid had no guile, and openly admitted to stealing the car. The system reward had increased his luck value. Indeed, it was remarkable. Even buying a bottle of water led him to encounter the car thief he was looking for. It was truly a case of finding what one sought without effort. It seemed that there was no need to go to the traffic police to check the surveillance footage. As long as he could interrogate the kid about where he had hidden the stolen Mercedes, this case would be resolved. Zhou Zheng asked, "What is your name?" "My name is Chunyao. How old are you?" 19. Zhou Zheng's face immediately showed a look of regret. It was a pity for someone so young to do something so wrong, especially to become a thief. Now he had a criminal record, making it difficult for him to find a job in the future. At 3:30 in the morning, did you steal a Mercedes on the road in front of the Tian Diqing nightclub? No, I didn't do it. I don't know. Chen Yang's face showed a look of panic. Enough, stop arguing. There were 2 boxes of Mao Tai and 3 cartons of Zhonghua cigarettes in that Mercedes, and you just claimed you sold them. Get up and come with me. Zhou Zheng pulled Chen Yang up and picked up the 3 cartons from the ground, locking his arm as they walked towards the police car. Please spare me. It's my first time stealing. I beg you to let me go. Chen Yang panicked, pleading desperately as Zhou Zheng said letting you go is impossible. Now that you're scared, why weren't you scared when you were stealing? If you confess honestly, we can consider the severity of your punishment. Think carefully. As he spoke, Zhou Zheng brought Chen Yang to the police car and opened the back door. Get in. Chen Yang climbed into the back seat of the police car dejectedly, and Zhou Zheng followed him in removing one of the handcuffs and attaching it to his own left hand. Lu Jianjun in the driver's seat was taken aback to see Zhou Zheng bringing a stranger into the car. Wait, Xiao Zhou, who is this person? Why is he handcuffed? Master, he is the suspect Chen Yang who stole the Mercedes. What the hell, what did you say? Lu Jianjun's mind was a bit scrambled. Didn't Xiao Zhou go to buy water at the smoke store? How did he catch the car thief in just a few minutes? How did he find the car thief? How did he know this kid was the thief? This made no sense. Lu Jianjun's mind was spinning, and he was getting a headache thinking about it. Xiao Zhou, tell me what happened. Master, I went to buy water. When I got to the smoke store, I saw the store owner arguing with this kid. It turned out he was there to sell stolen goods, but the Mao Tai and Zhonghua cigarettes were fake. When this kid saw me, he tried to run, so I caught him. There were 2 boxes of Mao Tai and 3 cartons of Zhonghua cigarettes in Lu Rongzhang's car, and this kid also said he took the Zhonghua from the Mercedes. I thought there's no doubt he's the car thief. Is it really that simple? Lu Jianjun still couldn't believe Zhou Zheng's words. In the vast sea of people, the car thief hiding in Zhongbei City was like a grain of sand in the ocean. Zhou Zheng happened to bump into him just by buying a bottle of water. It was such a coincidence. Lu Jianjun sized up Chen Yang, realizing his attire matched exactly with that of the car thief in the video, thus confirming that this kid was indeed the thief. He nodded repeatedly, feeling both envious and excited. Xiao Zhou's title as a lucky charm was not without merit. His luck was indeed astonishing. Just when he had doubted Zhou Zheng's luck, he was now slapped in the face by reality. Nonetheless, catching the car thief so quickly made Lu Jianjun very happy. Chen Yang, right? I asked you, where did you hide the stolen Mercedes? Do you have any accomplices? Chen Yang remained silent, lifting his head to glance at Lu Jianjun before lowering it again. What? Not saying anything. Lu Jianjun's face turned dark. Do you think we won't find the stolen goods if you don't talk? If you confess quickly, it will count as a contribution. Lu Jianjun said a few words, but Chen Yang remained unmoved, keeping his head down and silent. Xiao Zhou, Lu Jianjun raised his head. This kid is as stubborn as a stone in a cesspool. Let's just wait for Lu Rongzing to return. We will properly interrogate him at the police station. Zhou Zheng's intention was to have Chen Yang confess, now leading them swiftly to find the stolen Mercedes and close the case. Master, let me ask him. Chen Yang, you have to pass this hurdle today. The nature of confessing early and late is different. There are cameras everywhere on the road. We might spend a bit more effort, but we will definitely find the stolen goods. A Mercedes is so large you can't hide it well. Unless you have already transported the car out of Zhongbei City. But I feel you lack the capability. Stealing a Mercedes was probably just a spur-of-the-moment decision. You were actually aiming for the valuables inside the car. They'll give you another minute to think it over. If you don't speak, we will take you back to the police station, and by the time we find the stolen goods, it will be too late for you to come clean. After Zhou Zheng finished speaking, Chen Yang's body trembled. A few seconds later, he raised his head and said, Officer, if I speak, will I receive leniency? Yes. All right, then I'll tell you. As Zhou Zheng had guessed, Chen Yang originally only intended to smash the window and steal the valuables from the Mercedes. However, after circling the car a couple of times, he found there was nothing valuable inside. He turned to leave, but the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. There wasn't a single valuable item in such an expensive car. They clearly didn't take him seriously as a thief. So he decided to steal the car instead. Having worked as a mechanic, Chen Yang knew how to start a car without a key. After successfully stealing the car, Chen Yang found Mao Tai and Zhonghua cigarettes in the trunk, emptied it, and sold the car to a boss of a repair shop on the outer ring. However, when the repair shop boss received the car, he discovered welding marks on the body. The Mercedes was a patchwork vehicle and not worth much. He could dismantle the car and sell the parts, but he couldn't pay Chen Yang right away. Chen Yang had to accept his misfortune and thought about selling the 2 boxes of Mao Tai to the smoke store for cash. However, when the store owner said they were fake, he tried to sell the Zhonghua, only to find they were also fake. Then he was caught by Zhou Zheng. Chen Yang finished speaking, his face instantly flushed with embarrassment. That guy driving the Mercedes is a fool. How can he act like a big shot with no money? The car was patched together, the liquor was fake, and the cigarettes were also fake. Damn it. I worked hard all night and saw not a penny, and I still got caught. What a miscarriage of justice. Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun exchanged glances thinking they had assumed Lu Rongxing was a big boss only to find out he was a fraud. Qinyang was also a poor soul who ended up with nothing and would have to go to jail. However, since he committed a crime, he had to bear the consequences. Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun naturally felt no sympathy for him. Master, let's go to the outer ring repair shop, now to find the stolen Mercedes Qinyang sold. Lu Jianjun nodded. Yes, we shouldn't delay. As soon as Lu Rongxing comes out, well set off. Just as he was speaking, Lu Rongxing emerged from the smoke store holding 2 boxes of cigarettes. He had a prostate issue and had been holding in a large urge to urinate. When he finally reached the bathroom, he found he couldn't go right away, so he squeezed it out little by little, wasting quite a bit of time. Lu Rongxing opened the back door and was taken aback to see Zhou Zheng and a young man sitting in the back seat. Mr. Lu, please take the passenger seat. Oh, okay. Lu Rongxing quickly opened the door to the passenger seat and sat down. I'm sorry, officer, I was delayed a bit in the bathroom. Lu Jianjun waved his hand. Mr. Lu, we have already caught the person who stole your car. That kid in the back is him. What? Lu Rongxing was instantly dumbfounded. This is too fast, right? He then directed a flurry of insults at Chu Yunyao using harsh words without restraint. Mr. Lu, please calm down. We have learned the whereabouts of your Mercedes, and we'll find it soon. Thank you all. After thanking him, Lu Rongxing nervously asked Qinyang, you bastard, did you touch anything in my car? Qinyang retorted angrily, you pretentious prick. What valuable item was in your car aside from the fake liquor and fake cigarettes? You big fool, acting like a wealthy person. Lu Rongxing felt more amused than angry at Qinyang's insults, even letting out a long sigh. Zhou Zheng felt a stirring in his heart, sensing that Lu Rongxing had issues beyond just losing a car. In Jiangbei City traditional Chinese medicine hospital, a white Panamera pulled into the yellow lines of the parking lot. The door opened, and Chu Yunyao stepped out, retrieving a high-end fruit basket from the trunk. Standing in the parking lot, gazing at the towering inpatient building before her, a sense of inexplicable unease filled her heart. This visit to the hospital to see Boss Liu's mother was in fact also an opportunity to discuss the ginseng purchasing business with him. Nowadays, century-old ginseng is hard to come by, and Chu Yunyao had finally learned that Boss Liu possessed one. She was determined to obtain it. However, with Boss Liu's mother gravely ill, he would surely be preoccupied and not in the mood for business. Chu Yunyao naturally felt uncertain. At that moment, a few people walked over from a distance. One of them was someone Chu Yunyao recognized, Wang Hua, merchant from the prestigious medicinal herb street. Miss Chu, you're here. Wang Hua greeted her with a smile from afar. I'm here. Chu Yunyao nodded and asked, General Manager Wang, have you visited Boss Liu's mother? How is she doing? Wang Hua glanced around and lowered his voice, saying, Miss Chu, old Liu's mother's health is not optimistic. Although she doesn't have a specific illness, at over 80 years old her bodily functions are deteriorating and she may not recover. Old Liu is a devoted son and is feeling very down. I advise you not to discuss business today or it may backfire. Hearing this, Chu Yunyao's heart sank. Indeed, today's business prospects were bleak. She forced a smile. Understood, thank you for the information, General Manager Wang. Wang Hua waved his hand, knowing that Chu Yunyao had secured the century-old ginseng and would likely purchase more valuable medicinal herbs from his shop afterward. No need to thank me, we are business friends, and we should support each other. Well then, you go ahead. Old Liu's mother is in room 6 on the 3rd floor. I'll take my leave now. After Wang Hua left, Chu Yunyao hesitated for a moment, but steeled herself to enter the inpatient building. Even if the business deal fell through, she needed to establish a rapport with Boss Liu. Finding Boss Liu's mother's single patient room, Chu Yunyao switched the fruit basket to her left hand and gently knocked on the door with her right. Please come in. A deep voice came from within the room. Chu Yunyao pushed the door open to find a small single room where an elderly woman with white hair lay in bed, her eyes dull and her cheeks sunken. Beside the bed stood a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and dressed in formal attire exuding refinement. Upon seeing Chu Yunyao, the man's face showed surprise. The lady before him was stunningly beautiful, yet he had no idea who she was. Hello, which person are you looking for? Is it Boss Lu Jun? I am Chu Yunyao, we spoke on the phone. Oh, Lu Jun remembered that he received a call a couple of days ago while on a business trip from someone named Chu Yunyao who wanted to purchase ginseng from him. To his surprise, as soon as he returned to Jiangbei, Chu Yunyao had already found her way to the hospital. Her information network was indeed impressive. Lu Jun could guess why Chu Yunyao was there. Although he didn't want to discuss business and was reluctant to sell that century-old ginseng, he still politely invited her to take a seat. Hello, Miss Chu, please sit down. No need, General Manager Liu. I just came to see the elderly lady and won't stay long. Chu Yunyao placed the fruit basket on a nearby table and approached Lu Jun's mother. The elderly lattice complexion was pale with an oxygen tube inserted in her nostrils, and she seemed to struggle with each breath. Chu Yunyao, unwilling to disturb her, turned to Lu Jun and asked, Boss Liu, what illness does the elderly lady have? Why does she look so weak? My mother isn't seriously ill as she's just old and her bodily functions are deteriorating. Her meridians are blocked, and I'm afraid. Lu Jun couldn't continue. As a devout son, he had lost his father at a young age and was raised by his mother. Now as he witnessed her life slipping away, he felt utterly helpless and deeply saddened. Boss Lu, try not to be too sorrowful. Good people have their fortunes. The elderly lady will get better. What else could Chu Yunyao say? She could only pick out comforting words for Lu Jun. Thank you, Miss Chu. At that moment the door opened, and a plump middle-aged woman entered holding a white porcelain bowl. Old Lu, the ginseng soup is ready. Help your mother sit up to drink it. As the woman spoke in a gruff tone, she caught sight of Chu Yunyao, and her expression immediately changed. Old Lu, who is she? Oh, Wang Fong, let me introduce you. She is my friend named Chu Yunyao. Miss Chu, this is my wife Wang Fong. Hello. Chu Yunyao greeted Wang Fong. However, Wang Fong ignored Chu Yunyao and instead scrutinized her up and down, feeling a surge of jealousy at the sight of such a stunning beauty. Oh wow, Lu Jun, you heartless chin shimmy, you've revealed your true colors, haven't you? You're not even trying to hide it anymore. Dare to bring your mistress out in the open. As she spoke, she slammed the porcelain bowl onto the table. Let your mistress take care of your mother. I won't do it. With that, she turned and ran out of the room. Hey Wang Fong, don't go. It's not what you think. Lu Jun felt extremely awkward in front of Chu Yunyao. I'm sorry, miss. Chu, my wife is quite possessive and suspicious. It seems she has misunderstood. Chu Yunyao waved her hand. Boss Lu, it's fine if this isn't your fault. Lu Jun didn't chase after his wife Wang Fong. He still needed to feed his mother the ginseng soup. He was just clumsy, and the elderly lady wasn't cooperating, spilling more soup than she drank. Boss Lu, Chu Yunyao, being a kind-hearted person, took the small porcelain bowl from Lu Jun's hand and fed the elderly lady the ginseng soup. To her surprise, the elderly lady finished it in no time. Thank you. Lu Jun sincerely expressed his gratitude to Chu Yunyao, clearly touched. Chu Yunyao waved her hand, knowing that a business deal today was impossible, and thus took her leave from Lu Jun. Lu Jun accompanied her to the hospital entrance and suddenly said, Miss Chu, I actually know your true purpose for coming here. Under normal circumstances, if you offered a good price, I wouldn't mind selling you that century-old ginseng. But right now I really can't sell it for any price, because that century-old ginseng is tied to my mother's survival. Chu Yunyao quickly understood a wave of sorrow washing over her. Boss Lu, the ginseng soup that the elderly lady just drank was made from several roots of the century-old ginseng, wasn't it? Yes, you're correct. I asked Director Feng of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital to personally treat my mother. He said there are only 2 ways to extend her life. First, she must drink a bowl of ginseng soup, made from century-old ginseng, every day, but once the ginseng is used up, so too will her life. Second, invite a master-level traditional Chinese medicine practitioner to use acupuncture to open her meridians and regulate her qi, which could extend her life by at least 6 months. Miss Chu, there are only a few master-level traditional Chinese medicine practitioners in the country, and I can't invite any of them. I can only cut a little ginseng root each day to extend my mother's life. Chu Yunyao nodded, contemplating giving up on the century-old ginseng. Lu Jun continued, Miss Chu, if you can invite a master-level traditional Chinese medicine practitioner to help extend my mother's life using acupuncture, I'll gladly give you that century-old ginseng for free, and I'll also offer 200,000 more. Lu Jun didn't put a cap on his offer. As long as he could find someone to help the elderly lady extend her life, the century-old ginseng would be within reach. Chu Yunyao, however, felt far from optimistic. If even Deputy Mayor Yang couldn't invite a master-level practitioner, how could she? Perhaps when she had not severed ties with the Chu family, she might have had some hope in asking her father for help. Now it was absolutely impossible for her to bow her head to her father. As for the century-old ginseng, Lu Jun would use a bit each day, and eventually there would come a day when it would be all gone. Chu Yunyao felt that this matter could not be delayed, but had no idea where to start. Anxious, her vision blurred before her, and her head felt as if it had been pricked by needles, causing intense pain. A blue and white police car, flashing its lights, sped along the outer ring road. Inside the car, Zhou Zheng asked Qinyang, what is the name of the auto repair shop where you sold the stolen goods, and where is it located? Qinyang tilted his head to look out the window. Officer, that repair shop is called Detzi Auto Repair, just a little further ahead. Master, we're almost there, slow down the car. Zhou Zheng instructed. Okay. Lu Jianjun lifted his right foot off the accelerator, reducing the speed, while his eyes occasionally glanced out the window. Officer, over there. Lu Rongxing had been closely watching outside the car window, and was the first to spot the Detzi Auto Repair shop. Mr. Lu, your eyesight is quite good, Lu Jianjun said as he turned on the blinker, changing lanes. Officer, it's a Mercedes worth over $1 million, of course I have to pay attention to it. Damn, still bragging $1 million of you, you arrogant fool. Qinyang in the back seat displayed a mocking expression, ranting wildly. Lu Rongxing instantly got angry. Damn it, if it weren't for the police, I would have killed you, you loser. Zhou Zheng shot a glare at the two, thinking that neither of them was easy to deal with. Shut up. If you're not supposed to speak, don't speak. Zhou Zheng scolded. Only then did the two quiet down. Lu Jianjun drove the police car to the front of Detsi Auto Repair. Everyone got out of the car, and Zhou Zheng's wrist was still handcuffed to Chen Yang's wrist. Lu Jianjun took out a pair of leg shackles about the thickness of a thumb and 80 centimeters long from the police car, bending down to put them on Chen Yang's legs. What the hell? Chen Yang was startled. After all, he had seen prisoners wearing leg shackles on TV, and those were all serious offenders. With a mournful face, he said, "Officer, is there a death penalty for stealing an assembled car? Why do I have to wear leg shackles?" "Don't be nervous, it's a routine procedure." Lu Jianjun comforted him, nonchalantly unlocked the handcuffs from Zhou Zheng, and then handcuffed them to Chen Yang's wrist. "Xiao Zhou, you handle this while I assist you from the side. It's time for you to try handling a case independently." "All right, master." In front of them was a four-room house built along the outer ring road with a yard behind the house and a vehicle entrance on the left side. Zhou Zheng knocked on the door, and soon a middle-aged man with a full beard opened it. Upon seeing the police, he clearly froze for a moment. "Officer, who are you looking for?" "Hello, we are from the Qiao Bay police station." "Are you the owner of Detsi Auto Repair?" Zhou Zheng asked. "Yes, I am the owner." "Do you know Chen Yang?" Don't know. The bearded man's expression changed, shaking his head like a rattle. Zhou Zheng pulled Chen Yang over. "Take a good look, don't you recognize him?" The bearded man, seeing Chen Yang in handcuffs and leg shackles, suddenly looked tense and couldn't speak for a moment. Ignoring the situation, Chen Yang said, "Li Yud, uncle, you don't recognize me. It's me, Chen Yang. I sold you a Mercedes this morning, and you said that was an assembled car that needed to be disassembled and sold for parts, and I didn't get a penny from it." Li Yud felt a wave of damn it in his heart, wishing he could choke Chen Yang to death on the spot for bringing the police. Zhou Zheng pressed on. "Li Yud, stop pretending. Since we've come to your door, it means we have conclusive evidence. According to Chen Yang's confession, he stole a Mercedes car and sold it here. Don't you deny it?" Li Yud, with poor psychological resilience, quickly collapsed. Officer, please spare me. This is my first time receiving stolen goods. Oh, I was misled by this little brat Chen Yang. This kid used to be my apprentice. I felt he was up to no good back then." Zhou Zheng waved his hand. "Li Yud, tell us where the stolen Mercedes is. As long as you cooperate with us, we will treat you leniently." Okay, officer, the assembled Mercedes is in the backyard. Oh, follow me," Li Yud said as he led everyone to the backyard. It was surprisingly smooth for Zhou Zheng to handle the case, while Lu Jianjun couldn't help but praise his own cleverness. The backyard was spacious, about over 1,000 square meters, and half of it was covered with an asbestos roof. Two young men in dirty work clothes were busy beside a black Mercedes. "Damn it, my car." Lu Rongxing recognized that the black Mercedes was indeed his car, even though the license plate had been removed. He hurried over, took a look inside, and instantly turned red. It turned out that the Mercedes had been completely disassembled, with seats, engine, and other parts scattered everywhere. The two mechanics were using a water gun to wash the parts, and clearly the neatly arranged parts on the ground were the result of their work. "You losers, why did you take apart my car? Where did the stuff inside my car go?" Lu Rongxing scolded the two mechanics angrily. "Mr. Lu, please calm down." Zhou Zheng approached and asked what valuable items were in your car. I don't really remember." Suddenly Lu Rongxing started to stutter. "Sorry, officer, my car has been taken apart like this. I'm a bit emotional." Zhou Zheng waved his hand, looking at the two young mechanics. "You two, do you know this car is stolen?" The two young mechanics, seeing the police inquiring, also seemed a bit nervous. "Officer, we didn't know. The boss told us to take it apart. We earn our wages by doing what we are told." Zhou Zheng continued, "This car is stolen. Did you find any valuables inside?" "No." The two mechanics shook their heads simultaneously. "This car is meant to be disassembled and sold for parts. Any valuable items would have been taken away already. By the way, we found an urn under the seat. Oh, what bad luck." "An urn?" Zhou Zheng's heart stirred. Who would put an urn in a car? Aren't they afraid? "Mr. Lu, what's going on? How could there be an urn in your car?" Lu Rongxing was taken aback for a moment, his eyes darting around as he said, My car is second-hand, to the urn must have been left by the previous owner. Damn it. Ever since I bought this car, I've been unlucky. Turns out there was an urn in it. What bad luck." Lu Rongxing cursed, but he didn't dare to meet Zhou Zheng's eyes. Zhou Zheng stopped questioning him and turned to the mechanic. "Where is that urn in the car?" The mechanic said, "We threw it away." After all, he had 20 times the luck value. He was a police officer. Even without that so-called 20-fold luck protecting him, even at the risk of being false, "Let's go, take me to find it." As soon as Zhou Zheng finished speaking, Lu Rongxing nervously said, "Officer, why do you want to look for that thing? It's very unlucky. My car has been taken apart like this. Shouldn't I talk to them about compensation? Why don't we go back to the police station first?" Zhou Zheng smiled. "Mr. Lu, don't be anxious. One has to eat one bite at a time, and matters need to be resolved step by step. Just wait a moment, I'll be back soon." After finishing, Zhou Zheng walked over to Lu Jianjun and whispered, "Master, keep an eye on them, especially this Lu Rongxing, something's off with him." Understood. Lu Jianjun, feeling puzzled, but not asking, stealthily approached Lu Rongxing, keeping a distance of 2 steps. 1,000 gifts will result in an extra chapter, currently at 395 gifts. Thank you for the support from the readers. Click the update button. The use love to generate power in the gift section is free, and each account can click 3 times a day. Officer, I protest. A cursed urn, what use is it to bring it back? I am the complainant. You should center your police work around me. I demand that all these people be arrested and taken back to the police station, and then we can discuss my compensation. This is what your police should do rather than obsessing over an urn. Otherwise, I will file a complaint against you. Lu Rongxing didn't know where his courage came from as he gestured angrily at Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun. He even threatened to complain about Zhou Zheng. He couldn't tell if it was due to excitement or fear, but after speaking, his hands and legs trembled slightly. Zhou Zheng observed closely and increasingly felt that Lu Rongxing was suspicious. Lu Rongxing was lying. There was definitely something wrong with that urn. What? Mr. Lu, am I supposed to follow your instructions? The police have their own methods of investigation. You need not speak further. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng changed his mind. He said to Lu Jianjun, "Master, please take the mechanic to the back to look for the urn. Make sure to check what is inside and contact me at all times." Xiaozhou. Lu Jianjun didn't understand what Zhou Zheng was planning. The urn must be filled with ashes. What else could it contain? Zhou Zheng gave him a look, and Lu Jianjun nodded, no longer asking questions. "You two take me to the back trash pit to find the urn." "Yes, officer." Lu Jianjun led 2 resting workers away. After the 3 left, Lu Rongxing became agitated, continuously smoking one cigarette after another. He pretended to admire the scenery, looking around. Zhou Zheng closely monitored his every move, and a quarter of an hour later his phone rang. He took out his phone, and the screen showed a call from Lu Jianjun. "Hello, master, what's the situation? Have you found it?" Lu Jianjun's excited voice came through the receiver. "Xiaozhou, we found the urn. Guess what's inside? You'll be shocked when I tell you." Zhou Zheng's heart stirred. Indeed, the urn had issues. "Master, stop teasing me, and tell me quickly," Lu Jianjun said over the phone. "Xiaozhou, the urn contains packaged ice. Although it's not full, there are at least 3 bags, and I estimate it weighs around 3 kilograms. 6 pounds of ice. If this gets out in the market, how many people will it harm?" "Master, are you sure it's ice?" Zhou Zheng asked, feeling uneasy. Lu Jianjun replied, "Absolutely sure, Xiaozhou. I used to work with the narcotics team and have seen that stuff before, but smell is unforgettable. Xiaozhou, this Lu Rongxing must have issues. Make sure he doesn't escape. I've already called the director to request reinforcements. I'll be back soon, be careful." "Understood, master." Zhou Zheng nodded and discreetly hung up the phone. "Officer, that pretentious guy is trying," Chen Yang shouted loudly from the side. Looking at Lu Rongxing, he had stealthily crept to the door without anyone noticing. "Stop right there." Zhou Zheng hurriedly chased after him, but Lu Rongxing stopped running, turning around with a look of panic on his face. "Officer, I wasn't running, I wasn't." When Zhou Zheng caught up, suddenly Lu Rongxing's eyes widened in fear, revealing a cruel expression as he raised the iron wrench hidden behind his back. This large wrench weighed at least 20 pounds, as swinging it against a steel pipe could bend it, and hitting someone's head would certainly cause serious injury. Zhou Zheng was too close to Lu Rongxing. There was no time to dodge. He could only extend his left arm, bracing himself for the blow, unsure if he could withstand it. With his right fist coiled, he aimed at Lu Rongxing's throat, prepared to go all out. He absolutely could not let him. At a critical moment, Zhou Zheng's luck kicked in, and Lu Rongxing swung too hard, causing the wrench to crash against the door frame, sending wood chips flying. Bang! Clang! Ouch! Lu Rongxing was stunned by the impact, losing grip of the wrench, which then crashed down onto his foot, breaking bones, and causing him to scream in agony as he removed his shoe and clutched his foot. Zhou Zheng was momentarily dumbfounded. Did Lu Rongxing really injure himself so severely? What a tough guy. However, he couldn't afford to be careless. He pulled out the pepper spray from his waist and sprayed it directly into Lu Rongxing's face. The pepper spray hit his face, stinging his skin and eyes, causing Lu Rongxing to lose all fighting spirit and scream even louder. Zhou Zheng discarded the spray can and kicked Lu Rongxing over, forcefully pinning him to the ground. Li Yud was terrified by the sudden situation, trembling behind the shell of a Mercedes-Benz. However, Chen Yang wasn't afraid. Seeing Lu Rongxing was captured only excited him. He stumbled forward with his shackles, picked up the pepper spray from the ground, and sprayed it wildly at Lu Rongxing's head, then kicked him a few more times. "You bastard!" he kicked while cursing. Lu Rongxing let out a scream akin to a slaughtered pig. Lu Rongxing's attempt to escape was thwarted by Chen Yang's warning to Zhou Zheng, so Zhou Zheng didn't scold him, instead looking up to ask, "What's going on with you?" "I hate him. Oh, I want to kill him." At that moment, a commotion of footsteps approached from outside, and Lu Jianjun returned with the urn and 2 mechanics. Seeing Zhou Zheng pressing down on Lu Rongxing, he quickly pulled out a pair of handcuffs and tossed them to Zhou Zheng. "Xiaozhou, what's happening?" Clank. Zhou Zheng handcuffed Lu Rongxing from behind. His feet were injured from the board, and now with the handcuffs on he had no escape. This guy tried to run, and even attempted to attack me with a wrench, but I managed to defuse the situation and capture him. Zhou Zheng stood up and briefly recounted the events while Lu Jianjun looked at the large wrench on the ground with some fear. Fortunately, Zhou Zheng had good luck. If it were someone else, they might have been knocked out by that wrench. Lu Jianjun said, "Xiao Zhou, there are about 3 kilograms of packaged ice in the urn. With this stuff found in Lu Rongxing's car, he's most likely a drug dealer." Zhou Zheng nodded. "Master, I've suspected this guy for a long time." Lu Jianjun looked astonished and asked, "When did you figure it out? What gave it away?" Zhou Zheng waved his hand. "Master, I'll tell you later." Then turning to Lu Rongxing, he asked, "Lu Rongxing, we found ice in your car. Do you have anything to say about it?" At this moment, Lu Rongxing looked utterly miserable. His eyes were stinging from the pepper spray, and he could barely open them, especially with his broken foot causing him to gasp in pain. Yet he still tried to argue. "Officer, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a good person. How could I deal drugs? Were you picked from a pile of good people?" Lu Jianjun interjected. "Having ice hidden in the urn is certainly your doing. If Qinyang hadn't stolen your car, you might have escaped smoothly." "Officer, if you keep saying this, I will sue you for defamation. I've said before that the urn isn't mine. Oh, it might belong to the previous owner of the car. As for the ice, I have no idea." Lu Rongxing was stubborn like a cooked duck. Zhou Zheng countered. "Then why did you try to run just now? And why did you want to attack me? Be honest, who were you dealing with in Jiangbei?" Lu Rongxing fell silent. "Not going to talk." Zhou Zheng stroked his chin and said, "The urn only contained 3 bags of packaged ice with a lot of empty space left. You traveled a long way from the south. You can't possibly just bring this right. I guess you sold some of the ice." "Was the buyer named Wang Chong?" Upon hearing this, Lu Rongxing's eyes widened in shock. How did he know everything? Zhou Zheng uttered the name Wang Chong, causing Lu Rong to be taken aback. He indeed had dealings with Wang Chong on several occasions. During transactions, Lu Rong usually sent trusted subordinates to bring ice from the south to Jiangbei for trade. Besides Wang Chong in Jiangbei, he also had connections in a neighboring city. This time the date for the deal had been set, but one of his capable subordinates was hospitalized after getting into a brawl over a lady at a nightclub. Left with no choice, Lu Rong had to come in person, but it also allowed him to meet and strengthen ties with these. When the police mentioned Wang Chong's name, it indicated that Wang Chong was very likely to be arrested. Lu Rong suddenly realized that the theft of his Mercedes might have been a setup. Could it be that after Wang Chong was arrested, he sold me out? Had I long been under the police's watch? Otherwise, how could this young officer Zhou Zheng coincidentally encounter the car thief, Qinyang, right at the entrance of the convenience store? Why did Qinyang sell the stolen car to a local auto repair shop? Anyone in this line of work knows that stolen goods shouldn't stay local overnight, and besides, the car was dismantled into pieces. But why didn't the police just arrest me directly? Could it be because there was no evidence at the time? Lu Rong was filled with doubts and paranoia. Feeling a sense of despair, he knew he was done for this time. Seeing Lu Rong's fluctuating expressions, Zhou Zheng realized he had guessed correctly. This guy was indeed Wang Chong's supplier. Lu Rong, Wang Chong has been arrested. He has confessed. Don't you want to say something? Your fingerprints are definitely on the urn. Even if you remain silent, they can still convict you. Indeed, Wang Chong was arrested. He must have sold me out. Lu Rong trembled internally, and after a long contemplation finally spoke up. "Officer, I admit the ice in the urn was brought by me. I came to Jiangbei to deal with Wang Chong. That scoundrel Wang and I have had several dealings." Zhou Zheng nodded and turned to Lu Jianjun, saying, "Master, Lu Rong has confessed. This guy is not only a drug dealer, but also Wang Chong's supplier." Lu Jianjun was elated, not expecting Lu Rong to crack so quickly. These drug dealers were acutely aware of their severe sins, and being arrested by the police often signified their lives entering a countdown. Thus, drug dealers generally resist stubbornly. No one would easily confess. It was surprising that a few words from Zhou made Lu Rong's mental defenses crumble. Lu Jianjun silently gave Zhou a thumbs up, one word: awesome. Lu Jianjun admired Zhou Zheng greatly, feeling that he was outshone by his own disciple. He felt both gratified and envious. However, Lu Jianjun was still puzzled about how Zhou Zheng knew Lu Rong's supplier was Wang Chong. Not wanting to be ignorant, he pulled Zhou Zheng aside. "Little Zhou, how did you know Lu Rong's supplier was Wang Chong? Was it based on your reasoning, or did you discover something?" Zhou Zheng smiled and replied, "Master, I didn't discover anything. I was just bluffing him, but I didn't expect." Lu Jianjun was momentarily speechless, then patted Zhou's shoulder sincerely and said, "Little Zhou, your luck is extraordinary. It's truly impressive." At that moment, a piercing alarm rang outside. Shortly after, as footsteps approached the head of the Qiao Bei police station, Hao Aiguo walked into the courtyard with several officers. Hao Aiguo received a call from Lu Jianjun saying that 3 kilograms of ice had been discovered, and the suspect was also present, calling for reinforcement. Hao Aiguo was initially incredulous. Wasn't this duo of master and disciple on patrol at the police station? How did they find a drug dealer again? With a belly full of questions, Hao Igwa quickly gathered the remaining police force at the station, and they fully armed themselves heading towards the Detsi Auto Repair, located on the outer ring. Seeing Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun unharmed, Hao Igwa finally breathed a sigh of relief, putting his half-drawn gun back into its holster. Little Zhou, old Lu, how's it going? Are you alright? The chief is here. It's all good. Lu Rong is not just a drug dealer, but also Wang Chang's supplier whom we caught last time. Really? No way. Hao Aiguo's eyes widened in disbelief. Chief, here's the evidence of Lu Rong selling drugs. Zhou Zheng held the urn, showing Hao Igwa the ice contained within. This kid used an urn to store ice, hiding it inside the car seat. The urn contained 3 packages of neatly wrapped ice, one of which had already been opened and identified by Lu Jianjun. Hao Igwa picked it up, looked it over, and sniffed it. A pungent odor almost brought tears to his eyes. Hao Igwa raised his head, his face beaming with joy. He patted Zhou Zheng on the shoulder. Little Zhou, you guys are truly remarkable. After just one police outing, you've caught another drug dealer, and he's Wang Chang's supplier. Impressive. The other officers present were equally envious. Their police outings usually involved mediating neighborhood disputes, or catching a petty thief at most. Look at how little Zhou handled the situation. He nabbed multiple drug dealers in one go, outperforming even the drug enforcement team. They wished to team up with him for a patrol. Even if he took all the meat, they'd be happy with just the soup. Unfortunately, his master Lu Jianjun was protective of him, even more so than his own wife, which was quite frustrating. Hao Igwa first instructed the officers to secure Lu Rong from the ground before questioning Zhou Zheng. Little Zhou, did you receive a tip-off from a concerned citizen? How did you manage to catch a drug dealer so quickly? Before Zhou Zheng could respond, Lu Jianjun interjected. Chief, you should know that Lu Rong, the drug dealer, reported that his car was stolen. Zhou and I responded to the call. While we were on our way to the traffic police to check the surveillance footage, Lu Rong urgently needed to use the restroom at a convenience store. While little Zhou was buying water, he coincidentally encountered the car thief, Chen Yang, and apprehended him. Chen Yang confessed that he sold the stolen car to the Detsi Auto Repair shop. When we arrived at the repair shop, it just so happened that the stolen car had been dismantled for parts, and a worker found an urn inside and discarded it. Little Zhou wanted to find the urn, but Lu Rong was anxious to leave. I suspected Lu Rong had something to hide, so I went to find the urn and see what was inside. When I opened it, to my surprise, it was ice, 3 whole kilograms. Chief, that's how it all happened. Lu Jianjun recounted the sequence of events to Hao Igwa in a rapid-fire manner, feeling quite satisfied with his storytelling. Hao Igwa listened with a complex expression. Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun had initially gone out to help the reporting party recover a stolen car, but unexpectedly the reporting party turned out to be a drug dealer with drugs hidden in the vehicle. Wasn't this practically a blatant delivery of credit to little Zhou? While other officers struggled to catch a thief, little Zhou effortlessly apprehended a heinous drug dealer. Goodness, little Zhou truly had the luck of a koi. Surrounding officers, including Hao Igwa, were filled with envy. After a long time, Hao Igwa finally regained his composure. Little Zhou, old Lu Yu, and the officers should bring Lu Rong and the others back to the police station. I will personally report to Director Ma at the city bureau. Little Zhou, I have a feeling you are about to be promoted to second-class inspector. As Hao Aiguo's words resonated, the surrounding officers looked on with envy, glancing at the insignia on. This time those accompanying Hao Aiguo on duty were all veteran officers, including a second-level inspector with 1 bar and 2 stars, and even a first-level inspector with 1 bar and 3 stars. Though Zhou Zheng had risen to a second-level inspector with 1 bar and 2 stars, logically speaking, others shouldn't feel envious or jealous. But how many years had these officers been working? The least among them had been working for 4 or 5 years, while the most had been for 7 or 8 years, and that was with a smooth promotion without any mistakes. Lu Jianjun, having made a mistake years ago, had been a police officer for over a decade, and should have been promoted to a 3rd-level police supervisor with 2 bars and 1 star by now, yet he was still a first-level inspector with 1 bar and 3 stars. How long had Zhou Zheng been working? The answer was 3 months and 9 days. Normally, promotion to second-level inspector requires at least 4 years, but Zhou Zheng might be promoted to second-level inspector after just over 3 months of service, nearly 4 years less than others. How could that not evoke tremendous envy? Envy and jealousy were of no use. After all, how could one deny his remarkable achievements? An 11 fugitive consulted him about his criminal record. A drug dealer reported the theft of his car to Zhou Zheng, seeking help in finding his lost vehicle. Even a bag snatcher joined in, knocking himself out in front of him after making a successful grab. You could say all of this was merely luck, but luck is also a part of strength. Whenever he enjoys good fortune, others do not. That's the essence of ability. He's being fed by destiny, as if a bulldozer is shoveling food into his mouth, and who could refute that? The surrounding officers were enviously chattering away. Zhengguo, I have a small request. Can you take me along on duty next time? He'll be your aide. Xiao Zhou, take me with you. My wife keeps saying I'm not working hard enough, and my insignia hasn't changed. Could you lend me a hand? Xiao Zhou, why not take a few more people on duty next time? Everyone can benefit from your good fortune. They clamored, and Zhou Zheng was momentarily at a loss for words. Hao Aigua, who was about to turn and leave, suddenly wore a stern expression. What do you all have nothing to do? Seeing Xiao Zhou and Jianjun achieving success, you can't sit still. You're all veteran officers, you know it's difficult to achieve merit, and it often comes with life-threatening risks. Did you know that during the last operation Xiao Zhou almost got shot in the head by the drug dealer Wang Chong? You don't know. You only see others achieving merit. How about recognizing the effort they put in? How much risk, and even threats to life, have they endured? After Hao Aigua's reprimand, the officers fell silent. It was their first time hearing that Zhou Zheng had almost been shot by the drug dealer Wang Chong. They had thought he achieved success purely by luck, but it turned out there were perilous moments as well. Asking themselves honestly, could they truly face the risk of being shot in the head while apprehending a drug dealer? Each person had only a vague answer in their hearts, yet none dared to be certain they would rise to the occasion. The faces of the officers unconsciously reflected shame. They sighed inwardly, realizing that Xiao Zhou's achievements were not solely due to luck, prompting a newfound respect for Zhou Zheng. Hao Aigua paused. He was in a hurry to report to the municipal bureau, so he didn't say much, only offering a few reminders. All right, I'm heading to the municipal bureau. Be careful on your way back to the station. That Lu Rongxing is a major drug dealer. Keep your wits about you and don't let him escape. Captain Lu Rongxing won't escape. It seems his leg is injured. An officer pointed at Lu Rongxing's leg. At that moment his foot was swollen more than a radish, the skin dark purple resembling a ripe purple eggplant, and he could barely stand. As the officers lifted his leg, Lu Rongxing immediately began wailing, the sound so piercing one would mistake it for a pig being slaughtered. His foot hung down at a 45-degree angle, indicating a broken bone. Hiss! Hao Aigua inhaled sharply, glancing at Zhou Zheng, knowing without a doubt this was Zhou Zheng's doing to prevent Lu Rongxing from escaping. After all, just days ago when he apprehended drug dealer Wang Chong, the image of that Iron Mountain lean move that broke 6 of Wang Chong's ribs was still fresh in his mind. Yet dealing with vicious criminals requires a firm hand. Being lenient only brings trouble. Zhou Zheng seemed to sense Hao Aigua's thoughts and explained, Director, the injury on Lu Rongxing's foot wasn't caused by me. Not you. Did he cause it himself? It really was his own doing. Zhou Zheng chuckled. Lu Rongxing initially intended to ambush me with a metal wrench, but during the build-up he struck the doorframe too hard and lost grip, causing the wrench to fall and hit his own foot. As Zhou Zheng finished speaking, not only Hao Aigua, but all the other officers were left amused and baffled. Lu Rongxing truly had it coming. This was what it meant to shoot oneself in the foot. However, Hao Aigua felt a bit of fear. That wrench was over half a meter long. If Lu Rongxing had successfully ambushed him, Zhou Zheng might have been in grave danger. This was also what Hao Aigua had always worried about. Xiao Zhou's astonishing luck often allowed him to avoid danger, but one misstep could spell disaster. Xiao Zhou, next time you capture a criminal, ensure your own safety first. Learn from your master. Don't think I'm nagging. Zhou Zheng waved his hand and replied, Director, how could that be? I've noted it down and don't worry. Hao Aigua nodded and said no more, heading out to drive a police car straight to Jiangbei Municipal Bureau. Upon arriving at the municipal bureau, he parked the car and entered the police building, making his way to the chief's office. Knock, knock, knock. He excitedly knocked on the office door. The chief's office was spacious and bright. Ma Xiaojun was seated at his desk with a pen in hand, focused on handling official matters. The olive branches and cross stars on his white shirt glimmered in the sunlight. Come in, he called without looking up, still busy with his work. As the door opened, Hao Aigua walked in, wearing a face that struggled to contain his inner joy. Director Ma. Ma Xiaojun looked up, his serious expression betraying no emotion. Lao Hao, what brings you here today? Have a seat. Director Ma, I actually have something to discuss with you. Hao Aigua sat down heavily on the sofa without further ado. Ma Xiaojun frowned, pondering when Hao Aigua had changed his demeanor. Previously, he always came to the chief's office with a submissive attitude. Setting his pen down, he rose and took a seat opposite Hao Aigua. Lao Hao, I see you don't come without purpose. Well, what's on your mind? Previously, he always came to the chief's office with a submissive attitude. Setting his pen down, he rose and took a seat opposite Hao Aigua. Lao Hao, I see you don't come without purpose. Well, what's on your mind? What? You caught a drug dealer who's from the south and is Wang Chong's supplier. Ma Xiaojun had just settled into the sofa and involuntarily stood up again. In the morning, the provincial office had called, reporting that recently some drug dealers from the south were active in Jiangbei, and the higher-ups were very concerned about this matter, urging Jiangbei Municipal Bureau to raise its vigilance and ideally capture this southern drug dealer to prevent drugs from spreading among the populace and harming the people. Feeling the pressure, Ma Xiaojun quickly relayed this information to the narcotics team. Drug dealers are bound to be connected. He instructed the team to intensify the interrogation of Wang Chong hoping to extract useful information from him. However, the narcotics team had not made any breakthroughs, while the police at Xiaobei had already apprehended the drug dealer from the south. The event for additional gifts and updates has been discontinued due to declining data, making it difficult to achieve goals. An extra chapter is added to thank the readers for their support. Upon hearing how Aguo's words, the pressure on Ma Zijian's shoulders suddenly lightened. The drug traffickers from the south have been caught, and it was Zhou Zheng from the Qiaobei police station who made the contribution. While he was filled with joy, he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed in the drug enforcement team. If the groundwork for drug enforcement is done by grassroots police, what is the drug enforcement team for? The drug trafficker Wang Chong was also captured by Qiaobei, paving the way for you. The person is in your custody and has been for 2 days without any leads. Although the leadership values your hard work, what they value even more is whether you can relieve their burdens in critical moments. Clearly the Qiaobei police station has done that, and Comrade Zhou has too. Ma Xiaojun was very pleased and naturally held the Qiaobei police station and Zhou Zheng in higher regard. Old How, not bad at all. You all at the Qiaobei station have performed excellently, and Comrade Zhou has shown his usual vigor and extraordinary ability. Very good. Come on, Old How, have some water. Ma Xiaojun said, rising to pour water for Hao Aigua. This is just the care that comes with affection. No, Director Ma, I'll do it myself. Ma Xiaojun was polite, but Hao Aigua knew better than to let the director pour water for him. Hao Aigua snatched the disposable cup from Ma Zijian's hand and took care of it himself. Naturally, Ma Xiaojun wouldn't insist, as long as the concern for subordinates is conveyed, that's enough. Director Ma, I've already brought the drug trafficker Lu Rongxing back to the Qiaobei station. Please give your instructions for the next steps. Ma Xiaojun paused for a moment. Old How, let's hand Lu Rongxing over to the drug enforcement team for interrogation. Although he was captured by your Qiaobei station, it is still the responsibility of the drug enforcement team. Do you have any objections? No objections. Hao Aigua replied without hesitation. Once the leadership has spoken, he naturally wouldn't dissent. Anyway, Ma Xiaojun knew that the drug trafficker was captured by the Qiaobei station. Ma Xiaojun was very satisfied with Hao Aiguo's attitude and stood up to say, Old How, your Qiaobei station has made another contribution. Comrade Zhou has been consistently outstanding, and I will report this to the provincial department immediately. Director Ma, look at how Comrade Zhou has made contributions one after another. Shouldn't his rank be raised? Hao Aigua asked with great hope. If Zhou Zheng, who has only been working for less than 4 months, can be promoted to a 2-star second-level police officer, he would be unparalleled among all the police in Jiangbei. Such an outstanding officer coming from the Qiaobei station means that Hao Aigua can also boast in front of the directors of brother police stations. Ma Xiaojun did not answer immediately, but gazed out the window. He knew that Zhou Zheng was talented, capable, and eager to develop, but rapid advancement can also be detrimental. He wondered if it would be a good thing for Zhou Zheng. Moreover, there hasn't been a police officer in the entire city who has been promoted to second-level police officer within less than 4 months of joining. Ma Xiaojun decided to let nature take its course. After all, it wouldn't matter what he said, so it was better to let the higher-ups make the decision. Old How, there has been no precedent in Jiangbei for someone to be promoted to second-level police officer right after starting work, and I cannot decide on Zhou Zheng's promotion. I will mention it when I report to the boss, but as for whether he will be promoted, I think it is better to let it happen naturally. All right then. With the leadership saying, so what else could Hao Aigua say? Then Director Ma, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave. Ma Xiaojun nodded. Next, I will notify the drug enforcement team to go to the Qiaobei station to pick up the person. At that time, your Qiaobei station should cooperate with the handover. Understood. After Hao Aigua left, Ma Xiaojun initially wanted to call the drug enforcement team to inform them to go to the Qiaobei station to hand over the drug trafficker Lu Rongxing. After some thought, he picked up the red landline on his desk and called the provincial department. Jiangbei City's. At the entrance of a plain single-patient room stood 2 fully armed policemen, their guns tucked into leather holsters at their waists, their serious faces devoid of any smiles. Inside the single-patient room, drug trafficker Wang Chong had already escaped life-threatening danger. His face was pale, one of his wrists was firmly handcuffed to the hospital bed, and he occasionally winced in pain from his ribs, causing his facial muscles to twitch. Wang Chong, I advise you not to stubbornly resist. You know our policy: confession leads to leniency, resistance leads to harshness. Ma Ermao has already confessed that you are his supplier. Do you think you can keep quiet, and we'll have no way to deal with you? The head of the drug enforcement team, Wan Lishan, stood by the hospital bed, looking down at Wang Chong, applying pressure. Wang Chong had been awake for over a day, and Wan Lishan had been interrogating him all this time. This guy was like a rock in a latrine, both foul and hard, refusing to say a word. Ma Xiaojun had called Wan Lishan, urging him to dig deeply into Wang Chong's information. The latest news indicated that drug traffickers from the south had flowed into Jiangbei, likely connected to Wang Chong, and he must not be allowed to leave comfortably. Wan Lishan felt the pressure, but Wang Chong stubbornly refused to speak. Ma Mao was just one of Wang Chong's small-time subordinates and didn't know much information about him. He could only intensively interrogate Wang Chong, hoping to break down his psychological defenses. Wang Chong turned his head with difficulty, revealing a smile on his pale face that was more pitiful than crying. "Officer, what do you want to know?" Seeing Wang Chong finally speak, Wan Lishan's heart leaped with joy, and he quickly asked, "Who is your supplier? Is he from the south? Has he arrived in Jiangbei recently? Have you traded with him?" Wang Chong's heart stirred. The police had relatively good intelligence. Could it be that Boss Lu has been caught? After thinking for a moment, he dismissed this idea. If Lu Rongxing had been captured, Wan Lishan wouldn't be so anxious to extract information from him. Confessing leads to leniency, but someone like him who is guilty of heinous crimes doesn't even qualify for leniency. A peanut on his head is his final fate. Saying he didn't know might buy him a few more days. "I don't know." Wang Chong coldly threw out a sentence, turning his head away and staring at the ceiling, refusing to say anything more. Damn it. Wan Lishan was so furious he felt like Buddha was born and ascended. This kid, he thought his psychological defenses were weakening and was about to give in, but unexpectedly, he was still unyielding. "Wang Chong." Wan Lishan broke down, his face darkened as he shouted loudly, "Watch your attitude." At that moment his phone rang. Wan Lishan shot Wang Chong a glare, glanced at the phone screen, and hurried to the corner to answer the call. "Director Ma, old one, how's it going over there? Have you made any progress in interrogating Wang Chong?" Wan Lishan felt a sudden jolt in his heart and cautiously replied, "Director Ma, no. Not yet. This kid is as tough and foul as a rock in a latrine, but don't worry, I will definitely get him to talk. It won't take long to clarify his connection to the drug traffickers from the south." Wan Lishan expressed his determination to Ma Xiaojun over the phone, but Ma Xiaojun did not continue along that line. "Old one, let's put the interrogation of Wang Chong on hold for now, if the drug traffickers from the south have already been caught." Wan Lishan was immediately taken aback. "What? Caught? Who caught them? The criminal investigation team or the public security department?" Ma Xiaojun's voice came through the receiver. "Neither, it was Zhou Zheng from the Qiaobei police station. You go with people to the Qiaobei station to pick them up. That's it." Wan Lishan hung up the phone, his eyes glazed as he muttered, "Again from the Qiaobei police station. Again Zhou Zheng." A nearby drug enforcement officer asked, "Captain, you haven't been overly stimulated, have you? What did Director Ma say to you?" "I was indeed stimulated. Zhou Zheng from the Qiaobei station caught the drug traffickers from the south again. It's him again. Tell me, does Zhou Zheng have some cheat code?" Wan Lishan said enviously and jealously. "That's the auto repair shop." After Hao Aiguo left, Zhou Zheng and others were also preparing to pack up and head back to the police station. At this moment, the car thief, Chunyang, learned that the owner of the car he stole was actually a drug dealer. "So, officer, does this count as a merit for me?" Chunyang mumbled from the side. To be honest, if Chunyang hadn't stolen Lu Rongxing's car, he wouldn't have reported it and ultimately exposed himself. Seen this way, he had somewhat contributed to the case. However, his subjective motive was illegal, and Lu Jianjun was momentarily unsure how to define it. Zhou Zheng said, "What are you thinking? Stealing a car is your subjective action. Even if teacher Zhang San were here, it would still be recognized as an illegal act. You need to come back to the police station with us, and we will consider your illegal actions accordingly." "Thank you, officer." Oh no. I can't take it anymore, it hurts so much." Lu Rongxing was still wailing in the corner, his foot was broken, and the pain was unbearable, his voice hoarse from shouting. Lu Jianjun looked at Lu Rongxing's injured foot and frowned. "Xiaozhou, this kid's foot looks pretty severely injured. Why don't we send him to the hospital first?" Zhou Zheng nodded. Although the drug dealer was extremely guilty based on humanitarian principles, they couldn't just ignore his injury. The other officers took Chunyang and the auto shop owner back to the police station for interrogation. Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun escorted Lu Rongxing to the first hospital of Jiangbei for treatment. After registering for the orthopedic department, an X-ray examination revealed that Lu Rongxing's foot bone was fractured, but fortunately, it was a stable fracture that didn't require surgery. The doctor realigned it manually and applied a cast for conservative treatment. During this time, Hao Aiguo called, saying he had reported the work to Director Ma and asked where they were. Zhou Zheng replied that they were at Jiangbei First Hospital treating Lu Rongxing's severe foot injury. Hao Aiguo said, "Xiaozhou, soon the drug enforcement team leader one will come to pick up the person. This is Director Ma's instruction. After you finish the handover, head back to Qiaobei Station." "Understood, Director," Zhou Zheng replied. He didn't want to interrogate Lu Rongxing. It was better to leave these matters to the drug enforcement team, as they were the professionals for this kind of work, and he was only responsible for capturing criminals. "Xiaozhou, I have already mentioned your promotion to Director Ma, and he agreed to apply for it. If this goes through, you will become the youngest second-level police officer in Jiangbei City." "Thank you, Director." Zhou Zheng felt a surge of joy upon hearing Hao Aiguo's words. It wasn't that he was overly eager for fame and fortune, but he had a goal of being promoted to police supervisor within 3 years. Promotion to police supervisor requires the approval of the provincial department's leaders, while promotions to police chief or supervisor require the personal signature of the top official in the ministry. If he didn't achieve extraordinary results, how could he expect to be promoted to a high-ranking position within 3 years? Now, having completed the first step of the long journey in just a few days, successfully advancing from trainee officer to third-level police officer, he must ensure that the second step is executed well. Xiao Haoigua was even more enthusiastic about this matter than Zhou Zheng. At that time, not only will you bring glory to Qiaobei Station, but even your parents will be proud of you. Parents. Hearing those 2 words, Zhou Zheng suddenly felt a pang of sadness. Who are my parents? Why do I have no memory of them at all? Are they alive or dead? If they are still alive, where are they? Naturally, he would want to share joyful news with his parents, but this was a luxury for Zhou Zheng. Perhaps there are clues about his parents in the box left by his grandfather, but that box has a password, and he doesn't know it, and doesn't want to damage the box. His grandfather had instructed Zhou Zheng that after he married Chu Yunyao, he should bury his grandfather's ashes at their hometown along with the box. Would he then be able to open the box? Now, although he had registered his marriage with Chu Yunyao, they still had a 3-year agreement and were not truly husband and wife. Once Chu Yunyao married him for real within 3 years, he might finally discover his origins when they returned his grandfather's ashes to their hometown for burial. Zhou Zheng was momentarily lost in thought, unaware of when Haoigua had hung up the phone. Hey Xiao, what did the director just say to you? What are you spacing out for? Lu Jianjun nudged Zhou Zheng with his elbow. Zhou Zheng finally came to his senses. Oh, the director said to hand Lu Rongxing over to the drug enforcement team. They will come to pick him up soon. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Jianjun's phone rang, and he took it out to check the screen. Team leader Wan from the drug enforcement team. That was quick. Hello Team 1, yes, we have Lu Rongxing in our custody. We are at Jiangbei First Hospital. This kid's foot was wrecked by our Xiao Zhou. He wasn't injured elsewhere, so it won't delay your interrogation. What? You are also at Jiangbei First Hospital. Perfect, we are in orthopedics. Come and pick him up. Wan Lishan hung up the phone and hurriedly headed to orthopedics with 2 drug enforcement officers. This was the second time they were handing over a drug dealer to the Qiaobei police station. It was somewhat embarrassing for the drug enforcement officers to request someone from the police station. Soon Wan Lishan arrived in the orthopedic corridor and met Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun. Lu Jianjun wasted no time and pointed at Lu Rongxing saying, Team 1, this is Lu Rongxing, a drug dealer from the south, and also the supplier of Wangchong. We found 3 kilograms of ice with him. You can have someone come to the police station to collect the drugs. We will hand him over to you now. Wan Lishan shook Lu Jianjun's hand and said, Old Lu, thanks. How did you catch Lu Rongxing? We interrogated Wang Chong for 2 days, and this kid wouldn't say a word. Lu Jianjun smiled and said Lu Rongxing's car was stolen. He reported it, then Xiao Zhou discovered. He briefly recounted the process, and Wan Lishan was astonished upon hearing it. What the heck? The drug dealer hid the ice in the car, and he actually chose to report it after losing the car, asking the police to help him find it. Is he out of his mind? Wan Lishan looked at Lu Rongxing in confusion. Why did you choose to report it after losing your car? Don't you fear the police finding the drugs in your car? Lu Rongxing, sitting in a wheelchair with a mournful expression, said, Aren't you supposed to find the police for help? My goods were well hidden. Who would know that the car thief sold my car to an auto repair shop, and the shop dismantled it into a pile of parts? Do I have a way to deal with bad luck? You're truly out of your mind. Wan Lishan was at a loss for words. Regardless of whether Lu Rongxing is crazy or not, this is the situation. We caught him, and now hand him over to you, old Wan. Lu Jianjun said with a smile. Zhou Zheng definitely has a knack for this. Wan Lishan lowered his head and muttered softly, suddenly looking up with a smile and tightly grasping Zhou Zheng's hand, saying, Xiao Zhou, are you interested in joining the drug enforcement team? I feel you have a strong affinity with our drug enforcement team. I mentioned it to you last time. How are you considering it? Before Zhou Zheng could respond, Lu Jianjun immediately objected. Hey, old Wan, be a person. You can't be so blatant about poaching. Do you believe he would get angry with you in front of our station chief? He is an old how not here. Wan Lishan chuckled awkwardly. He was willing to go all out as Zhou Zheng was a talent, and Wan Lishan was growing fonder of him. So Xiao Zhou, as long as you nod, I will apply to Director Ma. It won't be a wasted trip. If you come, you'll be the leader of the drug enforcement team. Old Wan, goodbye. Lu Jianjun pulled Zhou Zheng and turned to leave, saying as they walked, Xiao Zhou, don't listen to old Wan's flattery. Their work in the drug enforcement team is tiring, hard, and dangerous. It's better at our police station. Zhou Zheng was indeed somewhat tempted to work in the drug enforcement team, but it wasn't right to jump ship so soon after just starting his job. He thought it best to take one step at a time. The two drove back to Qiaobei Station, first heading to the director's office, handing Lu Rongxing over to the drug enforcement team, required greeting Hao Aigua. As soon as they entered the director's office, they were hit by a strong smell of traditional Chinese medicine. Hao Aigua was bent over applying a plaster to his waist. Director, what's wrong? Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun asked simultaneously. My chronic back pain has flared up again, and this time it's severe. I can hardly stand up. Hao Aigua said in pain. Director, don't move. Let me help you apply the plaster. Zhou Zheng saw Hao Aigua bending over, grimacing in pain, struggling to find the right spot for the plaster, and hurriedly stepped forward to assist. Xiaozhou, let me do it. Lu Jianjun reacted, and also walked forward. Hao Aigua said, Xiaozhou, let Jianjun do it, you don't know where to stick it. The old police officers at the Qiaobei police station know that Hao Aigua has back problems. Most of the male colleagues have helped him apply plasters before. Zhou Zheng, being new, naturally didn't know how to go about it, so he handed the plaster to Lu Jianjun. Lu Jianjun was familiar with the process and quickly helped Hao Aigua apply the plaster. Director, it's on now. Thank you, Jianjun. Hao Aigua politely remarked, but Lu Jianjun frowned, appearing quite unhappy. Director, why do you say that? There's no need for thanks between us. Lu Jianjun supported Hao Aigua as he turned around, and Hao Aigua slowly sat in a chair, saying, Jianjun, this is just politeness. Zhou Zheng noticed that although Hao Aigua was smiling, his brow occasionally furrowed, indicating that the back pain was really bothering him. After sitting down, Hao Aigua let out a long sigh of relief. Oh no, my back pain has flared up again, but it really delays things. I'm getting old. By the way, Xiaozhou, Jianjun, how did you return so quickly? Zhou Zheng nodded. Director Lu Rongxing has successfully handed over to Captain 1 of the drug enforcement team. He happened to be in the hospital and quickly met with us after a phone call. Good. That 3 kilograms of drugs is still with us at Qiaobei Station. Did you inform Captain 1? Tell the drug enforcement team to take it away quickly. This thing is like a hot potato, though I've specifically asked 2 officers to keep an eye on it. Yes. Lu Jianjun interjected. Captain 1 will send someone to collect it soon. Alright, that's good. Lu Jianjun glanced at Zhou Zheng, and then turned to Hao Aigua, saying, Director, before Xiaozhou and I left, Old One said some things that I am not sure if I should tell you. What did Old One say? Jianjun, don't be so hesitant. Hao Aigua asked after taking a sip of tea. Director, he'll just say it. Old Wan from the drug enforcement team wants to poach someone from our Qiaobei station. He wants Xiaozhou to go work for the drug enforcement team. What? Hao Aiguo's eyes widened in shock, and as he straightened his body, he inadvertently strained his back, causing him to grimace in pain. Oh no. Director, are you alright? I'm fine, I'm fine. Hao Aigua held his waist with one hand and waved the other dismissively. I'm fine, I just strained my back a bit. That Old One, how much help has our Qiaobei station given him? This kid doesn't show gratitude but wants to poach from us. Exactly, Captain 1 even said that if Xiaozhou goes over, he would arrange for him to be a team leader. Isn't that unfair competition? Lu Jianjun added with embellishment. Hao Aigua suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Zhou Zheng had gained a bit of reputation in the Jiangbei police system, and such talent was rare, making him a target for leaders from certain departments. He turned his gaze towards Zhou Zheng. Xiaozhou, what do you think? Zhou Zheng replied, Director, I have no thoughts about it, and certainly have no plans to change jobs. I am a member of the Qiaobei police station, and you have treated me so well, Master. I can't bear to leave Qiaobei station. Very good, very good. Hao Aiguo's face blossomed into a smile. I am very pleased that you think this way. Xiaozhou, I won't be around much longer. I believe the next director of Qiaobei police station must be you. Lu Jianjun thought to himself that the director was also learning to flatter, but judging by Hao Aiguo's tone, it seemed he wasn't joking. Hao Aigua continued. Xiaozhou, you just got married not long ago, and you're in the honeymoon period. After that, you won't need to come for night shifts. You can work regular day shifts. Zhou Zheng naturally understood that this was Hao Aigua trying to be nice to him, and he quickly shook his head. Director, there's no need. I still hope you treat me as an ordinary officer and not make any special arrangements for me. Ha ha ha. Hao Aiguo's smile became even brighter. Alright, I knew I didn't misjudge you. Working diligently as an officer could also lead to a promising future. You two get Chun Yang's confession sorted out this afternoon. He'll make an exception today. If there's nothing else, you can leave early. Upon hearing that they could leave early, Lu Jianjun's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Director. You brat. Hao Aigua pointed at Lu Jianjun with a hand, but said nothing else, thinking to himself. I still don't know why you said that Old Wan from the drug enforcement team wants to poach. Isn't it just to remind me to value Xiaozhou? Xiaozhou is a treasure of Qiaobei Station, and I would value him even without you saying it. Director, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. The two exchanged pleasantries, and were about to leave the office. Hao Aigua subconsciously stood up, and as soon as he did, he felt as if ice needles were piercing through his body, causing him both pain and cold. Oh no. He leaned on the desk with both hands, not daring to move. Director, shall we take you to the hospital? Lu Jianjun looked concerned. However, Hao Aigua shook his head stubbornly and said, Go to the hospital for what? It's an old problem. I've seen so many doctors, and they all say my back can't be treated and that I can only rest at home. With so many things at the station, how can I just lie at home? It has unexpectedly gotten worse day by day. Zhou Zheng was suddenly inspired. He had never used his master-level acupuncture skills before. Why not help the director treat his back injury now? Thinking of this, Zhou Zheng said, "Director, how about I take a look for you?" Hao Aiguo looked up upon hearing this. "What? Xiao Zhou, you know medicine. My back injury is an old one, and I've seen both traditional and Western medicine, and none of them can treat it. The implication was that you are just a police officer. I know you are excellent, but different fields are like different mountains. Since both traditional and Western medicine can't cure it, don't meddle." Zhou Zheng smiled. "Director, my grandfather was a guard for a leader and learned a few medical skills from a national medical sage. He later passed some knowledge to me. If you trust me, let me help you take a look." "Huh? Really?" Hao Aiguo was half convinced, but he knew that Zhou Zheng would never harm him. "All right, Xiao Zhou, then help me treat it, and don't feel any psychological burden. Just treat it as a last resort." Zhou Zheng had a serious expression, and it was clear that Hao Aiguo was not optimistic about him. "Director, find a place to lie flat. Then let's go to my break room." Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun helped Hao Aiguo to a small suite in the office. This suite was about 10 square meters, and there was a single bed against the wall where Hao Aiguo rested. Hao Aiguo struggled to get onto the bed and lay down properly. Zhou Zheng, having acquired the master-level acupuncture skill, also had certain expertise in pulse diagnosis and bone palpation. His 2 fingers moved like agile snakes along Hao Aiguo's waist. "Director, does it hurt here?" "Here." He quickly identified the cause of the ailment. "Director, your back injury is caused by a strain, right? Then it got cold, leading to cold air entering the body, and when the back injury flares up, it feels both painful and cold, like ice needles stabbing into the waist, making it unbearable." "Wow." Hao Aiguo was astonished. "Xiao Zhou, you said it perfectly." Zhou Zheng quickly deduced the cause of Hao Aiguo's waist injury, leaving Hao Aiguo astonished. Years ago, shortly after starting his job, he had once responded to a call to persuade a girl who wanted to jump off a building due to emotional reasons. At that time at Tianjin University, the girl stood on the rooftop of her 3-story house, unmoved by the pleas and cries of her parents and friends. When Hao Aiguo arrived, he quietly made his way to the rooftop, intending to pull the girl to safety while she was unprepared. The outdoor temperature was -15 degrees, and Hao Aiguo, in his effort to save her, took off his coat, shivering from the cold. Just as he quietly approached the girl from behind, she jumped down. In a critical moment, Hao Aiguo lunged and swiftly grabbed her hand, half of his body hanging over the eaves. As a result, he suffered extensive abrasion on his elbow and abdomen, and his waist was strained, causing him. The officers who followed rushed forward to pull the 2 back, but Hao Aiguo stopped them as he was on the verge of losing his grip on the girl's hand. Any movement could cause him to let go. The fire department arrived a bit late due to the heavy snow, and Hao Aiguo endured in the freezing cold for about 20 minutes. Ultimately, the girl was saved, but he was sent to the hospital. At that time, he was young and was discharged after a few days in the hospital, but the waist injury remained with him forever. For many years, whenever it flared up, it caused him unbearable pain. Even Lu Jianjun was not fully aware of this incident and did not expect Zhou Zheng to diagnose how his waist injury was caused. This ignited a glimmer of hope in Hao Aiguo's heart. It seemed that Zhou was indeed quite capable, more reliable than all the doctors he had seen before. "Xiao Zhou, you are right. My injury was indeed caused in a freezing environment, and getting cold was unavoidable. Can it be treated?" It should be no big problem. This type of waist injury was not difficult for Zhou Zheng, but since it was his first treatment, he did not want to make overly confident statements. "All right, Xiao Zhou, you can treat me. It doesn't matter if it doesn't work." Zhou Zheng nodded and turned to Lu Jianjun, asking, "Master, do we have silver needles for acupuncture in the infirmary?" "Silver needles?" Lu Jianjun lowered his voice and said, "Xiao Zhou, do you plan to use acupuncture to treat the director? The director has had acupuncture a few times before, but the effects were not significant. Are you capable of doing that? If the effects were poor, it was due to unprofessional acupuncture techniques and the silver needles not being long enough. If you can't reach the cold poison, it naturally cannot be drawn out." "Master, don't worry. I won't attempt anything I'm not confident about." Seeing Zhou Zheng's determination, Lu Jianjun refrained from persuading him further. "All right, please wait a moment while I check the infirmary. I think I may have seen a set of silver needles before, but no one knows how to use them or where they are now." "Master, I need silver needles that are preferably 4 inches long, as shorter ones will not suffice. Also, I will need medical alcohol and cotton pads." "Oh, got it. If not, I will go buy a set from the pharmacy outside," Lu Jianjun said quickly, leaving the direct. Zhou Zheng didn't idle either. Seeing that Hao Aiguo's expression was still one of great pain, he reached out to help him massage his lower back to relieve the pain. Surprisingly, the master-level acupuncture technique indeed came with an effective massage method. Hao Aiguo felt a wave of relief in his waist, even experiencing a reduction in pain, letting out a series of soothing sounds. Oh, yeah. A sound similar to a wild cat in heat echoed near Zhou Zheng's ear, causing him to involuntarily frown. Director, can we discuss this? Could you refrain from making such loud noises? How Aguo's face turned red with embarrassment as he awkwardly said, Xiao Zhou, this is a natural reaction, you understand. I also want to control it, but I can't help myself. I must say you are quite impressive. Ooh, just a few massages on my waist have made me feel much better. I have previously sought doctors for massages on my waist, but none of them hit the right spots. Compared to you, they are all complete quacks. Zhou Zheng smiled and thought to himself, the system truly produces quality goods, none of the skills are lacking. The silver needles have arrived. After a flurry of footsteps, Lu Jianjun rushed in energetically. He was holding a plastic bag, apparently not empty-handed. Xiao Zhou, how about this set of silver needles? They are 5 inches long, a total of 12 needles. Is that enough? Lu Jianjun took out a rectangular box from the plastic bag. Upon opening it, the silver needles were neatly arranged inside, gleaming coldly. Zhou Zheng nodded. It's sufficient, the length is adequate. The quantity doesn't matter, I only need one. Zhou Zheng could manage 6-inch needles, so 5-inch needles posed no difficulty for him, and the length of the 5-inch silver needles was more than enough for treating Hao Aguo's injury. As Zhou Zheng spoke, he pinched a silver needle with 2 fingers using a cotton pad dipped in medical alcohol to disinfect it. Hao Aguo, curious, strained to look over, causing him to be startled. Wow, this silver needle is so long. A 5-inch needle is approximately 16.5 centimeters, looking quite intimidating. Wait, Xiao Zhou, you need to be careful with such a long needle. You're not going to insert it all the way, are you? Zhou Zheng shook his head. Director, you don't need to worry, but absolutely won't hurt. If you're scared, just don't watch. In fact, Zhou Zheng was also unsure whether it would hurt. He noticed how Aguo was a bit tense and deliberately tried to reassure him. What am I afraid of? I didn't say I was scared. How Aguo turned his head away. It's just uncomfortable to keep twisting my neck. It's not fear. While Hao Aguo was speaking, Zhou Zheng, holding the tail of the silver needle, found the right position and swiftly inserted it. Hao Aguo felt as if his waist had been bitten by an ant, and surprisingly, it didn't hurt at all. Zhou Zheng focused, intently maneuvering the silver needle around various nerves, then locating the gathered cold energy. With a flick of his wrist, the cold energy was guided out through the needle, and a minute later, white frost appeared on the silver needle. Hao Aguo couldn't help but shiver, feeling as if a block of ice had been placed on his lower back. Lu Jianjun, watching closely, could only stare in astonishment. My heavens! Regardless of whether Zhou Zheng could cure Hao Aguo's waist injury, who could insert such a long and flexible silver needle smoothly into the body? 2 minutes later, Hao Aguo felt no cold sensation in his lower back at all. Instead, it felt warm. Zhou Zheng had successfully drawn out all the cold energy, and Hao Aguo's waist injury was no longer serious. After pulling out the silver needle, Zhou Zheng said, Director, the treatment is complete. How do you feel? That's it. So quick. Hao Aguo suddenly turned around and sat up. Hey, I must say I can't feel any pain in my lower back at all. Director, are you completely healed? You can even turn over by yourself. Lu Jianjun exclaimed in surprise. Yes, indeed. Hao Aguo was even more delighted, jumping off the bed to put on his shoes and moving his waist, feeling as good as new with no pain. Xiao Zhou, I have a new appreciation for you now. You are a divine doctor. Hao Aguo was filled with respect for Zhou Zheng's medical skills and gratitude. Zhou Zheng waved his hand, feeling happy himself. First, he had helped the director treat his waist injury. Second, he noticed that the master-level acupuncture technique, in his mind, now had an experience value of 20300. After helping Hao Aguo heal his back injury, an experience bar for master-level acupuncture appeared in Zhou. Upgrading requires 300 experience points, and currently, he has 20. This 20 experience points likely came from helping Hao Aguo recover from his back injury. Master-level acupuncture has a higher tier known as Grandmaster-level acupuncture, which is a legendary existence. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but wonder if upgrading to Grandmaster-level acupuncture would enable him to treat Chu Yunyao's grandmother. Speaking of which, Zhou Zheng had yet to meet the elderly lady. He had only heard Chu Yunyao mention that she was currently in a vegetative state, receiving treatment at a hospital in the capital city, relying entirely on machines to sustain her life. The elderly lady had a connection with Zhou Zheng's grandfather. They were comrades who almost married in their youth. Regardless of the reason, Zhou Zheng was determined to save her. Next, he needed to focus on upgrading his acupuncture skills. Of course, he also had to find time to accompany Chu Yunyao to the capital to visit her grandmother. Regardless of whether his acupuncture skills improved, he was determined to treat the elderly lady. Xiao Zhou, what are you thinking about? Lu Jianjun, noticing Zhou Zheng deep in thought, couldn't help but nudge him. Zhou Zheng came back to his senses. Oh, it's nothing. Acupuncture can be quite draining, and I was feeling a bit dizzy just now. Is that so? Lu Jianjun replied somewhat disappointedly. Seeing how effective your acupuncture was in treating back injuries, I was hoping you could help me with my shoulder. Forget it, recover first. We can discuss it some other day. Zhou Zheng raised his head and asked Master what's wrong with your shoulder. It's just shoulder periarthritis, it hasn't healed for years. Master, take off your shirt, I'll treat you right now. As long as he used acupuncture he would gain experience points, and besides it was his master. Why not? Although using acupuncture was indeed quite exhausting, it was still within Zhou Zheng's limits. Xiao Zhou, are you sure? Maybe we should wait for another day? Seeing Zhou Zheng's slightly fatigued face, Lu Jianjun felt a bit embarrassed. It's fine, Master. Hurry up, I still need to interrogate Chunyao afterward. Alright then. Lu Jianjun turned to Hao Aigua saying, Director, can I borrow your break room for a moment? Jianjun, why are you being so polite? Feel free to use it. Since Hao Aigua had fully healed from his back injury and felt exceptionally good, he wouldn't mind lending out the break room, though he certainly wouldn't agree to lend his wife. Lu Jianjun quickly stripped down to his bare skin. Zhou Zheng had him sit on a chair, took out a 5-inch silver needle, disinfected it, and then expertly inserted it into the acupuncture point on his shoulder. Wow! Hao Aigua was amazed, unable to close his mouth. Zhou Zheng held the tail of the silver needle with 3 fingers, flicked his wrist a few times, pulled it out, and inserted it into another acupuncture point. After repeating this process, he finished with 3 acupuncture points. Master, it's done. Lu Jianjun felt a significant relief in his shoulder and no longer experienced pain, and he couldn't help but stand up to move his shoulder. He used to struggle to swing his arm, but now it was no problem at all. Xiao Zhou, has my shoulder periarthritis healed? You are amazing. Yet Zhou Zheng shook his head. Master, I've only temporarily controlled the shoulder periarthritis. To completely cure it, you'll need a second acupuncture session. I can treat you again in a week, and then you will be healed. Lu Jianjun was puzzled. Xiao Zhou, the director, said that his back injury is much more severe than my shoulder periarthritis. Why did he get fully healed after just 1 session while I need a second one? Zhou Zheng explained, Master, your situations are different. The director's back injury was primarily caused by cold energy in the lumbar region. Once the cold energy is released, the injury will naturally heal. And your shoulder periarthritis, while it appears to be lighter than the director's back injury, has accumulated over many years, so the healing process will naturally take longer. Xiao Zhou, why are you explaining this to him? Hao Aigua rolled his eyes at Lu Jianjun. You little rascal, just be happy that Xiao Zhou was able to cure you instead of nitpicking. It's better than feeling miserable every day, right? I was just asking because I didn't understand. Lu Jianjun chuckled. Zhou Zheng's experience points increased from 20 to 25, as treating Lu Jianjun's shoulder periarthritis only awarded him 5 experience points. At this moment he felt a bit anxious. It seemed that using master-level acupuncture was indeed very draining. I can't continue, Director Master, I need to take a break, and feeling a bit tired. Zhou Zheng plopped down onto a chair. Both of them immediately became concerned. Hao Aigua said, Xiao Zhou, you don't look well. Have you exhausted yourself treating us? Why not take the afternoon off? You don't need to work anymore. Zhou Zheng quickly waved his hands. Director, I can't do that. I still need to interrogate Chunyao this afternoon. Xiao Zhou will handle the interrogation of Chunyao later. You can take a break. The director says you should rest. Alright, Director, then I'll take a break. Zhou Zheng respectfully complied. After several days of intense work, especially staying up late the night before, combined with expending a lot of energy, helping Hao Aigua and Lu Jianjun, Zhou Zheng truly felt overwhelmed. Take a break. Hao Aigua waved his hand. He called the shots in the police station. Xiao Zhou, you should go home. It's almost noon. You can invite your wife to have lunch together, and then you can. Lu Jianjun chuckled inappropriately. Jianjun, how can you as the master be getting more and more improper? Is that how you talk? Hao Aigua rolled his eyes at Lu Jianjun and said earnestly, Xiao Zhou, young people should exercise moderation. It's understandable that you're recently married and in the honeymoon phase, but remember, men have limits. You must be careful. Zhou Zheng felt a bit awkward thinking that he and Chu Yunyao only had the title of husband and wife, with very few intimate actions, let alone deep exchanges. I understand, Director. Well, then I'm going to take my leave. Zhou Zheng stood up and hurriedly left. Behind him, Hao Aigua could still be heard joking with Lu Jianjun. See, Xiao Zhou was embarrassed. Ha ha. Zhou Zheng changed into casual clothes and walked out of the police station. The gentle breeze brushed against his face, slightly alleviating his fatigue. He took out his phone to call Chu Yunyao, but after a long time no one answered. Yunyao might be busy with business. I should head home to rest for a while. Zhou Zheng muttered to himself. He took a bus and got off near Hanlin Garden Community. With just one stop left, Zhou Zheng strolled homeward. As he approached Hanlin Garden Community, he suddenly felt a chill on his back, as if he were being eyed by hungry wolves in a vast grassland. He quickly turned around and saw a middle-aged man collecting scrap a few meters away, hunching over while struggling to pedal his tricycle, which was filled to the brim with waste. A hunchbacked man rode past Zhou Zheng on a tricycle filled with scrap, his gaze fixed ahead. The feeling of impending danger that had lingered moments ago vanished. Zhou Zheng relaxed his mind, chuckling to himself, wondering why he had been so paranoid. Perhaps it was just exhaustion from the past few days. He thought little of it, and quickly walked towards the Hanlin Garden Community, swiping his face at the entrance, and the side gate opened. Welcome back, resident. The security guard greeted Zhou Zheng with a smile. Zhou Zheng waved at the guard and entered the community. Hey. Scrap collectors are not allowed in the community. Go elsewhere, do you hear me? The guard's face changed when he noticed the hunchbacked man loitering at the entrance. Come on, just let me in to collect scrap, and it'll make it worth your while, the hunchbacked man offered, tossing a box of Yushi cigarettes to the guard. The guard accepted it, his expression softening slightly, and leaned in to whisper, Brother, it's not about being accommodating you. If I let you in, I lose my job. How about you let me in through another door? I want use the main entrance. They'll give you 2 packs of cigarettes a month. How about? The guard waved his hand. No door will let you in. They all have security and cameras. Unless you scale the wall from the west side, there's no camera there. But even if you do get in, the patrolling guards inside will throw you out. Oh. The hunchbacked man nodded. All right, then I'll go collect scrap somewhere else. Goodbye. The hunchbacked man glanced longingly at the inside of the community before turning his tricycle around and leaving. Zhou Zheng took the elevator to his front door and pulled out his keys to unlock it. As soon as he entered, he saw a pair of Chanel fisherman flats on the shoe cabinet, stirring something in his heart. Chu Yunyao must have worn those shoes when she left in the morning. Could it be that she returned home? Or did she just come back to change shoes? Yunyao. Zhou Zheng called out to the living room without thinking much. After a moment, there was no response. Maybe Yunyao came back to change shoes and went out again. He muttered to himself, taking off his shoes and putting on slippers. He first went to the bathroom, and when he came out, he noticed Chu Yunyao's room was slightly ajar, sparking his curiosity to push the door open. On the spacious double bed, Chu Yunyao was sleeping under the covers. So Yunyao is home. I thought she went out on business. Zhou Zheng shook his head. But why isn't she answering my calls? As he approached, he noticed Chu Yunyao's eyes were closed, her long eyelashes occasionally trembling. Her brow was tightly furrowed as if she were enduring immense pain, with traces of dried tears at the corners of her eyes. Zhou Zheng realized something was wrong with Chu Yunyao and hurriedly sat beside her, shaking her shoulder. Yunyao? What's wrong with you? After a moment, Chu Yunyao slowly opened her eyes, but her brow remained tightly knit. Zhou Zheng, why are you back? Did you finish work? Chu Yunyao asked weakly. Zhou Zheng shook his head. No, it's just noon now. My boss let me take the afternoon off, so I came back. Yunyao, what's wrong? Are you unwell? Chu Yunyao nodded, saying, My head hurts terribly, it feels like it's going to explode. Why not go to the hospital? Come on, I'll take you to the hospital, Zhou Zheng urged. However, Chu Yunyao waved her hand. It's an old problem, no need to go to the hospital. Just wait a few hours, and it will be fine. No, Yunyao, if you're sick, you must go to the hospital for treatment. You can't just let it drag on. Zhou Zheng noticed bite marks on Chu Yunyao's lips, and he could imagine how severe her headache must be. Really, it's fine. I know my problem. There's no way to treat it at the hospital. I just need to endure the pain for a few hours. Ouch. Chu Yunyao's words were cut short as the pain seemed to intensify, and her face became even paler, unable to suppress a cry. Seeing Chu Yunyao in such agony, Zhou Zheng naturally felt pained as well. Although he didn't know the root of her headache, he was confident in his master-level acupuncture skills to help alleviate her pain. Unfortunately, there were no silver needles at home, so Zhou Zheng thought of a pharmacy next to the community. Yunyao, I'll step out for a moment, and I'll be right back. Wait for me. Zhou Zheng suddenly stood up, put on his shoes, and ran outside. Chu Yunyao was puzzled, not understanding why Zhou Zheng was in such a hurry. She thought that with her severe headache and discomfort, he should stay with her, right? Chu Yunyao sighed inwardly, the intense headache leaving her no time to think, so she hugged her head, trying to relieve it. This time the pain was more severe than ever, like the relentless waters of the Yangtze River, making her wish she could bash her head against the wall. A few minutes later, Chu Yunyao was in unbearable pain, tears streaming down her face involuntarily. The agony felt like a parasite clinging to her, giving her no chance to breathe, and she couldn't endure it any longer, even contemplating suicide. It seems my condition is getting worse, she murmured to herself, only to be engulfed by the ocean of pain. Fortunately, Zhou Zheng returned. He rushed over to Chu Yunyao, panting, holding a bag. Yunyao, how are you? Seeing Chu Yunyao's hair on her forehead drenched in sweat and sticking together in strands, Zhou Zheng couldn't help but feel worried. Zhou Zheng, it hurts. My head hurts so much. Chu Yunyao resembled a weak and helpless child curled up under the covers, her face showing pain, truly a sight to behold. Yunyao, just hang in there. They'll help you relieve the pain right away, Zhou Zheng said as he opened the bag. Inside was a small package containing the silver needles he had just bought at the pharmacy. Each needle was 4 inches long, just enough. At home, there was cotton and medical alcohol. Zhou Zheng took a silver needle, disinfected it with alcohol, and said to Chu Yunyao, Yunyao, can you lean against the headboard? Zhou Zheng, what are you going to do? Chu Yunyao glanced at the silver needle in Zhou Zheng's hand and felt a bit scared. I'm going to use acupuncture to help relieve your pain. Don't worry, just a couple of needles will have an immediate effect. But I'm even more scared. Chu Yunyao had been afraid of injections since childhood and seeing the long, gleaming silver needle in Zhou Zheng's hand made her even more frightened. The pain in her head seemed to subside somewhat. Zhou Zheng reassured her, "Don't be afraid, Yunyao, trust me. I won't harm you out, just a couple of needles, and it won't hurt." How can I withstand something that long? Chu Yunyao was filled with worry and fear. Good grief, wouldn't this needle reach her throat? "Yunyao, just give it a try. If it's too much, you can stop me at any time." Zhou Zheng patiently persuaded her, and Chu Yunyao reluctantly agreed. Zhou Zheng helped her lean against the headboard, glanced at the acupoint on her head, and accurately inserted the silver needle. Chu Yunyao felt a cool sensation in her chaotic mind, followed by a significant reduction in the Wow, it really seems to be working. Chu Yunyao exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Zheng remained silent, as he needed to concentrate fully during the acupuncture. He had just finished treating Hao Aigua and Lu Jianjun, and his energy was greatly depleted, so he needed to stay alert. He pinched the end of the silver needle, and his wrist flicked a few times. In an instant, Chu Yunyao felt the remaining pain in her head vanish completely, leaving her mind significantly clearer. The feeling of not having a headache was truly wonderful. Chu Yunyao suddenly felt a surge of emotion wanting. Zhou Zheng used acupuncture and only inserted one needle to relieve Chu Yunyao's pain. The unbearable sensation of pain suddenly vanished, akin to a drowning person who is on the brink of death only to be pulled back to shore. She suddenly felt an overwhelming rush of joy mixed with tears. "Yunyao, how do you feel? Does it still hurt?" Zhou Zheng asked as he withdrew the silver needle from Chu Yunyao's forehead. "It doesn't hurt anymore, not at all." "Zhou Zheng, thank you so much, truly thank you," Chu Yunyao said sincerely. Zhou Zheng smiled, saying, "Yunyao, we are husband and wife, so there's no need to be so polite. I don't like hearing you thank me." "Zhou Zheng, do you know?" Chu Yunyao looked outside, still haunted by memories, and said, "That kind of pain is unforgettable. It felt like someone was using a sharp knife to torture my mind. You alleviated the pain for me, so naturally, I am grateful to you. By the way, how did you do it? Pain medication never works for my headaches, and even the effects of Demerol are not satisfactory. Could it be that you really relieved my suffering with just one needle?" Zhou Zheng put the silver needle into the box and said, "Indeed, the technique I used is called acupuncture, which involves inserting silver needles into specific points. However, I only temporarily stopped your pain. Yunyao, what illness do you have?" Upon hearing Zhou Zheng's words, Chu Yunyao leaned against the headboard side and slowly said, "You are my husband, and I shouldn't have hidden this from you. I haven't had these headaches for a long time, and I thought I was cured." "Zhou Zheng, I'm sorry." "Yunyao, don't say sorry. Rather than your apology, I want to understand what symptoms you have." Chu Yunyao shook her. "Actually, I don't know what causes my headaches. When I was in middle school, it turned out that when Chu Yunyao was in the first year of junior high, one day after gym class, everything before her eyes suddenly became double and things appeared blurry. She panicked and told her teacher, who, knowing the status of the Chu family, promptly called her parents. Her parents were busy with business and had one of their female assistants take Chu Yunyao to the hospital for examination. Upon arriving at the hospital, her vision returned to normal and there was nothing wrong, but she began to experience severe headaches. The doctor, after understanding the situation, suspected that she had a tumor pressing on her nerves and suggested that she undergo an MRI. However, the MRI results showed everything was normal and Chu Yunyao's headache symptoms disappeared. Chu Yunyao found it strange as the doctor could not explain it. The disappearance of all her symptoms was a good thing, so she rested for a day before returning to school. Later, this symptom would appear once every couple of months. Each time she went to the hospital, everything appeared normal. After enduring 1 to 2 hours of intense headaches, she would return to normal. Over time, her teachers and parents began to think she was lying, believing she didn't want to go to school. Chu Yunyao found it hard to argue and could only remain silent, enduring the pain whenever it struck. She had even bought painkillers herself, but they had no effect. After becoming financially independent, she secretly sought treatment from experts both domestically and abroad, but no doctor could relieve her pain, and they could not even find the cause. All examination results showed her brain was fine, and slowly she lost hope for a complete cure for her headaches. Fortunately, as she grew older, these symptoms gradually decreased. Sometimes they would occur once every 6 months, and other times once a year. This recent headache attack had been 1.5 years since the last one. She thought she could endure it, but this time it was worse than any previous attack. The pain was excruciating, and after enduring for 3 hours, there was still no relief. If Zhou Zheng hadn't happened to be resting and helped her relieve the pain with acupuncture, she didn't know how much longer her head would have ached. Zhou Zheng's heart stirred as he listened. If Chu Yunyao's body were truly in good condition, she wouldn't experience such severe pain. It could only mean that current medical technology could not detect what illness she truly had. "Yunyao, extend your hand," Zhou Zheng said. "Extend my hand." Chu Yunyao was confused about what Zhou Zheng wanted and extended her right hand. "Place it here." Zhou Zheng pointed to his thigh. He wanted to check Chu Yunyao's pulse, and since there was nothing to support her arm on the bed, he offered his own leg. Chu Yunyao's pretty face immediately flushed with 2 shades of red, and she pondered, what does Zhou Zheng mean? Could it be that he's tired and wants me to massage his thigh? Chu Yunyao felt a bit shy at first, but since Zhou Zheng had just relieved her intense headache, she felt as if she had been given a second chance at life. It would be only right to reciprocate by helping Zhou Zheng with a massage. Chu Yunyao made her hand into a fist and gently tapped Zhou Zheng's thigh. Zhou Zheng was bewildered. Wait, what does Yunyao mean? Why is she actively massaging my leg? Perhaps she misunderstood. This feeling wasn't too bad, or indeed he had been somewhat fatigued these past couple of days, and the softness of Chu Yunyao's fists hitting his thigh was quite enjoyable. Zhou Zheng wanted to stop her, but found the words stuck in his throat. Is it comfortable, Zhou Zheng? Do you want me to apply a bit more pressure? Zhou Zheng hummed in comfort. Chu Yunyao increased the pressure of her taps, but one of her strikes missed the mark and hit the root of his thigh, causing a painful reaction. Damn, Zhou Zheng's body shuddered. Yunyao, stop, it's enough. Chu Yunyao replied, Zhou Zheng, it's fine, I'm not tired. Zhou Zheng thought to himself that it was easy for her to say she wasn't tired as she nearly incapacitated him. Yunyao, look, you're sweating at the tip of your nose. No need to continue, I'll check your pulse to see if I can find the cause of your headache. Chu Yunyao withdrew her delicate hand, her face showing surprise. Zhou Zheng, you can check pulses too. As soon as the words left her mouth, she felt silly. Zhou Zheng had just used acupuncture to relieve her headache, so it was not surprising that he could check her pulse. But wasn't he attending police academy? Where did he learn this medical skill? Seemingly seeing through Chu Yunyao's doubts, Zhou Zheng explained, my grandfather is skilled in medicine, and I learned a few techniques from him before. Chu Yunyao believed wholeheartedly. She had always thought Zhou Zheng's grandfather was a very mysterious person, so it was not surprising that he knew medicine. Zhou Zheng squatted down, placing 2 fingers on her delicate wrist, concentrating as he checked Chu Yunyao's pulse. The accuracy of his pulse diagnosis was proportional to his mastery of acupuncture. After a moment, Zhou Zheng removed his fingers from Chu Yunyao's wrist, a look of confusion on his face. Her pulse was steady, and he could not discern any illness. Zhou Zheng felt a chill in his heart. Chu Yunyao must have a hidden illness, otherwise she wouldn't be suffering from such severe headaches for no reason. The fact that even the master-level acupuncture could not find the cause of her illness only indicated its severity, potentially even life-threatening. Of course, this was all Zhou Zheng's speculation, but he felt it was quite close to the truth. A voice in his heart urged him that he must save Chu Yunyao. Even if Chu Yunyao was not his nominal wife, even if she were a stranger, Zhou Zheng would never stand by and watch her perish. He could only place his hope on master-level acupuncture. If he could elevate his skills to that level, perhaps he would be able to diagnose the cause of Chu Yunyao's illness, and even completely cure her. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng felt a wave of dizziness. Darkness flashed before his eyes, and he involuntarily collapsed onto the bed. The exhaustion from days of labor combined with performing acupuncture on Hao Igua Lu Jianjun and Chu Yunyao had completely drained his energy. Zhou Zheng, what's wrong? Chu Yunyao was caught off guard when Zhou Zheng suddenly fainted. She quickly cupped his face in her hands, her expression filled with panic. Fortunately, Zhou Zheng was merely dizzy and had not truly fainted. He forced a smile, saying, Yunyao, I'm fine. I might just be too tired from these past few days. I just need to rest a bit. By the way, when I checked your pulse earlier, you really don't seem to have any illness. The headache may be caused by nerve issues, but there's no need to worry. If you experience headaches again, acupuncture can help relieve the pain. Zhou Zheng intentionally comforted Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao nodded, but still felt concerned about Zhou Zheng's current state. Zhou Zheng, you should rest for a bit. Come lie on my bed. Can you move? I think I should go back to my own room. As Zhou Zheng tried to get up, he found his legs as soft as noodles, devoid of any strength. He shook his head. It seemed that performing master-level acupuncture required immense mental and physical strength. While the effects were astonishing, one could not overuse it, or else his body would not withstand it. However, not using acupuncture meant he couldn't earn the experience needed for upgrades, which was quite a contradiction. Zhou Zheng, don't move. I'll carry you to my bed. Seeing Zhou Zheng's weak state made Chu Yunyao feel a bit distressed. She emerged from the blankets, and Zhou Zheng saw her wearing a white lace nightgown. The semi-transparent material revealed her graceful figure, and as she bent down, he caught a glimpse of her curves. At the age of Zhou Zheng filled with youthful vigor, he could not help but be stirred by the sight. His blood rushed, leaving his brain insufficiently supplied, and he quickly closed his eyes, afraid to look further or think about it. Goodness, just a hazy glance at that figure was enough to take his breath away. Chu Yunyao stepped barefoot off the bed and approached Zhou Zheng from behind, hesitating for a moment before reaching her hands under his arms. Zhou Zheng, can you muster some strength? I might not be able to move you on my own. Yunyao, don't worry about me. Your headache is just getting better. Don't exert yourself too much. Chu Yunyao shook her head. Zhou Zheng, just do as I say. Listen to me, let's cooperate together. All right. Zhou Zheng had no choice but to agree. Then a warm and soft embrace pressed against his back. It felt as if two gentle orbs were massaging him, making Zhou Zheng shiver involuntarily. Zhou Zheng, hurry. Use your strength. Chu Yunyao half-squatted to support Zhou Zheng and stood up with effort. Zhou Zheng had no time to think and used the last bit of his strength to barely stand up, only to immediately collapse onto the bed. Chu Yunyao naturally fell onto his back, their positions resembling a stack of toys. Chu Yunyao gave a soft grunt and quickly stood up, her face as red as a ripe apple. Fortunately, they finally got Zhou Zheng onto the bed. She took a deep breath, wiped the sweat from her high nose, and bent down to lift Zhou Zheng's legs onto the bed. Zhou Zheng, rest for a bit. Is lying face down uncomfortable? Should I turn you over? No need, lying face down is quite comfortable. Zhou Zheng tilted his head and saw Chu Yunyao looking quite exhausted, so he quickly declined. All right then. Chu Yunyao picked up a blanket and covered Zhou Zheng. I'll go rest in the next room. I won't close the door. If anything comes up, just call me. I'll be able to hear you. Chu Yunyao also felt tired and planned to rest for a bit. Yunyao, don't leave yet. Wait until I fall asleep before you go. Zhou Zheng lay on the bed, his face against the pillow, the pleasant scent of shampoo mixed with her body fragrance wafting into his nose, stirring his heart. He felt a void in his heart at the thought of Chu Yunyao leaving. Okay, then I'll stay nearby with you. But let's agree first that you must abide by our 3-year pact and not make any funny moves. What funny moves? Zhou Zheng asked knowingly. Chu Yunyao's face was flushed with embarrassment. You know what I mean, no need for me to explain, right? We're not truly married yet, so. Zhou Zheng replied. Okay, I understand. Besides, even if I wanted to look at my current state, I'm full of desire but utterly powerless to resist. Chu Yunyao's cheeks blushed with 2 rosy hues as she playfully scolded, stop flattering yourself. Who wants to do anything with you? Just rest already. After saying that, she lay down beside Zhou Zheng. Feeling the warmth and fragrance of the body next to him, Zhou Zheng suddenly felt invigorated, no longer quite so tired. Yunyao, I'm not joking with you anymore. By the way, when did your headache start? Chu Yunyao lay next to Zhou Zheng, feeling somewhat nervous as it was her first time sharing a bed with a man, even though nothing had occurred. When Zhou Zheng asked her a question, she naturally had to respond. This morning, I went to the hospital to discuss the acquisition of a century-old ginseng with Lu Jun. When the discussion fell through, I got anxious and my vision blurred. I knew the headache was about to strike, so I hurriedly drove back home. Zhou Zheng furrowed his brow. Yunyao, is it because of the price that Boss Lu is unwilling to sell that century-old ginseng? No. Chu Yunyao explained, Boss Liu's mother is gravely ill and needs the century-old ginseng for life support. He said. She relayed Boss Lu's words to Zhou Zheng verbatim. Zhou Zheng felt a jolt in his heart. Yunyao, did Lu Jun say that acupuncture can also prolong the old lattice life, besides the century-old ginseng? Yes, he did say that, but he also mentioned that apart from a few renowned traditional doctors in the capital, no one else could handle a 6-inch needle. We can invite those renowned traditional doctors with our capabilities. If they truly had such abilities, they wouldn't be worried over a century-old ginseng. Therefore, I've already given up hope on that ginseng. We can always look for it later. Although Chu Yunyao spoke nonchalantly, Zhou Zheng could tell she felt quite unwilling in her heart. Confidently, he said, Yunyao, that ginseng is as good as ours. Lu Jun will respectfully present it to you. Chu Yunyao was taken aback, her face breaking into a joyful smile. What? Zhou Zheng, do you know the renowned traditional doctors? Zhou Zheng replied, I do, and you know them too. Chu Yunyao looked confused, her big eyes gazing at Zhou Zheng in bewilderment. Zhou Zheng said calmly, because I am one of the renowned traditional doctors. Are you a national medical master? Chu Yunyao exclaimed in astonishment, quickly covering her mouth. Zhou Zheng, you're a police officer having attended the police academy. Although your grandfather taught you medicine, that hardly qualifies you as a national medical master, does it? In Chu Yunyao's impression, a national medical master typically appeared as an elderly man in a tang suit with a long white beard and an air of transcendent elegance. Moreover, the physicians who could be called national medical masters numbered only a handful nationwide, all residing in the capital. Zhou Zheng was far too young. How could he possibly be one? Haha. As if reading Chu Yunyao's thoughts, Zhou Zheng chuckled. Yunyao, National Medical Master, is merely a title for a master of traditional Chinese medicine, indicating that one's medical skills have reached a certain level. The few elderly Chinese medicine practitioners in the capital with their renowned and long-established expertise have entered the official system and are called National Medical Masters. However, there are also scattered masters among the people whose skills have reached the same standard. They are simply low-key indifferent to fame and fortune and thus not widely known. As for me, although I am also within the official system, my primary profession is that of a police officer. Nevertheless, my medical skills have reached the national master level. Zhou Zheng spoke with ease, showing no false modesty. Chu Yunyao was anxious about the century-old ginseng to the point that it even triggered a recurrence of her old ailment. Zhou Zheng thought he should give her a dose of reassurance so she would no longer worry about the matter. When Zhou Zheng claimed to be a national medical master, Chu Yunyao was initially astonished and even skeptical. After all, in her fixed impression, Zhou Zheng's profession was that of a police officer, which had nothing to do with being a doctor. However, recalling how he had just treated her headache with a single acupuncture needle, instantly relieving the pain, an effect comparable to a miraculous elixir, she came to see him in a new light and believed his words 90%. Chu Yunyao looked up at Zhou Zheng, a spark of hope flashing in her beautiful eyes. Zhou Zheng, do you mean your medical skills can prolong Lu Jun's mother's life? Zhou Zheng nodded. If a national medical master-level Chinese medicine practitioner can extend Lu Jun's mother's life, then I can do it without issue. Moreover, acupuncture is my forte. That's wonderful. A long-lost smile spread across Chu Yunyao's fair face. Zhou Zheng said, so Yunyao, you don't need to worry about this anymore. After I rest a bit, I'll go to the hospital to treat Lu Jun's mother. Zhou Zheng, there's no need to rush. You're very weak right now and need to recuperate. Acupuncture must be extremely taxing on your energy, isn't it? Let's leave this matter for a few days. Although Chu Yunyao was eager to obtain the century-old ginseng, she had to consider Zhou Zheng's health. Zhou Zheng thought for a moment and said, at the latest, I'll recover my strength and energy by tomorrow. I'll find time to go to the hospital then, rest assured. All right. Chu Yunyao nodded. But Zhou Zheng, don't push yourself. I am not in a hurry. Zhou Zheng didn't believe Chu Yunyao was as unhurried as she claimed. Lu Jun would cut a small piece of the century-old ginseng every day to brew soup for his mother, and the ginseng was dwindling. It would be strange if Chu Yunyao wasn't anxious. Zhou Zheng didn't call her out on it. Yunyao, I know what I'm doing. Lying on my stomach is getting uncomfortable. I need to turn over and lie on my back. Having regained a little strength, Zhou Zheng struggled to turn over. Let me help you. Chu Yunyao quickly stepped in to assist. Standing beside him, she grabbed his arm with one hand and his thigh with the other, pulling him toward her with effort. Zhou Zheng, can you muster any strength? If not, I'll straddle you. This position isn't giving me enough leverage. Yunyao, I still have some strength. You don't need to get on top, let me try to move. Chu Yunyao said. You can't do it alone. We need to work together. Come on. With Zhou Zheng rolling hard, and Chu Yunyao's help, he finally managed to lie flat. Huff, huff, huff. Huff, huff, huff. Both were panting from exhaustion. Zhou Zheng joked. Yunyao, if I ever become paralyzed one day, unable to even turn over like this, what would you do? Humph. Chu Yunyao suddenly arched her brows, her face filled with feigned anger. Zhou Zheng, can you not say such unlucky things? Then she added with a tone of annoyance. If you really ended up like that, I'd just dump you on the street and leave you be. Huh? Zhou Zheng laughed, knowing Chu Yunyao was joking. He quipped back. Why go to all that trouble? You should just throw me off the building, tie 2 flatbreads to my feet, and I'd be carried off by dogs in no time. Chu Yunyao's face darkened. Zhou Zheng, that joke isn't funny at all. All right, you should rest now. Yunyao, I'm going to sleep. By then, Zhou Zheng was indeed too drowsy to keep his eyes open. He closed them and soon drifted into a deep sleep. When Chu Yunyao looked back, she found Zhou Zheng already asleep. She couldn't help but shake her head. Young people had such good constitutions. They fell asleep the moment their heads hit the pillow. Leaning against the headboard, Chu Yunyao closed her eyes, intending to doze off. Shortly after, Zhou Zheng's voice reached her ears. Mom. Dad. Where are you? Grandpa. Chu Yunyao quickly opened her eyes and saw Zhou Zheng with closed eyes, his eyelids trembling, his chiseled face animated, murmuring to himself as if talking in his sleep. Grandpa. Mom. Dad. I'm a police officer now. I've earned a merit. A first-class merit. Are you happy? Hearing Zhou Zheng sleep talk, Chu Yunyao felt a pang of sadness. She knew he had no parents, and his beloved grandfather had also passed away. In this world, he had no family left. Perhaps she was his only kin. She had both parents and her grandmother. Even if she had cut ties with her family, she could always return to the Chu household. But Zhou Zheng. Chu Yunyao shook her head and reached out a jade-like hand to stroke Zhou Zheng's forehead and scalp. She knew this could promote blood circulation, making Zhou Zheng feel more comfortable and sleep more peacefully. It was something her grandmother used to do when she felt particularly unwell. This was the only thing she could do for Zhou Zheng at the moment. Sure enough, Zhou Zheng stopped talking in his sleep, smacked his lips twice, and settled into a deep slumber. After an unknown amount of time, Zhou Zheng woke up feeling that his energy and strength had recovered significantly, though not to their peak state. How long have I been asleep? Zhou Zheng muttered to himself. The curtains were drawn in the bedroom, obscuring the view outside. Turning his head, he noticed Chu Yunyao was not in the room. Yunyao? Zhou Zheng called out, his voice lacking strength and still a bit hoarse. It seemed that this master-level acupuncture consumed an extraordinary amount of energy and stamina. Zhou Zheng, you're awake. Chu Yunyao walked into the bedroom from the living room. She was still wearing that translucent white nightgown, her slender figure faintly visible beneath the loose fabric. Awake. How long was I out? Chu Yunyao glanced at the clock on the wall. It's 6:15 now. You've slept about 6 hours. How are you? Have you recovered? So. Zhou Zheng was not satisfied with his recovery. Sitting up in bed, he raised his head and suddenly froze. He noticed 3 blue stars shimmering above Chu Yunyao's head. 3-star reward. Zhou Zheng was surprised in his heart. The rewards that appeared above Chu Yunyao's head were usually 1-star rewards. This was the first time a 3-star reward had appeared. Perhaps it was because he had just interacted with Chu Yunyao and even shared the same bed, resulting in excessive intimacy, that the system granted a 3-star reward. 1-star and 2-star rewards were already impressive. He wondered what the 3-star reward could be. Zhou Zheng secretly felt delighted and wanted to reach out to virtually open this 3-star reward. However, he quickly dismissed his own thought. Rewards could be upgraded, and it was not easy to obtain a 3-star reward. Could it not upgrade to a 4-star? After all, the higher the star rating, the more remarkable the items rewarded by the system would be. Zhou Zheng looked at the enticing 3-star reward and forced himself to resist. Zhou Zheng, what are you daydreaming about? Are you still very tired? Chu Yunyao, unaware of Zhou Zheng's thoughts, assumed he had not fully recovered. Zhou Zheng came back to his senses and said, Yunyao, I'm fine. I've regained some of my physical strength. Yunyao, what are we having for dinner? Zhou Zheng had skipped lunch and slept until evening, and his stomach began to growl. You decide, Zhou Zheng. If you'd like, we can eat outside without going far. There's a Lanzhao noodle place across the community. How about a bowl of noodles? Zhou Zheng shook his head. He really didn't want to go downstairs. He was still feeling lazy and only wanted to sit or lie down. Yunyao, I think Lanzhao cuisine can't compare to the noodles you make. Let's have noodles at home instead. Zhou Zheng's words made Chu Yunyao quite happy. At least her cooking skills had received his acknowledgement. All right, Zhou Zheng, I'll make you noodles. We still have some seafood left from last night. Shall we continue with seafood noodles? Zhou Zheng nodded. Okay, Yunyao, I only love your seafood noodles. Just talking about it makes my mouth water. Do you need me to help you? No need. Seafood noodles are no trouble for me now. Just wait, and he'll call you when they're ready. All right. Zhou Zheng nodded and lay back down on the bed. Since his body had not recovered, he did not hold back. After a short while, Chu Yunyao finished making the seafood noodles and came to the bedroom to call Zhou Zheng. Dinner's ready, Zhou Zheng. Okay, Yunyao, let's go eat. Zhou Zheng got up from the bed feeling a bit dizzy, unsure if it was due to his energy not fully recovering or because he had slept through the afternoon. After washing his hands in the bathroom, Zhou Zheng came to the dining room and saw 2 steaming bowls of seafood noodles on the marble dining table, the aroma wafting in the air. It smells great. Yunyao, your cooking skills are still so consistent. Receiving Zhou Zheng's compliment made Chu Yunyao quite happy. After all, Zhou Zheng's culinary skills surpassed hers by a large margin. With a smile, she said, Zhou Zheng, it feels like your words are getting sweeter. Go ahead and eat. I'm just speaking the truth. It really is delicious. I'm so hungry, though I should eat first as a sign of respect. Zhou Zheng sat down in his chair without saying another word, picked up his bowl, and began to eat. Chu Yunyao sat beside him watching Zhou Zheng devour his meal with a smile. Zhou Zheng, eat slowly. If you run out, there's still more in the pot. Zhou Zheng replied, while munching. Yunyao, you should eat too. It's really delicious. Okay. Chu Yunyao also picked up her chopsticks to eat. Perhaps due to her hunger, she felt that today's seafood noodles tasted even better than yesterday's, and without caring about her ladylike demeanor, she started eating heartily. The dining room echoed with the sound of slurping noodles. Despite his less than optimal condition, Zhou Zheng managed to finish 2 bowls before patting his stomach. I'm full. I feel so stuffed. Yunyao, if you were to make me noodles every day, I'd probably turn into a big fat guy in less than a month. Haha. Chu Yunyao laughed heartily. Then to help you maintain your figure, you should do the cooking from now on. I don't mind gaining weight because I have a body type that doesn't easily gain weight. No matter how much I eat, I won't put on pounds. Oh, come on, you say you're beautiful, which is fine, but your figure is so good. The most enviable part is that you don't gain weight no matter how much you eat. Are you leaving any chances for other girls? Zhou Zheng teased. Chu Yunyao, however, did not refute. I can't help it, my body type has always been like this. Tingting has envied me for a long time. She often diets to maintain her figure and sometimes gets low blood sugar from hunger, but I don't have that kind of trouble. Speaking of Yang, Tingting, Zhou Zheng thought of her grandfather, Old Master Yang. Yunyao, Old Master Yang's birthday is the day after tomorrow. How's the medicinal wine preparation going? We've considered that too. Auntie Yuhong has already found people. They are all old neighbors from her vicinity. Chu Yunyao said with a smile. Zhou Zheng nodded. That's good. Tomorrow after I go to the police station, I'll ask for a day off, and the day after tomorrow we'll go together to attend the old man's birthday banquet. As for the century-old ginseng in Lu Jun's hands, I think we shouldn't delay it. I should be able to recover my strength and energy tomorrow. How about we go to the hospital to find Lu Jun tomorrow night? Chu Yunyao was somewhat worried about Zhou Zheng's health. Compared to the century-old ginseng, Zhou Zheng was more important. Zhou Zheng, don't push yourself too hard. It's okay to delay a few days. A Lu Jun won't need much of the century-old ginseng in just a few days. Yunyao, you don't need to worry, I know what I'm doing. Saying this, Zhou Zheng stood up. Everyone is tired. Oh, let's take a shower and go to bed early. Do you want to wash first, or should I? I already washed this afternoon. You go ahead. I'll tidy up the dishes. Alright, I'm going to take a shower now. After Zhou Zheng left, Chu Yunyao took the dishes into the kitchen to wash them. She felt a sense of unease in her heart, as if worried about something. Suddenly, she remembered that the underwear and stockings she had changed out of while showering in the afternoon were still lying in the bathroom. Oh no, Zhou Zheng must have seen them. How embarrassing. Chu Yunyao, like a cat with its tail stepped on, put down the dishes, and hurried to the bathroom. When she arrived at the bathroom, she found the door already closed, and there was vaguely a shadow of a person inside. Zhou Zheng has gone in. He must have seen my underwear and stockings. This is so mortifying. Knock, knock, knock. Chu Yunyao mustered her courage and knocked on the bathroom door. After a moment, the door opened, and Zhou Zheng appeared before her completely nude. Of course, he was wrapped in a towel around his lower body, exposing only his upper half, with his well-defined muscles, especially his chest and six-pack abs, looking as solid and elastic as if carved from metal by precision instruments. It was Chu Yunyao's first time seeing Zhou Zheng bare-chested, and in an instant a blush spread from her cheeks to her ears. Yunyao, is there something you need? Zhou Zheng, could you get my underwear out? I forgot it in the bathroom while showering this afternoon. No problem. Zhou Zheng turned around and picked up a set of women's underwear and a pair of black stockings, handing them to Chu Yunyao. Are you going to wash them? I happen to need to wash mine too. Shall we throw them in the washing machine together? As he spoke, Zhou Zheng also handed her his underwear. I usually hand wash. Hand washing is even better. Alright. Chu Yunyao subconsciously accepted her underwear and Zhou Zheng's underwear. A fragrance of stone flower filled her nostrils, causing her face to turn even redder. Zhou Zheng suddenly noticed that the 3 blue stars above Chu Yunyao's head had turned into 4 orange stars. The reward has upgraded, 4-star reward. Zhou Zheng's heart stirred, and he quickly reached out to virtually tap, opening the 4-star reward. The system's voice echoed in Zhou Zheng's mind, detected the activation of a 4-star reward. Congratulations to the unique host for obtaining the Hidden Dragon Art Master Level Mental Technique. Zhou Zheng was momentarily stunned. Hidden Dragon Art. Master Level Martial Arts Mental Technique. What is this? Is it some kind of internal martial arts technique from a wuxia novel? Suddenly, a massive influx of fragmented information flooded into his mind. Zhou Zheng felt as though his head had swollen, causing great discomfort. He closed the bathroom door and turned on the shower, letting cold water cascade over his head. After a while, the discomfort gradually faded. At the same time, he also mastered the first layer of the Hidden Dragon Art. It turned out that this mental technique was divided into 9 layers, with each layer enhancing the host's various abilities such as hearing, vision, smell, speed, endurance, energy, and even the duration of certain aspects. Did I really learn a master-level mental technique that only exists in novels? Zhou Zheng found it hard to believe. Although it felt somewhat unreal, the fact remained undeniable. However, practicing the Hidden Dragon Art required spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, and nowadays, where could one find such energy? It was practically negligible, making it almost impossible to reach the 9th layer. Yet Zhou Zheng felt no disappointment. In modern society, if a grand master capable of transcending human understanding were to emerge, it would be too incongruous. Practicing the Hidden Dragon Art can enhance various qualities of the body. Even if I cannot reach the pinnacle, the strength it provides is astonishing and will be greatly beneficial for capturing criminals in the future. Moreover, practicing the Hidden Dragon Art can increase energy, allowing me to provide acupuncture treatment to others without being severely drained of energy and strength. Thus he thought. After a quick shower, Zhou Zheng changed into his pajamas and eagerly headed back to his bedroom to practice the Hidden Dragon Art. As he exited the bathroom, he bumped into Chu Yunyao. Yunyao, I finished my shower. Good night. Chu Yunyao wore a face of frustration. Zhou Zheng, are you going to sleep now? It's only a little past 7. Isn't that a bit early? It is a bit early, but I want to quickly restore my strength and energy. Alright, then go to sleep. Yes, Yunyao, you should sleep early too. We still have to go to Aunt Hongyu's house tomorrow. By the way, how's your head? Does it still hurt? Chu Yunyao shook her head. It doesn't hurt anymore. I'll rest after I finish washing my clothes. Alright, if you need anything, just call me. I'm heading back to my room. Zhou Zheng quickly walked back to his bedroom. Though Chu Yunyao was attractive to him, he could only admire her from afar. At the moment, practicing the Hidden Dragon Art was far more appealing. Indeed, the saying, "A man with no women in his heart naturally draws his sword with ease," held a lot of truth. Back in his bedroom, Zhou Zheng sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate according to the guidance of the technique. The bedroom was tightly sealed with no wind, yet the air mysteriously gathered around Zhou Zheng, swirling and flowing ceaselessly. Zhou Zheng felt every pore in his body open up, as if absorbing some form of energy from the heavens and earth. However, this energy was too sparse, making the absorption process quite slow. The hidden dragon art was truly remarkable. Within an hour, Zhou Zheng's stamina and energy were completely restored, bringing him to his peak state. He felt a surge of joy. He had initially expected it to take until tomorrow to recover his strength and energy, yet he had fully recovered after just 1 hour of practicing the hidden dragon art. He continued to practice, unknowingly entering a meditative state. At 3 in the morning, the world was silent, and most residents of the Hanlin Garden community were deep in slumber, with the area enveloped in stillness. On the west wall of the community, a figure suddenly appeared atop the wall, crouching 3 meters high. He was carrying a bundle of climbing rope on his back, which stood out under the moonlight. The person glanced below and jumped down without hesitation. Just before landing, he rolled like a nimble wildcat, dissipating his momentum before getting up and darting into the darkness. The figure swiftly navigated through the community's greenery, avoiding the surveillance cameras and the patrolling security guards, soon arriving at the entrance of Unit 1 of Building 1. Due to the community's robust security measures, the residents found the door access cumbersome and rarely used it, leaving the door wide open. The figure glanced around to ensure no one was watching and quickly slipped into the hallway. He took the safe route and ascended straight to the rooftop. At the edge of the rooftop, a row of solid iron bars served as a railing, filling the figure with joy as he thought, "Heaven is truly helping me." He clung to the railing and looked down to find room 1001. Then he took the climbing rope from his back, securely fastening one end to the iron railing and letting the rest dangle down. The figure known as Luogua had stealthily climbed over the wall into the Hanlin Garden community and had painstakingly made his way to the rooftop, naturally tasked by Huang Shufan to deal with Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao. Of course, his so-called dealing with meant killing them, as he believed that only by eliminating them could his anger be quelled. He was fixated on the idea of extreme measures. Feeling the cold dagger in his pocket, Luogua adjusted his breathing and carefully climbed over the railing. The wind was strong today, and a careless jump could lead to disaster. Luogua pulled out a carabiner from his waist, clipped it onto the climbing rope, and began to descend slowly under the dim moonlight, passing one window after another. Reaching the 10th floor's window, Luogua pressed the carabiner to a halt. With his feet on the window sill, he held onto the climbing rope, slowly crouching down. The room inside was dark, with the curtains drawn, obscuring his view. Creak. The window wasn't locked. Luogua gently pushed the window open and stealthily climbed inside. Meanwhile, Zhou Zheng suddenly opened his eyes. The Hanlin Garden community was an upscale area, and the construction had been done meticulously, with ample cement used, resulting in thick floors that provided excellent sound insulation. Although Zhou Zheng had only practiced the hidden dragon art for a few hours and was still at the initial level, his hearing, sense of smell, vision, mental power, and physical strength had all improved. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have been awakened by the sound of the window opening. However, due to his inadequate mastery of the hidden dragon art, he couldn't discern where the sound had originated. Could it be that a thief has broken in? With the thought of a thief, Zhou Zheng became alert. Was an opportunity presenting itself? He quietly got out of bed and tiptoed around the various rooms. Strange, all the windows are closed, and I don't see anyone. Could I have misheard? But this is the 10th floor. How would a thief get in through the window? Zhou Zheng couldn't help but chuckle. Clack, clack, clack. Suddenly he heard a few faint footsteps, as if someone was moving nearby, making him even more curious. In a flash, Zhou Zheng realized he hadn't checked Chu Yunyao's room. Could someone have jumped through the window into her room? This is bad. Zhou Zheng dashed towards Chu Yunyao's room like a gust of wind. Luogua gently jumped into the room from the windowsill. The warmth inside was a stark contrast to the chill outside, and a unique fragrance characteristic of a woman wafted into his nose. He couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart, his fierce expression softening with a touch of color. This must be the room of that woman named Chu Yunyao. Why isn't that man named Zhou Zheng sleeping in the same room with her? Could it be that he isn't home? That girl is too beautiful. It would be a pity to simply kill her. Instead, Luogua had seen a photo of Chu Yunyao on Huang Shufan's phone, and even with just one glance he was awestruck. At this moment, he was overwhelmed with lewd thoughts. He tiptoed to the bedside and saw a woman with long hair sleeping soundly under the covers. The moonlight couldn't penetrate the room, making it hard to discern her outline, but with long hair there was no mistaking it, as she was undoubtedly one of the targets, Chu Yunyao. Who? The woman on the bed was snoring, causing Luogua to frown. So even a beautiful woman snores while sleeping. In the dead of night, in the dark room, the beautiful goddess lay before him, and the suppressed beastly desires within Luogua erupted completely. He swiftly stripped off his lower half, took out a glistening dagger, and pounced onto the bed, throwing the covers aside. In the haze, he couldn't see clearly, but felt that the goddess figure was somewhat lacking. Luogua was ready to strike, disregarding any doubts. Those could be addressed later. The woman on the bed was dreaming, enjoying a joyful time with a certain male star. Suddenly waking up, she sensed something was amiss and was taken aback, realizing she had been violated. You, help! The woman pushed against Luo Gua with her hands while loudly calling for help. However, her cries were abruptly cut off after just 2 words, because a cold dagger was pressed against her neck. Don't make a sound, or I'll kill you. The woman was terrified, but the voice sounded familiar. After a moment of thought, she suddenly recognized who he was. Don't. The woman managed to say a few words before feeling a chill on her neck. Luo Gua applied slight pressure, causing the dagger to cut through the skin on her neck, and blood began to flow. The woman was instantly horrified, realizing that the man before her was truly willing to kill her, and she dared not scream any longer. Moments later, Luo Gua finished and raised the dagger high, ready to stab it into her neck. At the brink of life and death, the woman shouted, I am Huang Shufan. Shufan. Luo Gua was taken aback, recognizing Huang Shufan's voice, and he momentarily felt confused, letting the dagger in his hand drop. Huang Shufan quickly turned on the bedside lamp. Under the soft orange light, her slightly aged, flushed face appeared. What the hell? Luo Gua was shocked, initially thinking he was violating Chu Yunyao, but unexpectedly found it was Huang Shufan. What on earth was going on? Zhou Zheng burst into Chu Yunyao's room, abruptly turning on the light, which flooded the bedroom with brightness. He saw Chu Yunyao lying on the bed, sleeping soundly. Zhou Zheng approached and found the window securely closed and locked. There was no sign of anyone entering. Just a false alarm. Zhou Zheng was about to turn off the light and leave when Chu Yunyao suddenly opened her hazy eyes. Seeing the figure before her, she was startled. Yunyao, don't be afraid, it's me, Zhou Zheng said quickly. Zhou Zheng. Chu Yunyao rubbed her sleepy eyes, looking at Zhou Zheng, filled with both shyness and confusion. Could it be that Zhou Zheng wanted to break their 3-year agreement? Had he lost control? If not, then why had he barged into her room in the middle of the night? If he posed that question, how should she respond? For a moment, Chu Yunyao imagined many scenarios and hesitated before speaking. Zhou Zheng, why are you in my room at this hour? Zhou Zheng quickly explained. I heard someone coming in through the window, thinking there might be a burglar at home. I checked around, but found no one and thought a burglar might have entered your bedroom. So, is that true? Chu Yunyao was startled, suddenly sitting up, her nightgown trembling and drawing attention. Zhou Zheng reassured her. Yunyao, don't be afraid, I'm a police officer. Even if there is a burglar, I can handle it alone. Hearing this, Chu Yunyao felt relieved. Zhou Zheng was a police officer and had apprehended 11 fugitives. With him around, there was really nothing to worry about. Suddenly, she remembered that they were on the 10th floor. Even if there was a burglar, how could they enter through the window? Zhou Zheng, this is the 10th floor. How could a burglar get in through the window? Do you think you were dreaming? Chu Yunyao thought Zhou Zheng must be overly tired, half asleep, and confused between dream and reality. Yunyao, I wasn't dreaming. I really heard. Zhou Zheng attempted to explain, but it seemed Chu Yunyao. Suddenly, he heard a faint cry for help. Help! Creak! Creak! The sound made it clear what was. This isn't good. Something must have happened. I definitely heard it right. There is indeed a burglar inside. If it's not in my house, it must be in the neighboring one. Zhou Zheng thought for a moment. The neighbor Huang Shufan lived with her son Lin Hao, who was rumored to be hospitalized. Could it be that Huang Shufan had been violated? To avoid alarming Chu Yunyao, Zhou Zheng said. Yunyao, now that you mention it, maybe I did have a dream. My mind was a bit hazy and I couldn't tell reality from the dream, but now I understand. Well, you should go back to sleep. I'll return to my room to continue sleeping. After saying that, he helped Chu Yunyao turn off the bedroom light and close the door. Even though he found the next-door neighbor Huang Shufan very unpleasant, Zhou Zheng, as a police officer, knew he couldn't stand by if Huang Shufan was being violated. He put on a jacket, gently opened the security door, and approached Huang Shufan's front door. Zhou Zheng found that Huang Shufan's security door was intact and tightly shut. This indicated that he had not misheard. A burglar had indeed entered through the window. As for how they climbed to the 10th floor, he couldn't figure that out for now. Zhou Zheng took 2 steps back and was about to use the shoulder he had trained for 2.5 years to break down the security door when he heard a voice from inside. I am Huang Shufan. Shufan, why is it you? You vile scoundrel Luo Gua. I sent you to deal with Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao next door. Why are you sneaking into my house in the middle of the night and violating me? What's the meaning of this? These few sentences contained a lot of information, causing Zhou Zheng to abandon the idea of breaking down the security door to save Huang Shufan and instead eavesdrop attentively. Huang Shufan got up, completely bare, wiped herself with a tissue, then found a nightgown to put on, completing the whole set of actions in front of Wang Luo without a hint of shyness. Wang Luo set the dagger aside, quickly put on his pants, and explained, Shufan, today was a misunderstanding. I originally sneaked into Hanlin Garden to kill Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao, but mistakenly entered your home thinking you were Chu Yunyao. I thought it would be such a pity to kill such a beautiful woman directly so. I didn't expect it to be you. I am truly sorry. Huang Shufan sighed, and did not blame Wang Luohua. Old one, you haven't had a woman by your side these past few years, and you've never sought me out. From what I saw just now, I know you've been holding back for a long time. It's been tough on you. Back then you couldn't stand me being abused, and killed him, making it look like a traffic accident. Not only did you receive a 2-year suspended sentence, but you also compensated me a large sum of money. My son Lin Hao was also able to study abroad with the money you gave me. You've sacrificed so much for me. Alright Shufan, don't say any more. Be careful, there might be ears on the other side of the wall. Wang Luohua interrupted Huang Shufan. Her eyes turned red and tears began to flow down her cheeks as she choked out. It's the middle of the night, what ears could there be? Even if someone hears me, I still want to say, Wang Fu, I don't want to take revenge on Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao anymore. Come back, I want to marry you. Can we live together? No way. Wang Luohua's eyes widened as he said firmly, Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao must die. How dare they make you angry? What's worse is that they made Lin Hao so angry he ended up in the hospital. Do you know, Shufan, that Lin Hao is my son? Before Wang Luohua finished speaking, Huang Shufan was already so shocked that her mouth fell open. How is that possible? Lin Hao is your son. This can't be. I only had one encounter with you before I got married, and I remember using protection. Wang Luohua chuckled proudly. Although you asked me to wear protection at the time, what you didn't know was that I left a few loopholes. Do you know what I was thinking? Even if I couldn't become your husband, I wanted you to bear my child. Later I secretly collected a hair from Lin Hao for a paternity test, and there's no doubt he is my blood. What a pity from heaven, just once, and it happened, ha ha. How could this be? Huang Shufan sat down on the bed in despair, realizing after all these years that Lin Hao is not the biological child of her late husband. At this point, she naturally would not seek justice for her deceased husband, as he was not her biological child. Instead, she felt that Wang Luohua was her current support. Wang Fu, this is even better. Lin Hao is your son. Once he is discharged from the hospital, I will arrange for you two to meet. Now that our son is successful, wouldn't it be nice for our family to live together harmoniously? Wang Luohua shook his head resolutely. Shufan, please don't say any more. I understand your feelings. In fact, I also want to live together with you and the child. But back then I intentionally hit him with my car. The police had their suspicions about me, but there was no solid evidence to prove that I committed murder. If I were to live with you, wouldn't that be a confession? Think about it, which woman would live with the driver who killed her husband? Our being together would inevitably raise suspicions from the police, and you wouldn't be able to escape involvement either. Huang Shufan pondered for a moment, and then raised her head saying, But Wang Fu, this happened many years ago. The police are so busy that they won't keep an eye on us. Alright, let's drop this matter and not mention it again. Wang Luohua waved his hand, interrupting Huang Shufan. Huang Shufan sighed. She knew that the man in front of her had a very stubborn temper, just like when she realized she was being abused and insisted on killing her husband. No amount of persuasion would work. Wang Luohua picked up the gleaming dagger, rubbed it on his sleeve, and tucked it back into his bosom. Shufan are Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao next door. Tonight, I will take care of them to avenge you and your son. Huang Shufan's face showed fear, not expecting Wang Fu to still be so determined to kill Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao. No. I said I don't want to take revenge on them anymore. Wang Fu, you should leave. Even if we can't live together, you must take care of yourself. Wang Luohua shook his head, displaying a resolute expression. It's already too late. When I used a dump truck to hit him, I knew my life would not end well. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao made trouble for you and your son, so I must kill them and make them regret their actions. This is the last thing I can do for you. Don't worry, I came down using a climbing rope from the rooftop. I won't leave any trace, and it won't be easy for the police to catch me, nor will it implicate you. But you still came to my home. If you kill the two next door, the police will investigate me too. What if? Huang Shufan realized she couldn't dissuade Wang Luohua and gave up, but she still had to think for herself. Her son hadn't gotten married yet, and she hadn't held a grandchild. She absolutely couldn't let Wang Fu get involved in this. Hiss! Wang Luohua also sucked in his teeth. Huang Shufan's mental fortitude wasn't good. If the police investigated, she would certainly crumble under their psychological pressure. It seemed today wasn't a good time to act. This matter still needed to be planned for the long term. Henling Garden wasn't an ideal place to kill Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao. It was better to put it off for today and wait for another opportunity. Shufan, then I won't kill them today. Let them live a few more days. I'm leaving now. Huang Shufan breathed a sigh of relief and said, Wang Fu will send you out of the community when it gets light. No need. We can't appear in the public eye together. Since I can come in at midnight, I naturally have a way to leave. Now I need to go to the rooftop to retrieve the climbing rope. Zhou Zheng had been eavesdropping outside the security door. One must say that the technique of hidden dragon technique was powerful. He had only practiced for half a night, and his hearing had significantly increased. Zhou Zheng listened to every word of the conversation between Wang Luohua and Huang Shufan in the bedroom. Zhou Zheng was shocked. Wang Luowa had revealed a huge secret. Huang Shufan had actually sought Wang Luowa to deal with him, and Chu Yunyao out of anger. Moreover, Wang Luowa had a close relationship with Huang Shufan. Not only did he betray Huang Shufan's husband back then, but he also deliberately hit and killed him with his car. This guy is a murderer. Being targeted by a murderer doesn't feel good. Although Zhou Zheng wasn't afraid, he was worried about Chu Yunyao's safety. For both public and personal reasons, he had to arrest this guy today. He took out his phone and called the Qiao Bei police station. Hello, I'm Zhou Zheng. There is a murderer at Unit 1002 No. 1 Hamlin Garden. Come quickly for support. Zhou Zheng was not without confidence in dealing with Wang Luowa, but he felt that it was only a matter of time before he had to report it. So he decided to call the police first, and then deal with Wang Luowa. When his colleagues arrived, they would directly take Wang Luowa back to the Qiao Bei station without wasting any time. Just as Zhou Zheng hung up the phone, the anti-theft door of room 1002 suddenly opened. Huang Shufan peeked out in her pajamas, wanting to see if anyone was in the hallway, and immediately spotted Zhou Zheng. She was momentarily taken aback, then a surge of panic filled her heart, feeling guilty, as if she were a thief, but she feigned calmness, and said, Zhou Zheng, what are you doing standing at my door so late? Do you have something in mind? Zhou Zheng almost laughed at Huang Shufan's words. This woman had already put a green hat on her future husband before marriage, proving she was not someone to be trifled with. She immediately accused him upon seeing him. Zhou Zheng calmly asked Huang Shufan, I want to ask you, why did you open the anti-theft door in the middle of the night? Are you sneaking around? You're talking nonsense. Huang Shufan became even more flustered. Zhou Zheng scoffed and pushed his way inside. What are you doing? Huang Shufan blocked Zhou Zheng. This is my home. Who allowed you to barge in? If you don't leave, I will call the police. No need to call the police. Oh, I am the police. Zhou Zheng flashed his police badge in front of Huang Shufan. Just now I saw a thief enter your home. To ensure everyone's safety, I need to come in and search. As Zhou Zheng spoke, he pushed past Huang Shufan and walked in quickly. Huang Shufan was startled. Zhou Zheng was a police officer. She had thought he was just a freeloader and hadn't done any background check on him. If she had known Zhou Zheng was a police officer, she wouldn't have dared to seek revenge against him for Wang Fu. Besides, had he really seen Wang Fu? Now that Zhou Zheng had barged in, Wang Fu would be exposed, and Huang Shufan was anxious. What thief? You. Zhou Zheng, as a police officer, can you just barge into someone else's home? Stop right there. She shouted loudly, her true intention being to alert Wang Fu that the police had arrived, so he could hide quickly. However, her good intentions were not appreciated by Wang Fu. Trapped by the police in the room, he was already Zhou Zheng crossed the living room and pushed open the bedroom door, only to be greeted by a glimmering dagger lunging towards him. Mastering the art of close combat and the hidden dragon technique, Zhou Zheng was confident he could handle a dozen opponents without issue. He was unafraid of surprise attacks, as his reflexes were 3 times that of an average person. Zhou Zheng calmly tilted his head to avoid the deadly strike. Wang Fu exclaimed in surprise. This sudden attack was swift as lightning, and he had expected Zhou Zheng to fall dead on the spot, but instead he had dodged. Just a moment ago, hearing Huang Shufan yelling at the door, Wang Fu knew he couldn't escape without bloodshed, and he quickly formulated a plan. First, he would catch Zhou Zheng off guard and kill him, then go next door to kill Chu Yunyao, take some valuables from Huang Shufan and Zhou Zheng's home, and finally knock Huang Shufan unconscious to create the illusion of a home invasion. He would make Huang Shufan insist that a thief had broken into her home, and that neighbor Zhou Zheng had come to help, only to be killed by the thief, while she herself was knocked out, leaving her with no knowledge of what happened. This way he could avenge his son Lin Hao without implicating Huang Shufan. Of course, the success of this plan hinged on whether he could kill Zhou Zheng. Wang Fu believed that barring any surprises, Zhou Zheng would meet his end by his hand. However, he never anticipated a twist in fate. As Wang Fu withdrew his hand after the missed stab, Zhou Zheng wouldn't give him the chance. He swiftly grabbed Wang Fu's wrist, applying pressure with his fingers. Crack! Wang Fu's wrist bone was broken by Zhou Zheng's grip, and instantly excruciating pain radiated from his wrist throughout his body. Clatter! The dagger that was once glimmering fell to the ground as Wang Fu's face turned pale with pain. He covered his injured wrist with one hand, gritting his teeth in silence, glaring at Zhou Zheng with bloodshot eyes. Zhou Zheng nodded inwardly. This guy really was tough. Upon closer inspection, he realized this man looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. Suddenly, Wang Fu pulled a spring knife from his pocket, with his left hand flicking it open to reveal a blade gleaming coldly, nearly half a foot long, aimed straight at Zhou Zheng's heart. Coming again. Zhou Zheng, quick as lightning, seized Wang Fu's left hand, pulling it towards him while sidestepping. Wang Fu lost his balance and was dragged closer to Zhou Zheng, who then sharply raised his right elbow, striking the back of Wang Fu's head. Thud! To avoid killing him, Zhou Zheng only used 30% of his strength. Wang Fu fell silent, rolling his eyes back as he collapsed unconscious on the ground. Zhou Zheng noticed Wang Fu's hunchback He was a hunchbacked man. In a flash of insight, he recalled that when he returned to the community at noon, a hunchback scrap collector had given him a prickly feeling from behind. Wasn't it this very person? It turned out this guy had been watching him all along. Huang Shufan, hearing the commotion in the bedroom, realized the two had started fighting and sensed that something was terribly wrong. A few seconds later, when there was no more noise, she hurriedly walked in to check the outcome, only to see Wang Fu lying motionless on the ground, her face instantly changing color. "You, Zhou Zheng, what are you doing?" Zhou Zheng pointed at Wang Fu and said, "Huang Shufan, didn't you say there was no thief? Who is this person? Is he your husband or your lover?" Huang Shufan was momentarily at a loss for words, and after a moment, she said, "I don't know who he is. Could it really be as you said? Is this a thief who broke into my house? Oh my, you scared me. A thief in the dead of night. What are the security guards in the community doing?" Zhou Zheng chuckled, ignoring her, and took out handcuffs to cuff Wang Fu behind his back. He thought to himself that this woman was still acting once she was taken to the police station. Let's see if she could continue pretending to be innocent. "Officer, look at this thief. He's not young, and he's a hunchback. He didn't steal anything from my house, and after being beaten by you, he's already learned his lesson. I think you should just let him go." "Huang Shufan, whether to let him go is our police matter. It's not for you to dictate." "What, do you know him?" "I don't know him, I don't know him." Huang Shufan hurriedly waved her hands, nearly cursing Zhou Zheng in her heart. But at that moment, she had no way out. After all, he was a police officer with the authority to enforce the law. She thought for a moment, absolutely not wanting Wang Fu to implicate her, so she treated him as a thief and fell silent. Before long, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway. Two security guards led the way, followed by two police officers in uniform, who were exactly Zhou Zheng's colleagues, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li from the Qiaobei police station. Today it just so happened that they were on duty. When they received Zhou Zheng's call, they were overjoyed. Zhou Zheng had a knack for catching criminals, and today it was their turn to tag along and enjoy the spoils. The two drove quickly to Hamlin Garden Community, notified the security at the gate, and were promptly let in with the security helping to guide them. "Zhengge, we're here. Where's the thief?" Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, fully armed and holding batons, asked. "He's already been subdued, lying on the ground." Xiao Wang and Xiao Li exchanged glances, realizing they had nothing to do with this. At that moment, Wang Fu also opened his eyes, feeling dizzy, and looked up with a fierce glare at Zhou Zheng. "What are you staring at? Get up." Xiao Wang and Xiao Li were not polite, each grabbing an arm and yanking Wang Fu up from the ground. Zhou Zheng cautioned, "Be careful, this guy is not just a petty thief, he is also suspected of intentional homicide." Little Li and Little Wang were taken aback. Wasn't this guy just a burglar? How did he become a suspect for intentional murder? The two police officers were momentarily at a loss. However, it wasn't surprising. Last time Zhou Zheng caught a thief, and upon detailed questioning discovered he was also a drug dealer. Thus a burglar could also possibly be a murderer. As long as it went through Zhou Zheng's hands, the crime would escalate. Little Li, go downstairs and grab the shackles from the police car. We need to shackle this guy's feet to prevent him from escaping, Little Li said to Little Wang. Little Wang glanced at Wang Fu and then at Zhou Zheng. "Little Li, isn't this a bit overkill? This guy can barely stand, how can he run?" "Zhengge, what do you think? Let's put the shackles on him. He is an extremely dangerous individual. This guy has 2 knives hidden on him. If it weren't for my superior skills, I would be the one lying on the ground." Zhou Zheng pointed at the daggers and spring knife that had fallen to the ground. "Damn!" The two police officers gasped in shock. Was this guy here to burglarize or to kill? Carrying 2 long knives. Zhou Zheng was also quite brave. He subdued the guy all by himself. As Zhou Zheng spoke, he reached out to search Wang Fu, and during the search he unexpectedly pulled out a rusty old... Zhou Zheng couldn't help but be startled. This guy actually had a grenade. Little Wang, upon seeing the grenade, hurried outside, while saying, "I'll go downstairs to get the shackles, I'll be back soon." Goodness, 2 knives and a grenade on him. This guy is either a notorious criminal or a desperate outlaw. Wang Fu stared at Zhou Zheng with crimson eyes and suddenly grinned. "Today you're lucky. If it weren't for fearing innocent bystanders, I would definitely be taking you down with me." Zhou Zheng understood that the innocent Wang Fu referred to was Huang Shufan. He was afraid of harming her, otherwise in a fit of anger, he might just pull the pin on the grenade. However, Zhou Zheng's combat power was too overwhelming. With just 1 blow, he knocked Wang Fu unconscious, leaving him no chance to take them both down. Another charge: illegal possession of firearms. Zhou Zheng slapped a big charge on him. Wang Fu smirked coldly, but did not argue. He was caught, and with evidence in hand there was nothing to say. He only wanted to protect Huang Shufan. It was better to remain silent than to say too much. After a short while, Little Wang returned from the police car with the shackles. These shackles were not thick, about the size of a finger, just like the ones used on the car thief Chunyao last time. They were used for restraining criminals when taken out. Click, click. Little Wang bent down to put the shackles on Wang Fu's feet. "Zhengge, it's done. This guy is now trapped. Should we take him back to the Bridge North Precinct?" Zhou Zheng nodded, saying, "Little Wang, lend me your handcuffs for a moment. You go pick up the two weapons on the ground, and this grenade, it's evidence of Wang Fu's crime." "All right." Little Wang readily agreed, taking off the handcuffs from his waist and handing them to Zhou Zheng without asking what he was going to do. Click. Zhou Zheng suddenly put the handcuffs on Huang Shufan. You. What does this mean?" Huang Shufan felt the coldness on her wrist and looked closely to see a rose gold bracelet added, which shocked her greatly. "What do you mean?" "Huang Shufan, do you still want to pretend?" "No, Zhou Zheng, what am I pretending? A thief broke into my house to steal. I am the victim, okay? Why are you handcuffing me?" "Huang Shufan, I ask you, do you know this guy named Wang Fu?" "No, I don't know him." Huang Shufan's face showed a flustered expression as she lowered her head and murmured, "Don't know? Are you lying?" Zhou Zheng stroked his chin with a playful expression. "You two have known each other for years and have maintained an improper relationship. Don't you know how your husband died?" Zhou Zheng's words rang like thunder in Huang Shufan's ears. How does he know about my relationship with Wang Fu?" Huang Shufan's mind was in turmoil. "No, don't panic. Wang Fu killed her husband, and back then the police found no clues. Even now, after so long, there shouldn't be any flaws. This kid might just be trying to trick her." Huang Shufan comforted herself a couple of times, then raised her head and shouted, "Zhou Zheng, are you slandering me? I admit we had conflicts before. My son is already in the hospital due to your anger. Isn't that enough for you? Still wanting to pin unfounded charges on me? What exactly do you want to do?" She felt very flustered and could only resort to the woman's specialty of entanglement and fuss. Zhou Zheng let out a cold laugh. "You can deny it, but come with us back to the police station for questioning." Huang Shufan's face twisted as she pointed at Zhou Zheng and shouted fiercely, "You have no right to arrest me. What law have I broken? If you dare to arrest me, I will complain about you." Zhou Zheng waved his hand lightly. "Huang Shufan, I have the authority to detain you for 24 hours. As for complaints, feel free. My badge number is 9527. If I were afraid of complaints, I wouldn't be in this line of work." Seeing Zhou Zheng so confident, Huang Shufan's arrogance weakened considerably. Little Li and Little Wang were a bit worried. It seemed that Huang Shufan knew Zhou Zheng. They had conflicts in the past, and Zhou Zheng shouldn't impulsively detain her for revenge. They pulled Zhou Zheng to a corner of the room and said, "Zhengge, what crime has Huang Shufan actually committed? You better not really use your personal feelings to seek revenge. This woman looks tough to deal with. If she really complains, it would be a big deal for you." Zhou Zheng smiled. "Do I look like someone who would use personal feelings in my work? To tell you the truth, Huang Shufan is suspected of committing a crime. Without any clues, how could I arbitrarily arrest someone?" "That makes sense." The two nodded in agreement. Based on Zhou Zheng's behavior lately, he would never act without reason. Huang Shufan must really have issues. "Zhengge, my brothers will walk the dark path with you. Oh, just tell us what to do." Zhou Zheng's expression darkened. "What does that mean, walking the dark path together?" "We absolutely will not let any bad person go." He pointed at the indoor camera in the corner of the ceiling, saying, "This camera is solid evidence. Who will take it down?" As soon as Zhou Zheng entered the room, he spotted the camera in the bedroom. What luck! The conversation between Wang Fu and Huang Shufan must have been recorded by this camera, which is evidence. "Zhengge, it's too high. I can't reach it." Little Wang stood on a chair, but still couldn't touch the camera. "Get down and let me do it." Zhou Zheng stood on the chair, jumped lightly, and his body seemed to defy gravity as he leaped high, reaching up to pull the camera down, landing steadily on both feet. Whoa! Little Wang and Little Li were astonished. Zhou Zheng's jumping ability was incredible. With such height, he could easily excel in basketball instead of being a police officer. Zhou Zheng took out the storage card from the camera and then looked up at Huang Shufan. Huang Shufan's face turned pale, no longer displaying the arrogance from before. Xiao Wang, keep an eye on them for me. I'm going next door to change my clothes, and we'll head back to the Qiao Bay station soon." The two looked at each other puzzled. "Isn't that right, Zhengge? Do you know the neighbors?" "The neighbors are my family," Zhou Zheng said as he turned and left Huang Shufan's house. Xiao Wang exclaimed, "Oh wow, Zhengge lives in the Hanlin Garden community. The housing prices here are ridiculously high. Even a random apartment costs over 200,000. But Xiaoli remained unconvinced. "Have you forgotten that Zhengge's wife drives a Panamera? It's perfectly normal for a rich beauty to own a place in Hanlin Garden, okay?" "That's true. Who knows how long it would take us to save enough from our salaries to buy a place here. It's still better to make money in business." "But does this mean Zhengge is living off his wife?" "Why are you being so chatty? Just keep an eye on these two. Don't worry, they won't escape." Zhou Zheng returned to the neighboring house, quickly changed his clothes, and decided to greet Chu Yunyao before leaving. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the door of Chu Yunyao's bedroom. Earlier he had barged in, mistakenly thinking a thief had entered Chu Yunyao's room. At that moment it was an emergency, so he didn't think much of it, but now he couldn't be rash. After a moment the door opened. Chu Yunyao appeared in her pajamas, looking drowsy. Before she could say anything, Zhou, why are you up so early? What time is it? Yunyao, I have something to do at the Qiaobei station, just wanted to let you know. What's the rush? Is it really that urgent? Chu Yunyao glanced at the clock on the wall. It was only 4:10 in the morning. Wasn't it me who mistakenly thought a thief had broken into your room just now? You said I was half asleep, but there really was a thief. What? Upon hearing Zhou Zheng's words, Chu Yunyao was immediately alarmed. Where's the thief? Yunyao, don't panic. The thief went next door and didn't come to our house. I've already caught him. I called my colleagues, and we're taking the thief to the Qiaobei station for interrogation. Zhou Zheng, are you okay? Chu Yunyao asked worriedly. I'm fine, just a little petty thief. I subdued him in a few moves. Zhou Zheng didn't want to make Chu Yunyao anxious, so he didn't tell her that Wang Fu was a dangerous person and that he had come to kill both of them that night. Oh, that's good. I was sleeping so deeply that I didn't hear anything. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but laugh silently. After all, he had fought with Wang Fu, and Huang Shufan had yelled loudly, yet it didn't wake the sleeping Chu Yunyao. It seemed her sleep quality was quite good. Yunyao, I'm leaving now. I probably won't be back for breakfast, so you can take care of it yourself. Got it, Zhou Zheng. How's your recovery? Can you handle it? Chu Yunyao was still a bit worried about Zhou Zheng's health. No problem, I'm back to normal already. I'm off, you should continue sleeping. After saying that, Zhou Zheng left the house and securely locked the anti-theft door. Arriving at 1002, he called out, Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, let's go back to the Qiaobei station. With the help of the two security guards, they escorted Wang Fu and Huang Shufan down to the police car. Wang Fu didn't say a word, and when Huang Shufan tried to say something to him, he rejected her with a glance. Any statements made now could be considered as evidence in court, so to avoid implicating Huang Shufan, he couldn't exchange any words with her. The police car whizzed along, quickly arriving at the Qiaobei police station. Old Lu, the guard, had already opened the gate of the Qiaobei station. After parking the car, he opened the door. Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, take them into the detention room and put them in separate rooms. This, Zhenggu, isn't that inappropriate. The detention room is divided by gender, and putting a man and a woman together could cause problems if something happens. Xiao Li and Xiao Wang were also unwilling to take unnecessary risks. It's fine, if anything happens, he'll take responsibility. Alright then. They put Wang Fu and Han Shufan in a separate room, and when they returned, Zhou Zheng instructed them to closely monitor their every move from the surveillance room. Zhenggu, aren't we going to interrogate them now? Xiao Wang and Xiao Li were eager to achieve results. Shouldn't they interrogate the suspects immediately since they were caught? Zhou Zheng shook his head. Let them sit for a while. I have my methods. You two just do as I say and inform me of any developments. Understood. Although Zhou Zheng had only been at the Qiaobei police station for a year less than Xiao Li and Xiao Wang, his achievements were evident, and the two were naturally willing to listen to him. After Xiao Li and Xiao Wang left, Zhou Zheng went to the main office, opened his computer, inserted the memory card from the indoor camera in Huang Shufan's house into the card reader, and connected it to the computer. He needed to see the complete footage of Wang Fu entering Huang Shufan's house, what had happened between them, and what had they said. This memory card could store 48 hours of surveillance video. Finding the video file, Zhou Zheng opened the player, and instead of dragging the progress bar, he clicked to watch it in fast forward. After a long while, 2/3 of the video had passed, and there was no one in the footage. It seemed Huang Shufan had been at the hospital taking care of Lin Hao and hadn't returned home. It wasn't until 8 o'clock last night that Huang Shufan appeared in the bedroom looking visibly tired. She stripped down completely, and then left the bedroom, returning after a while with her hair damp, suggesting she had taken a shower. Huang Shufan lay on the bed playing with her phone for a while, and the camera was aimed directly at her, exposing her fair body completely, though although she was older, it must be said that her maintenance was quite good. Zhou Zheng felt a rush of emotions, feeling a bit awkward, but in order to collect more clues, he could only force himself to keep watching. After a while, Huang Shufan pulled a blanket over herself and quickly fell asleep. Zhou Zheng sighed with relief. After all, watching a video of a middle-aged woman in her birthday suit took some getting used to. Time passed slowly. It got dark and the light in the bedroom dimmed. The camera in Huang Shufan's house had night vision capabilities, making it clear to see. At 3 in the morning, the surveillance video showed that the bedroom window had been opened, and soon a figure slipped in, carefully climbing down from the windowsill and stealthily approaching the bed. Without a doubt, this person was Wang Fu. There was no need to elaborate further. Wang Fu threatened Huang Shufan with a dagger and assaulted her. Afterward, he realized he had entered the wrong room, making a blunder. Following that was the conversation between Wang Fu and Han Shufan, most of which Zhou Zheng overheard from outside the door. Oh wow. Zhou Zheng's heart stirred. He didn't expect Wang Fu would pull this stunt in Huang Shufan's bedroom. This kid was targeting both him and Chu Yunyao, and Zhou Zheng frowned at this thought. If Wang Fu hadn't walked into the wrong room, Yunyao would have definitely been frightened. Although he was there, Wang Fu wouldn't have succeeded, but he felt disgusted by Wang Fu's actions, and Wang Fu was also suspected of murdering Huang Shufan's husband. This scum. Zhou Zheng gritted his teeth. He would apply for an investigation into Wang Fu the next morning when the station chief arrived. He absolutely could not let him escape legal punishment. Zheng Ge. At this moment Xiaoli hurriedly ran into the office, excitement written all over his face. Zheng Ge, we made a significant discovery while monitoring Wang Fu and Huang Shufan. Xiaoli, have you found anything? Zhou Zheng asked while pulling the memory card from the computer. He deliberately locked Wang Fu and Huang Shufan in the same room, hoping to facilitate their interaction to extract useful information from it. Xiaoli said excitedly, Zheng Ge, these two indeed know each other. Wang Fu climbed down from the rooftop with a climbing rope in the middle of the night to sneak into Huang Shufan's house for a secret meeting. This guy really has a big appetite. Zhou Zheng's expression darkened. He had thought it was some important discovery, but it turned out Wang Fu was just throwing up a smokescreen. It seems Wang Fu has a strong counter-surveillance awareness, knowing that there are cameras in the detention room and that the police would be monitoring the footage. He intentionally portrayed himself as having an affair with Huang Shufan, clearly wanting to downplay the matter. Besides, Huang Shufan's husband had been dead for a long time, and Wang Fu was also single. Their affair didn't even pose a moral issue. Zhou Zheng smiled. Xiaoli, do you think what Wang Fu said is true? Sneaking around with a woman while carrying a knife and grenade. Xiaoli turned his eyes and nodded. I also think it's suspicious. It seems these two are deliberately hiding something. I saw Wang Fu constantly signaling to Huang Shufan in the surveillance footage, and Huang Shufan mostly responded passively. It was Wang Fu who did most of the talking. Xiaoli, it's good that you noticed this. This Wang Fu is suspected of murdering Huang Shufan's husband, and I have a video evidence of him admitting it. Oh, is that true? Xiaoli looked astonished. I definitely wouldn't arrest someone without evidence. Huang Shufan should also be an accomplice. Really? This is so dramatic. Xiaoli was so shocked he didn't know what to say, even imagining the chaotic relationships among the three. Alright Xiaoli, you and Xiao Wang continue to monitor Wang Fu and Huang Shufan. It will be dawn in 2 hours. Let's wait until the director arrives to discuss further. Got it, Zheng Ge. Zhou Zheng wasn't in a hurry to interrogate Wang Fu and Huang Shufan. After all, Wang Fu's visit to Hanlin Garden was aimed at him and Chu Yunyao, so he had to avoid any appearance of bias during the interrogation. At 7 in the morning, Zhou Zheng bought some oil sticks and buns from a breakfast stand outside the Qiaobei police station and brought them to the surveillance room. Xiao Wang, Xiaoli, you've worked hard. Have some breakfast. It's not hard at all, Zheng Ge, you're too kind. Facing the steaming breakfast, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, who were also hungry, grabbed some to eat, while still inviting Zhou Zheng to join. Zheng Ge, you should eat too. You must be starving after staying up all night. Everyone eat more. The three of them devoured 10 oil sticks and 10 large buns in no time. After wiping his hands with a napkin, Zhou Zheng asked, did Wang Fu and Huang Shufan have any more exchanges later? Xiaoli shook his head. No. That guy Wang Fu didn't say a word afterward, while Huang Shufan couldn't help but speak to Wang Fu a few times, but Wang Fu ignored her. Zhou Zheng nodded. This was expected. After finishing breakfast, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li were hit by a wave of drowsiness and couldn't help but yawn several times. In contrast, Zhou Zheng, who had also stayed up all night, appeared energetic and showed no signs of fatigue. Xiao Wang said, Zheng Ge, are you made of iron? Aren't you sleepy at all? Not really, I'm okay. Zhou Zheng thought to himself that the hidden dragon technique was indeed powerful. After just a few hours of practice, his mental strength was fully replenished, and he didn't feel tired at all after staying up half the night. Looking at the wall clock, it was 7:40 in the morning. At this time, the director should have arrived. Zhou Zheng said, you two carry on. When it's time to get off work, you can leave. I'll go find the director. In the director's office, Hao Aigua arrived at 7:30. Being older, he needed less sleep, so he woke up early, tidied up, had breakfast, and decided to go to work since he had nothing else to do. After making a cup of tea, and just as he was about to sit down in his office chair, the landline on the desk rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was the city bureau's phone number, so he hurriedly picked it up. Hello. Is that you, Lao Hao? This is Ma Xiaojun. The voice of Director Ma echoed through the receiver. Hao Aiguo's heart sank. It was unusual for Director Ma to call him this early in the morning, indicating it was probably not good news. Director Ma, this is Hao Aigua. Please let me know what the matter is. Lao Hao, no need to be so serious. There's no directive. I just need to inform you about something. What is it, Director Ma? Last time Zhou Zheng caught the drug trafficker Lu Rongxing from the south and made a significant contribution. Didn't you mention that you hoped Zhou Zheng could be promoted a level? I applied to the provincial department. Really? Hao Aigua quickly asked. Director Ma, what did the higher-ups say? Last night, I received a reply from the provincial department. It was too late, so I didn't have the heart to notify you. Hao Aiguo's heart tightened. He had high hopes for Zhou Zheng's promotion to the second-level police officer, and now he was about to see the results. Director Ma's voice came through the receiver. The provincial department's stance is that Zhou Zheng has been a police officer for less than 4 months. Although he has made numerous contributions, he is still too young, and he has already been promoted from a probationary officer to a formal officer. If he were to be promoted to second-level police officer with a rank of 1 bar and 2 stars in less than 4 months, it would negatively affect his mindset. Besides, some believe that Zhou Zheng's achievements are mostly due to luck, and luck is unstable. Director Ma's words hit Hao Aigua like a silver needle, deflating his hopes. Lao Hao, this is the response from the provincial department. Lao Hao, are you listening? Director Ma, I'm listening. Hao Aigua replied listlessly over the phone. Lao Hao, I knew you would feel down upon hearing this news, but there's nothing we can do. The provincial department has its considerations. Hao Aigua replied irritably. Director Ma, although Comrade Zhou is young, his mindset is very mature, and he won't become arrogant because of his achievements. Moreover, Comrade Zhou's contributions are evident. To say he achieved success purely by luck is just sour grapes. Let those who talk nonsense try to achieve success through luck. Lao Hao, don't be emotional, we have to respect the provincial department's decision. However, they also didn't completely rule it out. Hao Aigua perked up, but was there still hope? Director Ma, what do you mean? Director Ma said the higher-ups said that if Zhou Zheng achieves success again, they will consider promoting him. Of course, this contribution cannot be too minor. The weight of the captured criminal suspect must not be lighter than Huang Jie. Hao Aigua felt not only displeased, but also a bit depressed upon hearing this. Huang Jie was a Class A wanted criminal and a serious offender. How many murderers could Zhou Zheng possibly catch? This was too difficult. Hao Aigua also knew that bargaining with Director Ma was futile since this was the decision of the provincial department. He nodded, feeling disappointed. Director Ma, I understand. Lao Hao, don't feel burdened. Comrade Zhou is so outstanding. He is also number 1 in the provincial department. Even if he cannot be promoted now, it won't be long before he does. The provincial department won't neglect talented individuals. With that, let's hang up. Hao Aigua put down the phone and paced back and forth in his office. Even his favorite Tiguanyin tea tasted bland. The provincial department's decision was something even Director Ma couldn't change, and as the head of a small police station, Hao Aigua felt even more powerless. Sigh. It seemed that Comrade Zhou's promotion to second-level police officer was temporarily out of reach. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Come in. Hao Aigua called irritably. The door opened, and Zhou Zheng walked in. Director. Hao Aigua looked up and saw Zhou Zheng feeling a bit uncomfortable. He forced a smile and said, Xiao Zhou, you're here. Quickly take a seat. Zhou Zheng was not polite and sat down on the sofa. Director, I have something to discuss with you. Xiao Zhou, it just so happens. I also have something to tell you. Director, why don't you go first? Xiao Zhou, there's no need to be polite with me. Just say what's on your mind. Zhou Zheng observed the expression on his face and said, Director, you seem a bit unsettled. Has something happened? Why don't you go first? All right, then I'll go first. Hao Aigua didn't hesitate. After all, this matter would sooner or later come to Zhou Zheng's knowledge, so it was better to discuss it now. He cleared his throat, but his expression dimmed. Xiao Zhou, just now Director Ma called me. The provincial department has vetoed the proposal to promote you to a second-level police officer. Oh, I see. Zhou Zheng nodded faintly. He truly hadn't expected Hao Aigua to bring up this matter. Xiao Zhou, please don't feel burdened. The provincial department acknowledges your achievements. It's just that you're still too young, having been in service for less than 4 months. There are no precedents for promoting someone to a second-level police officer so soon. Of course, this is only a temporary setback, and I believe this is also a test from the provincial department for you. Hao Aigua explained and lectured, eventually losing track of his own words. In any case, he was trying to say nice things to keep Zhou Zheng from overthinking, encouraging him to continue to work hard, as promotion to a second-level police officer was just around the corner. Zhou Zheng felt a slight disappointment in his heart. Who wouldn't want to progress? Especially since he had set a goal for himself in his heart. However, some things are beyond one's control. As a grassroots police officer, he could only work diligently. Only by achieving greater accomplishments could he gain the trust of the leaders in the provincial department. Director, I understand. Zhou Zheng didn't say much. Saying more wouldn't be as useful as taking action. The more indifferent his expression became, the worse Hao Aigua felt. Suddenly his eyes brightened. By the way, Xiao Zhou, the leaders at the provincial department haven't completely shut the door on you. They mentioned that if you can achieve another significant success, they will certainly promote you to the second-level police officer. Really? Zhou Zheng's eyes also lit up. Director, is that true? It must be true. That's how Director Ma conveyed it to me. If the higher-ups' words aren't taken seriously, I'll go to the department to report it myself. I'm putting everything on the line. Hao Aigua said, almost pounding his chest to assure him. However, Xiao Zhou, the provincial department also has requirements. The achievements or the criminals you catch must not be below the level of Huang Jie. But Huang Jie is a murderer. How can we grassroots police officers who are just regular officers easily apprehend a murderer? The provincial department has indeed posed a difficult challenge for you, but isn't this a bit of hope? Don't feel pressured, and don't be overly eager for quick results. I think it's best to go with the flow. Hao Aigua began to ramble on again, though his intentions were sincerely for Zhou Zheng's benefit. Zhou Zheng waved his hand. Director, I'm not feeling pressured. It's just that last night. Well, technically it was early this morning I caught a suspect involved in murder, and there's another accomplice. How Aigwa was taken aback by Zhou Zheng's words, astonished and speechless. Wait, Xiao Zhou, did you predict this? Your actions were too swift, weren't they? You caught a suspect so quickly, and he's involved in murder. Is that for real? Aigwa sat down. Quick, tell me what happened. Last night, I heard someone breaking into my neighbor's house through the window, with ill intentions. Zhou Zheng briefly recounted how he caught Wang Fu last night. Aigwa gasped and asked, did this Wang Fu really murder Huang Shufan's husband? Was I have video footage of his conversation with Huang Shufan, you'll see for yourself. As for whether Huang Shufan helped Wang Fu, I currently have no evidence, but I believe she is definitely involved, especially since they knew each other over 20 years ago, and she cheated on her husband shortly before their wedding. By the way, this Wang Fu sneaked into Hanlin Garden at midnight, actually targeting me and Chu Yunyao. I had a conflict with Huang Shufan's son Lin Hao, and Huang Shufan instigated Wang Fu to take revenge on me and Yunyao, which they admitted themselves. How Aiguo's expression gradually grew serious. How audacious. Wang Fu and Huang Shufan actually dared to lay hands on law enforcement personnel, especially someone as outstanding as Zhou Zheng. They've really gone too far. How Aigwa said solemnly, Xiao Zhou, where's the video material? Show it to me quickly. If this is true, I'm going to file a case immediately. This case must be turned into an ironclad case. Director, the video is here. Take a look. Zhou Zheng took out the memory card containing the reader and plugged it into Hao Aiguo's computer, pulling up the video. The beginning of the video was blank, so Zhou Zheng directly dragged the progress bar to when Wang Fu entered the bedroom through the window. He stood beside Hao Aigwa watching. The video quickly played to the scene of Wang Fu and Huang Shufan. Zhou Zheng felt awkward watching it alone, but it was even more embarrassing to watch it with the director. Hao Aigwa, however, was unfazed, his face showing no expression. As a middle-aged man who had been a police officer for over 20 years, he had seen all kinds of bizarre things. The video footage paled in comparison to what he had encountered while busting brothels. In the video, Wang Fu revealed that he had come to Hanlin Garden to kill Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao, and even mentioned in his conversation with Huang Shufan that he had intentionally run over Huang Shufan's husband years ago. After watching the video, Hao Aigwa slammed the table with a loud clap. This Wang Fu is suspected of intentionally causing someone's death by running them over with a car, and now he dares to break and enter to commit murder. How arrogant and reckless. It's fortunate he broke into the wrong house, otherwise you and Yunyao would really be in danger. By the way, Xiao Zhou, have you interrogated these two? Zhou Zheng shook his head. Director, I haven't interrogated them. I feel that Wang Fu's actions were directed at me, and I want to avoid any conflicts of interest. Hao Aigwa nodded in satisfaction. Yes, Xiao Zhou, you did the right thing. You cannot be involved in this case. I think our police department should not interfere either. Let's hand it directly to the criminal investigation team. The video can serve as evidence, but it needs to be part of a chain of evidence. The criminal investigation team is more capable of gathering evidence than our police department. While talking, Hao Aigwa suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh, I remember having dinner with Captain Chen Guang of the criminal investigation team many years ago. He once mentioned a traffic accident case that always fell off where the driver and the deceased's wife seemed suspicious, but they couldn't find evidence and had to close the case hastily. They'll give him a call. Hao Aigwa said as he picked up his phone to dial Captain Chen Guang of the criminal investigation team. Hello, old Chen, it's old Hao. I want to ask you about something. I remember about 5 or 6 years ago you handled a traffic accident case. Was the driver's name Wang Fu? Was the deceased's wife named Huang Shufan? Yes, that's right. These two have committed a crime intending to break and enter to kill someone, and Xiao Zhou caught them. Moreover, there's evidence indicating that Wang Fu intentionally ran over Huang Shufan's husband back then. Okay, hurry up and come to the Qiao Bei precinct. After hanging up, the expression on Hao Aiguo's face finally changed from cloudy to clear. Xiao Zhou, we have a connection. Captain Chun is coming over right away. If Wang Fu's murder charge is confirmed, Xiao Zhou, your promotion to second-level police officer will be a done deal. Wang Yuhong felt a wave of weakness wash over her at the teacher's words, her heart hanging in her throat as she asked tremulously, Li. Xiao Zhou, how did you discover Wang Fu? While waiting for the captain of the criminal police team, Chen Guang, Hao Aigwa chatted with Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng replied, Last night, I couldn't sleep, and hearing a commotion outside, I thought there was a burglar, so I checked around. Later, I found out it was a burglary next door. Initially, I intended to capture the burglar, but I overheard their conversation and realized that Wang Fu was not an ordinary thief. He was here to kill me and Yunyao. Hao Aigwa nodded, feeling a lingering fear, saying, Fortunately, Wang Fu mistook the location and entered the wrong house. He was armed with a knife and even a grenade. The consequences would have been unimaginable if he had entered your home. Zhou Zheng chuckled. Captain, there's no need to be afraid. Even if Wang Fu had entered my house, the outcome would be the same as now. He might have been beaten up even worse by me. Zhou Zheng spoke lightly, but Hao Igua thought differently. He was unaware of Zhou Zheng's full capabilities. Zhou Zheng was indeed fierce in catching criminals, and was skilled, but while a direct attack is easy to dodge, hidden dangers are hard to guard against. As a police officer, it is inevitable to offend people, and if one were to be retaliated against, the consequences would be dire. Xiao Zhou, I think you should install protective bars on your windows when you have time. Although it affects the view and aesthetics, it's better to be safe than sorry. Zhou Zheng felt that the captain was overreacting. Captain, it's not that complicated. My home is on the 10th floor, ordinary people can't climb in through the windows. Hao Igua rolled his eyes and replied, then how did Wang Fu get in? Xiao Zhou, if you're not afraid of criminals, do you think others aren't afraid? You should also consider Chu Yunyao. Hao Iguo's words struck a chord with Zhou Zheng. He always thought about capturing criminals to make achievements, believing that he would catch more and more bad guys in the future. If he couldn't handle it, he would inevitably offend certain people and even become a thorn in the eyes of criminals. He could handle a dozen by himself without issue, but what about Chu Yunyao? He couldn't let her feel insecure, could he? Zhou Zheng nodded. All right, Captain, I'll arrange for someone to install protective bars on the windows as soon as I get home. Hao Igua said, that's more like it. Listening to advice leads to a full meal. Zhou Zheng suddenly thought of something and patted his head, saying, by the way, Captain, Wang Fu came down from the rooftop using a climbing rope, which is also physical evidence I haven't had the chance to retrieve. It's fine, we'll have someone retrieve it. Has your master arrived? Let's have Jian Jun take care of it. Hao Igua said as he took out his phone and called Lu Jianjun, learning that Lu Jianjun had just arrived at the police station. Jianjun, take a trip to Hanlin Garden Community. There's a climbing rope tied to the railing on the roof of Building 1. Oh, collect it, as it is evidence of the crime. Hey, don't ask what happened, he'll tell you when you come back. That's it. Hao Igua hung up the phone and said to Zhou Zheng, I didn't tell Jianjun what happened because I was afraid he would keep asking. Let's wait until he returns to discuss it, otherwise your master will inevitably spend half the day worrying about you. Zhou Zheng smiled. My master may be talkative, but he really cares about me. Hao Igua said with relief, Xiao Zhou, it's good that you know. Just as they were chatting, a sudden knock at the door interrupted them. It must be Lao Chun. He came quite quickly. Hao Igua said as he stood up to open the door himself. Opening the office door, there stood 3 police officers in uniform, the leader being a tall, strong man, with a square face and thick eyebrows somewhat resembling a character from a cowboy story. Lao Chun is here, Hao Igua said with a smile. Yes. I received your instructions, Lao Hao, and am rushing to the Bridge North Police Station with my team right now. Chen Guang replied cheerfully, Lao, how are you blocking the door, because you don't want me to come in? Ha ha ha. Hao Igua chuckled and stepped aside. Please come in. I didn't expect even you, the serious-looking captain of the criminal police team, to learn how to joke. Chen Guang walked into the office with the 2 criminal police officers, and Zhou Zheng also stood up. Hello, Captain Chen. Oh, this young comrade seems a bit unfamiliar, but it feels like I've seen him somewhere before. Chen Guang turned back to ask Hao Igua. Lao Hao, who is this young comrade? This is Zhou Zheng, a newbie who just joined our police station, a bit inexperienced. Hao Igua intentionally glossed over Zhou Zheng. Lao Chen, please have a seat, and the other 2 comrades can sit as well. He'll pour you some water. Wait a minute. Chen Guang waved his hand and looked Zhou Zheng up and down. You are Zhou Zheng, the young police officer who received the first-class merit award. No wonder you look a bit familiar. I've seen your photo on our city's police department website when you were awarded first-class merit. Seeing you today, you look much younger in person than in the photo. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Chen Guang praised Zhou Zheng, who modestly waved his hand, revealing a mature demeanor. Captain Chen, you're too kind. Chen Guang nodded secretly. Such a young police officer who received a first-class merit would typically be proud, but this young comrade was humble and composed, clearly not an ordinary person. The 2 criminal police officers following Chen Guang were first-class sergeants, looking somewhat envious at Zhou Zheng's 1 stripe and 1 star on his shoulder. They had naturally heard of Zhou Zheng's deeds. Look at him, he captured a level wanted criminal during his probation and received a first-class merit, directly transitioning from probation to a formal position. Meanwhile, they had been working for over a decade and only earned a collective 3rd-class merit once. Comparing themselves to him was demoralizing. Lao Hao, with such an outstanding comrade like Xiao Zhou, your Bridge North Police Station has struck gold. Hao Igua humbly replied, Oh, Captain Chen, what gold? Xiao Zhou is just an ordinary police officer, just a bit capable. Come on. Chen Guang rolled his eyes at him, thinking to himself, I know you well enough. You are just being humble, but in your heart you're incredibly proud. Chen Guang deliberately said, Lao, how can we borrow this ordinary police officer Xiao Zhou for our criminal police team? Hao Aguo's expression changed. Don't even think about it, it's out of the question. Lao Chen, I called you here to discuss and hand over the case, not to poke. Look, he's getting anxious. Chen Guang chuckled, no longer joking with Hao Igua. All right, Lao Hao, let's stop joking and talk about the case. What was Wang Fu arrested for? Hao Aguo's face finally showed a smile, turning his worries into joy. Although he knew Chen Guang was just joking earlier, he couldn't help but take it seriously, thinking about how precious Zhou Zheng was. There was no way he would let him go easily. Even if it was a joke, he wouldn't be happy about it. Very unhappy. Lao Chen, time is tight, so I won't pour you water. You can help yourselves. Hao Aigua then said to Zhou Zheng, Xiao Zhou, did you catch Wang Fu and Huang Shufan? You should discuss it with Captain Chen. All right, Captain. Zhou Zheng nodded and began to recount the process of capturing Wang Fu and the information he had gathered to Chen Guang. After listening, Chen Guang took a deep breath. Wang Fu caused a traffic accident that killed Huang Shufan's husband Lin Yingwu. I indeed suspected at the time that he was committing murder, and a case was established. Wang Fu repeatedly denied it, and we had no solid evidence, so we could only classify it as negligence. I didn't expect. Lao Hao Xiao Zhou, do you have any evidence? Just relying on words won't suffice. Hao Aigua waved his hand. Lao Chen, come and take a look at this video. Chen Guang finished watching the video, his face revealing an uncontrollable excitement. Indeed, Wang Fu deliberately crashed into Lin Yingwu. This kid admitted it himself. With video evidence in hand, Wang Fu's denial became meaningless. This provided significant assistance to the criminal police team in solving the case, and Chen Guang even imagined the scene of Wang Fu ultimately bowing to the evidence. Hold how this video evidence is incredibly powerful. I am confident we can turn Wang Fu's case of intentional murder into a solid conviction. And then there's Huang Shufan, who likely sold out Lin Yingwu's information, allowing Wang Fu to succeed. She won't escape the law's punishment either. Hao Aigua added, Old Chen Wang Fu sneaking into Hanlin Garden at midnight is aimed at Zhou Zheng and his wife. Huang Shufan is the one behind this, and we must not overlook that. Chen Guang nodded. Don't worry, we won't overlook it. Our criminal police team is dedicated to this. We will not tolerate any illegal acts, and will investigate thoroughly. Old Hao will take this video data with me, and Wang Fu and Huang Shufan should be handed over to our criminal police team, right? Hao Aigua stood up. No problem, I called you here just to hand it over to you. You still think of me, Old Hao, thank you. Chen Guang said politely. The Municipal Criminal Police Division oversees several criminal police teams, and Chen Guang is the captain of Team 1. To be honest, the decision of which team to hand over Wang Fu and Huang Shufan to rests entirely with Hao Aigua. This case is a major one, and with plenty of evidence already gathered, the day of solving it is imminent. Regardless of which criminal police team takes on the case, it will add a significant highlight to their record. Hao Aiguo's decision on which team to hand the case to is not unwarranted. He notified Chen Guang, which also reflects the personal connections involved. Chen Guang naturally understood this and expressed his gratitude. Hao Aigua smirked. Old Chen, saying this makes it less interesting. We were classmates in police academy and bunkmates. Who else would I turn to if not my old buddy? Moreover, you handled the case of Wang Fu's Hitandran back in the day, so you are the perfect fit to take this on now. Chen Guang patted Hao Aigua on the shoulder. Alright, I won't say any more sentimental things. Everything is understood without words. Once this case is wrapped up, I'll treat you to drinks. Hao Aigua waved his hand. Old Chen, I have a request. Please expedite the case resolution, and then I'll buy you drinks. Hao Aigua also had his considerations. The provincial leadership stated that if Zhou Zheng caught another major suspect, he would be promoted to second-class police officer. The suspect was caught, but the case must be resolved quickly. He was familiar with Chen Guang and found it easy to talk to him, and he believed Chen Guang's strong professional ability would yield results swiftly. Chen Guang declared confidently, now that we have video evidence and the murder weapon Wang Fu carried during the break-in, we are not afraid of him denying it in the face of such solid proof. After speaking, Chen Guang asked, by the way, Old Hao, who got this video? It's incredible. Of course, it was our little comrade Zhou from the station. Chen Guang turned his gaze to Zhou Zheng. Wang Fu and Huang Shufan were caught by Zhou Zheng, and he obtained the video evidence as well. What a relief for the criminal police team. If only the criminal police team had excellent comrades like Zhou Zheng. At this moment, Chen Guang truly envied Hao Aigua for having such a talented individual under his command. If Zhou Zheng were at another police station, Chen Guang might have found ways to transfer him to the criminal police team. However, since Zhou Zheng was at Hao Aiguo's Qiaobei station, it wasn't appropriate to make a move. I don't understand why such an excellent officer ended up being a community police officer. Chen Guang felt a bit frustrated. Little did he know the head of the narcotics team, Wan Li, was also longing for Zhou Zheng and feeling even more frustrated. At this moment, Lu Jianjun returned, bringing back a large bundle of climbing ropes. Captain, this is the climbing rope you asked me to collect. Jianjun is back. Hao Aigua said, make sure to give the climbing ropes to Captain Chun as well. This is also evidence of Wang Fu's crime. By the way, were photos taken at the scene? They were taken. Lu Jianjun replied, Director, you can trust me to get things done. Great, hand everything over to Captain Chun. Chen Guang gestured for the criminal police under him to take the climbing ropes and the memory card containing the video. Old Chen will take you to the detention room to bring in the suspects. As everyone left the office and headed towards the detention room, They entered an empty room where Wang Fu and Huang Shufan sat on simple chairs. The two had been detained for several hours without anyone interrogating them. Wang Fu began to fidget, staring blankly outside through the iron bars, while Huang Shufan felt even more anxious. She kept asking Wang Fu what they should do next. Wang Fu turned his back to the camera and whispered in her ear, "He'll take the blame, you know nothing." Then he fell silent. He knew there were cameras in the detention room, and if he frequently communicated with Huang Shufan, there was a risk of accidentally revealing too much. Having already committed murder, it no longer mattered whether he lived or died. Huang Shufan must not be implicated, as he was worried about his son Lin Hao living alone. Clang, creak. The door outside opened and several uniformed police officers entered one after another. Huang Shufan had never seen such a scene and immediately turned pale, trembling in fear. Wang Fu, being bolder, merely glanced at them before lowering his head again. "We are from the Municipal Criminal Police Team. Wang Fu, you have been arrested for intentional murder and attempted homicide." Huang Shufan is suspected of inciting Wang Fu to retaliate against the neighbor next door and is also related to a traffic accident from several years ago. "You are also under arrest," Chen Guang said sternly in front of the iron bars. "Officer, I'm innocent. Huang Shufan and I are in a romantic relationship. I was just on a date with her tonight." "What does that have to do with intent to kill?" Wang Fu did not want to admit guilt immediately. He still wanted to struggle a bit. Chen Guang let out a, "Since we are arresting you, it means we have evidence of your wrongdoing. Any claims of innocence can be discussed back at the criminal police team." After speaking, Chen Guang signaled the two criminal police officers beside him to take him away. Lu Jianjun opened the iron gate with a key. Click, click. The two officers also placed leg shackles on Huang Shufan's ankles. Huang Shufan felt her ankles grow cold as the shackles felt like the claws of a demon reaching out from hell, terrifying her to the point of nearly losing her mind. For a moment she thought she was going to be dragged out and executed, and she shouted in panic, "Officer, don't kill me. I did indeed incite Wang Fu to retaliate against Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao, but I never told him to kill them. Moreover, Wang Fu went to the wrong house, and I was violated. I'm innocent." Wang Fu shot Huang Shufan a fierce glare, thinking this foolish woman was more of a hindrance than a help, spilling everything before even being interrogated by the criminal police. "It's over." He felt a wave of despair. Chen Guang exchanged glances with Hao Aigua. Huang Shufan's psychological resilience was too weak. She confessed before even being interrogated. It seemed she was the breakthrough point. "Take them away." With Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun's help, the two criminal police officers escorted Wang Fu and Huang Shufan out of the detention room and stuffed them into the police car. Facing Zhou Zheng, Huang Shufan no longer had her previous arrogance. She trembled and pleaded, "Zhou Zheng, as neighbors, could you please send a message to my son? I might not come out again. Tell him to take care of himself." Zhou Zheng sighed. Even the most wicked people have a tender side for their offspring. Before he could respond, Hao Aigua interjected, "Huang Shufan, I hope you will cooperate fully with the criminal police team regarding your issues. I will inform your son about your situation." After completing the handover procedures, Chen Guang greeted Hao Aigua, Zhou Zheng, and the others before getting into the police car. Everyone waved to see the police car off as it left the yard of the Qiaobei station. "Director Xiao Zhou, what on earth is going on? When were this man and woman arrested? What crimes did they commit?" Lu Jianjun asked in confusion after the police car had left. The criminal police team brought people from the Qiaobei station, so these two individuals must have committed significant crimes. He didn't know who had arrested them or what exactly they had done. Lu Jianjun was anxious to clarify the situation but didn't have a chance to ask when Chen Guang from the criminal police team was present. "Who else could it be?" "It was your apprentice who arrested them. The man named Wang Fu is suspected of murder and attempted home invasion, while the woman is his accomplice," Hao Aigua said with a smile. "What a..." Xiao Zhou caught two significant criminals again. "When did this happen?" Lu Jianjun was astonished, feeling as though he had missed out on a fortune. "Early this morning." "Let your apprentice, Xiao Zhou, explain it to you in detail." "Xiao Zhou, tell me about it," Lu Jianjun said with a desire for knowledge. "Master heiress, what happened?" Zhou Zheng briefly recounted the events. After hearing it, Lu Jianjun's feelings were complex and mixed. He felt proud of Zhou Zheng. Having such an excellent apprentice brought him honor. "Just look at my apprentice catching two heavyweight criminal suspects again, and the accolades from the last achievement hadn't even been distributed yet." Yet he also felt a sense of dread for Zhou Zheng. If Zhou Zheng hadn't been vigilant at night, or if Wang Fu hadn't gone into the wrong room, Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao could be in danger. Of course, Lu Jianjun also felt a bit depressed. His apprentice had achieved merit again, and he had missed out once more. However, this thought quickly faded as his primary concern was Zhou Zheng's safety. "Xiao Zhou, from now on be extra cautious. In our line of work as police officers, you might unknowingly offend someone and face retaliation. A few years ago, my family had their windows smashed at night. But that being said, we cannot be soft in the face of criminals. If you fear retaliation, then you shouldn't be in this line of work. Zhou Zheng nodded. Don't worry, master. I will be careful. You too, Chad. I need to go back and make a call to... Hao Igwa seemed to remember something and hurriedly ran to the office. He had received a call from Ma Xiaojun that morning, and his mood was quite poor. Zhou Zheng's promotion to second-level police officer had fallen through, and the provincial department wanted to put him through further scrutiny. Who would have thought that amidst despair new opportunities could arise? Zhou Zheng had apprehended 2 crime suspects before Ma Zijian's call, and they were heavyweight offenders suspected. Although their guilt had not yet been established, with Chen Guang's capabilities and the evidence he currently possessed, this case should be resolved quickly. Let's see what the provincial department has to say this time. Hello, Director Ma. This is Old Hao from Qiaobei Station. Hao Igwa stood in the office, hands on his hips, spirited and unable to hide his excitement. On the other end of the line, Ma Xiaojun frowned, wondering why Hao Igwa was calling him again so soon. Was he hoping for leniency for Zhou Zheng? Old Hao, what's going on? If this is about Zhou Zheng's promotion to second-level police officer, I suggest you don't even bother. This is not something I can influence, and how could a small director like me sway the provincial department's opinion? Oh, come on, Director Ma, what are you talking about? Am I the kind of person who takes shortcuts? Ma Zijian's voice. Director Ma, I'm calling to give you a heads up. Zhou Zheng has caught 2 criminals who are heavyweight offenders suspected of intentional homicide. What did you say? Ma Zijian's eyes widened in surprise at what he heard, and he unconsciously stood up while holding his phone. How Igwa, are you speaking nonsense? I just conveyed the provincial department's thoughts to you, and Zhou Zheng caught heavyweight criminals. Is he a god or something? Facing Ma Zijian's doubts, Hao Igwa was not angry but smiled and said, I don't know if Zhou Zheng is a god, but I do know that Xiao Zhou not only has strength, but also luck. Whether he is catching criminals or on the way to catch them. Ma Zijian's frown deepened. After contemplating for a moment, he spoke earnestly. Old Hao, I know you are eager for Zhou Zheng to succeed. I also want to highlight Zhou Zheng as an exemplary figure in our Jiangbei police system. It has been less than 4 months since Jiangbei produced an outstanding officer who was promoted to second-level police officer. This not only brings you glory, but also shines on me, right? But we cannot fabricate achievements for the sake of honor or pile someone else's merits on Zhou Zheng. This is a matter of principle. Upon hearing this, Hao Igwa became displeased. Ma Zijian's words were too harsh. Zhou Zheng's abilities had exceeded your understanding, and we cannot say that we are fabricating achievements, can we? Director Ma, it saddens me to hear you say this. I, Old Hao, have been in the police force for so many years. When have I ever fabricated anything? If you don't believe me, just ask Chen Guang from the 1st Criminal Police Team. We transferred the criminal suspects to him. Ma Zijian's eyes shifted as he listened to Hao Igwa's tone, which did not sound like a lie. Besides, he had no need to tell such an easily disprovable lie. Could it be that Old Hao was telling the truth? At this moment, someone knocked on the door from outside, and Ma Xiaojun called out, Come in. The door opened, and as if summoned in walked Chen Guang from the 1st Criminal Police Team. Chen Guang hurried in, not noticing that Ma Xiaojun was on the phone. He opened his mouth and said, Director Ma, I just brought back 2 suspects from the Qiaobei station who were suspected of murder. We also have evidence. Director, this matter has been filed. Could you please sign it? Director Ma. Chen Guang spoke a few sentences before realizing that Ma Xiaojun was on the phone. He felt a bit awkward and immediately stopped talking. Ma Zijian's heart stirred, and covering the phone's microphone, he looked up and asked, Old Chen, who caught these 2 suspects? It was Comrade Zhou Zheng from Qiaobei Station. Are you sure? Yes, the video we have as evidence completely records the process of Zhou Zheng capturing the... Ma Xiaojun nodded, his heart surging with excitement. The suspects were indeed captured by Comrade Zhou Zheng from Qiaobei Station. He really is remarkable. Ma Xiaojun nodded and spoke into the phone. Old Hao, just now Chen Guang told me that the suspects were indeed captured by Zhou Zheng. I was hasty, I apologize to you. Hao Igwa's voice came through the receiver as he waved his hand. Director Ma, why apologize? I'm not a petty person. I only have one question. Does the provincial department's words still count? Ma Xiaojun replied earnestly, It definitely counts. As long as Chen Guang determines the case, if the